as a tiny, adorable boy. During the selection ceremony, Dane caused a major scene by making all 4 artifact pillars light up like Christmas decoration, which shocked absolutely everyone present. Everyone knows that even the most talented geniuses in the family only manage to awaken one ability, maximum. Yet he somehow managed to unlock all 4. This was an unprecedented display of genius, completely rewriting the family record book. The whole family is exceptionally talented. His father happens to be the strongest spearman in the entire empire. His mother, meanwhile, is the best assassin around. His sisters are tier mages and summoners at the local academy. Naturally, they all hoped Dane would follow in their footsteps and choose their specific path. Now his father is completely shocked, just like everyone else, at this exceptional display of talent. But he has a new certainty. They must now teach him all 4 abilities simultaneously. Dane is destined to become the best spearman, an assassin, magician, and summoner, all at the same time. The big twist is that nobody realizes Dane is actually the reincarnation of a brilliant mind from the rival empire. He was formerly known as Argrick, a respected quad-4 knight from the Draenic Empire. He became an orphan right away. When his mother was killed in the chaos of battle, he grew up knowing only steel and blood. At the age of 14, he was deployed directly onto the battlefield. This environment awakened his mana core, allowing his talent to soar unexpectedly. He quickly climbed the ranks. He amazed his peers by mastering 4 cores and standing on the brink of becoming one of the most powerful knights in the empire. However, his journey ultimately ended too soon. He ran into Duke Thermion from Altheon during a battle. This specific duke was one of the 6 Hexa-class knights. His sword immediately shattered. A sharp point pierced his chest. His ambitions concluded right there. Fortuitously, our lad got resurrected right within a hostile nation belonging to his old foes, packing strength from a salty veteran who already bit the dust inside a war zone. Hours tick away, and we stumble into that sweaty, smelly workout zone, where heavy metal sticks are making clattering noises. Looky here, it is just Dane and his pops, and the kid underwent a massive growth spurt during that 30-second commercial break. Unless my eyes are playing tricks on me again. Arkan beams like a proud peacock because the youngster finally stopped tripping over his own feet and nailed that fancy combat move he was shown. The child shows some gratitude, and we discover that Dane is officially 7 years closer to retirement. While they are busy chuckling together, some random dude teleports into the frame out of nowhere. Dane stares with pure confusion, and it turns out the guy is hauling a giant toothpick. It appears that Arkan was definitely waiting for his Amazon delivery, and he snatches the item from the man immediately, hands it over to Dane, claiming it is his birthday present, and says he planned to wait for the party but really wanted to beat his wife's gift to the punch. Arkan mentions he spent 2 whole years prepping this pointy stick, which was custom, made by some fancy hipster blacksmith living in the big city. The patriarch then delivers an early 7th birthday shout out to the little guy, and our lad quickly tosses aside his ancient wooden twig and nabs the weapon, declaring he will wield it because it looks absolutely awesome. He is vibing with the aesthetic of the dark grip and shiny metal tip, and surprisingly, the thing is light as a feather. Arkan inquires whether the item is sufficient, and the lad admits he is obsessed. Actually, he is so hyped that he begins playing with it immediately. His old man then quizzes him on how a blade differs from a polearm. Dane notes that the extra reach helps keep snilly bad guys far away from you, and since the pointy end is tiny, it hits like a freight train. The father nods, agreeing, but cautions that when he levels up, mastering this thing becomes way tougher than swinging a simple blade. He explains the basic problem, that you need a bit of personal space to actually hit someone with a stick, but he suggests not stressing about it since every tool has flaws, mentioning that even swords, despite being called the ultimate gear, can totally suck in specific fights. The boy listens intently, promising to remember that spicy bit of wisdom. The dad begins twirling the weapon like a baton, and challenges his kid to a duel to demonstrate some tricks. Dane's noggin is practically short, circuiting at the sight of his pop's leaking pure concentrated awesome. Seeing his 6-layered toothpick master unleash such spicy energy for the first time has his eyeballs vibrating. With his inner batteries fully charged, the patriarch flings his pointy stick straight ahead, causing the air near the sharp tip to wobble like flavored gelatin. The patriarch notes the wiggly effect comes from dumping massive mojo into the strike, a maneuver relying on his core to jam everything into one tiny point. The kid mentions his sister Blab about this before, noting that humans can totally cheat at biology once they start stacking those glowing chest marbles, effectively pushing their stats past the level cap. He recalls his old Cylinder soul from a former life, realizing the present memories are basically a recycled cheat sheet. Meanwhile, the dad begins grinning like a proud nerd because his son actually reads, while bragging that he currently possesses 6 magical heart batteries. Naturally, the youngster fakes a shocked ass. though privately he grumbles that he would have hit that level too if he hadn't inconveniently expired back then. Subsequently, the parent nudges him to take the shiny new metal toothpick for a test drive. Dane seems rather uncertain now. Instead, the patriarch suggests simply clearing his thoughts, ignoring any anxiety, and delivering a forceful poke that Sprout concurs. While firmly clutching the weapon, the youngster recalls having zero interest in pokey sticks during his earlier life, since he excelled specifically at wielding dangerous katanas. The former swordmaster viewed pikes as secondary gear, but now he finally explores if the long weapon actually lives up to the hype, following that cool pose. Closing those squinty peepers, the pup silently observes how his offspring maintains an incredibly professional and sturdy posture. The patriarch grins widely since perfecting the maneuver at 7 years, making him skeptical that a tiny child could successfully execute the strike. However, the moment Dane launches the sharp toothpick forward, everything breaks. This feat completely shatters the parent's logic, since the man never expected to see an impossible magical wonder from his offspring. The patriarch flips his lid while hollering, demanding to know where the kid learned all those high-level cheat codes. After the display concludes, the elder approaches with a chuckle, remarking that the boy performed with suspiciously high talent. The boy clarifies how during that strike, he compressed his energy into a tiny bead before jamming it into the metal tit, then instantly cut the flow. The patriarch goes totally bananas hearing this, questioning if the boy has somehow built himself a magical heart engine. The boy confirms this, claiming a textbook provided the necessary instructions, and he simply got lucky, though he is totally fibbing since the core actually appeared while he practiced meditation. The patriarch drops to his knees to look the boy in the face, radiating pride, while convinced the Sprout eventually becomes a terrifyingly cool combatant. The youngster simply beams, secretly plotting to break his daddy's brain with upcoming revelations, while the patriarch ponders if his offspring intends to master every single combat class simultaneously. Once the sun tucks itself in, the celebration for the boy's 7th year finally begins. Posh visitors are currently invading the stone fortress, while the ballroom drowns in instrumental beats plus the audible ruckus of joyous snickering. Every single person there is currently peaking at maximum joy. Lord Bao, that guy who previously terminated our hero, attends the party, and beckons the father for a chat, receiving a stiff, official salutation. However, Bao requests casual conversation since he manages the Thermian Duchy, the most prestigious real estate portfolio in the Altheon Empire. Arkan scurries over to whisper that prying eyes require them to maintain their formal act, but the Duke just shrugs, and asks for the son. Right then, the father summons the boy, requesting a polite greeting for the high-born Thermian leader. As soon as that name is spoken, the kid experiences a mental cinematic of his previous encounter with this man, which ended his life. When our main lad eventually stands before the high-ranking noble, the lad identifies as Dane Sagers while performing a very graceful and humble forward-leaning motion, remarking that meeting such a powerhouse is a total pleasure. The Duke chuckles at the boy's charm and questions if the lad is already poking things with spears, which Arkan confirms with fatherly pride. Suddenly, a small girl creeps toward the high-born Bao from his back, and as soon as the boy notices her presence, he experiences a brief moment of internal panic and surprise. The maiden salutes the Count without hesitation, dipping her chin to display her etiquette before announcing she is Leela Thermian, the final boss of the Duke's offspring list. Once those greetings finished, the festive bash continued. Every visitor thoroughly relished the rhythmic tunes while basking in the lovely night air, though the two leaders felt rather grumpy because the Baroness was still feeling unwell, and despite expensive searches for a magical potion, nothing actually worked. Arkan crossed his fingers that this health crisis was merely a phase and his friend's wife would bounce back shortly. Regardless, Bout cautioned that a sudden vanishing act would signify a medical emergency requiring a magical teleportation scroll ride back to the capital. Regardless, this gala celebrates young Dane, who recently decided to perform a stealthy vanishing trick. Bao found the child hilariously sharp and craved more banter, but Arkan realized his son and little Leela had both pulled a disappearing act together. Locating the pair was a total breeze, since they had ditched the smooth, festive gala for a more interesting stroll through the gardens. Well, look here. The lady was extremely chatty, and honestly loathed following her father to these stuffy noble events, but this time she felt glad she actually showed up. Leela heard rumors about the boy's looks, but under the glowing moon he seemed far more attractive while she enjoyed the local scenery. The boy felt thrilled by her approval, noting that his Sok family lands offered peace unlike that noisy capital city. Leela felt quite jealous, because her own home is a chaotic circus where greedy aristocrats and royal relatives visit daily to pester her father with deals. The most irritating part involves her being forced into itchy gowns for every visitor, which she genuinely despises, as she would much rather wear trousers and slash things with swords all day. Dane blinked in surprise, finding it genuinely unexpected that such a small and harmless-looking girl would be practicing with a dangerous weapon rather than gentle magic. He'd, on the other hand, truly adored his peaceful territory, which offered a stark contrast to the hectic, constantly buzzing capital city. The quiet environment gave him plenty of time to train obsessively with his beloved spear. Layla was initially taken aback by his weapon of choice, but then a realization dawned when she remembered his father's famous nickname, Blue Whirlwind, a legend she had often heard praised by her own father. Since Dane was training so diligently with the spear, Layla immediately concluded that his true ambition was to join the academy. However, Layla's assumption was completely off base. His reasons for practicing were entirely different, and she was genuinely surprised by his answer. For her, working tirelessly to enter the academy was the only logical course of action, especially given how notoriously difficult it was just to gain admission. Dane, meanwhile, harbored zero doubt about his acceptance. He was simply training hard because he intended to be even better than everyone else after he actually got in. Layla was astonished by his overconfidence and pressed him on what he would do if, hypothetically, he actually failed to get in. Even in that catastrophic scenario, our hero decided he wouldn't get upset or quit, opting instead to simply try again at the next opportunity. If the second attempt somehow failed too, he would take it as a definitive sign that this path wasn't meant for him. Layla was absolutely dumbfounded by such a casual attitude toward his future. She asked if he worried about bringing shame to his family and home, but our protagonist remained unfazed, explaining that compared to the trials of his past life, this was practically nothing. Layla, whose household viewed failure as completely unacceptable, could only envy his lack of pressure. Although Dane had spent 7 years among the nobility, he still found it bizarre how concerned they were with such petty matters. As for Layla, he fully believed she would succeed without issue. When she heard his encouraging words, Layla instantly brightened and eagerly offered to demonstrate her impressive swordsmanship skills to him. Our hero was slightly taken aback by her sudden, passionate outburst. It quickly became apparent that once an opportunity to practice with a sword presented itself, Layla was impossible to stop. Layla instantly asked for directions to the training grounds, forcing Dane to accompany her, while hoping that her enthusiasm wouldn't cause any major issues. On the training ground, Layla immediately went all out. She executed move after move with the precision and grace of a seasoned swordsman. To a novice, her movements might have appeared perfect, but our protagonist was far more discerning than a simple beginner. Watching her closely, he constated that her transitions between attack and defense were remarkably fluid, and her attack timings were exceptional. There was one significant issue, however. After a certain point, her movements began to lose their rhythm and seamless flow. After finishing her routine, a breathless but satisfied Layla asked for his feedback. Dane initially opted for a white lie, praising her performance as fantastic and enjoyable to watch. Layla was genuinely delighted by the initial compliments, but Dane decided to abandon pleasantries and be completely honest with her. He pointed out that she still had room for technical improvements, noting specifically that Layla consistently added an extra half step after completing the third form. This flaw repeated itself during subsequent forms, causing the overall sword routine to feel subtly out of balance. This technical criticism immediately rendered Layla speechless. She looked close to tears, and Dane started to panic, worrying that his criticism had been too harsh. He quickly began to apologize for upsetting her, suggesting he might be wrong since he hadn't seen proper sword work in ages. But his concern was unnecessary. Layla quickly composed herself and gripped the hilt tighter as she processed the realization of her error. She immediately began repeating the training sequence, and this time, her movements were flawless. Dane's advice turned out to be the exact missing piece she needed for perfection. Layla's joy and gratitude were boundless, and she quickly wrapped Dane in a tight, heartfelt hug. The protagonist attempted defiance, though his struggle proved completely futile. That girl stood completely starstruck by his martial expertise, while he immediately identified every single blunder her instructors ignored, leading her to vow his guidance would remain etched in her memory. Finally she released him from that crushing squeeze, only to nearly slice him into thin delay meat with her blade seconds later. That tiny noblewoman definitely needs a masterclass in organization. The lad was blindsided by the unexpected embrace, yet he certainly wasn't about to complain about the affection. Naturally, their quiet seclusion was shattered by the noisy hollering of employees hunting for them throughout the entire property. They were finished resting, and had no plans to hide, so they scurried back to the festivities. This ensured they wouldn't be caught on the practice field. Upon arriving, the boy became the main attraction, while his folks toasted his aging and his surprisingly well-groomed fingernails. The couple presented him a fancy reward. This pin displayed the clan emblem, much like the jewelry his big sisters owned. The matriarch suggested guarding the trinket carefully, as this jewelry now functioned as undeniable evidence of his high rank. Following the elders, every attendee chimed in with cheers, since the boy had genuinely validated his clan identity, proving to everyone he might eventually match his dad's greatness. The progenitors were absolutely brimming with delight. The tiny fellow felt equally ecstatic, given that across two separate existences he had never encountered such massive adoration from a giant mob of people. The massive hall began trembling violently. The visitors erupted into a frantic panic, terrified they were experiencing a violent tremor, or perhaps a sudden military strike. Dane started to sweat, but his father quickly promised that the sky wasn't actually falling down today. The father understood the chaos perfectly, despite wishing for a peaceful afternoon. Concluding his girl had ignored every single one of his instructions, the little man was totally oblivious. Sparks of electric energy crackled along the high roof. In a heartbeat, a glowing magic hole manifested right above the terrified banquet attendees. The audience bafflement reached new heights when a miniature human came hurtling out of that swirling, interdimensional donut. This person clearly laughed in the face of physics, landing on the tiles without breaking a single bone. It turned out to be a Rebella, who firmly believed that arriving in a thunderclap meant she was perfectly on time. The observers remained paralyzed with shock, unable to fathom how such a small girl possessed the capability to manipulate high-level spatial travel. Typically, tearing a tiny hole in reality requires a practitioner to possess a minimum of 5 magical bindings. The boy felt zero respect for her abilities, feeling primarily irritated by her obnoxious need for dramatic flair and volume. Once the crowd settled down, a massive flying beast appeared high up in the blue sky, a massive winged lizard carrying a BunRv, meaning Lady Claire was now the one scaring the visitors. The lady's temperament soared quickly, as she narrowly failed to outpace her sibling by a mere second. Upon her arrival, everyone nearby chattered regarding rumors of her expertise, but witnessing a child dominate a massive reptile truly stunned the entire crowd. Eventually, they returned home. Both daughters stood beside elderly kin, preparing to shout joyful greetings for the special anniversary of their darling youngest male, Danny. After those cinematic arrivals, both girls aggressively pushed presents forward while shouting celebratory greetings at their sibling. He expressed gratitude for their long journey despite academic burdens, while the siblings buzzed with excitement to watch him unwrap gifts. His Grace, Arfan, nearly sobbed seeing such blatant favoritism, since his own special days usually only earn a single boring card. The boy opened a small container from the eldest girl, revealing jewelry that functioned like a magical backpack. She built that unique gizmo. Level spatial wizardry was added by a renowned academic. Since everyone understands that shotting extra dimensions into jewelry is quite a chore, she gently grabbed his palm to slide it on, having likely spent months ensuring the treasure wouldn't collapse from internal pressure. The creator also linked his specific biological signature to the jewelry. This ensured nobody else could access his stash, making the trinket a totally unique masterpiece for her beloved brother. Mother Lily inspected the band, and noticed shimmering energy ripples, proving that some very expensive minerals were used during construction. His sibling mentioned how a small amount of energy triggers the void, establishing a private vault for his various belongings. Such a tool beats using standard magical bags, making the jewelry a legendary treasure for any traveling warrior. The boy recalled that only the wealthiest generals or master wizards used such tools on the battlefield to carry their secret supplies, because the jewelry scales with his age. The boy experimented, causing a glowing jade gateway to appear before the family. His father stood paralyzed with shock, watching the boy perform such a feat without any visible effort. Clarissa, the noble, and his friend Leela looked stunned, witnessing that brilliant energy light up the entire room. The kid managed to trigger the void faster than his genius sister ever could, indicating he might be a total freak of nature. Mastering internal energy reserves plus external spell circles simultaneously would surely turn him into a world-famous legend. Once that sparkly exhibition concluded, the secondary sibling stepped forward, offering him a mysterious bundle. He slowly peeled back the wrapping, while offering a sincere thank you to his elder sibling. Nestled within that timber container sat a strange, speckled sphere resting atop fluffy material. Picking it up with a puzzled face, he inquired about the object, making Claire freak out, and demand he handle the sensitive specimen delicately. Every family member leaned in closer, wondering what kind of strange creature might be hiding inside that gift. Claire, leaning close, divulged the secret only to Dane, explaining in hushed tones that the gift was actually a familiar. It was acquired purely by chance, a happy little accident during her attempt to call upon Dickerin. She admitted she had no idea what creature would emerge from inside, but she knew the entire world coveted a familiar like this one. Dane began to visualize the mystery creature that this strange little egg would soon deliver into his life. He was well acquainted with the concept of familiars. Unlike regular summons, they weren't just temporary visitors, they were permanent residents. like an unexpectedly loyal roommate you couldn't get rid of. Claire insisted Dane keep this potentially world-changing egg under wraps until it finally hatched, and he swore to maintain absolute secrecy. All the hush secrets being exchanged between the two siblings left Arabella feeling thoroughly annoyed and completely excluded from the conversation. Claire's specific care instructions required Dane to feed the egg with his manna every morning and evening, ensuring the familiar would recognize him as its new owner. A rather demanding breakfast and dinner schedule for a shell, beaming with maternal pride, was simply overjoyed that her little son was being showered with such extraordinary presents, seeing it as proof of the deep affection shared between her children. As the gift exchange concluded, Duke Arkin coughed pointedly and reminded everyone to at least acknowledge their parents. After all, they had shown up uninvited to their own party after claiming they might have scheduling conflicts. Upon realizing they hadn't uttered a single word to their parents since barging in, the girls offered a collective, extremely awkward greeting to their father. Duke Arkin was, unfortunately for his stern image, a complete pushover where his children were concerned, so he hardly minded the lack of manners. He was simply thrilled to lay eyes on his daughters once more. Ever since they departed for their respective careers, phone visits had become rarer than a unicorn's sighting, so seeing them looking healthy was a genuine relief. Layla watched the Sugrais family's boisterous and affectionate interactions unfold, observing how genuinely loud and joyful they all seemed together. The young girl couldn't prevent herself from starkly contrasting this lively scene with the subdued atmosphere of her own home life. Dane caught sight of her silently observing their chaotic group and turned his attention towards her. He registered the sudden change in her demeanor, watching as she quietly slipped away, looking significantly less cheerful. He pondered why someone would appear so utterly dejected and isolated while surrounded by such a vibrant and boisterous gathering of high-ranking aristocrats. The grand feast finally concluded, and before long, the following morning arrived. Duke Balthermian had lingered for the night and now found himself strolling across the vast lands belonging to House Sugrais. He found himself completely consumed by thoughts regarding the exceptional talent possessed by Arabella Sugrais. True to her reputation as the foremost mage at the academy, her skills in the arcane arts were simply unmatched by anyone else. This outstanding girl would be the ideal partner for Duke Balthermian's son, who happened to be the finest swordsman in the entire academy. If House Sugrais and House Balthermian merged their considerable power via a strategic marriage between their eldest children, it would produce a powerful faction capable of challenging even the mighty imperial family itself. Such an alliance would make both houses completely untouchable, ensuring the safety of their children for decades to come, leading Duke Balthermian to decide he must discuss the proposed engagement during his conversation with Arkin that very day. While heading towards his meeting with the other Duke, Balthermian detected the metallic clang of steel nearby, a sound originating from the training grounds, indicating that someone was practicing their technique at an ungodly hour of the morning. Unsurprisingly, the dedicated individual was Dane himself, meticulously sharpening his spear skills with intense concentration, having become quite lethal in combat, thanks to countless hours of training alongside his father and his genuinely obsessive work ethic. Dane had already become a seasoned, battle-ready fighter ages ago. Dane's concentration was absolutely legendary, moving with the graceful precision and deadly accuracy of a veteran fighter, seemingly flying across the training ground as he unleashed a flurry of devastating strikes. He doubled down on his efforts, accelerating his movements, and pushing the entire training session to an even more intense level. Eventually, the sheer speed of his arms made them look like a fuzzy blur, executing innumerable spear thrusts with incredible rapidity. Noseness proved too potent for Duke Thermian, compelling him to lurk nearby and secretly observe the young man's martial arts practice. He found himself delightfully astonished that the junior shin of the Sugrais family was utterly dominating his vigorous workout regimen. Utilizing his seasoned gaze, the Duke could immediately recognize Dane's absurdly perfected fighting style, noting that his focus and motions were definitely not typical for a mere 7-year-old kid. Seriously, even his basic thrusts possessed a frightening level of precision. Every move was so perfectly executed that grizzled veterans, those who practically lived fighting, would still benefit from watching. As Dane concluded his final set of exercises, he immediately started struggling for breath, sounding like a broken steam engine. Duke Thermian found himself completely astounded, every minute detail from beginning to end, convinced that what unfolded before him defied logic. He recalled hearing whispers that the little Sugrais exhibited shocking aptitude, even while still in diapers, but he had dismissed those tales as ridiculously embellished gossip. Now, however, he realized those reports were accurate. Following a brief respite, Dane resumed the arduous task of honing his skills. This particular segment centered primarily upon perfecting his nimble steps and ground positioning. As a renowned sword expert in the kingdom, Duke Thermion couldn't help but notice the boy's fighting posture, and how his intricate footwork closely resembled that of a grandmaster. The nobleman began entertaining the notion that the young fellow may have already mastered advanced sword fighting techniques despite his extremely tender years. Abruptly, Dane detected the presence of an observer lurking in the entrance. He immediately aimed his spear, prepared for combat, and commanded the sneaky peeper to stop hiding and show themselves. Duke Thermion had let his enthusiasm get the better of him and was promptly spotted by a 7-year-old, definitely not a highlight in his illustrious military career. The more the Duke pondered Dane's complex motions, the stronger the uncanny sense of déjà became. He was absolutely sure he had previously encountered that identical stepping sequence. The embarrassed Duke was forced to step forward, offering profuse apologies to Dane for having secretly listened in on the highly personal practice routine. He swore he harbored no malicious intent whatsoever, but recognizing the sneaky observer as Duke Thermion, Dane suddenly felt quite mortified for having ordered him around. Despite the fact that his consciousness had occupied this youthful shell for nearly 7 rotations of the sun, this powerful noble was actually the individual responsible for his own miserable demise in his past existence. Recalling all his lessons on polite conduct, Dane Soberes performed a proper, respectful salute toward the nobleman. Duke Thermion admitted being utterly captivated by the young star's intense dawn-workout routine and offered another apology, to which the kid, standing his ground, declared the offense pardoned. The nobleman found the boy's sheer audacity to converse with him like a peer highly entertaining. Observing Dane up close, the Duke saw no hint of exhaustion or shaky limbs, even after that relentless workout. Honestly, at that age, the Duke himself was still struggling to tie his shoes, let alone wage war. The Duke complimented Dane's superb thrusting technique, noting that the young man clearly inherited Arkan's spear-wielding aptitude, mentioning that the weapon itself looked quite masterfully constructed. Dane offered his formal appreciation to the Duke for acknowledging the quality of his fighting methods. The seasoned warrior couldn't help but grin. This child wasn't just a potential killing machine. He was also perfectly adept at diplomatic small talk. By contrast, his own 7-year-old child lacked this sort of impressive ability and courtesy, which caused Duke Thermion to suddenly brainstorm the possibility of organizing a wedding between Leela and Dane. He cunningly inserted a comment that his daughter was diligently practicing her fencing skills, proposing that, because they were age-mates, they ought to keep a friendly eye on one another when they enroll at the prestigious academy soon. Dane maintained his perfectly civil, respectful replies. The Duke genuinely admired the young man's straightforward honesty. Then Duke Thermion ultimately made his hasty departure, ensuring he didn't further interrupt Dane's concentration, having already done enough damage. However, prior to ditching that sweaty workout dungeon, he harbored a final inquiry, wondering if the sprout had ever bothered to swing a pointy metal stick professionally. Our boy slipped up before the fancy lord, accidentally leaking ancient reflexes like a broken pipe, and those sharp eagle eyes spotted every tiny twitch instantly. The lad claimed he just skimmed some dusty manuals on poking things with steel, having never actually danced with a blade. The nobleman felt bewildered by the toddler radiating the terrifying aura of a veteran who snacks on chaos for breakfast. Rationality implies that a tiny human shouldn't harbor the brutal killer vibes of a grizzled soldier. Eventually the high and mighty guest stopped pestering him, muttered a goodbye, and our protagonist waved him away into the distance. Lord Thermion offered an open invite to his city mansion, mostly because the blade master found the boy's skills surprisingly tasty. The boy speculated whether the old guy still held any memories of his previous existence. Dreaming of crushing the very person who previously ended his existence made his pulse skyrocket, and with a methodical plan, he knew he would eventually tower over that noble. Toppling the legendary warrior lord became a top priority on his current bucket list. Persisting with his intense daily workout, hours vanished into thin air until Hernan, the loyal servant, arrived to drag him back to reality. The butler lurked in the dark corners, purposely poised to cater to the child's every whim or sudden craving. Observing the man's ghostly nature, the youth suspected he might excel at silent murder or becoming a professional hide and seek champion. The household scurried about for the next party, as push guests trickled in, though curling 30 elite clans simultaneously was like herding cats. Regarding the siblings, they zipped through a magic portal towards school, forced to flee because impending academic torture sessions awaited them. Currently it was the moment for the youngster to scrub away the grime and put on some fancy duds. He decided to inspect his sister's mystery presents later, while servants polished his sweaty self until he looked like a proper doll. Accompanied by his parents, he strolled into the grand room to swap polite lies with the local elite. The child spent the entire evening weaponizing his manners while brown-nosing the wealthy snobs who filled the chamber. He was displayed like a trophy for his birthday. Every set of eyes remained locked on him. At last, He escaped the noisy crowd to catch his breath, realizing that being blue-blooded and popular is incredibly exhausting work. However, he could usually discover peace while chilling in their stunningly manicured backyard oasis. The botanical wizard worked tirelessly to ensure this green sanctuary looked absolutely majestic, the sort of loveliness that calms the mind. The boy watched the blossoms popping with vibrant hues while winged insects performed their chaotic aerial bullets nearby. Recalling his eldest sister's nagging about how flora holds the most magic, he figured he would kill time by poking at their internal mystical energy. Shutting his lids, he focused intensely on the invisible currents of sorcery swirling through the atmosphere. Keeping his eyelids shut, the boy absorbed the theories his sibling described while detecting the energy within the blossoms. Even though he had been juggling several disciplines simultaneously and observed zero progress regarding his wizardry or his beast-calling abilities, he experienced a moment. Having an abundance of gifts proved quite taxing, since the fellow was basically dying from being way too awesome. Following a brief period of soaking in the natural vibes of the backyard greenery, he eventually perceived the spiritual essence inside the plants, marveling that such tiny stems could hold such a gargantuan, roaring tide. If a person manages to sense the rhythm of the wild and internalize it, the logic embeds into their flesh to create a spell ring. This phenomenon is currently unfolding, greatly assisted by the fact that his physical frame has always been a sponge for mystic power. He could visualize vividly what most folks can only vaguely detect using their mysterious gut instincts. A single stroll through the shrubs vastly upgraded his spiritual awareness, turning his previously blurry visions into high-definition reality. The youth was moments away from mastering the hidden gears of sorcery when an unexpected crack echoed through his focus. Simultaneously, a pair of aristocratic youngsters wandered into the botanical area, fleeing the tedious drivel of the party hall, and since these two were related, the crimson-haired elder brother felt annoyed because everyone was gossiping about that brilliant Sogre's child instead of him. The boy stomped violently across the delicate patches of blooming flora, crushing every petal completely. The Ginger siblings had lost their bearings in a labyrinthine garden, eventually stumbling upon Dane, who was standing there looking completely spaced out. They scanned his attire, incorrectly assumed the boy was a lowly janitor, and proceeded to bark commands. Our protagonist did not appreciate the attitude of this rude little gremlin. This arrogant jerk actually demanded that he guide the pair of siblings toward the nearby doorway. Dane noticed their reckless trampling, and shouted for them to quit flattening the vegetation, which only made the Ginger brat feel insulted, because someone dared raise their voice. The youth asked why they ruined the plants instead of using the paths, but the red-headed bully saw a small target, and stayed obnoxious. Then the usual boastful parade of their highborn lineage began, just as typical spoiled rich kids do. However, the protagonist was unimpressed, viewing them merely as a couple of thugs vandalizing his favorite gardening project. The angry redhead hated being called a thug, even though he acted like a barbarian while grabbing the boy by his shirt, revealing they were Count Tyran's offspring visiting the fortress. Hearing that specific title triggered a buried memory from the young man's former existence. That nobleman was the same loser he had seized after a pathetic military failure long ago, being remembered as an incredibly annoying aristocrat, and a total piece of trash. Judging by the obnoxious conduct of the bully standing there, it seemed the apple didn't fall far from the rotten tree. The Ginger jerk kept bragging about his prestigious house, claiming they were legendary in the city and could make the boy vanish forever if he did not keep his mouth shut. The protagonist had encountered plenty of idiots like this before. Realizing that logic would never penetrate a skull filled with nothing but ego and hot air, the bully cocked back, throwing a punch while mistakenly believing he was merely teaching a lesson to a common kitchen helper. However, the boy refused to be a victim, instead slamming his forehead into the bully's face with maximum velocity and zero mercy. That direct strike landed perfectly, nearly smashing the rather large nose of the fellow known as Red Bastard. The younger sibling sent a worried little ring to his much larger brother. He checked on the Red Bastard fellow, who was slumped on the dirt after taking a serious wall-off. After mopping his nose, he noticed the crimson liquid and began acting like he had never experienced nasal leakage before. Upon spotting the red stuff on his fingers, the Red Bastard's temper flared up, and he vowed to put Dane 6 feet under. Finding this whole situation quite hilarious, our protagonist stood his ground, daring the younger punk to make a valiant effort. The Red Bastard was intent on returning the injury, but his younger sibling possessed some brains and wished to halt the older brute. Yet arrogance made the Red Bastard deaf to reason. That lunkhead threw a fist forward, and Dane gracefully sidestepped by executing a John Dolittle hop backward. Honestly, this was a fight of vastly unequal skill. Dane was far too nimble for such a clumsy novice. While he allowed the Red Bastard to exhaust his limited stamina, he noticed the young scoundrel's footwork was quite shoddy, as if he'd never even held a pool cue. let alone a weapon. Dane mused that perhaps this fellow channeled power through arcane means or perhaps summoned tiny friends. The relentless flurry of haymakers kept coming, yet not a single strand of Dane's perfectly coiffed hair was even grazed. The red bastard's nose kept weeping red, and his fuse, already short, began to sputter entirely. Dane kept treating the confrontation like a fun little game, relying on his clearly superior ability to move his feet. Then a thought sparked in his brain. Perhaps he could capture the shimmering energy he noticed earlier on that blossom, and impose his own mental command upon it. If he managed this tricky feat, he ought to be able to solidify that power into something tangible. He figured this messy brawl presented an excellent testing ground for this new technique. The opponent's little brother stood off to the side, his jaw practically hitting the floorboards. Dane firmly anchored his feet to the earth, and began hoarding magical essence within his open palms. He pictured a swirling orb of pure, unrefined energy, and promptly launched it straight toward the younger ruffian's midsection. The impact delivered was so potent that it sent the red bastard flying backward into the grass, scraping up the pavement on his spectacular landing. He let out a howl of pain, his body and his fragile pride utterly battered. Lil Bro hurried to check on his utterly defeated older brother resting rather awkwardly in the floral arrangement. Dane, however, was more concerned about the state of the previously pristine flower bed than the brute's current predicament. Nevertheless, that red bastard character displayed an almost comical level of stubbornness. He still managed to muster enough leftover juice to clamber back onto his ineffective appendages, demanding to know who the magical Dane was, while Lil Bro kept pleading for the big guy to just quit already. But pride trumped sense, resulting in more potential trouble. The red bastard called upon the ethereal power residing in his core, starting to rip open some sort of deeply sinister dimensional gap. Dane was admittedly taken aback by the familiar visual signature, recognizing this particular brand of sorcery as being the specialty of those who conjure allies. The mystical power swirled and condensed itself down until a ghostly, shimmering canine form appeared, which began its slow, ethereal descent toward the awaiting ground. That hairy beast flashed a murderous grin, showing off fangs sharper than a tax collector's with. The Gingerjerk cackled like a lunatic while summoning his pet Jambo, finally identifying himself as Digran Tyran, a man who clearly values his ego too much. Dane watched as the brat commanded the pooch to attack, but he remained totally unimpressed by this fuzzy disappointment, having grown up around Claire's actual dragons. Digran stayed back while Jampu took a flying leap at the stationary target. He locked eyes with the creature, and didn't even flinch, proving he had nerves of solid titanium. Jampu likely realized that continuing this offensive maneuver would lead to an extremely unfortunate and painful career conclusion. Consequently, the wolf performed a sudden turn, instantly swapping its violent vibes for much more chill and submissive energy. The tyrant siblings stood there, completely baffled that the prize monster had essentially decided to file for divorce from its owner. Right then, the massive furball was behaving as if Dane were his new favorite manager and personal hero. Tigran shrieked for the beast to go for the throat, but the wolf ignored the noise, choosing to wiggle its butt and wag its tail instead. Sensing zero actual malice from the creature, our protagonist decided to give the big fella some well-deserved head scratches. Even the main character was confused, having no earthly idea how he pulled off this miracle. Thinking back, Claire's minions were always surprisingly cuddly toward him, even that massive wyvern, which he'd previously assumed was just a result of shared Yet in this bizarre scenario, despite lacking family ties, the monster still behaved like a friendly neighborhood golden retriever. This implied he either possessed legendary animal magnetism, or Jampu's opinion of his original master had finally reached absolute zero. Digran was losing his mind, since monsters quitting their jobs mid-fight was a betrayal he never thought possible. Dane was winning on every single level, continuing to mock his opponent and asking him to actually do something useful. The younger sibling begged his brother to stop making a scene and just accept the defeat, but the delusional jerk still wanted to fight. The younger boy truly needed this confrontation to conclude immediately. That poor child, caught in the middle of his brother's stupidity, had unfortunately wet his pants out of pure terror. As the kid cried, Digran screamed insults, while Dane helpfully pointed out that the castle basement has a lovely bathhouse for laundry emergencies. Digran used his brother's soggy situation as a convenient excuse to escape the area. In a final act of desperation to seem important, he commanded Dane to remain in the courtyard like a disobedient gardener. Dane watched the pathetic loser depart with total disgust, noting the idiot didn't even bother to take his wolf home. That guy remained among the flowers, testing out his novel grasp of spiritual forces. While relaxing, he attempted a little magic trick Claire once explained, identifying the tiny, pathetic link still connecting the jerk Digran to the beast. Dane severed that spectral leash immediately. He meticulously rewired the bond using personal energy. Just like that, The wolf became his, as an amateur pulled off a masterclass move using nothing but his weirdly high animal charisma. Our hero finally earned his stripes as a legitimate monster tamer, just as Dane savored his recent victory. A gratingly familiar voice began calling out for him. That little gremlin Digran actually sprinted to his father and whined about a garden scuffle, identifying our hero as the big bad bully. The coward plugged his leaky snout to prevent a mess, complaining about getting smacked and losing his magical pet connection to the superior boy. The massive Mogard tyrant stomped up and bragged about being a top-tier noble patriarch, wondering if the kid really rearranged his son's mud and hijacked their creature. Our hero refused to retreat from a walking slab of bacon, choosing instead to stand firm and take full responsibility for his spicy actions. It appeared that Mogard had gained several dress sizes since his days as a captive, proving that peacetime buffets were kinder than his pathetic war record. The round noble puffed out his chest and declared this insult intolerable, insisting that nobody messes with his offspring without facing his legendary wrath. After unleashing a storm of annoying interrogations, the human ham finally demanded that the youngster state his name and social rank immediately. The lad tilted his chin upward and declared his name to be Dane Sogras, the baby of the family sired by Arkan Sogras, who rules the southern lands as the supreme count. That epic introduction sounded like a fantasy novel, leaving the garbage tier duo completely frozen in pure shock. The idiots had accidentally insulted the guest of honor, unaware they were picking a fight with the South's most legendary prodigy. This pudgy duke feels totally blindsided by this random meeting with the junior representative of the powerful Sogras bloodline. Regarding elite families, he remembers his humiliating capture by Argrick and his zero impact during the war, making him the joke of the aristocracy. Currently, he views this crisis as a golden chance to manipulate events, hoping to tarnish the Sogras' reputation and use the scandal to extort valuable mining territory, until his arrogant peers finally start kissing his feet, thinking he is a genius. The white man asks if this kid is the birthday celebrant, and the boy just nods while confirming his identity. The oversized noble struggles to hide his annoyance, as he certainly did not show up to praise a random child's aging process. Gesturing toward his mediocre child, Dagron, he demands to know how the boy intends to fix the embarrassment he inflicted on his family. Besides hurting a guest, Dane allegedly committed grand theft summon, a claim that the pathetic son echoed with a very annoying whine of agreement, shouting that the boy's time's up, while the round man vows to corner Count Sogras and demand justice for these heinous playground crimes. The boy casually accepts the challenge but suggests that the mini-bully should say sorry for being a jerk before they go talk to dad. Naturally, the big guy starts steaming like a tea kettle and asking about the nonsense, while his bratty kid grinds his molars in fury. Dane explains that the punch was a survival tactic against a lethal threat, adding that he never stole the beast, because Jenku simply upgraded owners. The loser's son chirps up instantly, arguing that his pet would never desert him, and claiming the birthday boy is a total liar. At that point, the father pauses to contemplate, remembering rumors that the Sogras sister is a magical prodigy who likely instructed her brother on how to violently sever the bond between a master and his pet. The round nobleman continues his verbal sparring match with the youngster, although the boy finds this entire conversation to be an absolute snooze fest. Finally, Mogard relaxes his aggression, because his massive jaw is actually starting to cramp up from all the excessive trash talking. He stops the lecture and suggests they head over to let Count Sogras decide how to handle this messy situation. Well, speak of the devil, look who just waltzed in. The Count himself arrives on the scene, alongside Duke Thermian. Of course, both the nasty son and his father are completely flabbergasted to see Count Sogras present, and if that wasn't enough to blow their minds, Duke Thermian's attendance completely stunned them. As night falls, we observe the red-haired boy giving his account to the Count, claiming he and his younger brother simply lost their way in the garden, which led him to ask Dane for guidance. He continues rambling on, fabricating an elaborate tale, while Dane stands behind him, utterly unbothered, thinking how his father is actually listening to this nonsense. Although he realizes it isn't surprising, given that Count Sogras deeply values his family and reputation. He is not one to automatically favor either side, even against outsiders. He can truly distinguish right from wrong. After finishing his long-winded story, the red-headed boy wraps up by claiming that out of nowhere, Dane headbutted him and kept using a strange technique to mock him. He asserts that he summoned his creature to scare Dane off, but Dane stole the summon and tried to attack him with it. Once Tigran finishes speaking, Mogard steps up to tell the Count that his intention was only to give Dane a proper warning. However, he emphatically insists that stealing someone else's magical summon creature is clearly a serious offense, and he simply cannot let that specific detail slide. Finally, Count Sogras chimes in, informing Mogard that he won't make a decision based only on one side of the argument. He wants to hear Dane's version first, assess the situation thoroughly, and then render a judgment. He also reassures Mogard that if he fears a biased judgment, Duke Thermion will offer his opinion on the matter as well. The Duke offers a quick smirk and casually states that if this issue is truly that important, he can certainly handle it. Mogard starts to sweat profusely with frustration, realizing he's about to be completely screwed. Involving Thermion is guaranteed to make things significantly more complicated, and he's not feeling good about it at all. Count Sogris then gives his son the go-ahead to explain himself, and Dane prepares to speak. He begins by stating that what Mogard's son claimed wasn't entirely accurate, though some minor parts of it were true. He then explains that the boy had once only trampled the flowers they had so carefully cultivated in the garden, so he simply told Mogard's son to leave, which promptly angered the boy and started the fight. Naturally, both Mogard and his son are absolutely stunned after hearing these brutal truth bombs, with the son immediately trying to deny them, and accusing Dane of lying, but the Count simply tells Dane to proceed. So our protagonist continues, explaining that when Mogard's son summoned Genpo, the command was to kill him. He also clarifies that he didn't actually steal the summon, rather, Genku came directly to him, sensing his good intentions. The Duke is completely bewildered by how eloquently the 7-year-old is speaking, with such poise and a remarkably precise choice of words. Dane, for his part, firmly reiterates that he never stole a summon from anyone. Mogard finally loses his composure, stumping his foot on the ground and calling it absolute nonsense. He argues that it's physically impossible for a summoned creature to submit to someone who isn't a summoner, insisting that Dane must have used some kind of shady trickery to pull off the feat. But, in a move that surprises no one, Dane informs Mogard that he actually possesses an innate affinity with summons, and a summoned creature that lacks a strong bond with its master could easily submit to someone like him. Mogard refuses to believe this for a second, while our young man simply confirms that this is actually true. Mogard's face twists in a pained expression, looking like he's going through some serious digestive issues, and he simply insists that this kid is fabricating everything. The Duke then interjects, suggesting they should simply demonstrate the claim using a summon to settle the matter once and for all. The elderly Count pivots toward his offspring, inquiring if verification is possible, and Dane gives a thumbs up. Simultaneously, Mogard fires a lethal scowl towards the kid because of dragging him into this steaming pile of garbage. Whereas the annoying kid senses a looming disaster from his old man, having zero plans for when he whiffs the beast call. When the rude boy attempts the ritual, he flops miserably, causing his dad to start screaming at him, exactly like the script suggested. Conversely, Dane wears a cheeky grin, knowing he sliced the magic link, meaning the loser stood zero chance of bringing the pet back. Our hero offers a live demonstration of his skills, mentioning he requires that shiny badge. Mogard's brat is currently clutching to proceed. That spoiled runt throws a tantrum, wondering why this commoner dares touch his gear, and starts barking total gibberish like a chihuahua. However, Sogris shuts the kid up, noting that based on their logic, the artifact shouldn't even work for an outsider, so why not just let it happen? Mogard is perspiring heavily with no escape routes, so he begrudgingly orders his obnoxious hair, Dagon, to cough up the goods. That dinger kid is almost crying his eyes out, yet his dad simply barks to move faster. The moment Dane grips the emblem, he begins weaving his mystical voodoo, while explaining that because these tokens carry a specific user ID, they generally function like a locked phone for anyone else. Still, the beast was fueled by his own energy, making the badge just a mere taxi, and the creature is already his best friend. The instant he shouts for the monster, the creature manifests and begins giving him a very slobbery face wash. Both the Count and Duke are totally stunned. Where is Mogard and his mini? They are quaking in their boots after their fibs got nuked. The Duke is impressed, asking if the boy wasn't supposed to be practicing his pointy stick skills instead. The dad agrees, though he confesses he is pretty much in the dark regarding his kid's actual power level too. That round fellow, meanwhile, understands he is toasted, seeing as his brilliant scheme just blew up in his face. The Count spins around, questioning if the man now admits that the young lad is actually being honest. The blubbery guy attempts a smooth recovery, chuckling, while suggesting they maybe just confused the boy for a thief, and claims his hair never intended murder, asking the kid to back him up. Then Dagon shivers while agreeing with his papa, stammering that he only wanted to give the guy a little fright. However, our hero is livid, seeing these creeps attempting to dodge their punishment so smoothly. Prior to the old-timers delivering their ultimate judgment on this ridiculous situation, a female enters the area, scaring every single soul, especially the boy stunned to see Leela's arrival. The moment she glides into the spotlight, she declares that the garbage coming out of Dagon's mouth is a total lie. Her father quickly demanded to know why she was present, and she simply explained that his voice had conveniently carried to her ears during her leisurely stroll. Before diving into the details, she made sure to offer polite greetings to both the large gentleman and Count Sugres. The gentleman with a robust physique could only stammer back a reciprocal gesture, entirely flustered by the sudden and shocking appearance of the Duke's formidable daughter. Count Sugres, ever efficient, immediately skipped the pleasantries, and inquired about her specific accusation that Dagrun was being deceitful. With perfect poise, she confirmed her statement, explaining that their little chat had serendipitously reached her ears while she enjoyed her afternoon walk. Dagrun began to visibly panic at the realization that she had absorbed every word. Understanding fully that this unexpected witness was truly terrible news for his scheme, she proceeded to fully elaborate on all the scandalous and incriminating particulars she had overheard. Our protagonist couldn't resist a slight smirk. Watching this unforeseen turn of events somehow managed to land squarely in his favor. Later on, the large man instructed his disrespectful offspring to quickly offer his apologies to Count Sugres. The son mumbled a quick admission of wrongdoing, but the Count immediately corrected him, insisting the apology should be directed at Dane. The father, desperate for compliance, promptly shoved his son directly into Dane's personal space, ordering him to apologize immediately. The difficult young man looked visibly squirmy, pausing before stammering out a faint, clearly insincere apology. However, Dane remained utterly unimpressed. He easily recognized the insincerity, understanding it was merely a perfunctory obligation forced upon him, because an external witness had exposed his deception. Dane felt no inclination to accept the pathetic offering, but reflecting on previous encounters, he chose to rise above the situation and act as the more mature individual, prioritizing generosity over stubbornness. With that resolution made, Dane consented and accepted the disrespectful sense apology. The young man immediately brightened with relief, profusely thanking our protagonist for allowing him to escape consequences, while the father let out a heavy sigh, realizing how perilously close he had come to total ruin. The Duke, potentially Dane's future father-in-law, found himself thinking that he had recognized Dane's special character all along. After all, he possessed every right to remain unyielding, considering the opposing side was undeniably in error from the very beginning. The Count finally made it explicit that, given Dane's acceptance of the apology, all further debate regarding the specific incident was officially concluded. He quickly added, however, that he absolutely would not overlook Dagrun's actions, specifically referencing the fact that the attack was clearly an attempt to kill Dane. The large father began sweating profusely upon witnessing the Count's growing agitation. As he attempted to interject, the Count silenced him, firmly ordering him to gather his family and promptly exit the castle grounds. This declaration rocked the large man to his very foundation. Being expelled now would completely destroy his reputation, making him desperate to cling to his position in the castle at any cost. He frantically grabbed the Count's hand and began pleading for mercy, insisting he would perform whatever task Sugres required, so long as he was simply forgiven on this one occasion. The Count, however, promptly pulls his hand away, indicating he had no use for the large man. He informed him that soldiers would soon arrive to formally escort him from the premises. With that final statement, he began to stride away with his son, abandoning the large man, who continued his desperate pleas for mercy. Sugres then informed Duke Thermion that their departure time had arrived. The Duke immediately summoned his daughter to join them as they began their departure. While they strolled away, Dane glanced back over his shoulder at the retreating group. He was thoroughly satisfied, knowing they were receiving their just desserts for starting the entire debacle, as it seemed perfectly fair for them to reap what they had sown. He did manage to learn one vital lesson today. His father possesses a truly terrifying aura when in full angry mode. Duke Thermion then curiously asked if it was true that Dane had defeated Mogard's difficult son using a mana bullet, a claim Dane promptly confirmed. The Duke couldn't stop raving about Dane's remarkable abilities, highlighting his mastery not only in spear fighting but also in summoning and magical arts. He declared it truly exceptional, stating that history had probably never seen such a combination of talents. The boy's proud father beamed, adding that he felt incredibly lucky to have such a brilliant son. Meanwhile, Dane just soaked up all the compliments, while Leela looked utterly flabbergasted, struggling to accept what she was hearing. Duke Thermion continued by pointing out that beyond raw talent, Dane possessed incredible composure. Unlike most children, who become agitated and stubbornly insist on being right during disagreements, Dane remained perfectly calm. The Duke was convinced this boy would mature into an outstanding individual. The father gently patted Dane on the head, quickly dismissing the high praise by saying it was far too soon to predict anything. They would simply have to wait for him to grow up to truly judge his character. He then skillfully steered the conversation toward Leela, noting that the incident had been resolved peacefully only thanks to her testimony. without which things might have ended disastrously. Upon hearing this acknowledgement, Duke Thermion was visibly surprised that Count Sogris held such a favorable view of Layla. The two, however, refused to waste this opportunity, quickly attempting to downplay Layla's contribution by suggesting that since the Count seemed so fond of her, perhaps they should begin discussing their children's marriage. This proposal startled Sogris, revealing just how desperate the Duke was to secure the match. To deftly evade that conversational trap, Sogris rapidly changed the subject, observing that the sun was already setting, and the banquet was about to begin. With that, he quickly made his exit, promising to meet them both in the grand hall. Thermion then instructed his daughter to take her time returning to the hall with Dane. He promptly darted after the Count, stating he needed to continue their discussion, leaving the two teenagers alone together. As they strolled, Layla turned to Dane and questioned why his summoned creature had completely ignored its true master to obey him instead. She claimed she had watched many famous summoner duels in the capital and never once witnessed such disrespect. Dane just shrugged, admitting he didn't really know. It had simply occurred spontaneously. Predictably, Layla began to pout dramatically, annoyed that Dane was concealing the truth, especially since she had just helped save him from a difficult situation. But our hero remained completely unbothered, reminding her that he had also done her a favor previously, specifically referencing the time he provided help with her swordsmanship training. Layla replayed the memory in her mind, and reluctantly conceded that he was right. Finally, Dane decided that since they had already established a precedent for assisting each other, they could certainly continue to do so. He told her she was free to ask him for anything she wanted. The girl instantly perked up, bubbling with excitement as she declared she wanted to learn right away. Dane was taken aback by her sudden impatience and wondered what exactly was so urgent for her to master. He inquired what skill she wished to acquire, and she immediately asked him to teach her the technique for creating a mana bullet. Dane asked why she was so keen on learning the mana bullet skill, and Layla quickly responded that she desperately wanted to grow stronger, faster. She hoped to develop at least 2 full mana cores before enrolling in the academy. Dane questioned why she was in such a frantic rush at her young age. His curiosity was satisfied when she explained that she wanted to grow up quickly to make her mother happy. Her mother loved her very much, and Layla felt certain that becoming stronger would make her proud. Hearing her mention her mother, Dane recalled overhearing conversations among adults about Countess Thermion being confined to her bed. With that in mind, it seemed he had no choice but to offer his assistance. Layla burst into a joyful dance and declared she was ready to begin training tomorrow, though she wouldn't mind starting tonight, especially since she wasn't sure exactly how long she would be staying at the mansion. Dane simply shook his head, assuring her she could start whenever she liked. He promised her that once she understood the fundamental principles of magic flow, mastering the mana bullet technique would prove relatively straightforward. Layla then eagerly asked what form of payment he would require for the lessons. Dane fell silent, strongly suggesting that the request currently forming in his mind was far more complicated than a simple exchange for showing someone how to use magic bullets. The scene then shifted back to the banquet hall, where guests were gathered, buzzing with speculation about that rather large Count Tyran. They had heard that Count Tyran was kicked out of the castle, and everyone was wondering what offense he had committed to deserve such treatment. Some guests suggested that Tyran's eldest son had caused a problem by picking a fight with young Master Dane and had ended up receiving a sound thrashing as a result. They exchanged muffled chuckles, finding amusement in the idea that the arrogant nobleman had come all this way only to be thoroughly embarrassed and humiliated. Word had also spread that young Master Dane possessed outstanding summoning abilities. One guest pondered aloud whether this meant the Sogris household would soon transition into a prestigious family of summoners. But wait, there's some more. Another guest interrupts to claim that young Master Dane possesses magical abilities, a revelation that has everyone completely baffled and struggling to process this newfound information. Next, a huge, mustachioed gentleman introduces himself to Dane as Baron Opent. The Baron inquires if Dane has any insight into the Opent lands located in the eastern region, and Dane responds politely, noting that the area is renowned for its delicious grilled trout and sparkling sapphires. The Baron chuckles deeply, confirming Dane's assessment as completely correct, adding boastfully that the Opent family truly holds a monopoly on the finest trout and sparkling sapphires in the whole kingdom. The man then unceremoniously propels his daughter directly toward Dane, explaining that her introduction had completely slipped his mind. The lady steps forward, presents herself as Sylvia Opent, and extends a perfectly polite greeting to our hero. Dane seems completely caught off guard by her arrival and stutters out his own name while nervously mirroring her respectful gestures. This sudden anxiety in her presence makes absolutely no sense yet, but I have a strong feeling we're about to figure out the cause very shortly. Sylvia immediately closes the distance between them with a look of pure mischief and whispers that she knows he's slated to inherit House Sogris eventually. Dane stammers out an uncertain reply, but Sylvia enthusiastically tells him to stop acting innocent. She declares that she's heard all about his numerous skills and bluntly informs him that she expects him to take care of her from now on, specifically, because they could become related in the future. There it is. Dane's anxiety finally makes perfect sense now. This young lady is incredibly direct, and possesses zero filter. At that exact moment, Layla makes her grand entrance, interrupting Sylvia right in the middle of shaking hands with Dane. Unsurprisingly, Sylvia immediately stiffens, recognizing a potential romantic rival on the horizon. Layla, on the other hand, is practically emitting lethal projectiles from her eyes toward poor Dane, demanding to know precisely who this mysterious interloper is. Sylvia immediately recognizes Layla's identity and, without hesitation, offers a warm, polite greeting, introducing herself as Baron Opent's most senior daughter. Layla attempts to match the gesture, but the rage evident on her face proves she is far from pleased. Despite forcing out the words "it's nice to meet you" to Sylvia, the two young women exchange polite smiles that could easily curdle milk, practically radiating lethal intent. Dane observes the interaction, recalling a specific past memory, and clearly discerns that both young ladies are fully prepared to physically duke it out right then and there. Eventually, Layla firmly grabs Dane's hand and declares that she is commandeering him immediately because they supposedly have an existing appointment. Layla levels a lethal stare at him as she demands to know if he remembers their mysterious plan. Naturally, poor Dane has zero recollection of any such arrangement, but he agrees instantly, apologizing to Sylvia and promising to chat again sometime soon. Sylvia produces a strained smile in return and informs him that yes, they will absolutely speak again very soon. While Layla guides Dane away, Sylvia fumes internally, annoyed at how easily this other girl just snatched him directly from her grasp. Layla, for her part, hasn't cooled off one bit, absolutely enraged by the sheer nerve of that girl trying to claim Dane. Dane finds himself shrinking under Layla's sharp gaze, regretting that Layla is the beloved daughter of the Duke, who holds the second highest authority in the capital right after the Emperor himself. Therefore, the young lady from the Eastern Barony simply cannot compete with her status, making Sylvia's swift surrender completely understandable. As soon as Dane and Layla are safely outside, she begins relentlessly examining him about his relationship with Sylvia. Layla nervously asks if an engagement might be in the works, but our hero quickly rejects the idea entirely, insisting they were merely exchanging introductions. Layla instantly perks up at his response, and even Dane notices her mood improve instantaneously. After a brief walk, they finally reach a hidden location known exclusively to Dane, where he feels completely confident they will not be interrupted by anyone. The moment they cross the threshold into this concealed sanctuary, Layla's face illuminates, and she immediately breaks into a happy little dance, utterly delighted by the beautiful scenery. Layla also feels great relief knowing that their actions here will remain entirely secret from the public eye. Dane enthusiastically agrees, noting that it's an excellent location for training purposes. Before commencing their practice, he inquires if she has previously felt any ma. Layla confesses she has detected a little bit, though not enough to form a fulminant core, explaining that she attempted to absorb it by breathing it in. Her explanation makes Dane realize she hasn't reached the emission stage yet. He himself learned to feel man and actually on the battlefield, so he's utterly astonished that a powerful ducal house would actually teach this method. He decided to try a simpler method first, instructing her that the essential preliminary step was to register the incoming magical energy. Observing Layla's perplexed expression, Dane clarified that she needed internal control before external expulsion. Imagination, he stressed, was paramount. He told her to shut her eyes tight and mentally visualize the magical power swirling deep inside her. After several moments, however, she attempted it, but nothing whatsoever materialized. Dane recognized from her confused face that she hadn't truly grasped the instructions. Layla made another attempt, but once more, absolutely nothing happened. Frustrated, she complained to Dane, questioning why the exercise wasn't working for her. Dane reassured her, explaining that initial failures were standard, and advised her to focus again. Meanwhile, Count Sogris was discreetly observing the pair of young apprentices. He couldn't help but feel a rush of pride that his son, despite his young age, was already mentoring someone else. The sight truly solidified his belief that Dane had matured considerably. At that very moment, Duke Thermion crept up behind Sogris, demanding to know what he was doing here. The sudden inquiry caused Sogris' heart to nearly seize up with panic, but the Duke immediately told him there was no need to be so startled. He then questioned whether Sogris was spying on two young sweethearts enjoying a private moment. Count Sogris raised an eyebrow, asked what he meant by sweethearts, and wondered how the Duke had even appeared undetected. The Duke chuckled, amused that the Count had attempted to hide in plain sight, then reminded Sogris of his clumsy sneaking skills. particularly since his wife was the Empire's legendary assassin. Poor Sogris was left utterly speechless after being caught red-handed in his act of surreptitious observation. The Duke playfully chastised him, noting that if the castle's owner went around peeping on private affairs, rumors would inevitably circulate. Naturally, the devoted father grew annoyed and defensively claimed he was just keeping an eye on his boy. The Duke laughed upon hearing this, confessing that he, too, was simply following his own daughter. It quickly became apparent that both fathers were completely incorrigible. They stood there together, behaving exactly like a couple of teenagers trying to catch glimpses of their children's interactions, just as if they were gawking at ladies outside the school gate. Back with the children, Dane unzipped his dimensional pouch, and the girl was quite impressed that he already possessed such an item. Dane mentioned that his eldest sister had recently created it specifically for him as a thoughtful gift. Layla started to feel a sting of envy. Unlike him, her older brothers had completely ignored her once they started attending the academy. He then pulled out a handheld-looking glass from inside the magical pouch. The girl casually inquired about the mirror's purpose for the training. He explained that he brought it just in case it might prove useful. He reasoned that visualizing something internally was easier when looking at a mirror rather than relying purely on abstract mental imagery. He instructed the girl to stand directly in front of the mirror so she could see her entire reflection. The girl quickly positioned herself before the looking glass and began performing the magic limbo exercise again. This time, Dane could tell that she was approaching the task with genuine seriousness. She took a deep breath, while both overly fond fathers watched on. The children are sitting cross-legged on the floor, looking like they were about to conduct a secret meeting or perhaps auditioning for a low-budget yoga commercial. Duke couldn't resist mentioning that Leela seemed quite attached to Dane. Sogris wondered if that was truly the case, to which Duke explained yes, because Leela usually avoided strangers like they were bad smells. Sogris questioned Duke's assessment, saying she appeared to be a remarkably cheerful and intelligent little girl. Duke Thermion paused for a second, then remarked that while her exterior looked shiny, the interior was perhaps less sparkly, like a slightly broken robot. He began to explain that everything started to change when her brothers left home to attend the academy. Her mother became confined to her bed, meaning they couldn't spend time together like they used to. This whole situation made it tough for the girl to connect with people, and that's why she's struggling. The Count then asked why. If Duke was so aware of the issue, he continued to act so distant toward his own daughter. Thermion was genuinely touched that Sogris had been so observant and noticed this intentional behavior. He explained that during his son's upbringing, he had doted on them constantly, resulting in them turning into complete disasters. Sogris quickly reminded him not to assume Lilia would have the same outcome, adding that she'd probably give him an earful if she ever discovered his reasoning. It now clicked why she approached Dane for assistance instead of going to her father. Thermion playfully pointed at his friend, joking that he hadn't changed at all and still liked to lecture. The Count immediately fired back, asking when he'd ever done such a thing, especially since his observation was completely accurate. Duke switched topics, asking when Sogris planned to send his son to the capital city. He suggested that if Dane were coming, the ducal house would gladly open its doors wide and welcome him to stay at the castle. Sogris fell silent, glancing back at his child. Seeing Dane's happy expression, he simply stated that he would allow Dane to decide his own future. He has the freedom to choose his own direction, exactly like his older sisters did. We also noticed Miss Sogris observing the two overly enthusiastic fathers with amusement. She appeared thoroughly embarrassed by their absolutely shameless attempts at spying on the children. However, after a moment, she simply smiled. She understood that the intense devotion they felt for their offspring gave them a certain ridiculous superpower. She chose not to disrupt the moment, and pretended she hadn't witnessed anything at all. Returning to the children, Lilia thanked Dane for his assistance, declaring him a true genius. She confessed that while everyone labeled her a prodigy, next to him she felt like a complete novice. Dane casually scanned the area to make sure the two meddling fathers had actually departed, then reassured her that this was merely the beginning of her journey, and she would certainly gain strength as well. She proceeded to inquire if he intended to attend the academy, explaining it was the exclusive location where all the Empire's brilliant minds gathered. In response, he admitted he hadn't decided yet, saying he wasn't convinced he needed to go there since he felt he could become quite powerful through solo training. The young girl began to lecture him about his limited mindset, pointing out that going to the academy was simply about academics. It acted as the initial path to establishing a noble faction, and was crucial for creating valuable relationships at a young age. Dane was astonished that she was so insightful for a 7-year-old and grasped the complexities of the adult world so well. He finally formulated a response to her passionate argument. He stated that he was fully aware of these social tactics but simply wasn't interested in attending the academy right now. He still had a massive stack of unread books in the library, and much more to learn from his current environment. Lilia conceded that his point was valid, but asked if he really didn't want to play with children his own age, especially since she knew his older sisters were also attending the academy. It appeared Dane was losing the debate against her relentless pestering, so he attempted to dismiss her by saying he might go in the future if the mood struck him. She then instructed him to come to her home when he finally decided to visit the capital, establishing a promise to reconnect there. While discussing their future meeting, she suddenly recalled to ask him when exactly he intended to make his request. Now that he had finished teaching her everything, he simply shook his head and replied that he would inform her of his request once he arrived in the capital city. This revelation sent her into a state of shock, causing her to let out a high-pitched shriek of disbelief. She was likely stunned to hear he was actually going to the capital after all. The day of her departure finally arrived. As Lilia's carriage began its journey, Dane stared at the strange, rock-like object in his hand, a parting gift from his future father-in-law. The scene flashes back to the moment the Duke presented the mysterious item. When Dane asked what it was, the Duke simply expressed hope that he would enjoy it. He elaborated that the core principles of their Thermian house are centered around vengeance. The house symbols also include the sword and the blacksmith, a tribute to their family progenitor, who founded the house and established the finest forge in the empire, perhaps even the best on the entire continent. Every single weapon crafted under the Thermian name, which protected the empire, originated from that specific workshop. Naturally, our protagonist already possessed this knowledge, understanding from his past recollections that all the great armaments and artifacts were produced in the foremost forge on the continent. The Duke then explained that presenting the insignia at the forge would grant Dane a weapon of his choice. The rock wasn't just a rock, but a certified voucher for the holder's honor and skill. Count Sagrai was completely baffled upon witnessing the Duke give away such a valuable insignia, something even the imperial family coveted. The Duke merely patted his son-in-law on the head, advising him to grow up strong and help his father. His prospective wife gave him one last wave of farewell before they parted ways. In the present moment, his mother crouched beside him, noting his crestfallen expression, and asked if he was upset by their departure. He admitted he was, saying Lilia was practically his first friend. His mother reassured him by explaining that when he eventually travels to the capital, he will certainly see her again and will have become more handsome by then, which would surely impress her. He conceded his mother had a point. He couldn't stay here forever, and future opportunities to reunite would arise, so he silently wished her well until their next meeting. Meanwhile, within his moving carriage, the Duke's mind was still preoccupied with thoughts of Dane. He found it quite peculiar that whenever he observed the boy, he was invariably reminded of the legendary warrior, Argyrit. Argyrit had demonstrated the abilities of a triple-class warrior from a remarkably young age. He was convinced that if Argyrit had not died prematurely, he would have easily become one of the Dranic Empire's Hexaclass knights. Consequently, he hoped to see Dane again when the boy had matured and become stronger. Several days later, we find our protagonist sitting alone in front of the unhatched egg. He had been dutifully feeding it manna every morning and evening, now wondering if it might be too soon for the hatching process to begin. This egg contains a powerful familiar, and even non-summoners can infuse it with mana before hatching to imprint themselves as the master, thereby securing permanent control over a creature usually only available temporarily. He knew that his mana's quality must match the familiar's requirements, and he suspected many complex conditions still had not been met. He had heard tales that some eggs simply never hatch, because their prerequisites are never fulfilled, so he desperately hoped this wasn't one of those unfortunate cases. Despite altering the flow and strength of his mana, the egg offered no reaction whatsoever. Having poured forth a prodigious amount of stamina yet another time, tucking the egg away, he chastised himself for being ridiculously hopeful, realizing that expecting instant results was just plain gluttony. Out of nowhere, the head servant appeared by the archway, inquiring if young Dane was prepared to face the day. Right then, the mysterious incubator started to rumble and produce quite noticeable sounds. Dane bolted towards the shell container immediately, convinced he hadn't imagined that faint auditory signal. The senior attendant also charged through the doorway, demanding an explanation for the sudden ruckus. Dane instructed the man to hold his horses briefly while he performed a rapid inspection of the fragile object. Nevertheless, disappointment descended upon him once more, confirming his earlier enthusiasm had been completely wasted effort. Since the object felt exactly the same, the staff manager asked if there was any activation, prompting Dane to deny it, suggesting his ears were simply playing silly tricks on him. Eventually making his way into the workout gymnasium, he commenced his fencing drills straight away. Upon observing the flawless precision of his motions, the manservant became utterly delighted and thrilled, applauding while wanting to know exactly when he mastered the art of the blade. Dane shrugged the compliment aside, stating he merely felt like twirling the steel object casually, causing the attendant to heap lavish compliments upon him, declaring him a true prodigy even with a long sword. Gazing at the blade, Dane mused internally that studying a fresh armament, specifically the lance, was enjoyable, yet he always longed to unsheath a proper piece. Regrettably, he found himself unable to handle a sword throughout that period, because his watchful father maintained constant, intense scrutiny. Nevertheless, he was tremendously relieved he still knew how to wield the shiny thing. The attendant sprinted away immediately to procure sustenance, returning triumphantly with a gigantic platter overflowing with appetizing treats, insisting Dane consume a few nibbles prior to plunging back into his vigorous exercises. Concurrently, our attention shifts dramatically toward Earl Sugras, discovered staring vacantly outside the window, but utterly absorbed in deep contemplation. He admitted he was starting to feel quite fatigued from hosting this colossal annual dinner party repeatedly, but one silver lining was discovering via this gala that numerous high-ranking peers were keenly interested in the southern region. The majority seemed desperate to establish friendly relations with him, which provided a pleasant alteration to the status quo. Ever since hostilities concluded, the Southern Territory is vast in prosperity due to wonderful weather and irresistible opulent amenities desired by the aristocracy. Perhaps their burgeoning fascination should have been predictable from the beginning, but despite all this excitement, that amount of focus is truly dwarfed by the accolades young Dane is currently receiving. For context, the squabbles involving Count Tyrann's primary heir astonished Sugras, but Dane navigated the whole mess with impressive sophistication. He meticulously and reasonably presented his case before the older generation, an incredibly powerful display where he proudly demonstrated his raw potential. He often observes that his boy seems suspiciously over-developed for his chronological bracket, occasionally hoping Dane would behave slightly more foolishly like his contemporaries, maybe kicking back just once. Since the official exercise time was fast approaching, he understood he needed to march directly to the specialized fitness facility. He retrieved the mythical lance, known as Dragon Tail, resolving to have Dane practice some overhead maneuvers with it this afternoon. However, the instant he strode onto the field while grasping the impressive pole weapon, he became petrified upon noticing Dane enthusiastically flourishing his sharpened cutlass and said, "No." He desperately wanted to understand the reason behind this sudden weapon swap. His thoughts raced, and he became absolutely certain that Blasted Duke had whispered nefarious suggestions, concluding that Dane wouldn't possibly be utilizing a sword after devoting so much time to pike proficiency. The old man remains stationary, witnessing his offspring execute various flashy maneuvers with that sharp metal toothpick. Truthfully, the boy appears surprisingly competent, as if he actually possesses a clue about combat. Such raw power would baffle even the grumpiest veterans, causing the parent to speculate about when these skills were acquired. Yet it remains crystal clear that the lad is an absolute natural with blades. Eventually, the elder shouts toward the youngster, inquiring about the exact moment he mastered those fancy tricks. Since the long-hidden truth has escaped like a crazy pig at a fair, the youth figures honesty is the smartest policy, confessing that zero actual training ever took place. This revelation leaves the patriarch thoroughly baffled, pondering whether his spawn has simply unlocked another cheat code in his biological hardware. The man begins rambling about how his spawn already mastered pokey sticks, wizardry, sneaky stabbing, monster calling, and now swinging heavy iron as well. The patriarch mentions that any racial stranger would call poppycock on a toddler excelling in every single deadly hobby under the sun. Following that, he probes the child regarding any interest in exploring the vast lands located outside their giant stone fences. The kid appears quite dazed, struggling to decipher the cryptic rambling coming from his paternal unit. Pops suggests that venturing into the unknown is wise, claiming this tiny kingdom cannot contain such massive talent, and rotting indoors would be a tragic waste of potential. A gloomy sensation hits the boy once he understands his progenitor is ready to let the bird fly, leading him to accept the invitation to study the planetary surface. The father grins and swiftly cuts the chatter, announcing that training for the harsh reality of adulthood begins immediately. He acknowledges the emotional sting of departure, though he feels obligated to honor the lad's internal compass. Next, he offers the long stick, claiming he retrieved a particularly fancy gift for today. The boy requires very few seconds to identify the legendary artifact sitting right in front of his nose. Plus the patriarch erases all uncertainty by clarifying that this weapon is the legendary tail of a giant fire lizard, the jagged tool that wobbled during his very first birthday celebration of surviving infancy. The father reaches out, nudging the youngster to grasp the majestic handle. As soon as the kid handles the weapon, the metallic object begins to vibrate, while the lad senses a massive bolt of electricity dancing across the metallic shaft. Pops giggles, Noting the response is significantly more aggressive than during that diaper-wearing phase of his existence. Besides, no person alive would judge an inanimate object for such an enthusiastic behavior. The man declares with immense pride that the boy must become a polar expert before departing, so he should prepare for a workout. A promise is made that the legendary lizard tail will eventually belong to him, provided he develops enough muscle to carry it without looking ridiculous. The youth gives his word to grind relentlessly and show respect for the old man's lethal curriculum. Afterward, tucked away in his sleeping quarters, the boy's brain is absolutely buzzing with visions of the world outside. He possessed a constant itch for exploration, even while wasting away during endless shifts in the muddy trenches of conflict. During his grunt days, life consisted solely of violent brawls, pitching tents, scrubbing blood off gear, and consuming flavorless mush, plus sharpening pointy trinkets regarding imminent violent picnic. Exit strategies involved either global peace or becoming a very decorated corpse. Frankly, such options seemed solitary. Yet facing a boring civilian future, he struggles imagining any existence without constant explosion. Regardless, the lad recognizes a need to snag this golden ticket. Our hero remains oblivious regarding skill application, social acceptance, or potential trophies found beyond horizons. However, finally, opportunities arise for wandering, peeking under rocks, and mastering random whimsical hobbies. Initially, his peak desire involved lounging around within this toasty, comfy environment, yet due to fatherly prying, brain gears rotated, leading him toward touching grass with significant levels of daydream. His female progenitor teleports inside his quarters, causing a brief, panicked heart fluttering, questioning her arrival time. This lethal woman jokes he was too mentally lost to notice her gentle pounding. Clearly she is fibbing, because professional shadows move silently. Then she probes his wanderlust, receiving an exceptionally eager nod, mentioning pop called local living a skill drain. After reflecting, he confesses interest in foreign soil before offering regrets, though she cuddles him, dismissing guilt. He notes his absent siblings while voicing nerves about exiting the nest. Mom comforts him knowing his prowess is legendary, suggesting that even with resistance, destiny would eventually drag him out. Keeping her boy home sounds fantastic, yet the planet refuses to allow such a specimen to sit idle. Thus Mom pushes the bird toward flight, punting whatever silly dreams he chooses. The lad swears that despite moving away, he will visit frequently to spill all the spicy global tea. Gratified, she decides to cram lethal wisdom into his skull before departure, mirroring his father's impending training regimen, while he verbalizes confusion regarding her specific curriculum of mysterious instructions. She enthusiastically rambles concerning schooling him in every nuance of sneaky stabbing, prating about her murderous expertise. The boy anticipates a schedule packed with grueling fatigue before he ever touches grass. Basically, she informs him that a mountain of tricks requires mastering, plus the boy pledges to attempt his absolute toughest while studying. Observing her, he contemplates the absurdity of receiving specialized lethal tutoring from his own matriarch. Saturated in affection, decades vanish, as visuals shift toward those sun-drenched southern Altheon Empire provinces. Sagres County represents territory celebrated specifically because of tropical weather plus mountains of free loot. This district evolved into a vital pillar, sustaining national strength throughout the violent kerfuffle. Due to Count Sagres' chill management, the area overflows with tranquility and sunshine. At last, as conflict fizzles out, those punny bands of naughty traitors are now behind bars. This bold vision sought to forge endless quiet for all, a colossal undertaking. On a particularly splendid morning, the populace hummed with fervent whispers, sparked by the distinguished junior Lord Dane's recent appearance at a small bounty. The ceaseless chatter revolved around the shopkeeper's eldest daughter, who, upon glimpsing him, quite literally collapsed in a dramatic heap. The womenfolk huddled, exchanging hushed whispers that his comeliness grew exponentially each sunrise, lamenting their desperate longing for just one fleeting peek at his visage. A persistent whisper claimed he remained blissfully unattached, igniting a tiny flicker of opportunity in their hearts. But a sensible companion swiftly interjected, reminding everyone that he was merely 14 and to cease their unseemly infatuation with a literal child. Subsequently, one of the gossiping women ventured that whispers suggested Dane appeared anything but a mere 14 candles old. He had already attained the towering stature of Count Sagres himself, with some even declaring he could effortlessly pass for a 20-year-old, a truly alarming growth spur. Right then, we shall put an end to this idle chatter, and personally observe just how much our young man has sprouted. To do so, our focus now shifts to the fringes of Sagres County, far from city limits. This region, steeped in primeval enchantments, bears the rather ominous moniker, the Forest of Finality. Within these shadowed depths, young Dane undertakes a unique assignment, thoughtfully handed down by his formidable mother, Lily Sagres. We briefly espy him, clutching a formidable spear in one fist, quite ready for trouble. Meanwhile, his other hand grasped a piece of fabric, possibly a navigational chart, or perhaps a rather fancy napkin. My educated guess is truly uncertain. Regardless of its identity, he had already plotted his precise trajectory, leaving no room for guesswork. With merely 3 fleeting hours remaining until dusk, he keenly understood the urgent necessity of exiting these woods before twilight fully enveloped them in shadowy gloom. Thus, his perilous adventure commenced. He pounded through the dense woodlands, with the astonishing nimbleness of a stealthy forest sprite. The paramount objective for this endeavor was decidedly avoiding capture by any hostile parties, a tricky business. Throughout this escape on it, Kane absolutely had to evade the numerous snares and hideouts thoughtfully prepared by his mother, and then somehow extricate himself from this woodland labyrinth teeming with a myriad of additional perils. Following a sustained period of athletic bounding, he then graciously returned to solid earth. Likely with a sigh of relief, he drew in a ponderous breath. He absorbed the very essence of the atmosphere and ambient vigor, retaining it briefly before expelling it in a most deliberate fashion. As soon as he truly embraced secrecy and blended seamlessly into his environment, concealed contraptions began unmasking their traitorous forms. At this precise juncture, his keen gaze discerned slender, almost invisible filaments woven intricately across the landscape. He was well aware that merely brushing against these nearly undetectable strands would trigger every single perilous device. While a remarkably simple contraption, its very straightforwardness contributed to its alarming lethality, a classic setup. However, to his immense relief, this particular obstacle appeared laughably straightforward to neutralize. Suddenly, grotesque, rodent-esque beasts scurried into the open clearing, and the instant their beady eyes fixated upon young Dane's lone figure, they squandered not a solitary second, immediately launching themselves forward in a frenzied, tooth and claw assault. A massive squad of furry monsters suddenly materialized, which utterly ruined his intentions for a peaceful afternoon walk. Even more alarming was the way this entire fuzzy marathon team sprinted toward him like he was a free pizza. Before these pests collided with those invisible wires, he had to neutralize them with extreme prejudice. However, he hesitated, realizing that accidentally triggering those lethal gadgets would be a hilariously tragic way to perish. No time remained for dawdling, so the adventurer decided it was high time to make a very hasty exit. He bolted away immediately. Seconds later, those pesky rodents tripped his brilliantly hidden mechanism. Sharp metallic surprises launched from every single angle, snagging the unfortunate vermin who failed their basic survival intelligence tests. Tricking these squeaky idiots into his web of doom had clearly been the master strategy from the beginning. He felt quite satisfied since nature and engineering performed the dirty work without requiring his personal intervention. Suddenly, he spotted one particularly stubborn survivor that refused to accept its obvious fate. Closing the gap, the hairy beast launched itself toward him like a furry missile. Our hero stayed engaged in some mortal combat against the remaining oversized rodent. That creature moved with alarming velocity, nearly matching his pace like a caffeinated hamster on a wheel. That massive rodent drifted around a corner and prepared for another round of unwelcome violence. Swapping tactic, the monster coughed up some weirdly colored mystery goo from its gross mouth like a projectile. He analyzed the incoming projectile, which looked like toxic waste, and realized getting hit would definitely ruin his laundry. Twirling his weapon, he swatted that disgusting phlegm away with surprising grace. Clenching his jaw, the warrior decided he was done playing games with this oversized, chunky piece of vermin. Playing safe was for losers, so he flipped the script and went full aggressive mode on the creature. Strange luminous vapor gathered near him while he zeroed in on that specific victim like a starving wolf, executing a terrifyingly fast sequence of strikes. He showed off why people shouldn't mess with his polearm. Soaring through the sky, he kept his gaze glued to the enemy like a heat-seeking missile. Consequently, the monster's skull became 2 separate pieces, allowing the cool guy to walk away without looking back. Then he simply zoomed away to finish the quest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he finally crawled to the finish line. Totally drained of energy, he gasped for oxygen while fighting the urge to decorate the grass with his lunch. Thankfully, the spooky woods and their nightmare residents were finally a thing of the distant past. Without warning, some savage energy radiated from those bushes, triggering anxiety about whether this nightmare session actually concluded. The warrior scrambled upright, instantly loathing his stupid choice to relax inside a dangerous combat area. Right as the lad prepared for tackling a spooky shadow, he froze similar to some malfunctioning robot. Turns out it was merely dear Mama Lily, who purposefully acted like a ninja to grade his reflexes, which he totally nailed. Plus, his sprint through the creepy woods clocked in at 3.5 hours, beating even his mother's legendary speed. She trailed him like a helicopter parent, because no sane mom leaves her kid solo in a literal death trap of nature. Lily recognized his freakish skills better than anyone, though her maternal instincts kept her worrying like a nervous hen regardless. After watching Dane crush this challenge, Lily failed to spot even one mistake in his outdoor survival and flexible thinking. Pinching his face like a proud grandma, she joked that professional killers would soon be knocking on his door for employment. To celebrate his victory lap, Lily whipped out her favorite pointy toy from her top-tier murder days, figuring the blade suited her offspring much better these days. Henceforth, the Knifethorn was officially Dane's new favorite sharp toy. Lily happily handed the mythical shank to her kid, since she was basically retired from the stabbing business at this point. This Knifethorn thing was forged from spooky magic metal, a material capable of copying the properties of basically anything it touches. He could turn it into a pourable toxic smoothie bar, soaking up every venom imaginable to create his own deadly chemical cocktails. Dane offered deep gratitude for the fancy family heirloom, promising to keep his new sharp friend in prison, stabbing condition. This officially concluded his masterclass in professional vanishing taught by his dear mother. Exactly when they started packing up to return to their comfy beds, the family pair overheard a deep, horrific shriek echoing quite close. That nasty noise originated from the darkest bowels of the woods, so they naturally trotted off to see what was screaming. Skipping ahead several sunrises, our story relocates deep within the massive stone masonry of the Sawgrass County Annex Tower. Within a spare bedroom, some guy jolted awake hacking and yelling like he saw a ghost, rocking a long white mane and messy facial hair. This bewildered stranger fought for oxygen after his very involuntary and sweaty nap. Glancing around the fancy suite, he questioned his location, vaguely recalling a questionable forest mushroom that tasted like a bad decision. The entrance groaned wide, and Dane appeared holding liquid refreshments, advising the fellow to stay put while his body flushed out the various toxins. Dane clarified that the senior citizen had snacked on a toxic red-nosed fungus. Luckily, the duo rescued him before he kicked the bucket. The geezer remembered those colorful fungi, never imagining that a tiny snack could actually be a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Had our heroes been sluggish, this ancient dude would be worm food, but instead, Dane offered him a refreshing glass of hydration. Realizing his throat was probably dessert, the youth curiously scrutinized the peculiar features of the elderly face, spotting a waist strap featuring the Nixian magic tower crest among the elder's gear. He realized this fossil was certainly no regular civilian. Had Knifethorn not vacuumed up the lethal toxins coursing through his veins, the senior citizen would have definitely kicked the bucket. Following the elderly traveler's return to sanity, the man questioned his surroundings, causing Dane to clarify that their present refuge was the Sawgrass Auxiliary Spire. The senior likely lost his bearings in the south, got intoxicated by those cursed fungi, and staggered further into the southern wilderness. Dane suggested staying horizontal for a while, mentioning that his father, the Count, would be arriving for a consultation shortly. The lad gave a polite bow, identifying himself as Dane Sawgrass, the baby of the family, and the Count's youngest heir. Gramps looked impressed because he recognized the name Arabella Sawgrass, that magical prodigy every tower in the land was trying to kidnap. Dane mentioned they stumbled upon his unconscious carcass in the woods while he was out doing drills with his terrifying mother. The senior nearly performed a spit kick with his beverage upon discovering that fact, since those chaotic woods had absolutely demolished his pride. Despite being a high-tiered AA's chain wizard, he got turned around, and his internal energy backfired like a cheap car, pulverizing his innards. That whole woodland was saturated with prehistoric energy, and it was also packed with invisible hazards that could ruin any traveler's stay. As Sawgrass owned acreage, that timberland acted as a mortal threat toward strangers, specifically as the primeval wavelengths there cause current day mages to feel like they are wading through molasses. It eventually dawned on the senior citizen that he would have been worm food without Dane's timely intervention. He further suspected the youth was a literal freak of nature for being able to survive playground practice in such a demonic environment. Dane even brewed the pharmaceutical concoction required to prevent the seasoned wizard from meeting his makers prematurely. Though barely out of puberty, the boy possessed the crazy alchemy skills required to brew complex cures that usually take decades to master. The veteran wizard couldn't wrap his head around how the Sawgrass bloodline managed to hog all the talent. Aside from possessing two world-class prodigies in sorcery and summoning, the family's smallest runt appeared to be a supernatural freak. Had the world still been embroiled in conflict, the Sawgrass household would likely be the supreme power within the Altheon Empire. The elder expressed his thanks to Dane, admitting he was fortunate to be alive. He felt quite stunned by the boy's remarkably courageous and blunt way of speaking. Regardless, he insisted that he consistently repays any life-saving debts he manages to incur. For starters, the senior citizen formally announced his identity as Sadrain Goss, former sovereign of the Nixian Spire. Before encouraging Dane to name any compensation his heart desired, the youth merely smirked at the elder's subtle bragging. Assuming the wizard was a wealthy hobo who stored his life in a subspace dimension, Sidrain was baffled by the lack of trembling, since usually folks pee themselves in front of a tower master. Yet this kid remained totally chill, striving to reclaim his dignity. The man pressed Dane to identify any gift he wanted without showing any bashfulness. The youth went silent for a heartbeat, appearing to calculate exactly how much he could squeeze out of the legendary magical grandfather. Sidrain grinned, waiting to flick his resources and prove he was a reliable man of his word, but Dane simply requested some extra time to ponder the offer, leaving Sidrain hanging and denying him the pleasure of acting like a grand benefactor. Dane headed for the exit, wishing the legendary wizard a fast bounce back while suggesting he keep his eyes closed for a while. Once that youthful rascal eventually exited the chamber, Sidrain remained perched atop the mattress, utterly stunned by such a chilled-out brat. That lad became the absolute trailblazer by handling Sidrain similar to an ordinary street performer. Senior Sidrain toyed with the notion of departing after a short 48-hour nap or so. However, that plan changed fast. The geezer discovered a fascinating southern lad and craved more dirt regarding Dane. The boy nonchalantly briefed Herman on Sidrain, while the servant geeked out saying chain wizards rule the realm, the absolute zenith of power. Consequently, a major player owed Dane a solid, since wizarding spires act like autonomous states around here, basically tiny countries with pointy hats. Essentially, the senior represented an incredibly dominant societal powerhouse. Nevertheless, curiosity remains concerning why the tower principal wandered those woods, although such a location was eerie. Wizards terrifyingly naming it the Woods of Final Sunsets. Purely assessing that specific label, one realizes it certainly isn't that weapon within his grasp, while directing Herman to obtain another tool. Prior tools he utilized started feeling extremely pawnee and brief against his physique. Fortunately, there existed a massive collection of armaments obtained via the Kemp's pillaging. Thus tomorrow Dane might finally practice utilizing an actual longsword. Presently the lad might simply utilize that flimsy toothpick when concluding his athletic exercises. Actually, he still carried that badge from Duke Thermian, which was essentially a golden ticket to craft any gear he desired. 7 winters drifted by following that period. The youth reminisced regarding pleasant memories, intending to guest at Thermian's land initially whenever visiting the metropolis. Following exercise sessions, the youth encountered his daddy by the arena, assuming his elder performed duties away from home. Nonetheless, he appeared quite prematurely. Outward affairs finished promptly, compelling his lordship to return quickly, while welcoming that tower leader resting inside their spare bedroom. His desire centered on Sidrain Gost mentoring Arabella, seeing as that last truly necessitated premium instruction eventually. The lad additionally contemplated requesting tower leadership assist his sibling, yet questioned whether that patriarch might manage such spicy behavior, having learned Arabella decked an upperclassman for being irritating. Whatever the circumstances, Sogris lauded his offspring regarding heroic deeds and life preservation, albeit purely performing standard obligations. Yet the boy deliberately strove toward performing actions which mere mortals rarely accomplish. That boy transformed into a marvelous paragon of masculine excellence. While the seasons marched onward, it became increasingly problematic for the old man to witness his progeny, since Arabella concluded her studies to Pagan Academy, whereas Claire recently accepted a role as a junior faculty member. Such expense accompanies creating remarkably gifted progeny. Naturally, Claire plus Arabella behaved exceptionally independently. Nonetheless, that noble harbored massive ambitions concerning his unique son. Frequently the man speculates how civilization could manage a chap holding numerous gifts. His lordship truly craved that specific instant where that adversary, bother me in, witnessed exactly how much Ding flourished. Countless winters escaped following his spiritual arrival inside Sogris' territory. Nevertheless, fantasizing about swinging metal versus the Thermian leader remains the guy's primary focus. Still, he couldn't help but ponder how Leela was managing up in the capital. The last correspondence arrived a solid year ago, which either meant she was extremely busy or a terrible pen pal. Dane, for his part, was quite excited to swing through the capital and see just what antics she had been involved in since then. Just a few days passed before Sidrain started grumbling about feeling crazy, like a caged badger, from being confined to the guest room. While still on the mend, the attending physician strongly advised against any long-distance wandering and, most critically, forbade him from dabbling in any magical endeavors. His magic reflex had not fully cleared up, plus the nasty poison still lingering inside him hadn't been completely neutralized, meaning he definitely required more time to rest and convalesce properly. Sidrain truly didn't have any options available to him. He hadn't experienced life without magic in quite some time. So this new situation felt like an extremely unwelcome change of pace. However, he absolutely could not tolerate being stuck in that room all day long, so he wandered out of the door. Despite having zero sense of direction within the annex, The doctor, knowing exactly how these situations unfold, worried that the old fellow would cause trouble, leaving him to deal with the inevitable fallout. After Cedrain had been confined to the guest room for just a few days, the housekeepers started whispering rumors about the strange old man, agreeing that all mages are either brilliant prodigies or certified lunatics. A few maids had already witnessed Cedrain repeatedly pacing up and down every single floor of the annex, only to see him transition to staring intensely at the garden flowers for hours on end. The maids heard rumors of the old man being an immensely powerful mage, but all they actually saw was a crazy old eccentric, causing them to worry for their Lady Arabella. In reality, Cedrain was absolutely captivated by the estate's beautifully designed garden, which was more than just pretty flowers. He never would have suspected that the seemingly simple arrangement of plants actually possessed such an extraordinary level of underlying magic. Dane finally approached the old man, having searched nearly everywhere for him, only to discover Cedrain loitering in the garden. Cedrain really didn't enjoy being stuck in this foreign location until he had made a complete recovery. Of course, everyone around him simply wanted the best possible outcome for his health, regardless of his personal feelings. This particular area was indeed an excellent spot for rest and recuperation. He finally understood why so many wealthy nobles flocked south once vacation season rolled around. Dane adored this region and felt a pang of regret that he would have to depart soon. Curiosity piqued. Cedrain inquired of the young man where his ultimate destination would be. Dane nonchalantly informed him that he was headed to the capital soon, leading Cedrain to automatically conclude that the young man must be attending the academy. After all, both of Dane's sisters were incredibly prominent figures within that highly esteemed establishment. Although the Sugru's daughters were celebrated for their extraordinary talents, Cedrain found himself far more interested in Dane's personal aptitude. Therefore, he infused mana into his vision, deciding to discreetly size up the young man for himself. He was absolutely astonished to discover a roaring, untamed wave of pure, potent power surging within the young man's body. Cedrain's eyes widened to an almost comical degree. He had never encountered mana that felt so dense before, as this boy's sheer power density was truly unprecedented. While other geniuses in his age bracket were merely small streams, Dane was a massive, raging rapid capable of clearing everything in its path. Typically, having such a massive quantity of magic in such a young vessel would render the individual dangerously unstable and constantly on the verge of exploding. But Dane defied this rule. Dane finally interrupted the old man, calling him out for assessing his magic without consent and bluntly labeling it as incredibly rude behavior. Cedrain stopped his magical prodding awkwardly, quickly praising the young man for noticing, offering an apology, and admitting he might have acted thoughtlessly. Internally, Cedrain was still struggling to comprehend how Dane managed to contain such wild power within himself, concluding that in all his years as an archmage, this young man was a completely unique phenomenon. Dane was completely baffled by the ancient man's bizarre reaction, wondering what exactly had just set off the old-timer's internal alarm bells. Cedrain's eyes were so fixated on the sheer, overwhelming power of Dane's mana that he completely missed the fact that the kid didn't possess a magic circle. With mana so potent, forming one should have been a walk in the park. The old gentleman's face scrunched up into a look of absolute dread as he processed the horrible disaster that had apparently befallen this unfortunate young man. Cedrain focused his gaze into Dane's core, spotting two full-fledged mana centers. It was certainly an astonishing achievement for someone so young to possess a pair of them. Yet, the ancient magic user seemed absolutely enraged that Dane had chosen such a foolish path. He calculated that taking such ridiculously concentrated power and dedicating it solely to poking things with a spear was a special brand of nonsense. Cedrain truly felt that Dane crafting cores instead of circles was an unforgivable sacrilege. The boy had essentially spit on the most extraordinary gift the archmage had witnessed in his entire life. Baffled by the grumpy old man's outburst, Dane politely inquired if combining both mana cores and magic circles at the same time might be an option. This perfectly reasonable suggestion, however, only managed to throw gasoline on the old wizard's fiery rage. He clutched his temple, overwhelmed by the sheer waste of ability. The wizard couldn't even begin to articulate the horrifying consequences of the deep the pit Dane had fallen into. Cedrain questioned whether the lad knew why magic swordsmen typically had such short life expectancies. The issue, he explained, arose from possessing both cores and circles at the same time, leading to constant internal conflict. This clash creates a massive headache, a kind of unwritten law. The core's compressed energy transfers to the circle, causing an overload that inevitably shatters the magic structure into a million pieces. Dane possessed a rough understanding of the issue, yet he hadn't fully grasped just how catastrophically bad it truly was. Cedrain's mood soured considerably upon seeing the planet's most promising talent being squandered on nothing more than spear training. Dane nervously inquired if pursuing magic was completely out of the question without a circle. Sidrain clarified that while not strictly forbidden, attempting to refine mana for advanced spells without that framework was theoretically borderline impossible. Furthermore, a countless number of people had attempted this theoretical route, but every single attempt Sidrain had personally observed ended in spectacular disaster. Despite all the discouraging warnings, Dane was absolutely determined to give this ridiculous path his best try. While he hadn't truly tested this theory yet, he simply possessed an internal certainty that he could conjure magic without the necessary refinement provided by a magic circle. Sidrain concluded the poor kid had completely lost his marbles. Without further delay, Dane set to work immediately, using his prior knowledge to reconfigure a magic sequence he knew by heart. Following the manipulation of runes and ambient mana, the entire process actually proceeded without a hitch. Utilizing the adjusted magical code, he successfully conjured a basic fire spell that produced a surprisingly potent explosion. All lingering uncertainties vanished the moment he succeeded. It was just a simple, single, link spell, but he had managed to cast magic without relying on a magic circle. Sidrain's jaw literally dropped to the floor in absolute disbelief. After all, basic common sense decreed that a person absolutely couldn't cast spells if they didn't possess a magic circle. Throughout his extensive tenure overseeing the Naxian Magic Tower, he had absolutely never encountered a phenomenon like this. Dane persisted with altering the magic sequence, successfully constructing a mana barrier to shield his entire body. He clarified that Arabella had previously noted his exceptionally high magical affinity, speculating that this might be why he could accomplish such unbelievable feats with mana. While Sidrain considered that was possible, what Dane was currently demonstrating went far beyond the boundaries of established magical theory. Sidrain Goss had reigned supreme at the zenith of magic for decades. This was the first time he truly understood the awe felt by common folk when faced with the elite's extraordinary abilities. He was watching genuine reality, bending innate genius. In the meantime, Dane simply found it entertaining that he had actually managed to successfully cast the spells. The ancient archmage's knees wobbled with a mixture of excitement and sheer shock. This boy possessed a mystical soul so concentrated it made every other wizard look like watery soup. Our young fellow represents the ultimate rarity, an absolute one-off phenomenon. Driven by desperation, the old master instantly implored the kid to join him as an elite student. That geriatric fellow worked incredibly hard attempting to persuade the boy into accepting his antique lessons, because letting a talent like that escape would honestly constitute an atrocity against the whole planet. Our hero felt truly fed up regarding the geezer's persistence, until they discussed utilizing dual link incantations. Since the youngster lacked any experience with advanced codes, launching superior weaponry stayed physically impossible. The master laughed, claiming that with proper coaching, the youth could fire fold blasts, but his offer was rejected. The wizard's fuse was burning short. Out of nowhere, Sugris interrupted, giggling over how intimate the ancient wizard and his boy had become. When queried regarding their chat, the lad frankly explained that the fossil kept demanding he become a pupil. The wizard finally displayed some decorum towards the landlord, praising the child's destiny as a legendary practitioner. The teacher emphasized that the boy's path looks incredibly bright, considering he performs sorcery without using any diagrams. A combat expert like the Lord knew that achieving such results was actually quite terrifying and miraculous. Currently, the dad felt totally unfazed by his child's monstrous acts, like performing sorcery without any formal training. The landlord complimented the former tower leader for noticing the lad's gift, yet claimed only the term genius suits such a hybrid fencer. That particular sentence caused Arkan to visualize his hair abandoning his pike to play with sharp metal sticks. His cheerful spirit died instantly, replaced by a thick cloud of palpable and intense parental fury. That specific job title for a blade user simply felt wrong. The boy shuddered since the wizard uttered a term which should strictly remain unsaid while around the parent. Blind to the tension, Sidrain persisted in promoting a blade-wielding career, vowing to personally transform the teenager into our kingdom's mightiest warrior. Once the scholar actually perceived the count's shift in temperament, the moment for damage control had long passed. The parent bellowed that his offspring would never touch a blade, while the sorcerer shouted back regarding how steel and mysticism perfectly accommodate such a gifted child. The Lord persisted in his tirade about his hair never wielding blades, insisting the lad was destined for spear-based divinity. That ancient man eventually discovered the true source of friction. The youth attempted to become invisible while his father took deep breaths to avoid a complete mental collapse. The elderly master had no previous experience dealing with a domestic unit this fundamentally strange and broken. Within the mystical community, entering a formal mentorship represents a heavy spiritual obligation. High-level sorcerers typically develop successors via a sacred transfer called inheritance. a dusty habit surviving since antiquity despite the widespread rise of public mystical colleges. Sidrine sought a primary heir for every discovery achieved by himself and every previous master. When an incredibly powerful wizard keeps begging you to join their club, you start feeling pretty good about your skills. A weird, new sensation began buzzing through his veins like he'd just found out where the snacks are hidden. Having mastered the rudimentary spells, he finally grasped the fundamentals of sorcery. He recalled a present from Arabella, a magical crystal ball, basically an ancient version of video chat, perfect for checking in with his sibling. Getting Arabella's take on things seemed smart, so Dane unearthed the crystal ball and powered it up with his magical energy. He sent a mental ping to Arabella, who was in the middle of a very exciting study session at the Academy's library. She recognized his mental voice, which completely threw her off guard, immediately dropping her studies and grinning, because her little brother was actually calling. Predictably, Arabella was absolutely flabbergasted when she heard Dane could cast a wand. Chain spell completely bypasses the need for a magic circle. While she knew his mana affinity was ridiculously strong, she hadn't anticipated this kind of over-the-top breaking rules talent. Magic circles primarily exists to cleanse and channel energy, suggesting Dane's raw mana might already be clean enough for direct use. To prove her theory, Arabella decided to ship a mana stone via the transmission device in Dane's room for a proper purity inspection. It certainly helped having Arabella around for this kind of arcane troubleshooting. She's a well-known chain mage and provides excellent emotional support. Arabella calculated that since Dane was now capable of performing chain-level sorcery, he'd become an instant celebrity, which was exactly the opposite of what he ever wanted. It was unavoidable, however, since talent always attracts a crowd. But Arabella promised her little brother she would absolutely obliterate anyone who dared mess with him. Switching topics to bullies, Dane mentioned the rumor about Arabella breaking the nose of a senior from the Duel Duchy, which immediately got Arabella worked up about the nasty creep. Remembering she was having this conversation in a very public place, she made a conscious effort to dial back her fury. Regardless, she speculated that Dane's mana purity might improve even further given time, an intriguing possibility to explore together. Sadly, their chat was abruptly terminated when one of the professors summoned Arabella away from her work. They exchanged farewells, and she reiterated her promise to transmit the mana stone as soon as possible. It finally dawned on Dane that he might actually be pioneering a new, unprecedented form of magical advancement. Given how incredibly pure his mana was, he jokingly mused that maybe he had a dragon's heart thumping away in his chest. Sidrine remained marooned in the annex for his healing, and trying to peek at Dane with magic only aggravated his reflux, meaning he was stuck there even longer. If only that boy would take his deal, Sidrine would cement his reputation as the greatest teacher in magical history. He pondered what trick he could use to persuade the young man, especially since Dane clearly wasn't impressed by chain magic. Perhaps he ought to tempt him with a ridiculously valuable artifact or hand over a lineage's worth of refined magical knowledge. But if he put his valuables on the table immediately, he risked being swindled, leaving him completely destitute. Just as he was brainstorming for solutions, a sharp knock echoed from the door. Sidrine hoped the boy was there to offer an apology, or perhaps to finally accept the incredibly generous proposition. Dane had sought out the grumpy old wizard because he needed to get something off his chest. Sidrine immediately assumed that the young man had finally come to his senses and wanted to become a disciple, but Dane quickly shot down that ridiculous assumption. It wasn't that he disliked magic entirely. In fact, Sidrine asked if he already had a master, perhaps, which explained his persistent refusals. That, too, was incorrect. Feeling like he was being completely played, Sidrine demanded to know what on earth the young man actually wanted to talk about. The answer, surprisingly, was simple. Dane lacked knowledge of the rearrangement code for chain magic, and trying to learn from his far-away sister was too difficult. The most logical solution was to learn directly under Sidrine, who happened to be an actual archmage. The cantankerous old geezer still owed him for the rescue, making refusal impossible. Dane confessed to the elder that he didn't intend to pursue solely the path of a mage. He wouldn't just become a magic spearman either. He wanted to become a magic spearman assassin, summoner. As far as Sidrine knew, such an outlandish combination of skills simply did not exist anywhere. Heck, Dane even mentioned adding swordsman to that already ridiculous title. The utter absurdity of the youngster's aspirations thoroughly exasperated Sidrine. To pursue that twister of a title, Dane absolutely had to avoid becoming the old magic tower head's disciple. Sidrine recognized the young man's determined nature, seeing he was completely set in his ways. Then, a cunning idea sparked in his mind. The elderly mage rose from his seat and asked if Dane would be interested in receiving a letter of recommendation instead, since Dane planned to apply to the academy. A glowing recommendation from the former head of Nixian Magic Tower would be an enormous boost to his reputation. Dane considered the proposal for a moment, and concluded that it certainly wasn't a bad deal under the circumstances, so he accepted the recommendation letter, and since they were in the middle of negotiating, he added a second request. Cidrain chuckled to himself, convinced that the youngster was finally giving in. He thought he could start tightening his grasp on an unparalleled genius, capitalizing on the old man's apparent generosity. Dane asked if he could also learn the rearrangement code for 2 chain magic, which should be trivial for Cidrain. The old wizard did, after all, possess the knowledge of every rearrangement code for 2 chain magic in existence. Dane was still just a novice, so handing over a recommendation for the academy and a few magic codes seemed like a small concession. Even if Cidrain wasn't currently in top 4, Cidrain decided they could begin their studies immediately. Dane let out a sly little smirk, knowing he had successfully hooked a truly massive fish. He extended his hand and announced that, with everything on the table, Cidrain's debt for being saved could now be considered completely settled, since he owed Dane a massive amount of gratitude. Cidrain had offered him a blank check for favors, so here he was, simply cashing in on exactly what he wanted. Cidrain absolutely despised being played for a fool in this manner. He had genuinely believed he was finally acquiring a disciple. Dane's response to the invitation to become a proper disciple remained identical, a definitive, absolute refusal. The seasoned-old archmage had been completely outsmarted by a mere 14-year-old boy, refusing to admit defeat. Cidrain insisted that the young man had demanded 2 separate things when Cidrain only owed him for a single act of service. The younger man, however, had a different interpretation of the situation. First on the list, he had rescued the elderly mage from the dangerous forest while Cidrain was unconscious. Secondly, he had neutralized the potent poison ravaging Cidrain's vital systems. He even noted that he could count carrying the comatose old man all the way back to the annex as a third deed, but decided to call that one a bonus. Cidrain found himself completely out of arguments, having been cornered by a logical assault he couldn't possibly counter. The old man truly marveled at how a kid this bold, audacious enough to challenge an archmage, could actually exist. So, Cidrain and Dane finally settled down to conduct their lessons inside the training hall. The old man grudgingly acknowledged that Dane might not become his official apprentice, yet he decided to keep buttering up the child just in case the kid had a sudden change of heart later. Cidrain simply couldn't stomach the thought of letting this kind of extraordinary talent go completely unused. The lesson finally commenced. They had to figure out how Dane could execute complex chain magic without relying on a magic circle, requiring the young man to focus intently on the rearrangement code for 2 chain magic, which far surpasses the complexity of a single chain. Countless aspiring magicians throw in the towel long before they ever reach this advanced level of study. Dane dedicated himself entirely to the lecture, grateful to have such an incredibly skilled teacher. Noticing the eager sparkle in the child's gaze, Cidrain made a conscious decision not to take it easy on Dane during the lesson. After all, he still had his professional reputation as an archmage to maintain, and a good challenge would do just that. 2 chain incantations operate on an entirely separate plane, demanding the caster personally calculate the precise amount of mana required while simultaneously factoring in the atmospheric magic density and their own physical state. Magic's intricate nature is precisely why most people simply abandon the practice. Cidrain, therefore, provided the complex definition first, fully anticipating Dane would demand a simplified version. When he finally paused to ask the young man if he required any further clarification, Dane merely smiled confidently, gesturing for Cidrain to keep going without stopping. For Dane, absorbing not only the reorganization of the magic codes, but also entirely new theoretical information was completely mind-blowing. To verify that Dane had truly grasped the underlying principles, Cidrain prompted him to discuss the various laws governing magic rearrangement. Based on the notes compiled by the young man, the very first law was defined as coexistence. Magic power, apparently, has the ability to coexist within the physical world alongside various other mana sources. By utilizing coexistence, magicians leverage their own internal power in conjunction with the environmental magic power to successfully activate spells. The second law, conservation, dictates that if magic power accumulates enough specific elemental material, it can then manifest completely different attributes through this process. Not only did Dane demonstrate a profound comprehension of magic's inner workings, but he was also incorporating his own unique interpretations. Most individuals find magical theory incredibly tedious, but this particular young man seemed completely engrossed, possessing both talent and a fierce hunger for knowledge. How on earth could such an ideal apprentice possibly exist? Continuing the discussion, Sidrain elaborated that magical codes become exponentially more intricate with each chain increase, concluding that a demonstration would probably be easier than trying to explain the theory. Sidrain skillfully summoned a small sliver of his personal mana and began creating a simple grid pattern. He used this magical configuration to demonstrate a one-chain spell cast by following the very simplest rules. However, he noted, the difficulty level significantly increases starting with two-chain spells. He quickly manipulated that tiny sliver of mana into a swirling vortex of runes and raw power. This demonstration served to illustrate the rearrangement code required for two-chain magic. Dane intently focused on the bright magical display, zeroing in on just how incredibly complicated the knots of energy appear. Sidrain manipulated his complex code to form the two-chain fire spell known as Fire Arrow, explaining that when it comes to magic codes, repeated usage is truly the only path to mastery. The ancient sorcerer figured Dane was finally realizing magic wasn't just waving a wand and making things sparkle, but actually complicated. Based on his calculations, upgrading from one-chain to two-chain spell codes usually took the average student about 12 painful months of trial and error. No matter how bright a person might be, the human brain simply cannot process more than a small segment of the magic code without a high risk of spontaneous combustion. Sidrain figured he would carefully observe Dane's progress for a solid week, slowly dripping the technique for mastering two-chain codes into his head like intellectual drip. Dane, however, demanded to try immediately, and Sidrain shrugged, fully anticipating the young man would mess up horribly, probably in a comical fashion. Yet when Dane began pulling mana from his core to actually create the very first code, the old man suddenly felt as though he were watching a legendary master performing their signature move on stage. The young man focused intensely, using his hands to precisely manipulate the raw, swirling mana in the air, treating it like silly putty. He successfully created the precise grid structure that Sidrain had demonstrated only moments before, the fundamental shape of one-chain magic. Sidrain was completely blown away by the terrifying accuracy of the lines, which were perfectly consistent in length and in width. Dane certainly could have stopped then and there, securing his place as an indisputable prodigy. But where is the challenge in that? He continued, completely dismantling the established mana grid, allowing it to dissolve into a seemingly disorganized cloud of swirling energy in the air. Sidrain was absolutely flabbergasted, seeing Dane perfectly replicate the two-chain magic rearrangement code after watching a single demonstration, essentially copying his home work. When asked how he managed such lightning speed, he casually explained he just copied the movements, memorizing the rules and patterns through observation. He visualized every minute detail in his mind while creating the code, which somehow made it surprisingly easy for him. Sidrain's jaw kept dropping repeatedly, even though he, a supposed magical prodigy, required considerable time to grasp the two-chain code. The young man without a magic circle mastered it in just a few minutes. To completely ensure the old man suffered a massive heart attack, Dane cheerfully declared he would now attempt to cast the advanced Fire Arrow spell as well. He forced the mana and associated runes to flow around his body at truly unbelievable, high-speed velocities. After completing the code rearrangement flawlessly, he successfully manifested a volley of multiple fire arrows, all pointing outwards. Sidrain observed the flawlessly constructed fire arrows, still completely refusing to accept the reality of what his eyes were showing him. Witnessing this boy's potential sent the old man into a deep existential crisis, questioning his entire life. He lamented that with Dane's talent, he would have easily achieved his lifelong goal of mastering nine-chain magic long ago. Dane maneuvered the fire arrows around with complete, effortless control. The fiery projectiles zipped all over the training hall as the ancient archmage attempted to regain his composure. Even Dane seemed surprised that it all just came naturally to him without much effort. One thing remained absolutely certain. The entire world would completely lose its collective mind if they ever discovered a mage without a magic circle performing such fantastical feats. Sidrain knew that Dane's talent needed to be concealed immediately before opportunistic individuals with impure intentions descended upon him like vultures. He also stubbornly refused to give up on making this prodigious kid his personal disciple, since Dane had picked up the first code so easily. Sidrain proposed they just keep going and learn even more codes. The old man figured he might have to carefully edit Dane's letter of recommendation to the academy, perhaps omitting some details. At the close of the day, Dane lay resting in his bed, reflecting on the whirlwind magic lesson. He made a serious resolution to properly dedicate himself to both the theory and practical application of magic. He thought back to his past life, where he had been forced into a harsh existence lacking the simple option to learn magic. Under those circumstances, he often didn't even know if he would survive the next battle. Attempting to find time for magic study was a frivolous luxury completely out of reach. He was too busy dealing with swinging a large sword and focusing on surviving each fight. For a significant period in history, magic education placed a far greater emphasis on theoretical knowledge than on practical spell casting. In his new life, he finally possessed the time, the abundant resources, and the incredible innate talent required to eagerly look forward to learning a multitude of new things. Dane could effectively combine the academic theory he learned from Arabella with the remarkable innate talent he possessed from birth. No, he just needed simple guidance to achieve absolutely explosive growth, like a magical plant fertilizer. Given that a former tower master was his personal tutor, he was practically vibrating with excitement over the magical secrets he would uncover in the coming days. Just a fortnight down the road, Dane approached his dad with a rather complicated request. He needed to fabricate something called a magic region. The territory lacked the necessary components, so a trip outside was inevitable. His father nearly spit out his tea at the mention of the region, but Sidrine jumped in, promising Count Sogris that Dane was completely prepared, having already nailed 4 rearrangement codes. A typical genius would spend a month just to master a single code, which really put Dane's speed in perspective. The Count also knew that magic regions were rarer than good advice from a politician. Dane only discovered these items while flipping through ancient texts in the dusty old family magic library, a place usually avoided by normal teenagers. Sidrine had already accepted that this kid operated on a totally different wavelength than everyone else. He was honestly thrilled that Dane found something as mind-numbingly dull as magic regions interesting. The Count eventually signed off on the journey, figuring it would be a crucial character-building experience for his heir. Besides, Dane really needed to see more than just the inside of a library. He offered a grateful smile to his father, thanking him for putting faith in his ability to survive outside the castle walls. Dane packed his bags and began a quick expedition to explore the far-flung boundaries of the Sogris lands. He was joined by Sidrine and Herman, his official hype men. Even out in the boondocks, the locals in Sogris County still whispered about him with almost religious reverence. Dane graciously returned their warm greetings, offering a polite smile and a wave of royal kindness. Observing the residents on this trip, Sidrine concluded that Count Sogris must be a genuinely good leader, given how surprisingly cheerful everyone seemed. The southern region really had a lot going for it, especially when it came to their truly delicious local snacks. The amazing weather and genuinely pleasant population made for a refreshing change of pace, something you almost never experienced in the capital city. This combination of factors was precisely why Dane found the territory so endearing. The small group had been wandering the peripheral roads for a considerable time, searching for the elusive magic supply shop. Since Dane had never actually stepped foot in this particular store, he relied on Herman's local expertise to guide them there. The trio put a little extra pep in their step, reaching their goal in no time flat. The shopkeeper nearly fainted when the renowned young Master Dane walked into her tiny establishment, immediately gushing over his silver hair and magnificent emerald eyes. Dane thanked her politely. She lamented that locals rarely purchased magic supplies anymore, but happily added that international tourists had kept her afloat. The shopkeeper also spotted Sidrine, recognizing him as the once famous Lord of the Magic Tower. She couldn't contain her appreciation for his visit, and the old man was absolutely beaming now that someone finally remembered who he was. She warmly encouraged the pair to explore her inventory, saying to ask if they needed assistance. Since this was Dane's inaugural visit to a magic shop, Sidrine encouraged him to wander at his leisure while he caught up with the owner. A quick scan of the room revealed an abundance of genuinely fascinating items, including potions, glowing gems, protective charms, and all kinds of weird magical paraphernalia. He couldn't shake the slightly odd feeling that he had seen all of this before. A weird case of magical déjà vu. Furthermore, he realized that when he touched the merchandise, he could observe the corresponding magical reactions, like having ray vision for enchantments. He simply attributed this peculiar skill to his overwhelming magical talent, and kept moving through the aisles. Suddenly, a subtle ringing noise filled his hearing, as if an item were aggressively trying to get his attention from across the room. He pinpointed a particularly powerful magical signal coming from a specific corner of the store. Just as he zeroed in on the area, the owner casually informed him that everything on that particular shelf was just for show, purely decorative. Sidrine called Dane over for a quick peek at the potion ingredients. The old cook, already busy shopping, had gathered several raw materials, specifically mentioning BunRv, a classic ingredient useful for at least 50 different magical brews. The shopkeeper enthusiastically guaranteed that her ingredients were all personally handled and processed to meet the absolute highest quality standards. In the middle of this, Dane found himself completely mesmerized by a peculiar, high-pitched ringing noise. Moving further into the mess of decorative objects, he sensed an almost physical tug, as if a peculiar force was actively beckoning him closer. He spun around to discover a piece of rock radiating pure magical energy, clearly the origin point for that persistent ringing sound. Dane rushed toward the stone, feeling like his physical body was no longer under his control, but rather moving autonomously. Herman, witnessing his young lord's strange antics, sprinted over to check on him with genuine worry. From Herman's perspective, his master was simply gawking intently at a very ordinary piece of stone embedded in the wall purely for aesthetic purposes. Dane couldn't quite put his finger on exactly what was going on, yet he knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the stone was beckoning specifically to him. He plucked it from the wall, and cradled it in his palms, just as he suspected. Infusing the stone with additional magic intensified the powerful reaction even further. It occurred to him that this particular object might have a unique sensitivity to his specific magical signature. Meanwhile, the elderly Cidrain continued his vigorous shopping spree, haphazardly gathering raw ingredients without pause. Dane walked over to the shop owner and inquired about the history of the stone he had just pried from the wall. The owner simply repeated her previous claim that it was nothing more than decoration. This decoration, however, possessed a magical reaction far more potent than any other item available in the entire store. Cidrain queried if perhaps the owner had been swindled regarding the rock, and she confessed that years prior, a traveling peddler had used a large package containing the rock as payment. When she tore open the package in eager anticipation, all she discovered inside was this disappointingly ordinary piece of stone. Still clinging to a sliver of hope, she paid a mage to assess the stone, but they confirmed it was entirely mundane, just a common rock. However, based on Dane's recent interaction with the object, it was overwhelmingly obvious that this was no average rock at all. The owner strongly encouraged the young master to give up on the useless rock and direct his attention to her other goods, specifically the truly magical artifacts she had in stock. She attempted to impress him with a vast array of high-value artifacts covering all categories and purposes. Nevertheless, Dane remained completely captivated by the peculiar stone clutched in his hand, convinced it was the only item truly worth acquiring. She presented a name scroll card that could automatically read and catalog all types of information. Ultimately, Dane purchased both the scroll card and the supposedly useless stone. He felt absolutely certain that this was not a possession he could simply abandon in the shop. Even Cidrain found himself utterly baffled, completely unable to understand the thought process behind the young man's peculiar choices. During the ride back, the old bat sarcastically inquired whether Dane suddenly developed a deep interest in decorative art or genuinely thought the stone possessed some hidden power. After he revealed that the slab was reacting specifically to his magic, Cidrain decided to suspend judgment and consider the possibilities. While he still couldn't detect anything unique about it, his interest was certainly piqued, though they couldn't investigate further due to the heavy street traffic. Therefore, the small caravan quickly returned to the safety of the castle grounds. Cidrain quickly organized a priceless experimentation tool to help Dane determine exactly what kind of object this stone truly was. He felt completely confident in his own abilities to accurately appraise the mysterious stone. Even though some other wizard had looked at the thing and declared it perfectly boring, Cidrain simply scoffed. He declared with arrogant certainty that his fancy new contraption was a far better judge than any old flesh and blood spellcaster. This state-of-the-art gadget had completely drained his bank account, so Cidrain was betting everything on its performance. He fully believed this magnificent machine could dissect and analyze whatever mystical item he threw at it. Both the old wizard and the young apprentice held their breath, quite keen to discover exactly what secrets were lurking inside this decidedly uninteresting-looking block of stone. With a flourish, Cidrain positioned the slab squarely on the analysis plate. He then ordered Dane to infuse his arcane energy into the object, hoping to stimulate some kind of magical feedback loop. The moment Dane complied with the instruction, the inert stone instantly burst forth, radiating a vibrant and incredibly potent magical aura. A bright light erupted from the center of the appraisal device, where the energy swirled into complex and intricate patterns. Cidrain observed the sudden burst of luminosity with intense scrutiny, never taking his eyes off the stone slab. Witnessing his contraption reveal the stone's hidden secrets, Cidrain felt a smug sense of validation. He could finally lift his chin high again, having been thoroughly humbled by the kid in previous encounters. This was a sweet victory for his tech. The mystical power emanating from the stone swirled energetically through the room, coalescing into glowing runes suspended in mid-air. Dane immediately grasped the situation. Having spent weeks studying these specific types of phenomena with Cidrain, the stone clearly held a complex magic code. Though the grumpy old professor quickly clarified that this specific pattern wasn't like anything they had seen before, the spectacle was genuinely incredible. Floating around them was a sequence of code with structural integrity and arrangements far beyond anything previously observed in their studies. The complex formation suggested it might be a 6 or even a 7 chain code. So, this mystical rock contained an elusive code, and it seemed Dane's magic was the specialized key required to unlock it. The slab proved completely unresponsive to any mana except his own. Of course, managing to extract the mysterious code was only half the battle. Now they faced the daunting challenge of interpreting its function, and determining precisely why it only responded to Dane's unique magic. This specific brand of magic was completely foreign even to Cedrine, despite his deep expertise in arcane studies. However, his professional pride as a high mage meant he absolutely refused to let this particular riddle defeat him. Cracking this code presented a chance to finally understand the mysterious anomaly surrounding Dane's unique magical gifts. As Dane and Cedrine were toiling away in the Sogre's training area trying to break down the complex new code, Arabella was preoccupied with her own extensive investigations in the personal laboratory at her academy. Her experimental workspace was stocked with meticulously cataloged books, and a vast collection of artifacts from her diverse fields of study. By storing her younger brother's mana signature inside a magic stone, Arabella verified her suspicion that there was definitely something highly peculiar about Dane's power source. His magical output possessed a truly unique attribute, one that simply refused to align with any currently accepted form of spell casting. She dedicated herself to extensive laboratory testing and pored over countless academic journals. Despite all her efforts, she still hadn't managed to pinpoint which specific magical school this strange phenomenon fell under. She had exhausted every possible avenue of investigation, from magical regions and complex gates to arcane engineering principles, yet nothing offered a satisfactory explanation. But her intuition told her the complete truth was just lurking in the shadows, waiting to be discovered. Suddenly, a spark ignited in her mind. She recalled rumors of a completely forgotten magical discipline. This specific type of spellcraft had essentially disappeared from magical history. Could Dane's abilities possibly be linked to this lost school? Arabella immediately began burrowing deep into the towering stacks of literature and reference books, attempting to recall precisely where she had put that specific ancient volume. The book detailed obscure practices like alchemy, divination, spiritualism, necromancy, and even primitive magic code structures. In the midst of her frenzied search, another heavy, dust-covered volume unexpectedly slid off the shelf. She lifted the heavy volume, instantly understanding it was a magical artifact from a long-lost age. It occurred to her that she had once spent countless hours researching the vanished kingdom of Arcana during her school days. This society allegedly flourished over 2 millennia ago, inheriting a vast legacy of arcane knowledge and practicing spellcraft that had completely disappeared from modern times. Arabella stifled a laugh, immediately brushing the thought aside. Truly ancient magic had disappeared centuries ago, so linking Dane's abilities to a dusty relic from a forgotten era felt utterly ridiculous. Still, she figured there was absolutely no harm in trying, given her current predicament. Thus, she opted for an unconventional method, inserting the magic crystal containing Dane's mana into her arcane typewriter, while simultaneously cross-referencing information from the ancient magical tome. Following a few tense moments of deep concentration, Arabella's eyes shot open, registering pure disbelief. The crystal was showing a definite reaction. She rapidly documented the mana's characteristics, her brain spinning through options like alchemy or divination, just hoping that whatever it was, it didn't involve necromancy, which would make family gatherings awkward. Once she completed her exhaustive analysis of the data, she felt a sudden jolt, as if she'd just put her fork in a toaster. Her only coherent thought was, what in the actual magical world are these results showing me? Meanwhile, over at the Sogre training ground, Dane and Cedrine continued to labor tirelessly, attempting to provoke further reactions from the stone slab. Finally, after much struggle, Cedrine succeeded in breaking the slab's seal, discovering an unexpected item inside. The old man carefully reached in and retrieved the hidden item. It turned out to be a deceptively simple silver bracelet, radiating incredibly dense magical power. To an average person, it looked like a standard bracelet from the local flea market. Cedrine first checked the material, hoping for something rare, only to find it was surprisingly common. Knowing the stone had only reacted to Dane's magic, Cedrine figured this new discovery would likely behave similarly. Dane promptly slid the bracelet onto his wrist. It hung loosely at first, almost falling off, because it appeared to be several sizes too large for him. But then a powerful reaction occurred. The bracelet suddenly lit up, resonating deeply with the magical energy flowing through Dane's body. Unsurprisingly, it appeared to respond exclusively to him. Dane watched as strange, faintly glowing characters started to emerge from the bracelet's silver surface. Cedrine peered closely at the markings, while Dane anxiously inquired if the elderly mage might be able to read the strange script. Much to Dane's astonishment, Cedrine's face suddenly brightened with a wide, unmistakable smile. The markings were ancient runes, a script completely indecipherable to anyone currently alive. When Sidrine said ancient, he meant the specific language of the long, vanished Arcana kingdom. Dane only retained a few details about Arcana from Arabella's childhood stories, where she described an age when magic completely dominated everyday existence. But then, faster than a spell backfiring, the mysterious era of magical prosperity just vanished into thin air. All that was left were dusty legends and relics, until this strange bit of code, sealed in a stone, appeared to complicate the ancient mystery even further. Sidrine always suspected Dane's magic was a big deal, but linking it to the ancient Arcana kingdom really blew his mind. This discovery only intensified his desire to take Dane under his wing, especially since he and Sidrine himself had been defeated by the Forest of the Last Days, rumored to be saturated with Arcana's chaotic magic. Dane's mysterious power suddenly made perfect sense in light of this ancient connection. Sadly, their only lead at that time consisted of a small handful of completely baffling and indecipherable runes. Sidrine encouraged Dane to slowly investigate the mystery further, but strictly cautioned him to keep this discovery under wraps for the moment. Just as they settled down to work, a terrifying shriek echoed throughout Sogris territory, shattering the silence. Both pairs of eyes widened in alarm as they realized something terrifying was quickly approaching. The familiar blare of the alarm caught them by surprise, and the old man quickly deduced that it signaled an incoming monster attack. This instantly invigorated the old man. With his injuries almost completely mended, he was practically itching to flex his muscles and get his blood boiling again. Besides, it was a fantastic opportunity to repay the Sugris family for their kindness. The enthusiastic old timer immediately snapped at Dane to stop dawdling and find a weapon, but Dane simply stood there, completely expressionless. Instead, he quietly reached inside his jacket and produced a strange-looking pendant. Sidrine raised a questioning eyebrow, asking what that thing was and why the monster alarm was coming from it. Dane then broke the news to the excited old coot that the alarm had absolutely nothing to do with monsters. It simply indicated that his older sister was trying to get a hold of him. The old man's fighting spirit instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, and he started grumbling at Dane for not mentioning this crucial detail earlier. Dane could only give an awkward chuckle, reminding the old man that monsters really shouldn't be present in this protected area to begin with. With the misunderstanding resolved, Dane answered his sister's call as the old man stood nearby, looking completely crestfallen. As soon as Dane connected, his sister immediately wanted to know what took him so long to pick up. He apologized quickly and asked why she had called, prompting her to start spilling important details about his magic code. She abruptly stopped talking, suddenly asking if there was another person in the room with him. The moment she mentioned magic code, Dane understood she had figured out his powers were ancient magic. The old man, eavesdropping nearby, let out a screech of disbelief, demanding to know how she possibly managed to figure that out. During the conversation, Dane added his part of the story, explaining how he and Sidrine had also discovered the ancient magic connection while studying some stones. They figured it out because the stones reacted exclusively to Dane's magic, which was a dead giveaway. The old man, in contrast, was grinding his teeth in pure frustration. He thought it was ridiculous that she figured it all out simply from analyzing his magic, proving her genius was far greater than he had ever imagined. Arabella then asked her brother if anyone else knew his secret, to which Dane immediately replied no. She let out a relieved breath and warned both Dane and Sidrine to guard the secret carefully, as Dane wouldn't be able to handle the repercussions if it got out. She then apologized to Sidrine for jumping into the conversation without a formal introduction. The old man chuckled and dismissed it, saying he already knew plenty about her thanks to Dane. He then gave his word that he wouldn't breathe a single syllable of Dane's magic secret to anyone. If the secret were to leak, it wouldn't just be bad news for Dane, it would drag the entire House Sogris into the huge ensuing fallout. Arabella praised Sidrine for instantly understanding the seriousness of the situation, noting that such wisdom was, naturally, expected of him. The old man then asked if this private conversation was being recorded, and she quickly answered in the negative. She assured him that the data would be immediately erased once the conversation concluded. This was a great relief, meaning they wouldn't have to fret about leaks. The old man then stated he planned to return to the magic tower himself to investigate the matter further. Arabella expressed her gratitude for his offer, but he tried to play it down, insisting that he was merely fulfilling his duty as a mage and that she didn't need to feel indebted to him at all. Speaking of the magic tower, the old man let slip that he heard she was searching for a new guild, asking if she had finally decided where she wanted to go. Arabella had instantly realized he was trying to subtly suggest she join his tower, so she cleverly tried to dance around the question. She rejects the Nikan magic tower, claiming it lacks the specialized vibe she craves for her niche magical hobbies. Naturally, the geezer gets grumpy again, realizing that Dane probably caught his terminal case of being too smart from his equally sassy sister. Swallowing his pride with a fake chuckle, he admits their club is optional, while Dane worries the old man might actually implode from his siblings' brutal honesty. Anyway, regardless, she ends the chat by suggesting they discuss the boring nitty-gritty stuff at a much later date. Following some quick pleasantries, she abruptly hangs up the magical call. Sidrine notes the girl's transformation into a total powerhouse, and Dane nods, revealing she crafted that flashy crystal ball, which every trendy young wizard is currently flaunting these days. Grinning through the pain, the elder rejects the gadget, arguing that 8th chain masters are far too busy for the frivolous social chatter that regular mortals enjoy. Since mages value their silence above all, Dane realizes the geezer's rejection of cool tech stems from a tragic lack of friends to actually talk to, basically confirming the old quid is a lonely hermit. After spilling the beans about his ancient mojo, Mom looks worried, but Dad promises to go full protective mode on anyone who dares bother their precious son, making them regret their choices. His mother seconds that, vowing to unleash her inner beast to keep her little boy safe. As usual, while their helicopter parenting makes him cringe, he knows nobody messes with kids whose parents are basically a two-person demolition squad. Sugris wonders if Dane's revelation implies their family bloodline is hiding some secret, dormant ancient juice they never knew about. His spouse agrees, and starts digging into the family tree, hoping to find some magical grandpas on her side of the lineage. It is a juicy mystery, making Dane speculate about what weird secrets might crawl out if both families start shaking their genetic bushes. Even if he doesn't care much, his curiosity is definitely tickled. Regardless, Mom notes he is a big fish in a small pond now, suggesting he should pack his bags for the capital soon, lest his talent stagnates in this boring place. Hearing about the big city really catches him off guard. They remind him he is finally 14, the minimum age for school, so he shouldn't linger. Even though Sugris originally hoped to keep him home for a couple more years, he realizes there is absolutely nothing left for the boy to learn in this sleepy manner. His mom gently grabs his hand, assuring him the exit door is open whenever he feels like wandering off, stating the choice is his alone. She shocks Dane, who totally didn't expect his parents to be so emotionally prepared for him to ditch the family nest so soon. Dad is sure his boy will be a superstar, urging him to go wild with his magic, and make the family famous. Ringing. Dane catches their drift, and vows to start packing his wizarding robes for the big academy entrance exam. The trio shares a happy moment once the big plan is settled. By this point, Dane is super pumped to finally start his next big adventure and level up his boring existence. Afterward, Dane tells Sidrine he is bouncing from the mansion, and while the old man asks if he is truly sure, Dane admits the departure is happening way faster than he had originally planned in his head. The geezer supports the move, noting that keeping such raw power in this boring dump is practically criminal, but warns him to hide his crazy power levels, because jealous haters at the academy will definitely try to sabotage a rising star like him, so keep things on the down low. Dane already knows the drill since Arabella spilled the tea on all the crazy, dramatic nonsense she dealt with back in her day. He adds that average losers usually fail in that Shark Tank of a school, but promises that House Thermian members are built differently, and will definitely have his back. That name reminds Dane of Leela, and his promise to drop by for a visit, knowing she would probably hunt him down and be extremely mad if he dared to ignore her in the big metropolis. Thinking of the Duke's special crest, he starts dreaming about what kind of badass legendary weapon he should ask for before making his grand entrance. The elderly wizard pointed out a simple calendar detail, noting that only 3 months remained before his enrollment at the academy, meaning he ought to pack his bags and leave this place in just 8 weeks. Dane nodded in agreement before quickly turning the tables, questioning what the older gentleman intended to do himself. Sidrine responded that he would head back to the magic tower to handle some unfinished business, thanking Dane for providing such a delightful distraction from his recent existential boredom, and offered to search for hints on ancient magic as a reciprocal gesture. Dane expressed his deep appreciation for the offer, though the wizened mentor then noted that with so little time remaining, they should prioritize the magical training, accelerating the curriculum, though he cautioned Dane that the third chain was far more challenging than its predecessor. Dane vowed to apply himself diligently to reach the next tier of skill. Dane then mentioned he had brought a present specifically for his mentor. Sidrine's eyes widened with genuine interest, eager to discover the nature of this mysterious offering. Dane produced a small container and explained that his sister had sent it to him via teleportation magic just yesterday. He described it as a wildly popular gadget among the youth, specifically a release compact crystal ball designed by Arabella, which he managed to acquire through some clever back-channel connections as a favor. The elderly man immediately snatched up the small device, his face radiating pure excitement at possessing such a novelty. He complimented the object's beautiful appearance, then pretended to downplay its usefulness, insisting he didn't require such modern frivolities, yet still declared he would condescendingly accept Dane's generous offering. Nevertheless, The absolutely gleeful expression on his countenance betrayed his true feelings of delight in owning the new toy. Dane subsequently dedicated time to patiently walking the elderly man through the crystal's functions, much like a tech-savvy grandchild attempting to train their non-technical grandparent. Once darkness fell, he retreated to the sanctuary of his own quarters. He contemplated the significant workload awaiting him during his final 8 weeks at this location. He disclosed to us that summoning was his primary fascination, so he set an objective to officially enroll in summoning courses. His plan included receiving a summoning emblem and attempting the qualification test, and since Claire taught as an assistant professor, he hoped to bump into her frequently during his studies. The thought of summoning reminded him that he had nearly neglected to transfer magic into his familiar's egg. He quickly retrieved the egg, and infused a portion of his magical energy into its shell. Apparently, Dane has been tirelessly infusing the egg with magic during both the morning and evening for 7 full years. Despite this dedicated effort, the egg remains unresponsive, yet he knows the magic he sends isn't dissipating, and is instead being consumed by the familiar inside. He holds unwavering certainty that the creature will eventually emerge from its shell. The setting shifts to the academy, where new students are gossiping about the entrance examinations, which consist of a general knowledge test and a specialization test. The general knowledge section assesses history and culture, but it should pose no difficulty for Dane. Arabella used the communication crystal to provide her brother with all the necessary information. She advised him that excelling on this particular examination was crucial for maximizing his overall acceptance score. Following that, the specialization exam requires students to declare a major and complete a test designed by the specific professor. But Arabella was certain he would find this section simple, noting that she herself had passed with ease. She simply grinned and affirmed that she had found it exceptionally simple. She warned him that selecting a specialization was a permanent decision that couldn't be altered later. Therefore, he needed to make his selection wisely from the outset, and she subtly suggested that choosing magic would earn her significant gratitude. Meanwhile, Dane was busy practicing his swordsmanship on the training fields. A goofy grin escapes his face because she stubbornly persists in recruiting him for the wizard school as if he were a lost kitten. In a classic move to dodge the conversation, he merely mutters that he might ponder the idea later, while fleeing. Following that, he inquires if switching his focus post-enrollment is truly impossible, just like her previous depressing warnings suggested. Arabella explains that the system is rigid, stating the only way to switch is to finish the degree and then come back, even though he is permitted to enroll in various courses from different departments for now. However, reaching junior status typically locks the doors to advanced seminars, keeping outsiders from crashing those specialized academic parties. Basically, he has a single chance to choose. But she notes that geniuses like him can exploit a self-governed study program. This revelation piques the boy's curiosity, prompting him to ask how this special path differs from the mundane courses normal mortals take. His sibling nonchalantly suggests avoiding it unless he loves rejection, since nobody has actually survived that brutal entrance test until now. The boy appears completely hooked on the idea, and the brief silence that follows suggests he is considering a bold move. Though he swiftly promises his sister that he has no intention of doing anything remotely reckless. Closing the chat, he vows to reach out eventually, and once the magical connection terminates. Arabella frets about being an annoying nag regarding the sorcery track, yet she remains convinced it is his only decent future. Suddenly, a random pupil wanders over to inform her that the grumpy teacher is currently hunting her down. Eventually, the scene shifts to the old man finalizing a glowing letter of support for the boy, fulfilling his earlier pledge, and the youth beams with joy upon seeing the finished document. The elder brags about pouring his soul into the text, avoiding lazy templates to highlight the boy's unique gifts, and mentions that such effort is rare, so he better feel special. He claims he avoided generic phrases to ensure the words mirror the youth's true potential and raw strength, asserting that this was a rare display of his sincere support, meaning the lad should feel quite honored to receive such a high-quality recommendation from a legend like him. The student flashes a quick grin and swears to the old geezer that he will definitely exceed all the lofty hopes placed on him. Nevertheless, the Kaiser huffs that life would be sweeter if the boy officially became his apprentice, lamenting that while they share that bond, the kid might never view him as a real mentor. He grumbles about their current status being a technicality, worrying that the title of master will remain a dream, while the boy continues to be stubborn about their formal arrangement. Honestly, the ancient fellow is on to something, because the painful smirk the youth displays reveals he has zero desire to label him as a teacher. Regardless, the senior citizen checks if the packing is done, and the boy replies that he is traveling light since the school housing provides all the essentials. The master concedes the campus is fancy, though he warns that elitists snob toward the best spots. expressing total confidence that his pupil will crush those stuck-up aristocrats. The boy lets out a nervous chuckle, having heard rumors that the prestigious institution has basically turned into a clubhouse for blue-blooded bullies. The elder cautions him to remember that the school is full of bratty wolves who will bite if they suspect he is pitying them. He mulls over the warning and concludes it mirrors the brutal survival rules of war, a topic he knows better than his own name. He promises the geezer to stay alert, and the mentor grants him leave to ping his magical pager whenever trouble starts brewing. Since he now possesses that tiny shiny rock, he should definitely utilize it for more than just a fancy paperweight. Upon hearing those words, the boy deduces that his teacher is about to ditch him, which the old man admits while being shocked by the kid's sharp intuition. He notes that staying put is tricky because the king offered him a wizard gate, but he will ignore that until he is bored, trusting the boy to get why the tower demands his attention. The elder mentions that hovering around here would be problematic since his parent wants him as a royal advisor, yet he prefers focusing on his own magical duties before taking on such a tedious job. It takes only a heartbeat for the boy to figure out the old man is obsessed with digging up dusty, forgotten spells again. The elder expresses gratitude, and our protagonist reciprocates by thanking the ancient fossil for wasting so much energy on a youngster like himself. The two shared a warm smile, excited about meeting again someday, and the old coot genuinely couldn't wait to see how much taller Dane would get. With that, the elder started walking away, insisting Dane stay put rather than making a fuss by seeing him off, claiming it would just be weird. Dane wished him a safe journey, but couldn't shake a feeling of unexpected sadness, having truly grown close to the old man. The next day, Dane's father casually checked in, wondering aloud if his son was finally packing up now that Sidrain was safely departed. Dane confirmed he was ready to go, prompting his father to sigh dramatically about the impending silence in the castle. His mother, however, quickly cut off the pity party, stating she felt nothing but relief that Dane was actually leaving. Her main concern was ensuring her son avoided any mishaps on his long journey to the academy, but her husband quickly pointed out that Arabella's fancy teleport gate meant everything should go smoothly. The excessively doting mother finally smiled, conceding that perhaps she was just making a big deal out of nothing. Regardless, she boasted that she was incredibly proud of how well they had raised their children, especially when compared to those other noble families, where the siblings were busy trying to stab each other for control. Her husband noted that Sogre House would eventually face the same succession issue, but he felt confident that any of their offspring would be perfectly capable of running things when the time came. As if on cue, Dane entered the room just then, and his parents offered him a cheerful greeting. His father inquired about his readiness, while his mother immediately pounced on him, asking if he remembered to bring Nightthorn and that special mark she had given him. Dane returned their beaming expressions, assuring them that both items were safely tucked away. His mother specifically reminded him to visit the location she mentioned, showing the mark whenever he needed assistance escaping a sticky situation. Dane nodded, though he secretly wondered if these potential saviors were old coworkers or just casual drinking buddies. His mother confirmed they were indeed her closest professional associates, mentioning it had been ages since they last caught up, but she guaranteed they'd still drop everything to help. The moment Count Sogres heard this exchange, his face immediately tightened, contorting as if he were trying to pass a particularly stubborn kidney stone. He panicked, realizing his wife's help might just turn his son into a hardened killer. He quickly jumped into the conversation, ordering his son to seek out Duke Thermion immediately upon reaching the capital, claiming the Duke would provide proper assistance until he started school. At this point, Dane's overly doting mother began to dramatically weep, overwhelmed by the realization that her little boy was all grown up and flying the co-op. Her husband gently nudged her, reminding her there was no need for a tearful farewell, suggesting she simply offer smiles and well wishes. Meanwhile, Dane took a deep breath, steeling himself for the inevitable departure. Although he had made plans, a part of him had always felt a little hesitant to actually go. Now, however, the moment had finally arrived to set out on his adventure. Herman, the butler, then accompanied him to the magical teleportation gateway. His father watched from a window above, while a shadowy individual operating under Count Sugris' direct command prepared to move out. The Count instructed his operative, Jalad, to shadow Dane meticulously and confirm his safe passage through the teleportation gate. Jalad confirmed the command and immediately went into action. Elsewhere in the castle, Dane's overly anxious mother had also summoned her own familiar, a shadowy figure known simply as Shao. Predictably, she gave Shadow the exact same instructions as Sugris gave his man. Make absolutely sure Dane teleports without a hitch. Shadow accepted the directive and vanished instantly to begin his task. As soon as Dane finally arrived at the teleportation portal site, Herman stared in genuine shock at the gargantuan contraption. It was truly enormous and beyond belief. Dane himself admitted just how incredibly magnificent the structure looked in person. The butler remarked that Lady Arabella must be quite remarkable, and Dane wholeheartedly agreed, saying he understood why it took her an entire year to build this beast. With eyes whiter than dinner plates, the servant wonders if just planting a boot on this rock triggers the cosmic zoom. Our main man simply nods. He is blown away by the massive effort she exerted, as bending reality is way harder than pulling rabbits from hats, needing perfectly organized wizard scripts. Plus one must keep feeding it juice while fiddling with the settings before the whole thing actually starts humming and buzzing. That portal Arabella cooked up is a top-tier machine where every single mystical box has been checked for a smooth ride. Herman shouts some well-wishes, and tells him to avoid getting into any avoidable trouble or losing any vital limbs. Dane waves back at his buddy and starts striding toward the glowing doorway of destiny. The moment he crosses the threshold, he starts dumping his internal batteries into the machinery to get the party started. Exactly like his sibling recommended. After doing that, the rift cracks wide, and a giant wave of sapphire glow swallows him whole like a snack. While the space bending happens, the view shifts to a chaotic road packed with folks who are all very busy doing very important things. Stuck right in the center, our hero appears atop his steed. A massive grin stretches his cheeks when he catches sight of the front door to the biggest city around, known as Sartinia, and as he weaves through the masses, a random dude yells that he has been chilling there waiting for him. The guy standing there looks like a shiny armored warrior. He quickly announces that his name is Luke Asmar, the big boss of the first night squad for the Thermian family. Having a high-ranking officer show up just for him feels a bit much for Dane, who definitely did not anticipate such a VIP reception, and the warrior promises that his group will be his personal bodyguards. Right then and there, he glances back and barks at his crew to clear the path, and those loyal grunts follow the command without even blinking or asking questions. While they stroll, Dane feels lucky to have Luke watching his back, and the armored fellow feels pretty special for being the guide. A weird feeling bubbles in his gut, because he never imagined stepping into the center of the Atheon Empire he despised. Yet here he stands as their shiny new golden child. While they push further into the settlement, Dane listens to various street sellers hawking their random junk. He is honestly shocked that this market has every item imaginable, since he didn't think the big city would be such a chaotic beehive. The warrior mentions that they have finally crossed into the private grounds belonging to the Thermian clan. This grabs his attention. When he gazes forward, his mind is totally blown by how ridiculously fancy and impressive the whole area looks. Still, he gets a creepy vibe that things are not quite right, like some hidden stalker is burning a hole in his back, which immediately made him question if he was losing his mind. As Dane approached the manor's entrance, the household staff extended a ridiculously warm welcome, leaving him absolutely stunned by the reception. They stood in perfect formation, their etiquette flawless and natural, a striking difference from the usual chaos he experienced back home in the southern region. Once Dane finally stood face to face with Duke Thermian, he quickly bowed to the head of the household, and dropped to his knees on the floor to show respect. Thermian accepted the gesture graciously and invited him inside, eager to hear all the dramatic details about his long, tiresome journey. Settled indoors, Thermian commented on how much Dane had matured since he last saw him 7 years ago. He declared that even teenagers slightly older than Dane couldn't match his impressive charisma and appeal, making Count Sogris a truly proud parent. He then mentioned that his home might not quite rival Sogris' grand fortresses, but encouraged Dane to enjoy the comforts during his wait for the academy exam. He also pledged to assign Dane a personal attendant to cater to his every whim. Dane thanked him immediately, then inquired about Layla's whereabouts. He wanted to know how she was faring, and what she had been doing lately. Thermian replied that she was generally well, but questioned whether Dane had recently crossed swords with her. Dane asked for clarification, so Thermian explained that Layla smooth turns sour whenever his name enters the conversation. Dane immediately insisted he couldn't recall a single argument with Layla. Thermian accepted this explanation, guessing her behavior was probably just stress from the upcoming entrance examination, though he believed Layla would ace it without trouble. Meanwhile, Dane pondered what might be causing her bizarre attitude, speculating it could be nothing more than standard adolescent angst. Thermian then decided to let Dane unwind, proposing they resume their conversation later, but added a strange comment that Dane should be gently. Dane naturally had no idea what that odd remark implied, but Thermian quickly guaranteed he would grasp the meaning very shortly. After the servant guided Dane to his assigned accommodations, he glanced around, realizing he would be living here for a week leading up to the academy entrance test. He observed that the space felt a little too luxurious for a temporary guest lodging. He casually tossed his baggage aside, planning to get settled before locating the training facility. Just then, we witnessed Layla barging into the room without an invitation, and announced her intention to personally escort him to the training area. The moment he heard the sound of her voice, Dane instantly realized exactly who was standing behind him. When he spun around, Layla was right there. She appeared significantly more developed since their last meeting, with certain attributes having matured quite noticeably. She had an annoyed expression, and demanded to know why he had delayed his arrival for so long. Irritated that he made her wait for weeks on end, Dane couldn't contain his excitement upon seeing her, immediately lunging forward to inquire about her well-being. Layla quickly responded that she was perfectly fine, before he could start reminiscing. However, he had to confront her simmering rage. She was absolutely furious that he hadn't sent her a single letter in ages. Despite promising to do so repeatedly, she questioned why he hadn't bothered to correspond with her recently, or at least inform her of his arrival date. Dane, appearing totally bewildered, confessed he completely slipped up on updating her, and offered a weak apology. Naturally, Layla found his excuse completely unacceptable. He attempts to argue that showing his face proves he kept his word, claiming that prepping for the big city journey fried his brain cells and made him forget the rest, so he begs for a one-time pass on his clumsy behavior. Predictably, she gives him the classic grumpy spouse look, making it incredibly obvious that she is currently contemplating his demise. He inquires about potential peace offerings, saying sorry for the millionth time, and vowing to obey her every whim just to settle the debt. Layla lifts a skeptical brow, wondering if he is actually being serious. Dane offers a clumsy grin, choosing to surrender to her demands purely to keep his head attached to his neck. At last, the guy inquires about the specific price for obtaining her gracious pardon. After a brief pause, she proposes a friendly beating, which catches Dane completely off guard, as that particular curveball was nowhere on his radar. Nonetheless, he simply rolls with her crazy requests. At the same time, Layla giggles, looking quite pleased with herself. Her upcoming opponent is warned against future remorse, as she no longer resembles the weeping infant who once required help with basic energy output. Her arrogant posture stuns Dane, who realizes she underwent a massive transformation during their 7-year separation to become this gutsy. Regarding her progress, he recalls her letter about a tournament win, which prompts Layla to explain how she conquered the Dandra Cup held by the Royals. That event sounds like a toddler tussle for those below 15, though she insists the challenge was immense, and suggests they might have reached the end together. The young man promises a rematch immediately, yet she wonders if he actually feels prepared to brawl given the looming academy test and potential medical issues. Dismissing her fretfulness, the boy insists there is no danger, while privately trying to figure out why she anticipates bloodshed during light training. Since the sun is already bailing on them, she schedules their little showdown for the following morning. Once the sun rises again, the pair stands in the courtyard prepared for combat. She checks if he has proper gear, hoping he stopped trying to fight people with a dull stick or something equally ridiculous, advocating for a harmless skirmish using safety equipment. This boy notes that perfection is impossible even for warriors, then inquires about her strategy regarding unexpected wounds. The girl claims there is zero risk, bragging that the finest doctor in the land basically lies in their guest room. Dane offers a scary thought, asking about the consequences if a disaster strikes before the physician can even reach them. The girl struggles to respond before her companion suggests that brandishing lethal edges requires a strong enough mind to face the bloody aftermath of battle. She complains about his overthinking, given that they are just planning a quick little game of tag with swords. She finally gives in and settles for the toy versions, barking orders at a servant to fetch the wooden gear. As they wait for the delivery, Dane watches her, feeling legitimately impressed by her massive ego and self-belief. The gossip is right. She is clearly on the fast track to matching her knightly brothers in terms of raw power. The Thermian estate might actually crown its very first lady boss in the extremely near future. Dane questions if his early mana lessons were the spark that lit her fire, and the evidence points to a definite yes. Peeking inside her brain, Layla is genuinely appreciative of his support, since his mentorship let her outpace everyone else while creating a pair of monocores. This specific day has been a long time coming, but she worries if Dane would feel sad about losing to her. That household grunt eventually brings over the required tools. After Dane grabs a fake pointy stick, the man twirls the wood, ensuring those stiff limbs actually still function. Following his stretching, that fellow assumes a fighting posture, wondering if the girl feels prepared for a walloping. Layla gives a thumbs up, clutching her plastic blade while assuming a position that looks somewhat professional. The girl thinks about that tournament loser who used a pole, remembering how easily she smacked him around. Long sticks become pretty useless garbage the moment you get close enough to see their pores. Recalling that tip, she dashes at him like a hungry dog chasing a steak. However, her plastic blade fails to actually graze his clothing. That man vanishes, causing total mental chaos, while she tries finding his location. The girl realizes Dane already poked her ribs using a glorified walking stick, concluding this practice duel so quickly that nobody realized it began. Whirling around, the lady demands to know how the master managed to teleport behind her. The blonde fellow quips about her luck with wooden toys, since actual steel blades would have transformed her into human kebabs. The student flatly denies getting totally owned by her opponent, since she felt certain her blade was destined to hit its mark. The man suggests a Rita while mentioning that sprinting like a goat never works twice, meaning she ought to act cautiously. That girl attempts to focus, thinking the failure happened because his sudden appearance made her brain short-circuit. Now she promises to stop holding back and actually put some effort in. At that moment, Leela sees the old man hovering on the high porch, viewing the entire disaster. Dane eventually spots that grumpy noble. Feeling shocked, the man is actually spying on his kids. Growth in person. That warrior understands such overprotective fatherly instincts, especially since the girl worked tirelessly for a trophy. Though he knows this sparring session should prove her skills and soothe the father's mind, having a parent nearby makes the girl more hyper than a toddler on a sugar rush. Plus the girl feels desperate to show off by dumping every ounce of energy into this final bout. Dane gives a tiny nod, inviting the student to unleash every secret technique hiding within her sleeve. When the swinging starts, the flurry of movement becomes faster than a group of frantic mosquitoes. Leela decided to finally go for broke, throwing everything she had into this skirmish. Yet, her maximum effort was about to fall short. Dane, ever the supportive opponent, suggested she still needed to increase her output, urging her to find another gear. The Duke couldn't contain a chuckle, bursting with pride at his daughter's performance. He was delighted they appeared balanced at this stage, though he secretly wondered who would take home the win. However, the atmosphere quickly changed, as if someone had switched the background music from cheerful to foreboding. The Duke observed Dane's confident grin disappear, replaced by a grim expression suggesting he was about to unleash his inner gladiator. This shift, for some reason, triggered an almost traumatic sense of familiarity in the old man. The sparring session progressed. Leela poured every ounce of her remaining strength into overwhelming Dane. However, it became glaringly obvious she was completely outclassed in this exchange. Her subsequent attack was so clumsy it essentially left her completely defenseless. Dane quickly executed a trip, sending her tumbling. He gently ensured her inevitable fall wouldn't cause any serious injury. Duke Thermion wasn't exactly ecstatic watching his daughter continue her unfortunate losing streak. He questioned his knight, Asmar, whether this painful lesson would finally curb Leela's overwhelming cockiness. Asmar simply responded that the Duke likely knew the answer already, making his opinion redundant. Thermion concurred, asserting his complete understanding of the situation since he had observed her transformation after her previous triumph. As the chaotic brawl continued, the Duke mused aloud that he had often thought about giving her a serious talking to. He ultimately concluded it would be more effective to let her figure things out independently. Asmar nodded in agreement with the Duke's parenting strategy. Thermion then posed another query to his knight. He wanted to know how many mana cores Dane might be concealing within himself. Asmar, evaluating Dane's talent, estimated a minimum of 3, but Thermion quickly countered, suggesting 2 cores was more likely, with a remote possibility of 3. Asmar requested an explanation for the Duke's reasoning. Thermion advised his knight to study the situation more carefully in response. The Duke pointed out that Leela's struggle wasn't caused by Dane's superior spear technique or incredible reflexes. The real issue was his brilliant tactical maneuvering. This was a level of strategic complexity Leela had simply never encountered. The camera focuses on Leela, who appears utterly bewildered as Dane effortlessly counters every single one of her attacks. Dane generously clarified that her slow, predictable movements made it incredibly simple for him to anticipate her every intention. Her entire offensive strategy was so transparent, it granted him a massive tactical advantage. Meanwhile, Thermion inquired of Asmar whether he could detect the presence of a truly formidable swordsman hidden within young Dane. The knight immediately agreed, but admitted he was baffled, wondering how someone Dane's age could possibly have accumulated so much experience. A mystery Thermion confessed he also couldn't solve. He then reflected that Leela's most dramatic personal development had occurred 7 years prior, right after they returned from their inspection tour in the south. Meeting Dane back then had a powerful effect on her, and he felt certain that this current encounter would prove equally transformative. Asmar acknowledged this, admitting he too found the boy surprising, noting that while Leela was a champion, she was vastly outmatched by Dane, suggesting Count Sugris must have been an absolute tyrant during training. Duke Thermion, however, didn't quite see things that way. He argued that Sugris wasn't the type of person to employ harsh methods, and besides, Dane didn't seem like the kind of person who would require that kind of discipline in the first place. Asmar wasn't entirely certain where the Duke was going with his line of reasoning, so Thermion clarified his position, stating plainly that this boy was no ordinary person, but rather someone blessed with overwhelming, raw talent. a genuine prodigy. He further speculated that Dane likely skipped participation in the Danter Cup simply because he was completely unimpressed by it. While Asmar outwardly agreed with his senior, he inwardly found the idea absurd. After all, the Danter Cup was something every young man and woman in the Empire dreamed of winning. Thermion pressed on, asking why Dane would even bother when no one else his age possessed skills remotely close to his own level. Just as the Duke said this, his daughter buckled and slumped to her knees in complete exhaustion. Watching her, Thermion mused that these brutal matches might be exactly what she needed to curb her overconfidence. He hoped Leela would recognize her own deficiencies after this intense round of sparring. If she could finally shed her arrogance and simply concentrate on improving her swordplay, she would be able to thoroughly outpace her brothers. Now shifting to Leela's point of view, she found herself enduring one mortifying defeat after another. She was finally forced to admit that Dane wasn't just a tough opponent. He was operating on a completely different plane of existence. She knew their talents were different, but discovering the chasm between them was this immense left her absolutely stunned. Recognizing her total exhaustion, Dane mercifully decided to end the match. It seemed Dane had precisely fulfilled Duke Thermion's objective, acting as a walking reality check to finally humble Leela. As they walk away, she fumed with visible annoyance, lashing out to demand an explanation for how on earth he had trained to become so skilled. In response, Dane casually replied that he just practiced diligently. What a savage. His nonchalant answer completely unraveled Leela, making her intensely frustrated, as she felt he was completely diminishing all her hard work by suggesting she hadn't worked just as hard. Dane, ever the ruthless one, merely repeated his point, suggesting Leela simply try practicing even harder. With that, he chose to depart. But Leela wasn't ready to concede just yet. She vowed very clearly that the next round would end with a different outcome. Dane, already anticipating their future battle, offered no further comment and left her alone to stew over their contrasting dynamic. Regarding folks her age, Dane stands as the unique soul Leela really respects, yet, she simultaneously harbors a desperate urge to totally smoke him in a contest. She aims to show she is no mere student, but he stays annoyingly out of reach regardless of her frantic efforts. Nevertheless, she mutters to wait, because, during the upcoming round, victory will be hers alone. Several suns set before we realize that the school admission gauntlet is far from a standard quiz. It becomes a massive carnival where gifted people from every corner drag their families into the capital. Consequently, thousands of humans swamp the city streets at the exact same moment. Currently, about 6,000 hopeful candidates have registered for this specific academic survival game. You simply needed to pay a small entry fee, making it open to any random person. Nonetheless, the rivalry was cutthroat, seeing most candidates fail the initial trial, and currently the first cull has concluded. 2,000 lucky survivors remain, preparing for the upcoming specialization torture session. Within those walls, the bosses huddle to gossip about the crowd, noting that with 2,000 kids left, work will be hell. While one lady smugly predicts only 200 will survive, every single one of them places bets on which specific flavor of genius will actually win. The fellow heading the discussion is Professor Dnav, who oversees the entire department of wizardry. The lady talking is Ingrid, the leader of the with Spears department. Dnavo inquires about the grading schedule, confessing he is dying to see which student took the top spot. Someone mentions the top sword. Swinger is likely the Thermion girl, since she won the Danter trophy, and her father is a legendary parent. The conversation shifts to the head of the summoning wing, a lady named Delphine, an astute. As the assembly suggests various candidates for the crown, Dnavo simply remains silent and enigmatic. Suddenly he interrupts the noise, scolding the entire group regarding their baseless and silly guesses. A unique envelope appears in his hand, seizing general attention, and upon being questioned regarding the contents, Dnavo clarifies it is a glowing referral from Cedrine, incorporating a mana-infused emblem from the Nacton magic tower. Jaws hit the floor, because Cedrine finally picked a favorite, and while the air is heavy with shock, some still doubt he can beat the sword champion. Dnavo is not finished, reminding the group that the legendary hermit Cedrine, who famously avoids teaching, actually sent this endorsement. Furthermore, this kid is only 14 but is already casting spells as a 3-chain mage, which is totally unfair. Listeners feel desperate to identify it as genius, so following a dramatic wait, Dnavo identifies the youth as Dane Sugras of the Sogras family. Everyone there becomes totally speechless. This sudden news becomes even more mind-blowing, because currently there exists Sogras House already birthed 2 brainiacs for the school, so a third arrival suggests they aim to hog the spotlight, and pop everyone's eyeballs out. Asternade remembers that family specializes in pointy sticks, so finding a wizard's recommendation feels like those spear experts are suddenly pivoting to magic fame. Ingrid agrees, and figured he would stick to the family spear style, making this sudden shift quite a shock for her, and Dinavo, on the contrary, is pumped to witness him entering the magic wing, specifically because having Arabella there makes him a legendary recruit. Naturally, this prestigious imperial school is most famous for its crazy magic. A frantic lady bursts through the doors suddenly, announcing the test results have finally landed like a sack of heavy bricks. A digital window displaying the latest rankings manifests in the air. The tally shows sword swingers claimed 1,300 spots, while the wand wavers took 200, leaving the summoners with a measly handful. The sheer quantity of aspiring blade masters is absolutely bonkers, especially when looking at those other tiny, pathetic departments, leaving the entire audience completely dumbfounded. Esternid acts like a proud peacock, convinced his favorite little monster is definitely among the mountain of sweaty sword recruits he just accepted. All the instructors rapidly eyeball the list of successful applicants, desperate to spot where Dane landed, but their smiles vanish when the kid is nowhere to be found in any standard department list. A dusty old geezer asks if any students were skipped, and the messenger girl notes that exactly one person applied for the weird autonomous major. Hearing the phrase autonomous major makes everyone freeze, looking like they accidentally chewed on a pile of gravel and sour lemons. Then that messenger drops a massive truth bomb. Apparently Dane Sugres obliterated the competition, snatching first place among 6,000 other hopeful applicants. Once more, this revelation forces the crowd into total shock, while one person literally shrieks at a volume that could probably shatter expensive crystal wine glasses 3 rooms away. We eventually catch up with Dane a month into his stay, where time has moved so fast that his duel with Leela feels like it happened hours ago. They have already finished the primary exam and are just loitering for the scores, which thankfully did not require any actual brain power. Right then, Leela sprints over with a head full of gossip about the rankings, dying to know if he managed to avoid failing. Well, we already know he grabbed the gold, which is basically as shocking as finding sand at a local beach, but it is a massive failure for poor Leela, his self-proclaimed nemesis, who looks like she just bit into a very angry lemon. Dane is absolutely loving the view of her defeat, eager to take the win out of this spicy kitten who thinks she owns the place. Leela, practically steam, whistling, demands to know what kind of dark sorcery allowed him to study so effectively. Dane says he just chewed through his sister's old practice sheets, adding that the military science part was slightly annoying, but not impossible. Of course, he cheated by actually surviving real wars in his previous life, making the military theory section feel like a basic coloring book. Leela cannot grasp why toddlers are being grilled on global politics, but Dane just twists the knife by saying the whole ordeal was fun. Leela completely loses her cool, and puts on a show, glaring at him as if he just grew a second head. She mocks him, asking if a horse kicked him or something. She figures any sane 14-year-old would be clueless about military strategy, art history, classical music, or the Dranic Empire's past. Dane, staying true to his blunt self, immediately returns fire, reminding her this is exactly where he excels. He explains that living on the front lines forces you to learn a thing or two. Changing tactics, asks what he chose for the next exam. He casually drops the bomb that he picked 3 subjects. Daring 3 completely blindsides her because selecting 3 subjects automatically places you in the autonomous major program. Each new piece of information about Dane adds fuel to Leela's growing irritation. She insists on knowing what other special abilities he keeps hidden beyond just spear fighting and summoning spells. Dane simply grins, sidestepping the interrogation, promising to spill the beans later. Deeply frustrated, she demands he tell her instantly, questioning why on earth he would pick that major. She argues that his decision defies all logic. Dane calmly responds that he simply desires to study every subject available. Leela quickly points out to him that getting through the autonomous major is nearly impossible for a good reason. Dane seems completely undisturbed by the warning, explaining that he heard students in that program get free reign over their schedules until graduation. Furthermore, they avoid having to declare a single major and even get to do research alongside professors across every single department. Leela squints at him, wondering if he genuinely believes people are failing simply because they were unaware of the perks. She then suggests his only choosing this major to avoid being in the same classes as her. Dane denies this, which predictably only causes her to erupt further. She insists he reveal his plan for passing and insists on knowing every ability he possesses beyond just spear fighting and summoning. Given how restless and incredibly persistent she is, Dane briefly considers spilling more secrets. Honestly, she's really starting to grate on my nerves. I wish he'd just stop talking so much. The camera quickly cuts away to the hallowed halls of the academy, where we find professors gossiping about Dane in hushed tones. It seems all the faculty members were forced to meet up, because passing the autonomous major requires succeeding in 3 separate departmental tests. They are completely flabbergasted that Dane is seriously considering the autonomous major. Spearmanship, magic, and summoning are fundamentally opposed, making passing all three virtually impossible. Professor Delphine points out that while few people manage to pass 2 tests, most applicants don't even pass a single one. BunRv concurs, suggesting specialization is better, like sticking to spears if you read good at spearmanship or focusing solely on magic. Applying for a single major is just the easier and more sensible route. The autonomous major program has existed for 200 years, and almost nobody has ever managed to successfully clear every single hurdle. When the program first kicked off, its requirements weren't nearly as strict as they are now. Centuries ago, when constant warfare was the norm, the academy simply needed every capable body it could recruit. If someone displayed any sort of potential, regardless of the area, they were immediately trained and deployed. However, things have drastically changed, and the entry requirements have only gotten stricter as time passes. Modern applicants prefer to master one single skill rather than be moderately skilled in multiple areas. A professor then wonders why this major still exists since nobody applies for it and nobody passes it. BunRv reminds everyone that it serves as a symbol, an emblem of prestige specifically reserved for the Empire's absolute top talents. Delphine counters that it doesn't really matter anymore, having dwindled to the point where it's essentially just a historical footnote. BunRv adds that he checked the archives and found that only 2 people have passed in the last 0 years. One dropped out immediately, and the other became the last emperor. Upon hearing this, Professor Ingrid comments that only a true genius could possibly pass the autonomous major, making it impossible for everyone else. Delphine reminds everyone that Dane happens to be the youngest son of the famous war hero, Arkansas. He definitely isn't from some average family. She admits she's genuinely curious to see what he brings to the table. The professors also discuss the possibility that Dane might just be an arrogant kid who got lucky. If they take it easy on him, there's a small chance he could fluke his way through. However, given their high positions, they definitely can't afford to take a lax approach. Regardless, BunRv finds himself quite fascinated. If Dane truly is just an overconfident punk audacious enough to try challenging a fundamental symbol of the academy, BunRv wants to personally witness the spectacle. The moment has arrived, finding us at the second exam location. As Dane stands facing the professors, he calmly introduces himself and announces that he applied for the Imperial Academy's autonomous major program. BunRv, looking like he just stepped off a runway, interrogated him about whether he truly comprehended the gravity of applying to this highly exclusive institution. Naturally, Dane had studied so hard his brain was starting to smell faintly of old textbooks, asserting with full bravado that he was absolutely ready for the 3 major exams he foolishly selected. Professor Ingrid, perhaps thinking of her own impending retirement, gently reminded him that a graceful exit was still possible, largely because she truly revered Count Sugars, that legendary spear-wielding hero of the realm. The last thing she needed was to witness the magnificent Count's progeny utterly bomb this test, and slink back to his manor wrapped in a cloak of shame and disappointment. Dane gave a polite nod, thanking her for the worry, which was about as useful as a screen door on a submarine, but stressed emphatically that he was absolutely here to give 110 until his brain turned into pudding. Honestly, the academics figured this much. They would have been deeply disappointed if this kid folded quicker than a cheap lawn chair after a small dose of pessimistic commentary. He clearly wouldn't be attempting this madness to begin with. BunRv, getting down to the bureaucratic details, informed him the entrance gauntlet was composed of 3 highly specialized assessments tailored to Dane's chosen fields, clarifying that flunking even a single segment meant immediate, spectacular expulsion. With the terrifying regulations now meticulously catalogued, BunRv waved his hand dramatically at Professor Delphine, the formidable boss lady of the entire summoning division, indicating she should kick off the festivities. Moments later, she positioned herself directly opposite Dane, creating an uncomfortable degree of face-to-face proximity. Dane mentally reviewed Delphine's impressive resume, having learned that she was essentially the celebrity quarterback among Altheon Empire summoners, notoriously holding the unbelievable record for juggling 3 scary creatures above the second rank all at once. The powerful Dane finally opened her mouth, declaring the summoning assessment was child's play, stating that Dane merely had to impress her with his magical beast, calling skills in whatever creative manner he could manage. Upon hearing the casual rules, Dane felt a surge of pure excitement, because he had fully anticipated a rigorous, rigid examination, not a free-for-all where he could skip the standard, flashy rabbit, off, hat routine. He totally blindsided her by requesting she summon something instead. This unexpected request threw her completely off her game, causing her to instantly snap back. wanting to know precisely what sort of ridiculous nonsense he was spouting. The entire academic panel looked utterly bamboozled. Such she. It was simply unthinkable that a mere candidate would dare request the professor put on a magical demonstration. This bizarre move definitely piqued their collective interest regarding Dane's strategy, especially since de Neville, remembering the boy lacked the proper markings, originally figured Dane would just drone on about summoning theory, but now suspected the kid was fishing for a free, live demonstration. Even though Delphine had zero patience for this audacious little upstart attempting to command her, she nevertheless decided to grant his strangely impolite wish. However, she issued a stern warning that this was not a performance typically witnessed outside of a high-security battle zone, advising him to ensure his eyeballs were fully functional and glued to the show. Following her dramatic pronouncement, the powerful woman launched into her elaborate summoning spellcraft. The colossal enchantment began coalescing into a ridiculously enormous magical construct. The sheer, overwhelming gravitational pull of the magic forced all loose items to immediately evacuate the immediate vicinity. Even the seasoned academics looked thoroughly flabbergasted, gasping silently when the terrifying creature she had called forth finally materialized. This monster was officially identified as the legendary maniacal brute, Eater R. A single, genuinely spying, chilling bellow from the beast was sufficient to make every person present seriously reconsider why they hadn't chosen a safer career, like accounting. As Dane would later confirm, this beast was the undisputed champion of cruelty among the third-ranked summons, holding a well-earned reputation for savagely attacking literally everyone in sight, excluding, of course, the one who called it forth. Dane admitted he certainly hadn't budgeted for seeing something this utterly bonkers, especially since this was merely a ridiculous entrance exam. Well, it appears our little spectacle is about to take a genuinely fascinating turn. With her part of the bargain fulfilled, Delphine playfully challenged Dane to reveal the grand demonstration he had in store. The onlookers were collectively agate, understanding that Eterarch, even for a fourth-ranked beast, was notoriously savage, a creature that could easily overwhelm multiple skilled knights working together. Such a behemoth would pose a monumental challenge, leaving even Professor Ingrid scratching her head as to Delphine's logic in conjuring something so outrageously enormous. Meanwhile, Dane, with an almost alarming nonchalance, simply kept advancing towards the formidable creature. This prompted Delphine to frantically shout a warning, urging him to retreat at once, knowing that any closer approach would spell disaster. It was practically guaranteed the creature would lash out. Dane, however, completely brushed off her urgent plea, and after practically hugging the monster, calmly declared he was merely demonstrating his skills as a summoner. Delphine conceded his point, yet Riley noted she hadn't suggested he spontaneously combust in a fiery pit just to make a point. Unfazed, Dane merely held out his hand, confidently assuring her there was absolutely no cause for alarm regarding such trivial matters. With a solitary, commanding signal and what appeared to be a brief chat with the colossal creature, this gargantuan monstrosity, which moments ago had appeared utterly horrifying, abruptly bowed its enormous head, acting much like a well-trained puppy, completely compliant with Dane's instructions. This spectacle left every single observer utterly dumbfounded, jaws practically hitting the floor. Meanwhile, Dane continued to stroke the monstrous beast as if it were nothing more threatening than a fluffy house cat. Even Delphine, supposedly the creature's master, registered the same bewildered expression as the rest of the crowd. After all, one simply doesn't stroll up and domesticate the famously savage Eterarch with such effortless grace. Then, her gaze abruptly caught sight of the faint mana thread, extending directly to Eterarch itself. Despite its somewhat faint hue, indicating an incomplete mastery, this thread entirely neutralized every ounce of Eterarch's aggression. They were observing this incredible feat unfold, live and inglorious, unbelievable color. Yet their minds stubbornly refused to fully process the reality. Delphine pondered, if Dane, in this split second he approached Eterarch, had instantly dissected the creature's mana thread, he must have then conjured a mirrored mana connection to bind it to himself, a brilliant strategy for a summoner lacking a traditional more. It suddenly dawned on her. This boy possessed a truly phenomenal gift. This talent, she recognized, far eclipsed any commendation she had ever earned from her esteemed instructors back in her own student day. Contemplating such an extraordinary aptitude, she couldn't help but marvel at the immense potential his future now held. Finally, she advanced, kindly informing Dane that his impressive demonstration had more than adequately showcased his exceptional abilities. She then praised his remarkably fearless courage. His foundational skills were meticulously scrutinized with an icy, unyielding judgment before they grudgingly granted him official passage. Such an extraordinary display had the other two professors literally picking their jaws up off the floor, a spectacle as rare as a politician telling the absolute truth. That evening, upon Dane's return to Duke Thermian's opulent palace, He regaled Layla with tales of his exam, leaving her utterly flabbergasted that it had all wrapped up in a mere 20 minutes, though it felt like swallowing a whole porcupine. Layla begrudgingly conceded Dane was now the Academy's top dog thanks to his latest feat, but Dane, quick as a wink, pointed out her own first place finish in swordsmanship, making her a top student too. Naturally, Layla, for reasons clearer than a bell, fiercely rejected the label, leaving her to simply pout in magnificent frustration. Dane valiantly attempted to lift her spirits, playfully mentioning her father had even thrown a bash to celebrate her own success, but Layla remained utterly fixated on the chasm of talent, a gulf as wide as the ocean, separating her from Dane. For Layla, Dane felt less like a mere rival, and more like an unstoppable, utterly charming natural disaster. Following that, she simply made her exit without another word. Soon after, Dane found himself conversing with Duke Thermion, who sagely suggested giving Layla her desired breathing room, but Dane, ever the worrywart, felt prolonged pouting wasn't exactly character building. The Duke, however, merely chuckled, assuring him there was no cause for alarm, as Layla would inevitably bounce back. Eventually, shifting gears, the Duke then inquired if Dane had already spilled the beans to his father about his exam triumph, certain that Count Sugrius would burst with pride upon hearing such glorious tidings. Our plucky hero confirmed with a nod, divulging that back home, the celebratory mood had been nothing short of jubilant. The Duke beamed, cheerfully reminding Dane that gaining entry to the autonomous department was no mere walk in the park. Even the most jaded Academy staff had been utterly taken aback by his remarkable accomplishment. Now, with exams done and dusted, the Duke urged him to kick back, relax, and get ready for official enrollment. Dane expressed his heartfelt gratitude for the Duke's benevolent care and wise counsel. Thermion then shifted gears, inquiring if Dane had pondered what grand item he intended to forge. Our young man admitted he was leaning towards crafting a formidable sword, but confessed to still weighing his options, prompting the Duke to press for the reason behind his hesitation. Dane sheepishly explained that his body, much like a fine wine, hadn't quite finished maturing just yet. Furthermore, he hadn't yet pinpointed the precise type of blade his heart desired, so he intended to painstakingly deliberate, ensuring he wouldn't squander such an incredibly rare and pivotal opportunity with a rash choice. Thermion, finding this particular dilemma rather endearing, was quite amused. Suddenly, like a well-oiled phantom, the butler materialized, discreetly informing the Duke that the madam, with unspoken authority, desired his immediate presence. Following that, he simply made his exit. Dane was left to sadly reflect on the Duchess' stubbornness, which remained frustratingly unchanged. This heartbreakingly persistent condition had lingered, frustratingly, for many years. Right at that moment, Layla made an unexpected appearance, offering a bittersweet update that her mother, thankfully, hadn't declined further, but hadn't shown any glimmer of improvement either. This stagnant situation had persisted for several years, and Dane, who had never witnessed a family member endure such a protracted illness, felt a profound wave of pity for Layla. Wisely, he refrained from uttering the cliché that he understood Layla's profound emotional ordeal. 2 days hence, the bustling scene reconvened at the Academy's impressive front gates. A distinguished host warmly welcomed every wide-eyed freshman of the magnificent Imperial Academy, proudly introducing himself as the esteemed headmaster. Arkwold homed himself. He lauded the newly admitted scholars who, having navigated a gauntlet of fierce competition, had claimed their rightful, prestigious spots, declaring with booming certainty that the Empire's future shone gloriously bright, as every single individual present represented a cornerstone of its immense talent. This year's freshman class, it appeared, was positively teeming with exceptionally outstanding intellects. Yet even amongst those luminaries, one student shone with truly extraordinary brilliance, having miraculously conquered the infamous autonomous major exam. Astonishingly, with this newly minted genius counted, only 2 individuals had successfully cleared that formidable hurdle in the entire past century. This particular wonderkind had not merely passed, but had achieved the unthinkable, securing unanimous, resounding approval from the 3 formidable deans presiding over the magic, spearmanship, and summoning departments. The entire assembly erupted in an utterly unhinged frenzy, their minds collectively blown at the mere concept of someone actually passing the autonomous major test, a feat they had previously deemed mythological. The headmaster, savoring the moment, then dramatically summoned the undisputed top student, Dane Sugrius, to majestically present himself. Dane, exuding charisma and an undeniable swagger, confidently strode towards the stage as the crowd erupted in a frenzy. I am genuinely baffled that this youthful upstart managed to ace the rigorous autonomous major assessment test. Observe how the entire audience is buzzing about that fellow Dane and the entire Sugrius lineage, and right there, mingling amongst them, is the Earl Sugrius himself, escorted by various family relatives. while Duke Thermion nearby looks thoroughly impressed, lavishing praise on Sogris for rearing such a remarkable youth. He feels a deep pang of self-reproach, concluding his accomplished precisely zero raising his own 2 male offspring, whose sister is now joining the institution, yet neither of his own boys bothered to make an appearance, as the elder is off chasing some assignment, and the younger bolted entirely. Meanwhile, Sogris has managed to flip things around magnificently with his 2 daughters, which surely makes Thermion feel a twinge of green, a jealousy, as his own girl is standing there. A heavy gloom settles upon him, making him quite mournful, wishing terribly that the mother of his child could witness this monumental occasion. Whilst Dane is soaking up the bright limelight, every single eyeball seems rigidly fixed upon him. Delphine so swiftly queries Dane's older sibling about whether Dane always shared such a wonderful rapport with his summoned entities since he was knee-high to a grasshopper, to which the sister replies instantly and affirmatively, as if it were a matter of common knowledge. Delphine so had banked on precisely this reply, solidifying his belief that Dane possesses an inherent affinity, likely present from the moment he drew his first breath, making him an unusual specimen who outperforms most summoners despite lacking any visible manifestation of a familiar. The sister then muses aloud whether Dane's exceptionally high level of camaraderie might even permit him to call forth beasts from the mythical realm known as Beyond the Horizon. To properly frame this query, we must grasp the setting, where Beyond the Horizon signifies an entirely separate plane of existence from which companions were historically summoned, a connection severed by time for well over a century. Delphine so finally settles on the affirmative, speculating that summons originating from that distant world maintain the privilege of selecting their human partners, potentially making such an incredible feat highly attainable. At that precise moment, the Academy's headmaster glides over toward Dane, finally having the opportunity to meet the celebrated newcomer face to face. He hands our star pupil a crisp document, conveying enormous expectations that this prodigy will unleash the full spectrum of his prodigious abilities while enrolled at the Academy. Dane, puffing out his chest with pride, readily accepts the parchment and confirms receipt with a cheerful grin, while simultaneously, all the students who had been milling about begin to formally organize themselves into a neat file for the mandatory declaration of allegiance ritual, spearheaded by the appointed freshman representative. Later, we find Dane completely adrift in his own joyous musings, basking in the warm afterglow of his initial significant triumph, having finally punched his ticket into the esteemed academy after quite the slog. Nevertheless, he is fiercely resolved not to squander this glorious second opportunity that life has handed him. This is merely the overture, and he fully intends to rack up considerably more accomplishments. The subsequent shift in scenery transports us directly into the principal gathering hall of the academic institution. A few appointed delegates conclude their formal introductory speeches outlining the academy's virtues, granting the assembled students a brief intermission before the next program segment commences. They are heartily encouraged to partake in the refreshments laid out at the rear and take a comfortable moment to recharge their batteries. During this interim period, Abe, adopting the persona of a slightly nagging guardian angel, commences schooling Dane, warning him that now, with his recent success, a legion of observers will be scrutinizing his every move, some harboring good intentions, others decidedly not. She strongly urges him to exercise caution regarding any unsolicited proposals, and to meticulously weigh all his options before committing. As she continues her earnest monologue, Dane lightly dismisses her concerns, assuring her he possesses adequate self-awareness, but Leela presses on, bringing up the vital topic of student organizations, yet Dane adamantly states his complete disinterest in joining any such groups. By this juncture, the upperclassmen have already begun actively canvassing the talented newcomers, hoping keenly to entice them into enlisting for their respective clubs and various extracurricular pursuits. Now that the thought has crossed his mind, Dane recalled his older sister mentioning how the academy was absolutely brimming with exciting and engaging clubs. Suddenly, a particularly zealous senior bellowed Dane's name, hoping to nab him for their specific organization. In mere seconds, a massive crowd formed, swarming toward Dane like sharks in a feeding frenzy, all shouting over one another in a desperate attempt to recruit him for their clubs, causing instant chaos. But Leela, acting quickly, grabbed Dane's hand and tore off running. She practically dragged him along with her as she sprinted to escape the absolute madness. Unfortunately, their escape route was completely cut off by a group of equally desperate morons trying to recruit Dane for their own club. The entire area immediately devolved into a scene of complete mayhem. Students were screaming loudly, pitching their clubs with frantic and wild enthusiasm, while Leela was running as if her life depended on it, pulling Dane along in her wake. Despite her impressive speed, the crowd proved relentless and began chasing them immediately. As he ran, Dane couldn't help but feel that this whole ordeal seemed oddly familiar, though he was used to being pursued by enemy soldiers. Being chased like this purely for being the top student was an entirely new and unique experience. The scene transitions to another section of the academy, where we are introduced to Kelthus Refiel, who is strolling along quietly, simply minding his own business. In the background, a cluster of senior students whispers among themselves, glancing toward Kelthus, making it clear he has quite a reputation, though exactly what kind remains to be seen. Apparently, Kelthus had recently returned from serving as commander of the Imperial Knights, and immediately took up a new position as a professor. He's revered as one of the very best and most amazing professors at the academy, despite Kelthus having absolutely zero desire to be a role model educator, and from this point onward, his anxiety is going to rapidly increase, because his tranquil existence is about to come to an end, all because there is a new student in the autonomous department for the first time in several decades, shattering Kelthus' previously easy life where he could simply write some papers and call it good, but now he actually needs to start preparing proper classes. The perspective changes completely, focusing now on Kelthus himself, who quietly thinks to himself that the freshman orientation should probably wrap up soon. It seems he is clearly not thrilled about having someone join the autonomous department, and what truly irritates him the most is that someone chose to join the department while he was acting as its head. Soon he notices Dane standing just outside his office. Kelthus calls out to him, surprised by how early Dane has actually arrived. Our protagonist, being very proper, makes sure to greet his professor respectfully. Once they both settle down inside the office, we get a glimpse of Kelthus' inner thoughts, confirming he is thoroughly irritated. He reflects on how hard he worked to attain this position specifically to enjoy some peace and quiet, noting that instructing students was never part of the plan, and that if he truly wanted to teach anyone, he would have remained with the Night Order, having already endured more than enough of that. Since there's no going back, Kelthus turns to Dane and asks why he specifically chose to apply to the autonomous department, to which our young man simply responds that he does not want to be confined to one particular field, prompting Kelthus to follow up by asking if he intends to pick a specific field eventually. Dane responds in the affirmative, agreeing that he will eventually make a selection, but for the time being, he doesn't want to pass up the incredible opportunity to study in the autonomous department. Kelthus looks noticeably peeved, realizing that if this trend continues, he will be permanently stuck instructing Dane. But then, a brilliant idea for sabotage sparked in his mind when he suddenly remembered Dane had completely skipped the swordsmanship test. The fact that this particular student didn't even attempt the evaluation clearly suggested a lack of confidence in that specific area. Kelthus saw his opening, and ambushed our protagonist with a query about his sword-wielding knowledge. The question obviously caught Dane entirely off guard, leaving him confused and puzzled. Kelthus quickly tried to justify himself, clarifying that he meant no disrespect, but insisted that as the professor in charge of the autonomous department, he felt Dane should at least have some familiarity with the skill. It was a strange line of questioning, and Dane could easily sense that his instructor wasn't exactly thrilled to see him, so Dane kept his response blunt and to the point, stating he simply wasn't interested in practicing swordsmanship at all. This was precisely the moment Kelthus had been waiting for. He quickly capitalized on the opportunity, declaring that he intended to test Dane's abilities right away. Kelthus certainly had the power to evaluate Dane, and if our boy's swordsmanship was truly as pathetic as the professor secretly suspected, this awful instructor could use the poor results as a convenient excuse to force him out of the department. Kelthus decided they should head over to the training grounds immediately to assess Dane's talent in swordsmanship. Upon arrival, the professor gestured grandly toward the impressive collection of swords adorning the walls, instructing Dane to take his pick. Our protagonist began surveying the astounding array of blades on display. As he examined the wide variety of weaponry, he couldn't help but wonder why such a comprehensive training room existed in a school focused on academics. Most confusing of all, why was there so much equipment when no autonomous department students had passed through here in decades? After a moment, Dane simply shrugged and grabbed a sword entirely at random. Kelthus expressed some doubt about Dane's selection, but our boy confidently affirmed his choice, showing absolutely no signs of second thoughts. With the weapon chosen, Kelthus outlined the rules of engagement. They were quite simple. If Dane managed to land just one strike, he would pass the test. To make things easier for his student, Kelthus applied a severe handicap to himself, restricting his movement to no more than 2 steps during the entirety of the fight. Dane accepted the terms instantly, without any hesitation whatsoever. The two opponents took their positions, facing one another to begin the duel. Kelthus felt a mix of relief and growing concern, relieved that Dane had agreed to the condition so readily, but the ready acceptance was also unsettling. Dane hadn't hesitated at all, acting as if he was entirely certain he would succeed. As soon as the match started, Dane charged straight toward Kelthus with surprising speed. He swung the blade wildly in an attempt to make contact with his instructor, but Kelthus easily shuffled to the side and dodged the attack. Even though he evaded the strike with minimal effort, the professor couldn't help but notice something important. Dane was fast, much faster than he had expected from a non-specialist. For a fleeting moment, he started to consider that maybe this young man genuinely was qualified to be an autonomous student, but there was no time to think about it further. Dane continued his attack with relentless swings, each one displaying better precision than the last. At one point, Kelthus suddenly found himself just inches away from getting tagged, and the realization sent a cold wave of fear down his back. When Dane launched another strike, Kelthus was forced to quickly draw his own sword to block the incoming attack. Had he reacted even a fraction of a second slower, the entire match would have ended right then and there, and definitely not in his favor. What truly amazed him was Dane's swordsmanship. It was highly unconventional, almost chaotic, but undeniably effective in practice. Kelthus was now completely convinced that this student really did know how to handle a weapon. It was clear this wasn't just beginner's luck. Dane was truly unpredictable, and that made him dangerous. After the rapid exchange, Dane stepped back, breathing heavily. Kelthus watched him closely, and something about our protagonist's stance left him bewildered. It triggered a sudden memory of a remarkable swordsman he had once seen on a battlefield. Kelthus was completely baffled by Dane's technique, which looked less like a noble swordsman's polished stance and more like a chaotic, street-level brawler's moves. It was pure experience over formal instruction, but there was certainly no time for him to stop and process this oddity. Dane didn't pause for breath, charging forward to initiate another high-speed, metallic collision between their blades. The rapidity of their clashing blows would have made professional fencers green with envy. The two combatants moved so fast they turned into ghostly blurs, producing a chaotic symphony of ringing steel that echoed through the area. Kelthus honestly couldn't believe his eyes right now. Nothing about this entire scenario added up in a logical way. It was so completely unexpected that it defied his every previous assumption. He held the status of a Hexa-class swordsman, one of the most recognized elite, yet here he was, channeling immense magical energy just to stay ahead of a 14-year-old teenager. The experience was a contradictory blend of frustrating and exhilarating, proving Dane's immense potential while simultaneously throwing Kelthus an unexpected challenge during a routine skills evaluation. He felt himself flinching back on his heels, a clear breach of the two-step restriction he had promised himself, as every single swing from Dane seemed to gain substantial power. The way our hero moved and fought began to pull insistently at a long, dormant recollection buried in Kelthus' mind. The feeling was eerily familiar. Kelthus' memory suddenly replayed a scene from the battlefield. He once encountered a lone knight who possessed the same wild, stubborn energy in battle. Kelthus clearly recalled his astonishment at encountering such a remarkably courageous warrior on the field. This person fought with a furious, reckless abandon, displaying no loyalty through specific coats of arms or banners. That madman rampaged through the fight, acting as a chaotic force that everyone struggled desperately to contain. Just as the vivid memory began to fade into obscurity, Kelthus forcefully pulled his mind back to the immediate present. He returned to reality exactly in time to feel the cold, unmistakable touch of Dane's sword making contact with his body. He was successfully tagged. Dane allowed himself a small, triumphant smile in response to the victory, but he wisely refrained from bursting into laughter. He certainly didn't want to insult his professor, so he instead maintained an air of innocence and remarked, "I think my sword might have just touched you." While Kelthus absolutely hated to concede the point, he recognized that an oath made was an oath that must be kept. He begrudgingly awarded Dane a passing mark. Meanwhile, Dane finally allowed himself to relax completely. Keeping up with Kelthus was no simple task. He knew for certain that if the professor hadn't placed restrictions on himself, Dane wouldn't have had a chance in the world. Kelthus, on the other hand, felt completely overwhelmed. He couldn't deny the frankly absurd amount of talent hidden within this young man. Even given the professor's self-imposed limitations, Dane should never have been able to stand his ground against a Hexa-class specialist like Kelthus. Kelthus finally understood the true reason why Dane hadn't shown any sign of nervousness about the swordsmanship evaluation. With such natural skill, it was absolutely no mystery. Kelthus faced Dane and inquired why he hadn't applied for the swordsmanship department. Dane responded simply, stating he thought his family would be sad, a remark which Kelthus found very confusing and illogical. Upon a deeper level of reflection and consideration, Dane's father was a recognized genius with a spear, and his sisters were highly skilled in magic and summoning arts. It suddenly became perfectly clear why Dane had applied to all three departments. He was trying to meet the high standards of his family. Kelthus finally learned the difficult truth, realizing that Dane wasn't lacking confidence in swordsmanship at all. The underlying issue was far simpler. He just fundamentally didn't want to practice it. After surviving the interrogation, our protagonist receives his walking papers, so he gives a polite nod and thanks the grumpy old man. then departs silently, while the teacher glares at his backside. A depressing truth hits him that his scheme to kick the kid out and rot in peace has completely crashed. He is stuck with this mess. Once the wood clicks shut, the old wizard shuts his lids. His brain time travels to a distant era, remembering a chat he shared with a former colleague. He once queried his pal regarding the shiny tin can standing nearby, plus that comrade mentioned his identity was actually Argray. Afterwards, the lad bumps into his middle sister, who looks like she saw a ghost upon hearing he actually succeeded. She suspected the teacher was a total hard-ass who hates passing folks, considering the hermit has only graced a single staff assembly, which happened only because the big boss dragged him there, since he detests human interaction more than bad coffee. Essentially, the man acts exactly as he pleases, which explains her frantic anxiety for her sibling, though her relief that he is still in one piece makes the boy pause. Typically, the middle girl would be popping champagne, but she just seems glad her brother survived the ordeal with his limbs attached. He appreciates her for that, as her concern for his health is actually sincere and not just about status. Eventually, the big sibling comes sprinting towards the group, while the three relatives chat. The peanut gallery starts buzzing, as witnessing the entire Sugries clan together is like spotting three unicorns, proving that little Dane is just as legendary as his famous sisters, Arabella and Claire. Soon, a high-ranking student called Max Har greets our hero, explaining his role as the grand janitor and manager of the three residential sectors, where kids are sorted by their report cards, with the elite living in Danterre Hall, named after some ancient royal dude. Because our protagonist crushed his exams, Max confirms his luxury suite in Danterre, bragging about the fancy gyms, food courts, book rooms, and mysterious hidden rooms that sound slightly suspicious. The youngster lacks any clue regarding those shady extras, but the kid holds his tongue while the senior mentions that failing grades result in a one-way ticket out of the elite dorms, highlighting that Arabella and Claire never slipped up during their stay, which naturally bolsters the family reputation and proves why the Sogra lineage is so feared by everyone else. After the lecture, the senior tosses him the door opener, and notes a backup exists. Should the boy misplace his entry card, he can return for a fresh copy. The veteran also warns about the local weirdos who are harmless, but totally bizarre, suggesting the kid should investigate the situation himself and use the magic orb if he needs any help surviving those oddballs. Following the briefing, our hero wanders toward his new quarters. Walking through the halls, he realizes the building is unnecessarily fancy. However, a certain creepiness lingers in the air. Not a single soul registers on his radar, making it seem like the whole crowd just vanished into the ether. Feeling a bit jumpy, he decides to expand his sensory range across the area. Almost instantly, a faint scent of machine oil begins to drift toward his nose, along with the incredibly quiet groaning of rotating metallic cogs. From those few details, it becomes quite clear that he has walked into a trap. Instead of flipping out, our hero just smiles at such a pathetic assassination attempt. The goons responsible are watching through a window, confused about why he stopped and wondering if he knows he fell for their scheme. But Arnold the Four-Eyed claims there is no way. Says the colored family are veteran hunters who have spent centuries perfecting their snaring techniques. He is the firstborn son of the colored barony, specifically Arnold, a third-year student in the marksmanship division. A student expresses terror that their plan might be failing. Arnold reassures his scared friend that he removed all the danger, expressing pure joy about his first official hazing. Some of the guys are questioning if bullying a member of House Sugries is actually smart. Arnold reminds them they all suffered through hazing, so he is excited to watch Dane become a total disaster. Senior theology student Priscilla Neriel expresses concern that their top-tier autonomous target with genius sisters might be a bit too clever for their petty games, making her seriously doubt if their mechanical traps will function properly against him. But Arnold is positive that the boy could not have sensed any of his tricks. He made sure to paint the traps for camouflage and grease them to kill any mechanical noise. Finally, the protagonist starts walking forward again, which makes those watching from the shadows very happy. Because our hero identifies where every ambush point is located, he decides to set off the first one on purpose. A water balloon falls, but he was already waiting for the splash, vaporizing it with a magical shot. Soon the second prank begins to trigger, a pungent device with a revolting sting, causing Arnold to descend into madness. Completely shocked that his target identified every concealed mechanism, he claims it is just a fluke. Priscilla is not convinced that it is just a coincidence, but Arnold claims he used easy traps as starters, saving the best for last, confident that the boy will fail. While the other two friends try to trust in Arnold's mechanics, Priscilla remains doubtful, and things go exactly as predicted. Our protagonist saunters past these obstacles as if they were utterly trivial inconveniences. Fully prepared, he awaited the next comical challenge. Having mentally mapped out every sneaky contraption littering the corridor, Dane Sugri simply grinned, squared his shoulders, and galloped right into the fray. The initial contraption sprang, unleashing a flurry of spring-loaded boxing gloves from every conceivable direction, but his practiced footwork made this particular ambush utterly laughable. Next, a delightfully cartoonish pitfall appeared, which Dane neatly dodged as an eruption of feathers burst theatrically everywhere, immediately escaping the plummeting pit. Gleaming bronze spikes burst from the floor, presumably hoping to impale him in a spectacularly humiliating fashion, yet they too found themselves completely ineffective. The upperclassmen, witnessing their meticulously planned snares utterly fizzle, gaped openly in astonishment, though this effortless evasion was merely standard procedure for the esteemed young master of House Sugries, whose older sisters, bless their hearts, had tumbled spectacularly into similar booby traps during their own freshman initiation just a few years prior. Arnold Colored was practically on the verge of a full-blown meltdown. They had poured so much sweat and cunning into concealing these contraptions, yet the young Sugries merely waltzed past them all, appearing to possess some uncanny premonition of every spring and every pitfall's precise activation. Swelling with the unyielding pride of a seasoned big-game hunter, Arnold flat out refused to concede defeat, placing all his hopes squarely on the final, spectacular trap designed to properly initiate this unnervingly adept newcomer. With a curious lean, Priscilla probed about the ultimate mechanism. Arnold simply offered a sly, knowing grin, declaring he wouldn't dream of spoiling such exquisite entertainment, and instead implored everyone to fix their gaze upon the screen for his grand, climactic reveal. Deep within the corridor, Dane momentarily halted his remarkably swift advance, confronted by the utterly improbable sight of what seemed to be a colossal, legendary creature, specifically, some variety of dragon. The final traps were conjured beings, a fierce dragon, and a truly macabre avatar of death in the guise of a skeletal stag. These formidable apparitions loomed menacingly over Dane, then lunged forward with truly malevolent aggression. Yet the young Sugries kept his cool, calmly evaluating the predicament, albeit with a flicker of genuine astonishment that anyone would deploy such formidable conjurations as a mere prank, until, that is, a tiny detail seemed remarkably amiss. Though the monstrous figure's upper torsos and heads appeared convincingly solid and vibrantly alive, their lower extremities, strangely, told a completely different, far less believable story. Should one truly scrutinize the display, it became glaringly apparent that these supposed summoned horrors were, in fact, visibly glitching, their forms oddly distorting, and seemingly warping around the very edges of the corridor. A subtle smirk played across Dane's lips as he definitively concluded that these horrifying spectacles were nothing more than elaborate trickery, a loud and imposing mirage, because, honestly, no mere collegiate prankster possesses the power to control such genuinely formidable entities, though he conceded that any regular student would have, quite understandably, bolted in sheer terror with their metaphorical tail firmly between their legs. The moment he pierced through the flimsy veil of deception, this final snare instantly transformed into something even simpler than its predecessors, requiring no frantic dodging or elaborate counter-measures, as that would frankly constitute a rather inefficient expenditure of his precious magical reserves. He merely needed to subtly route the ambient mana, preventing it from sustaining its illusory function, thus effectively vaporizing the entire mirage into thin air, all while a visible aura of raw magical energy began to gather around his poised hands. The watching seniors, hidden away, were utterly perplexed. Instead of fleeing, Dane looked entirely unconcerned. Witnessing this inexplicable composure, Arnold felt a distinct shiver of dreadful foreboding, utterly dumbfounded that a mere freshman had managed to unravel such an intricate illusion with such astonishing speed, a feat he considered utterly preposterous, given that even seasoned senior students typically grappled with such complex enchantments for much longer. Priscilla audibly winced, realizing all their elaborate schemes had utterly crumbled, and thus, their posterior regions were unequivocally doomed. Having accumulated ample mana, Dane then launched a potent, swirling surge of unadulterated magical power forward. The energy then cleanly bisected the dragon's illusion, showing neither mercy nor the slightest pause. Once the vital points were struck, the image commenced malfunctioning spectacularly, allowing thick smoke to billow into the hallway. Given his incredibly refined mastery over arcane energies, executing such intricate magical maneuvers was, for this astonishing young prodigy, genuinely as simple and effortless as drawing a breath. Frankly, he considered this particular, rather hostile, welcoming committee to be somewhat underwhelming, failing to truly pique his advanced interests. Once all remnants finished, it was clearly time to hunt down the trick's mastermind. The very moment he precisely located the pranksters hiding in a nearby chamber, terrified shrieks erupted down the hallway as the upperclassmen scrambled desperately for their very lives. hotly pursued by the furious Eaterarch, and naturally, being their resident booby trap aficionado, the terrified group instinctively swiveled towards Arnold, frantically demanding a viable escape strategy. However, not one of them knew how to handle such a remarkably perilous, unanticipated reprisal. When Eaterarch backed the upperclassmen into a corner, the monstrous creature let out a terrifying, guttural howl that rattled their teeth and their dignity. Everyone shrieked in absolute panic, desperate to escape before the ferocious wolf decided to turn them into lunch. Naturally, Dane intervened, deciding this performance had run its course, proving that his method for routing the cowardly seniors currently skulking nearby was exceptionally clever. Hearing his remarkably unconcerned voice, the panicked seniors instantly looked toward Dane with profound surprise. They instantly started pleading for his assistance, recognizing that this terrifying spectacle was probably one of his little side projects. They swore they would issue a heartfelt apology for their embarrassingly juvenile hazing attempts, just for the sweet relief of escaping that huge, menacing furball. Dane casually performed a small gesture, causing strange, arcane symbols to instantly materialize around them, while mystical energy obeyed his absolute command. Immediately, an enormous swirling gateway materialized directly behind Eaterarch, immobilizing the creature as it began the tedious process of slowly vacuuming up the beast. Another nonchalant flick of Dane's wrist sealed the gaping void shut, and just like that, the dreaded Eaterarch vanished entirely, as though it were just a bad internet connection. Arnold and his little clique were utterly flabbergasted, the arrogant descendant of the famous hunting family immediately speculating that the fearsome creature had been merely a fancy special effect. Eventually, after a moment of stunned silence, the humiliated upperclassman finally got off the floor. One senior, clearing his throat awkwardly, formally admitted that their highly anticipated initiation ceremony had been an undisputed, catastrophic failure. The bespectacled senior approached Dane, formally introducing himself as Trojan Valentine, a fifth-year scholar of advanced potion making. He smoothly slipped in the important detail that he was the sole, legitimate heir of Marquis Valentine before extending his hand for a firm shake. Trojan layered on the flattery thick, praising Dane's incredibly attractive face and his obviously gem-owned physique. This was hardly a surprise, of course, given that Dane's siblings were already legendary for their looks and exceptional skills. Slightly puzzled by the barrage of compliments this fellow was spewing, Dane decided to maintain proper etiquette, accepting the offered handshake and politely responding to the formal introduction. The man in spectacles continued to gush, extolling Dane's enchanting talent for spotting and avoiding hidden mechanisms with impossible precision. Since they knew the freshman was the only student accepted into the secretive autonomous division for the last 40 years, the seniors confessed they probably should have predicted this humiliating defeat. Trojan, with a mischievous twinkle, pointed out that Arnold had arranged the entire obstacle course. He added that Arnold is the heir of the famed House Colored, legendary for their superior hunting prowess. Hearing himself exposed like that caused Arnold immediate and profound public embarrassment. Conversely, Dane simply flashed a knowing, wicked smile upon learning the identity of the cunning genius responsible for turning the dormitory hallway into a deadly laser tag arena. Hoping to somehow salvage the disastrous atmosphere, Trojan immediately summoned the others to present themselves in a proper, polite manner. The striking woman with flowing blonde hair was Priscilla, currently a fourth-year student in the Department of Theology. Trojan cautioned Dane sternly about harassing the woman, since her ultimate life goal was to become a high-ranking cleric. Refusing to let the awkward academic define her, Priscilla declared that she was a sweet, exceptionally beautiful noble and the conveniently forgotten daughter of House Nerio. She clarified that committing to the theology track required utterly forfeiting all concepts of romantic weddings and any associated domestic bliss. Dane could only muster an uncomfortable smile, managing a brief, polite, and heavily stuttered reply. The instant their palms made contact, Priscilla's eyes widened dramatically, looking for all the world like she had just stumbled across a horrifying ghoul. In that flash of human touch, she instantly detected an incredibly compressed concentration of magical energy. Unlike anything her sensitive aura had ever registered previously, this felt like a reservoir of raw might that nobody, especially a boy as young as Dane, had any business holding. The overwhelming magnitude of it was frankly absurd, completely shattering the mental framework poor Priscilla had built around magical theory. She stared intently at her own hand, utterly bewildered, while Dane appeared completely unbothered, perhaps even anticipating that precise level of shocked response. Arnold, still nursing a serious grudge over the spectacular failure of his intricately designed traps, was deeply irritated. He adamantly refused to accept that his peers were doing anything more than melodramatically fussing over a slightly better than average magical signature. The remaining upperclassmen quickly transitioned into emergency public relations mode, Shul Hasbro marched forward, presenting himself as a robust second-year scholar specializing in combat techniques. He immediately emphasized that he maintained a separate identity from those tacky, repellent buffoons belonging to the overly dramatic physical aesthetics society. Dane clearly remembered witnessing those overly muscled fitness fanatics aggressively attempting to recruit new members into their organization recently. Shul stressed that although physical strength is definitely necessary, true martial mastery goes far beyond simply developing enormous, ostentatious arm muscles. He then extended a sincere invitation for Dane to come and explore his curriculum if the freshman felt curious. The last remaining person who stubbornly refused to introduce himself was the initial creator of all the horrible traps. The exasperated seniors desperately encouraged Arnold to set aside his ridiculous self-importance and merely introduce himself like a genuinely civil human being. However, the successor of House Collard merely continued to wallow in his sour mood, acting exactly like a spoiled, whiny toddler, eventually giving in. He grasped Dane's palm while Arnold Collard and Dane Sogers shared a lingering gaze. And the grumpy kid clearly felt slighted because Dane wrecked his elaborate setup so effortlessly, so the prodigy thought about tossing him a compliment to fix that sour face. Dane mentioned the snares were actually decent, giving props to Arnold for knowing his way around mechanical triggers. Nevertheless, through the lens of a professional killer, they stuck out like a sore thumb, specifically because the paint job was a total disaster. Stunned by the critique of his masterpiece, Arnold listened as his juniors suggested ditching that 6 black for a spicy blend of 3 silver, and 6 black at a 4:6 proportion, and considering how bright this corridor is, that particular concoction would stay hidden way better. After processing the advice, Arnold realized the logic was actually solid, and conceded the point, since aside from that tacky color choice, the gadgets were solid, and any normal student lacking hawk eyes would have walked right into those painful surprises. The upperclassmen stood there with dropped jaws, wondering how a mere rookie was schooling the legendary Arnold on ambush tactics. And it was obvious to everyone present that they were watching a true genius flexing his brain muscles. Once the formal greetings wrapped up, the elders volunteered to guide Dane toward his quarters, so they strolled down the corridor, showing the newcomer the very walls that would witness his suffering throughout his college career. Even if they did try to haze him with those goofy tricks, Dane figured these older guys might actually be a hoot to hang out with. Watching their chaotic energy and playful insults, he couldn't help but realize he'd just adopted a pack of weird friends, which wasn't too bad. Life is definitely about to get a whole lot more chaotic and entertaining starting right now. At the crack of dawn, Leela grilled Dane about signing up for half a dozen primary subjects this semester. To be fair, handling 3 majors requires taking 2 subjects for each, plus a mountain of elective classes cluttering his daily planner. So if he keeps this up, his bed is going to start feeling lonely since he will never see it. Most freshmen stick to a 4-class limit if they want to survive. So Leela begged Dane to use his brain and drop some of those burdens before the deadline tonight. The boy promised her he would survive the workload, then doubled down by adding 2 electives and military studies to the chaos. And this man is literally playing his life on legendary difficulty. Leela wanted no part of that madness since military science had already traumatized her during the initial entrance testing. For that annoying section tanked her score and left her with mental baggage. Naturally, because he is a giant nerd, Dane actually enjoyed military science. And the pair eventually split up with plans to meet at sword practice later, while Leela headed off to some artsy elective. She enrolled in a class about makeup and skincare basics. Despite being a terrifying blade-wielding menace, Leela remains a youthful woman who cares about her complexion. When Dane walked into his first session, the room hummed with gossip about the local prodigy, and the crowd wondered why a star student would pick this elective. And while they wanted to chat with him, they feared he might be an arrogant jerk, so their hushed whispers were about as subtle as a car alarm. The opening act for his morning was basic military studies, based on his late-night reading. Some concepts felt familiar while others seemed totally detached from the bloody reality of actual combat. For books and battlefields rarely agree. Otherwise, every nation would be undefeated and war would be boringly predictable. The reality that people still study warfare during peaceful times just proves that mastering the basics and core theories is eternally relevant. As soon as the teacher marched toward the podium, the whole class snapped to attention. But the BFI instructor hated the formality and told them to sit their butts down immediately. The veteran offered a quick hello after scanning through the manual. The instructor was a silver-haired veteran whose intense gaze told stories of war and survival, and known as Francesco Gavies. He was the resident expert on how not to die in a trench. Before diving into the lesson, he checked the roster for anyone skipping. Slumped in his chair, Dane analyzed the veteran and could tell instantly that this dude had spent more time in the dirt than in a classroom. Seeing a teacher who actually knew his stuff made Dane genuinely hyped for this basic course. The professor started by trashing military theory, arguing that textbooks are useless when soldiers decide to panic or commanders have to trade lives for glory. However, he noted that a solid foundation is the only way to navigate the chaos of the front, and this course aimed to fix their errors and show the practical side of strategy. So scanning the lecture hall, Professor Gavias wondered how many of these freshmen would grow into elites before asking them what they think is the most important thing in war. Out of the entire sea of nervous faces, exactly one guy had the guts to stick his hand in the air. The old man shot that courageous pupil a silent nod of genuine respect. Naturally, that famous character happened to be our main lad, Dane Sugris, with total poise. The lad claimed that maintaining logistical routes remains the vital soul of every conflict. That old teacher felt a tickle of joy finding such a brilliant response from a newbie. He mentioned that winning and getting home for snacks depends entirely on keeping those delivery routes safe. This battle, hardened geezer thought it was quite a hoot that the very first kid nailed it. Wanting to grill him more, Gavias spoke the lad to name 3 big pillars of logistical magic. Dane blurted out a full essay immediately. Initially, strict martial oversight is vital. Since delivery routes from the capital to the muddy trenches are long and messy, things get weird. If one greedy guy in the chain slips up, the whole stash gets stolen. Thievery always equals empty bellies. From his days in the mud, most gear vanished because men had sticky fingers. Well, packed boxes often lose their contents to shady thieves before reaching the troops. Nodding at that solid start, the instructor beckoned the boy to keep his verbal motor running. Next is ensuring uniformity of gear. When every sword and sandwich shares the same dimensions, making them in bulk gets easy. Being consistent helps speed things up. It prevents soldiers from getting confused about which bolt fits where, keeping the killing machine oiled. As Dane spat out deep truths that weren't in their cheap schoolbooks, his peers began whispering like worried squirrels. Truthfully, even the instructor was rattled by how much wisdom this young squirt possessed. Regarding the final pillar of logistical health, Dane suggested just grabbing resources from the local neighborhood. Basically, when fights last forever and those first rules get broken, the quality of your gear rots away. Sourcing resources locally allows the grunts to maintain basic independence. They might plant some veggies or trade with people in the neighborhood. The amount and condition of gathered loot might be trashy, but it works when the tummy rumbles. Dane spoke from actual scars and dirt, not some dusty paper he found in a library. Following those sharp remarks, the entire room looked like they had been slapped by a wet fish. Gavias was vibrating with joy over this masterclass and checked the boy's grade level. Finding out he was a mere rookie left the man stunned. The old man failed to comprehend how a brand new rookie mastered the gruesome specifics of battling. The teacher barked the lad's points back at the other students to make sure they listened. These advanced ideas sounded like they came from a scarred colonel who lived in the mud, not a kid. Since Dane was young, he shouldn't have seen blood, making his vast knowledge a total mystery. To hide his secret past, Dane lied and said his old man told him bedtime stories about war. In treat, the professor pried for the father's identity, only to learn the boy was Arkan Sugris' spawn. The old veteran's jaw hit the floor, realizing this kid belonged to the legendary Blue Whirlwind. Everything finally started to make sense in the mind of Gavias. Being a Sugris offspring, he must be that rumored pupil who crushed the big independent major test. It makes total sense why he is towering over the other regular first-year losers. Resuming the lead, Gavias explained that their upcoming lessons would mirror the boy's smart talk. They would use textbooks for a general flavor, but focus mainly on the practical stuff that keeps you alive in a ditch. That is the whole point of studying war, unless you enjoy dying for no reason. The instructor felt absolutely delighted that a high-quality sprout had finally planted itself in his classroom. As soon as that initial class finished, those youngsters departed from the auditoriums and crowded the corridors, sprinting through the hallways like a track star. Dane felt completely drained after narrowly dodging a postgrad recruitment trap during his opening freshman morning. Once the bell rang, that teacher actually tried recruiting him for advanced war tactics, which is basically academic insanity for our brand new student. Good thing his middle sibling Claire shared some vital wisdom, telling him to flee at top speed if any official tried dragging him toward the Imperial Master's program immediately for study. Judging by such persistent energy, the educator seems like the type who ignores every single rejection. Discarding such complications temporarily, our protagonist produced some navigational parchment to identify precise coordinates of an upcoming classroom. Being a total rookie means he has zero sense of direction, especially since this campus is large enough to have its own weather system. Our hero pledged to rend his best with Lila near the primary fountain, situated several miles away from his present location. Reviewing the messy parchment navigation guide, he eventually identified the target destination. Apparently, cutting directly through the foggy botanical section represents an efficient path for any student needing to reach their goal quickly. After a short walk, The lad reached the entrance of the legendary place called the Hazy Woods. Rumor has it that even a tiny cloud in the sky causes this entire park to get buried under a massive blanket of steam. Such low visibility makes getting lost child's play, which is why most smart kids treat this place like a plate and stay far away. Plus, the local legend suggests that several terrifying spirits haunt the shadows of these overgrown bushes and creepy trees. Scanning his surroundings, Dane felt relieved because the scenery appeared much friendlier than his big sister claimed, so he figured a quick shortcut during the sunny weather would be safe. Just as he was whistling a tune through the bushes, a deafening shriek for assistance echoed through the air and shattered the peace. Glancing toward the source of such desperate begging, our hero took a moment to weigh various options while contemplating a potential rescue. Locating the precise spot of those frantic shouts, he realized the noise was definitely emerging from somewhere behind those thick shrubs over there. The frantic youth bolted instantly. His mom always preached about assisting strangers in trouble, which is a bit funny considering the woman actually kills people for a living. As his current agenda provided a generous window prior to the following presentation, the lad decided to perform a quick rescue. Utilizing his freakish athletic ability and sharp senses, our sprinter tracked down the stranded pupil. Our protagonist discovered a fellow lugging a massive rucksack who expressed deep gratitude for the rescue, having feared a permanent stay while remaining uninjured. This lad was completely drained from walking in circles, eventually identifying himself as a rookie explorer who goes by Ernest Dillon. Our protagonist noticed the irony of seeing a navigator stranded on school grounds, where he as the traveler confessed that eagerness caused total physical collapse. From what he remembered, the Dillon family was a Western noble lineage whose official crest displayed a fancy ship and a salty mariner. The traveler felt impressed by such familial knowledge, explaining how ancestors spent centuries navigating massive oceans and charting previously unknown territories throughout the world. Observing the kid, he definitely didn't look built for epic quests, especially with those toothpick arms and that generally fragile appearance of his. Because the prodigy recognized that specific lineage, Ernest felt immensely honored and requested a name, eventually realizing he stood before a unique scholar, the autonomous department's first pupil in 50 years. That wary traveler nearly collapsed from pure astonishment, his gaze sparkling, while gushing about the incredible luck of encountering a total superstar. Dane's nervous chuckle died instantly once he spotted a strange trinket dangling from the explorer's collar. That tiny fellow adamantly swore that he was totally fine and dandy, yet various marks and blemishes decorated his skin, specifically showing some nasty purple blotches and old scrapes around his throat and palms. Dane noticed immediately that these scuffs were definitely not the typical scratches one gets from hiking through bushes. He decided to steer clear of prying further, since asking about scars is a great way to ruin lunch. Devoting back to adventuring, Ernest started yapping about his massive obsession with discovering every secret nook and cranny, saying he is a total glutton for punishment when it comes to scouting out weird folks, odd trinkets, or dusty ruins. Ripping open his oversized bag, the boy proudly displayed a jumbled mess of gadgets that looked like a scrapyard. Currently, his primary mission involves mapping out every single inch of this massive school campus. On his inaugural day, he scurried over to the foggy forest, betting his lunch money that some secret treasure lurks there, because the local myth about clouds causing instant blindness sounds like a total load of baloney to him. Dane figured the boy had a point, and questioned if he had snagged any clues to solve the misty riddle. Sadly, the lad has absolutely zero evidence so far, possessing only a gut feeling that some spooky invisible energy is pulling the strings in this backyard, leaving everyone else scratching their confused heads. He reckons people were too lazy to inspect the weirdness, or perhaps some hidden guardian blocked their path like an annoying bouncer, though nobody knows the real deal behind the mystery just yet. However, this stubborn little explorer won't quit until he cracks the code. It could be some dusty heirloom from a vanished empire, or maybe a spooky long-distance call from another dimension. The boy's unbridled passion for finding secrets was starting to leak into Dane's own noggin. Suddenly, he realized he had a date with Leela to head to their lecture, meaning they had to skedaddle before the bell rang. Just as the youngster was shoving his junk away, those sunny vibes vanished as gray clouds rolled in and started spitting out some annoying drizzle. Within moments, the whole park turned into a wet shirt contest without the fun, and since the legends say rain makes the white suit get thicker, so they were about to be trapped in a cloud with no exit sign, exactly as they dreaded. That spooky vapor began crawling out from the dirt, possessing a nasty habit of making people feel like they were walking in circles inside a giant marshmallow. Ernest grabbed his magnetic needle in a panic, hoping for a miracle. Regrettably, that weird mojo made the needle spin like a caffeinated hamster, leaving them with no idea which way was north or south. The kid is totally losing his marbles. since without a working tracker, they are basically stuck like glue unless they want to wander aimlessly into the deep end. Dane requested the youth to employ his survival tactics. However, that small fellow proved about as effective as a chocolate teapot, given that, while ordinary forests are easy, this foggy labyrinth is a paranormal freak show. It finally hit Dane that he was going to be an accidental truant on his very first day of education. To make matters worse, the damp chill was turning Ernest into a soggy noodle, leading him to sob about how he was a giant anchor dragging Dane down into this swampy mess, though Dane promised they would survive if they just stayed put for a minute. When that milky haze consumed his frame, Dane experienced a recognizable prickling under his skin. In contrast to the boy's sudden exhaustion, he felt like he just chugged 3 cans of energy drink. While Dane was busy vibing with the atmosphere, the little guy was weeping like a broken faucet over his supposed crimes against his classmate. The crying stopped instantly when a flashlight, worthy glow, and some serious power started leaking out of the teenager. Dane's internal battery surged and started a mosh pit, becoming totally visible as it kicked the fog out of his personal space. The magical power was oscillating quite violently, which nearly flattened Ernest onto that rear end. Witnessing the hazy myth evaporate near Dane, the inner adventurer inside Ernest felt enchanted. What strange supernatural nonsense is currently occurring here? Carrying a gaze of pure grit, Dane promised his comrade he discovered the exit. Despite the lack of planning, the hero likely stumbled upon some very lucky accident. A legitimate possibility exists that he will crack the mysteries of this park before sunset. The bear trekked through the area as if the vapor were totally fate, lulled by Captain Dane. That spirit scored the trail, while Ernest trailed along like a shadow. Countless wizards failed to crack the fog code. Yet Dane walks in without struggling, wherever he goes. The thick clouds basically run away from him screaming. Ernest felt positive he stood next to a legend who surpassed all normal logic. Following a brief period of strolling about, the duo finally hit their target location. Ernest assumed both were free, though the pair were actually far from the front gate. Instead of finding the boring road back to the dorms on the main campus, the duo trekked inward and reached the very heart of that botanical area, discovering a fancy, over-designed monument sitting in a large puddle. Ernest never expected to see the magical bird bath, even though every wandering student enters this place just to find this specific landmark. People gather here for an old tale Dane never heard, so Ernest shared every spacey detail about the local myth. Folks claim reaching the spot is a cheesy romance novel wrapped in a fantasy myth. However, Dane sensed a fishy vibe regarding the plumbing, wondering in what way this device keeps running through centuries lacking a dedicated repair crew or obvious power source. Hearing those smart questions about the infrastructure, Ernest had no way to argue back, since nobody is constantly refueling this thing. A massive battery must be hidden somewhere nearby to keep the magical juice flowing forever. Assuming that theory is valid, perhaps this entire botanical park is just a giant machine made of trees. Given the obnoxious and overly complicated floor plan, Ernest might actually have a legitimate point there. Supposing the area functions like clockwork, consequently this overpriced bird bath is likely some dusty heritage piece. With so many confusing variables, it is safe to guess that the heady steam is also part of the gimmick. Dane walked over to the stone structure and slapped a hand against the surface. Touching the cold texture made him realize his own internal power was reacting as if it were greeting an ancient pal. There is zero uncertainty that this wet monument is leaking very old sorcery vibes. Shoving his own essence into the frame, mysterious glowing doodles and letters appeared. Ernest nearly fell over in surprise when he first saw the markings, instantly recognizing them as a long, lost sacred script. At first glance, they were too blurry to make out, but when Dane touched the structure, the symbols suddenly became crystal clear, revealing the language of the Lost's sacred kingdom. For a member of the Dillon family, deciphering ancient languages like this was considered a mandatory part of becoming a proper explorer. After all, what's more frustrating than traveling great distances to finally reach an ancient ruin, only to find yourself completely stuck because you can read the instructions? To be fair, Ernest hadn't exactly memorized every single language ever invented by mankind, but he did clearly recall practicing the sacred dialect with his father during his childhood. Pulling out his notebook and pen, Ernest stepped up to the challenge, eager to decode the archaic symbols inscribed on the fountain's surface. Dane took a step back, deciding it was best to let the young man's explorer instincts take the lead. Ernest's first successful translation was the word qualification, prompting him to carefully cross-reference his notes to ensure he didn't miss any nuances. Following a truly painstaking session of deciphering, he managed to uncover a substantial portion of the inscription. Piecing together the translated words, he formed a coherent passage that essentially declared, those who meet the criteria will be required to demonstrate their power. The combination of qualification and proof heavily implied some sort of test or trial was involved. Dane wondered if this qualification test involved ancient magic. Moving closer to the fountain, where the familiar feeling continued to intensify, Ernest reasoned that if the qualification required ancient power, nobody in this era could possibly fulfill the requirement. But Dane seemed to disagree completely. Waving his hand once more, pure mana collected around his wrist, swirling together in a brilliant, dazzling gleam. Ernest, thoroughly confused, simply asked what he was attempting to do. Dane, focused on controlling the surrounding mana, knew that runes held power just in their very shape alone. He theorized that if he activated the bracelet that he, an old man Sidrain, had previously discovered, the Arctic magical fountain might finally be provoked into action. Just as he anticipated, the runes on the bracelet started resonating with the symbols etched into the structure. The strange glyphs appearing on the bracelet's surface remained completely indecipherable to Ernest, but simply seeing a reaction was enough to bring a smile of hopeful anticipation to Dane's face. With almost foolhardy confidence, he inched closer to the fountain and extended his hand to touch the sacred symbols directly. To his utter astonishment, the entire structure suddenly seemed to beam with life. The sacred runes and symbols began to dance as if they were optical illusions, moving along with the ebb and flow of water. Finally, the ancient glyphs on the fountain flashed brightly in perfect synchronization with Dane's bracelet. The rather mismatched pair held their breath, waiting for whatever was about to happen next. Ernest started to panic immediately upon feeling the ground tremble violently around the fountain's epicenter. The intricate, like structure at the very center shook fiercely. Ernest, utterly flummoxed, questioned Dane on exactly what magical shenanigans caused the entire water feature to perform an impromptu disappearing act right into the earth. That clever whippersnapper simply beamed, his daring gamble having gloriously succeeded as he decracked the impossibly enigmatic challenge guarding the elusive misty garden. In a flash, magical energies pulsed intensely at their exact spot, practically turning the rather slender aspiring adventurer into an impromptu human kite. Since first encountering the fog, and witnessing this ancient artifact spring to life, his poor mind had endured a relentless barrage of astounding and utterly unexpected surprises. It certainly defied all expectations that the sole candidate capable of conquering such a truly venerable and intricate challenge was, in fact, Dane. Once the elaborate waterworks had entirely emptied, revealing its depths, a peculiar, radiant object began to pulsate brightly within its core. As dawn finally broke, the morning light piercing through the gloomy overcast, it dramatically unveiled a brilliantly polished and absolutely stunning gemstone. Ernest shrewdly concluded this marvelous contraption was undoubtedly the central dynamo, tirelessly driving the ornate waterworks into action. Hold on, I'm revising that theory. Perhaps this is truly the mysterious catalyst for every bizarre event across the entire domain, and such remarkable chances are incredibly scarce, and Dane, ever the audacious one, felt utterly prepared to snatch this chance, despite the prospect of confronting some mysterious, truly antediluvian might. The arcane, age-old energy, which had been subtly leaking from the botanical grounds, swirled purposefully around Dane's boots, creating a complex design of glowing symbols. A subtle current of primeval power hummed within his grasp. It was strikingly similar to the enigmatic mystical energy already dwelling deep within his very own physique. To his absolute astonishment, the once utterly baffling glyphs encircling the ancient water feature gradually began to unravel their meaning directly within his thoughts. The dominion of Arcana once thrived splendidly, prior to a disaster precipitating its demise, and this represents the lost Imperium's enduring bequest. A profound astonishment gripped him. The once opaque symbols suddenly divulged their true essence within Dane's mind, almost like he was fated to grasp this archaic dialect immediately after internalizing the heritage of Arcana. A once grand magical realm now reduced to rubble. Suddenly, a searing jab of anguish pierced his sternum, which then clenched, unleashing a deluge of intense suffering that coursed through his entire physique. Dane bit down hard, intently directing his consciousness towards his very own ticker, baffled by an inexplicable phenomenon unfolding within. Nonetheless, an undeniable transformation was underway within his cardiac muscle. Delicate strands of unadulterated magical energy began to entwine themselves around the vital pump, gripping it firmly, and permeating its every minute fissure. In a climactic rush, the archaic magical essence fully embedded itself within his essence, radiating a brilliant luminescence. As the intense discomfort at last began to wane, Dane perceived he had just forged a mystical diagram. It's crucial to grasp that a magical nucleus and a spell formation are utterly incompatible, utterly unable to peacefully share space within any magic wielder's form. Their inherent functions are utterly antithetical, forever fated for direct confrontation. So finding an individual who wields both remains an extraordinarily rare sight. This combination operates with abysmal efficacy and inflicts immediate, detrimental effects upon the individual's physical form. Consequently, While enchanted blade wielders present an imposing presence, they purposely grapple with cardiac ailments, which regrettably truncate their vital existence. This very consideration stood as Dane's prime deterrent against crafting any purely arcane glyph, possessing existing core formations. It firmly rejected the peril of nurturing a spell diagram, yet now, the venerable Imperium's entire heritage found itself violently lodged within his chest cavity. Observing Dane's troubled visage, Ernest promptly questioned his well-being. The former's face had gone ghostly white, reflecting a profound inner struggle. Dane plastered on a rather unconvincing smile, casually informing his fresh acquaintance he was perfectly peachy, just burdened with a gargantuan mental to-do list. That's all. The youthful adventurer pressed further, wondering aloud if Dane had truly assimilated that overwhelming surge of energy from moments before, effect even discernible to Ernest's largely untutored gaze. Despite his limited expertise, he discerned that the swirling fog and the enigmatic glyphs appeared to share an undeniable, perplexing affinity for Dane. Ernest, having witnessed the whole spectacle, was naturally bursting with inquiries, but for the moment, keeping the curious lad delightfully clueless seemed like the best policy. Dane, quickly concocting a believable tale, credited his supernaturally talented sister with teaching him all the proper methods for managing such wonderfully weird situations. Following today's bizarre escape at Ernest's inner trailblazer roared to life, practically demanding new discoveries. He cheerfully suggested they hunt for more Academy enigmas soon, promising to keep in touch to swap notes on any oddities or secret spots, an idea Dane heartily endorsed, especially since magic hordes, much like that fountain, could be lurking anywhere. With the peculiar haze finally dissipated and the pandemonium subsiding, Ernest, ever the responsible one, gently nudged Dane with a reminder about his impending lecture. Receiving a fantastical, centuries-old inheritance had completely obliterated Dane's memory of his prior commitment to rendezvous with Layla ahead of class. He gave Ernest a quick, apologetic high five, explaining his urgent dash to their rendezvous, lest the formidable young Layla unleash her legendary disciplinary lecture upon his tardy self. Dane offered a hasty goodbye to his fresh acquaintance, then bolted with impressive speed towards his imminent academic engagement. The burgeoning adventurer watched Dane's rapidly vanishing form, an anticipatory grin spreading across his features. He had undeniably stumbled upon a truly captivating companion that day, sensing deep down that continued escapades with Dane promised even grander, more wonderfully bewildering events. Once satisfied he was well beyond Ernest's observant gaze, a subtle shift occurred. Dane began to test the absolute boundaries of his velocity, finding it utterly peculiar how every single motion now felt remarkably effortless, as patent mana ripples swirled around him, further enhancing his already blazingly swift nimbleness. Distinctly, he perceived the intricate circle and powerful cores resonating within his very being, defying all conventional wisdom of this realm. They appeared to harmoniously coexist, completely free from any internal strife. Where he is typically, the circle would disrupt a core's power, diminishing its effectiveness. Yet, inexplicably, this was simply not occurring. Irrespective of the prodigious magical energy he manifested around his form, not a single hint of adverse reaction or peculiar side effect presented itself. To his utter glee, the situation was, in fact, precisely reversed. His mystical energy purposefully surged and gracefully flowed throughout the entire circular formation. Then it would elegantly return, consolidating within his core, a cycle that endlessly repeated, refining his core's essence to an even greater purity. Given this remarkably fortunate turn of events, Dane's immediate impulse was to reach out to his eldest sister post-haste. One moment he was envisioning medical emergencies, the very next he was radiating with the sheer infinite potential now at his fingertips. Empowered by his newly acquired, blistering velocity, Dane swiftly arrived at the sun-drenched, sandy expanses of the renowned Hangston district in record time. He made it precisely on schedule to join Layla for a delightful stroll through the celebrated locale, and after a pleasant, unhurried amble, their eyes finally caught sight of the district's grand gateway. That particular entryway certainly boasted a rather unconventional architectural design, Layla clarified, informing him they were on the verge of stepping into the infamous magical ward. She further elaborated that this decidedly odd construct was the brainchild of Saul Hangston, a legendary wizard from the Academy, functioning as an annual magical screen specifically for magic, adept first-year students. As an eager student steps inside, a luminous glow materializes, its specific hue then dictating their magical aptitude and ultimate sorcery rank. Initially, this ingenious contraption served to detect and deter nefarious dark wizards attempting to infiltrate the Academy, but with the regrettable, or perhaps convenient, extinction of their kind, the magic barrier found a new career path in student categorization. Intrigued, Dane inquired as to which specific chromatic display denoted each respective magical classification. Layla, ever the fond of arcane knowledge, cheerfully clarified that for those devoid of magical inclination, no color shift would manifest, while a respectable yellow glow indicated decent inherent ability. Possessors of truly remarkable abilities would elicit brilliant blue beacons, and those with simply astonishing talent would blaze a fiery crimson. Layla, being incredibly meticulous, had thoroughly researched the academy, even prior to their enrollment, determined to master every last detail about the grand stage where her exciting new life chapter would unfold. Furthermore, both of Dane's formidable sisters, Arabella and Claire, had proudly illuminated the barrier with fiery red, a perfectly unsurprising feat considering their utterly monstrous aptitude for their chosen magical disciplines. Layla couldn't hold still for another second, bolting toward the magic barrier in a frenzy to discover which magical hue she'd conjure. The moment her foot crossed the threshold into the district, a blindingly brilliant red light erupted, practically painting everything crimson. Considering her exceptional talents, this fiery display was as predictable as the sunrise. Dane grinned broadly, clearly satisfied with the outcome, as the red glow danced in his tiny, beady eyes, overflowing with pride for his childhood friend. He immediately offered Layla his congratulations. Now thoroughly pumped to try the barrier himself, he fixed his gaze intently on the magical structure. With confident, measured strides, he calmly entered the district's threshold. He fully expected to ignite the same standard red glow as everyone else. He was confident his absorption of ancient magic meant he would surpass a standard red light prodigy, probably by a mile. But when he finally turned around to check his results, he was utterly bewildered by a brilliant emerald flash instead. This was definitely not supposed to happen, as green wasn't even a recognized color classification. Even Layla, a meticulous student of academy protocols, looked completely dumbfounded. She stared pointedly at Dane, questioning why this guy simply couldn't manage to be a normal genius for just one time in his life. Dane had absolutely no clue what was going on either, so he simply offered a sheepish, wry smile as his only response. Once inside the district, Layla and Dane immediately headed for the lecture hall, which was surprisingly packed with students from various departments. Magic department lectures were notoriously popular, even though most visitors usually only stuck around for the first day of orientation before disappearing. Among the unusual attendees today was a senior named Arthur, who, based on the reactions of everyone present, appeared to be quite the important personage. Arthur Deomet, the magic department's fifth-year representative, had specifically come to meet a single person, Dane Sugras, the academy's only interdisciplinary student, which basically made him a unicorn. The juniors had been told in advance that Dane would be attending, but the highly anticipated guest of honor still hadn't shown up. Arthur instructed his underlings to bring Dane straight to him immediately upon arrival. Since Dane was Arabella's little brother, many of her fans, including Arthur, were practically stalking the young Sugras. A sudden buzz erupted as two students walked in, causing a commotion. Many students who had never seen Dane before clamored to glimpse the boy, captivated by his handsome face and striking emerald eyes. Standing beside him was the infamous Leela Thermion. Dane clearly wasn't accustomed to such intense scrutiny. When he visibly froze under the spotlight, Leela seized the chance to tease him relentlessly about his newfound popularity. Arthur Deomet turned, a subtle smirk spreading across his face as he spotted his senior's little brother. He was the first to approach Dane, offering a ridiculously grand greeting and praising his supposedly commanding presence during the entrance ceremony. Perplexed, Dane wondered why this seasoned upperclassman was suddenly acting so chummy with him out of the blue. Dane immediately hit the older student with a stinging question, asking who he was, and why he was even attending an introductory magic class. Annoyed by Arthur's intense staring, Dane held his ground, and insisted the large man introduce himself before anything else happened. The easily irritated fifth-year representative certainly didn't appreciate Dane's sassy tone, ensuring their initial impression was disastrously awful. The juniors who recognized Arthur all collectively held their breath, realizing that challenging a senior like him was essentially professional academic suicide. Arthur snapped back, explaining he had specifically come to pay his respects to senior Arabella's little brother, only to be instantly met with arrogance. He warned that Dane's attitude might damage the Sugras family's reputation. Dane refused to yield, arguing that from his perspective, the truly rude one was the large oaf demanding respect, while acting like a total jerk. Arthur ground his teeth together in pure frustration, realizing that this interaction was not exactly unfolding according to his carefully laid plans. Letting this little run and slide would totally trash his street cred. So Arthur, ever the strategic genius, was already cooking up a scheme to handle Dane without poking the very scary Arabella's bear. Turns out, our man was sweating over the wrong member of the Sugri family. Arthur, quite unprompted, dialed up the tension, summoning glowing mana into his hands, clearly aiming to dole out some rather forceful discipline to the sassy younger student. Observing the senior's mana forming a glowy, threatening blob, Dane quickly squared up, ready to give back as good as he got. Just as things were about to get magically messy, a weighty textbook landed with a thud on the podium, followed by a voice so imposing it could stop a charging windmill, asking if anyone had an issue. The professor, appearing like a referee from the heavens, bade Arthur quickly pivot, who, upon seeing a faculty member, smoothly declared he was merely dropping by for a cheerful freshman greeting. The magic department head, BunRv, gave Arthur a stem talking to, reminding him that social calls should wait until after class and to cease interrupting proper instruction. Arthur, quite unfazed, gave a casual dismissal and simply walked away, following that rather uncomfortable run. And, later, with a knowing glance, advised Dane to keep his guard up, remarking that Arthur Chap had trouble practically tattooed on his forehead. As he strolled off, Arthur leaned in and conspiratorially murmured to one of his loyal flunkies, instructing them to escort Dane to a special location at their earliest convenience. Arthur's pal paused, weighing his allegiance to his boss against the very real possibility of unleashing a rebellious legendary fury by laying a finger on her little brother. A catastrophe Arthur insisted he properly explain to their revered senior, swearing he simply meant to give young Sugars a stern magical talking to. Moving right along, Professor BunRv announced that today's agenda was a breezy orientation, followed by an early dismissal for all. But first, since this was, after all, a practical combat course, they absolutely needed to take everyone's mana measurements. He then rather dramatically set an elaborate mana detecting contraption on the table, instantly capturing the students' collective gaze. This magical mana meter, despite its fancy looks, was surprisingly user-friendly, requiring only a gentle placement of the hand upon its surface and a focused channeling of one's inner magical energy. As a show of how it's done, Professor BunRv effortlessly channeled his personal mana into the device, making it blaze forth with a brilliant blue luminescence. Right on cue, 8 pristine magic circles materialized behind him, a clear sign that his power level was essentially on par with a legendary Tower Master. Shock rippled through the student body, as nearly every single one of them had never before laid eyes on a fully realized Rain Mage in action. After that impressive demonstration, Professor BunRv, having sufficiently shown off for the rookies, went on to explain that even among mages of the same circle tier, a darker hue of magical color signifies a much higher mastery. Sometimes, the mystical circles won't even show up at all, yet, he quickly added, a student without visible rings is by no means bereft of talent. There's no reason to panic, he kindly explained, since many folks simply haven't manifested their magical circles just yet. Therefore, for today's assessment, they wouldn't be exclusively counting on the simple verification of magical circles. Given the Academy's lofty expectations, anyone granted entry into the magic department ought to, at minimum, possess a working knowledge of beginner-level spells. Professor BunRv then conjured a veritable multitude of shimmering orbs, clarifying that these very spheres would be their precise tools for mana measurement. Plain and simple, the funny business. Dane scrutinized the vibrant blue orbs with a puzzled frown, completely at a loss for how these perfectly round objects could possibly factor into anything important. Professor BunRv, in another dazzling display, showcased his technique using nothing more than basic psychokinesis, making all the luminous spheres levitate and dance simultaneously. And now, the students' mission was to demonstrate how many of these orbs they could command using an elementary enchantment. With merely a flick of his wrist, BunRv infused the floating spheres with a truly staggering quantity of raw kinetic energy, making them hum with potential. This created an unbroken stream of mana, pushing the very velocity of the airborne orbs to their absolute maximum threshold. Every single student watched with hawk-like intensity, carefully scrutinizing the professor's precise hand gestures, desperate to absorb every magical nuance. Never in their lives had they witnessed runes crafted with such flawless accuracy, making it almost impossible to comprehend how BunRv was elevating a supposedly simple spell like psychokinesis to an absolutely unparalleled degree of precision. While the average student gasped in wide-eyed wonder, for someone of Layla's caliber, this impressive demonstration of magical prowess barely registered as something to get excited about. Even the most basic of magical arts can wildly differ in both might and accuracy, purely based on the practitioner, and the task was simply to infuse each individual orb with mana, though for a first-year student, deftly controlling 3 spheres simultaneously was generally considered the absolute peak. Layla then swung her attention to Dane, questioning whether he might just be capable of controlling more than the standard 3-orb freshman limit. Before he could even respond, Professor BunRv called upon Arthur, a 5th-year student auditing from the back of the class, intending to showcase him as the standard for an outstanding senior. Given the chance to flaunt his skills in front of the new arrivals, Arthur's face lit up, and he eagerly accepted, seeing it as the perfect opportunity to assert his dominance over that arrogant freshman. Similarly, Dane was looking forward to watching the veteran student's impending display of skill. Arthur swaggered up to the lectern and began circulating his magical energy into the measuring apparatus. The entire classroom buzzed with commotion when Arthur's 4 distinct circles appeared on the device in incredibly deep colors. Professor DeNevo loudly praised the senior for improving his cultivation even further, and Arthur responded with a performative show of humility. DeNevo couldn't stop smiling. 4 chains were typically only achievable after graduation, making Arthur solid proof that exceptional talent always finds a way to shine. The professor continued fawning over Arthur, telling the freshman to stick close to the 5th-year representative, because his advice might help them blossom into competent mages. The showboat was absolutely basking in the glorious spotlight. In his delusional mind, Arthur was convinced that Dane must currently be cowering in stunned surprise. Unbeknownst to Arthur, the young freshman didn't have a single care for his supposedly impressive 4 rings. Next came the portion of magical object manipulation, where Arthur's control proved to be outstanding, demonstrating his prowess like a seasoned professional. To outside observers, his manipulation looked practically without fault. Even more impressive was the sheer number of orbs he could magically manipulate at a single time. If you looked closely at the overgrown show-off, however, you could see him straining and sweating from the effort of controlling the maximum number of spheres he could handle. Though he remained convinced his technique was stunning the new student, Dane simply looked at the straining guy with complete disinterest. After what the professor considered an outstanding performance, DeNevo encouraged the freshmen to give their senior a round of applause, with the professor's beaming expression clearly indicating his pride in Arthur's accomplishments as a former student. Arthur shot a quick, smug glance in Dane's direction, anticipating the moment the young lord's magical energy levels were finally revealed. Professor DeNevo adopted a significantly stricter expression as he turned toward the newcomers, warning anyone not fully confident in their magical control to leave the lecture hall immediately rather than risk public embarrassment. After a lengthy pause, none of the students chose to stand up and exit. Having come all this way, there was no turning back for the new students, so the test proceeded, starting from the front row and moving toward the back. As the front row students shuffled toward the testing area, Leela and Dane observed the proceedings from their seats farther away. Leela expressed her strong disapproval of the format, arguing that while they called it an orientation, it was really just a thinly veiled opportunity to expose everyone's skills to the class. Dane seemed to agree with her assessment, yet acknowledged that this was simply how things were done within the academy. One after another, the students stepped up to the front for their evaluations. Several freshmen beamed with genuine happiness when they saw even a single circle materialize before their eyes. Naturally, there were also those who completely lacked the magical energy required to form even one ring. The same pattern continued during the ball manipulation segment. In fact, this portion of the test proved even more demanding, highlighting the true difficulty of executing psychokinesis with precision. Arthur and his entourage stood by, openly mocking the unremarkable freshmen as they completely botched the tests. When a specific student finally stepped up to the lectern, the group of seniors suddenly became much more focused. Dane Sogers casually extended his hand, placed it on the measuring apparatus, and slowly began circulating his energy into the device. Arthur keeps hoping the brat will eventually cry when he realizes he is outmatched, though watching an actual adult start a petty rivalry with a literal teenager is just embarrassing. Following that chaotic little mishap within the foggy botanical area, our main man wondered about his mystical energy levels, since devouring the dusty old magic probably remodeled his internal plumbing in some weird way. Brightness flooded the area when his palm started leaking thick, high-quality magical juice directly into the testing device. Old man DeNevo started squinting a lot harder at Dane. The youngster absolutely crushed every single question during that independent study evaluation, because the boy is basically a walking textbook. The professor really wanted to see how many shiny magic rings would actually pop up. Moments dragged on like a bad date while every pair of eyeballs in the room stayed glued to the campus superstar. A heartbeat later, a glow so blinding it made previous attempts look like broken flashlights suddenly manifested from nothingness. The boy sensed his grip slipping while that greedy gadget began sucking power directly from the ring lodged in his chest. Just as the radiance peaked at its most eye-searing intensity, it spit out a weird notification saying the kid was unmeasurable, which was wild because this thing handles 8 rings easily, and now everyone is just standing there looking stupid. He stared at the blinking crimson text like it was written in a dead language, having absolutely no clue why the machine just quit on him. That salty Arthur guy, and the entire class stopped breathing. The teacher watched with a gaze full of very messy, complex emotions. The waiting crowd whined about their missed turns and accused the BunRv sabotaging the gear, convinced that the error message was just a fancy way of saying he had zero talent. In the meantime, the protagonist wondered if that prehistoric mojo camping in his soul had successfully pranked the sensors. The teacher has performed this ritual for ages, and trusts the hardware implicitly, knowing it usually sniffs out any little liars trying to mask their actual power. That specific failure notice was a first for him, and he figured none of his academic buddies had ever witnessed such a bizarre glitch in their lives. Attempting to stop the brewing riot, he blamed a random power surge and decided to jump straight into the levitating ball trial just to keep the schedule moving. That immature clown interpreted the machine failure as definitive proof that the young prodigy was actually a complete magical fraud. The boy felt bummed about the technical disaster, but at least he could play with the spheres now. Even if he was worried his weird energy might fail him again, he shut his lids tight and visualized that telekinetic spell perfectly. The little noble lifted his arm, and a countless number of angry energy threads blasted forward like a magical spider web, mimicking the teacher's previous dance moves. He made every sphere fly out of the box and hover, tied together by chaotic strands of very old magical juice. Mouths hung open across the auditorium while a heady silence fell. Young Sugris tossed those orbs around with zero effort, making everyone remember that just lifting 5 of them used to be considered a legendary achievement. Arthur turned into a statue, which was funny considering how much he had been preening and showing off like a peacock just a few minutes ago. Naturally, his ego exploded into tiny pieces once an actual talent showed up, leaving his smooth brain unable to process reality anymore. Leela snapped out of her daze first, since she was accustomed to his weirdness, and she had basically decided to just stop questioning the boy's constant logic, breaking antics. At the same time, Dane was losing his marbles, as he never anticipated every orb would levitate. It seemed swallowing primordial mojo turned him into a wizarding powerhouse. The boy instantly snapped out of his trance after seeing those personal muscles flex and shifted his paws everywhere. Given that all eyeballs were glued to him, he figured he should probably attempt a flashy stunt. He tickled those floating marbles with old, schooled shoes, pranking their velocity until they looked like shimmering strobes at a rave. Right now, he is pulling off stunts that would make Professor de Novo doubt his own degree and sanity. Because the teacher possessed a nose for mana, he immediately grasped that the boy was shuffling the spheres to illustrate something specific. Eventually, the energy dancing around the globes morphed into different blobs, locking together to paint a majestic sky portrait. It showed a detailed scene of a kitty and a noodle. Every soul present recognized that these two creatures represented the fancy logo of the high-ranking Sugris household. Dane grinned, loving his artistic flair, while Professor de Novo looked like he needed an adult and a fresh diaper. Not even a rebel, the legendary brainiac sorceress, could match this level of flex. Leela felt salty about Dane being a showboat, because her turn followed. She knew her act would look like a wet firecracker. Once the marbles clattered back home, the educator showered Dane with compliments. It was clear why Tower Master Sutterin, that crusty hermit who hates apprentices, actually liked this brat. Dane bowed modestly and expressed his gratitude toward the teacher, eavesdropping on them. The rookies nearly flatlined when they realized a legendary master tutor Dane. The reputation of the shy protagonist began a steady upward climb. A lackey belonging to Arthur questioned the oversized huddler leader about whether their scheme was still viable after that magic display. Arthur squeezed his hand tight, cursing the Sugris clan for being overachievers and breeding nothing but freakish prodigies. Seeing as Dane was operating at a godly tier, their original strategy needed a serious overhaul. Though it tasted like Vinegar, Arthur confessed that picking a brawl might end in a skill-based defeat. Such a public ego bruising would be impossible to recover from. His dome finally leaked a solitary viable thought, suggesting that if physical dominance over the child failed, they ought to just recruit him. Arthur felt backed into a corner, deciding to draft Dane into the student government. As a high-ranking official, he could potentially keep the tiny genius on a short leash. However, the boy was just a little newbie. Even for the oldest students, snagging a seat on the council was a total nightmare. No little first year had ever sniffed that boardroom before, so they would have to smash the rulebook into pieces. Arthur felt certain he could act like a parasite on Dane's skills to boost the status of the spell-casting division. Naturally, Arthur's personal standing and career would skyrocket as a result. Professor de Novo dragged Dane to a corner to drown him in more flattery. Had he known the boy was a wizard god, he would have wrestled other staff members to claim him. That sneaky teacher pointed at Dane to make the other pupils feel lazy and motivated by the boy's freakish gifts. Prior to releasing him back to his chair, de Novo begged the new celebrity to visit him whenever he felt like it. Dane was never the type to reject a chance to soak up more knowledge. When the bell rang, Leela and Dane exited the auditorium together. Typical of her, She nagged him for stealing the entire show. He shot back a cheeky smirk, poking fun at the grumpy girl. Had it not been for his utterly bizarre display, Leela's impressive 5-sphere juggling feat would have unquestionably stolen the show. Considering her legendary competitive streak, Leela rather dramatically flounced away from Dane, likely muttering about stolen glory. Just then, Arthur and his usual squad of sycophants sauntered in, and his previous demeanor performed a complete backflip, suddenly gushing about Dane's unparalleled aptitude. He innocently declared he'd merely popped in for a quick, casual chat with the esteemed young master. Honest. Observing this fellow's swift and dramatic personality overhaul, Dane immediately registered suspicious activity, because, well, obviously. Arthur then proceeded to expound upon the prestigious Imperial Academy Student Council. Apparently, this council is the grand authority, deciding all academy policies, and managing the entire financial purse. Consequently, they wield immense sway, and enjoy quite a few special benefits. For instance, they get to play judge and jury for any student who dares step out of line, like a mini-inquisition. Moreover, they also hold the authority to greenlight all academic department events. Dane, however, found this entire spiel rather redundant, considering his eldest sister had already given him the full, unfiltered scope on the council's immense power and snobbish exclusivity. Finally, Arthur bestowed upon Dane the magnificent offer of a recommendation to join their ranks as an officer, grandly declaring he exceeded all prerequisites, so no hitches should arise. Beyond just the usual array of benefits, snagging an officer position also guaranteed automatic entry into the prestigious Danter Hall, like a VIP pass. Perhaps Arthur's memory needed a tune up, as he seemed to overlook that this year's top-ranked student already dwelled in Danter Hall. As the endlessly droning senior kept spouting off about the council's supposed fantastic benefits, Dane pondered if these folks believed themselves minor deities, judging by their astounding list of privileges. Despite Arthur's soaring, impassioned sales pitch, Dane, without hesitation, utterly rebuffed the offer. If Dane ever harbored any genuine interest in the council, he'd much prefer a proper entry based on his own merit, not some shady, alley backdoor. Besides, he was convinced all those tempting perks always had a catch, a hidden price tag. Arthur's eager henchmen could visibly discern their entire, flimsy plan unraveling right before their very eyes. Therefore, they immediately pivoted to a frantic emphasis of the council's undeniable prestige, attempting to sweeten their original recommendation offer. The utterly trapped was involuntarily subjected to this incessant, nonsensical drivel spewing from the mouths of these persistent, slightly unhinged seniors, her patience wearing thin, her tolerance completely spent. She abruptly grabbed his hand and, in one swift motion, yanked him straight towards the cafeteria. Arthur stood abandoned, his rather dreadful little scheme having crashed and burned spectacularly. Dane offered him immense, silent gratitude for Leela's absolutely impeccable, life-saving timing. Their brilliant pitch might have been spectacularly shot down today, but Arthur and his unwavering henchmen were far from giving up the ghost. Leela, sharp as a tack, instantly saw right through the shady senior's transparent little scheme, realizing they merely wanted to mold Dane into their personal, unsuspecting pawn. Even more significant, the young Duchess felt quite even indignant, that she had not received the very same coveted recommendation. By this stage, Leela had, with commendable self-control, finally reached a graceful acceptance that Dane's talents simply operated on an entirely different, almost alien, dimension compared to us mere mortals. With the ordeal finally over, the two quickly made their way to the Imperial Academy's cafeteria, their immediate priority a desperate quest for sweet tarts. Meanwhile, Arthur had covertly arranged a meeting with Professor de Novo, who then revealed his shocking estimate, claiming Dane's talent potentially eclipsed even that of his much venerated eldest sister, Arabella. Considering the sheer, boundless expanse of magical disciplines, it remained difficult to offer absolute certainty. Nevertheless, regarding raw, untamed potential, Dane, without a doubt, was an absolute, terrifying monster. Discovering this kid was more gifted than a senior he profoundly admired sent Arthur's entire perception into a dizzying tailspin. The grizzled academic expects Artie to bamboozle the small suggers into selecting the spellcasting track alone. From the moment Dane entered the scene, every person has merely witnessed the identical display. Each onlooker is completely spellbound by the adolescent prodigy's terrifyingly vast natural abilities. Arthur fessed up that he previously attempted to coax the lad into joining the campus committee, yet he faced an immediate refusal. De Novo simply refuses to quit, because the boy's monstrous capacity is far too valuable to surrender. Shifting the topic, Arthur inquired about a specific letter of endorsement for himself, but the teacher brushed him off, claiming that prestigious magic towers would beg for Arthur upon finishing school in 2 years. Though Arthur easily saw through the obvious facade. If he secures an early career placement, Dean never loses his favorite servant and personal errand boy to bully. Arthur caught wind of gossip that Dean never personally blocked 2 job offers during his junior year. Being aware that his professional destiny belongs to this arrogant professor, Arthur persisted in obeying every command, seeing as he lacks any other options. While trekking toward the canteen, Dane noticed how packed the hallway was with frantic club recruitment events. As every group fought to survive, the pair poked around the various stalls and collected plenty of goodies, making for a pleasant detour. Inside Dane's pack sat a haul of 20 mana crystals, 15 food vouchers, 5 meal passes, and 8 shop tickets, along with 1 hidden scroll. The upperclassmen staffing the stall mentioned it originated from a random auction at the Arkander house. Mentioning the Arkander brand caused Leela's eyes to shimmer at the prospect of finding genuine riches. Dean's old man previously gave him the inside scoop regarding the Arkander auction house, the primary center for exotic and gorgeous goods sourced from every province of the kingdom. Tier evaluators in the land inspect every item, guaranteeing that no counterfeit trash is ever traded. The protective wax on the treasured document remains unbroken, with no evidence of anyone peeking. Since stories of hidden chambers and riddles are common at school, a real find feels quite plausible. Glancing at the parchment, Dane thought of the specific dork who would adore this item, that explorer Ernest. The Mitra Hall serves as the primary location where the boring general curriculum classes happen. Currently, Dane is strolling through the doors to sit through his Imperial History session. Prior to enrolling, the lead servant of the Sogris household had tutored him in these subjects already, so the boy felt very prepared. Out of nowhere, a recognizable shout reached his ears with a great deal of excitement. It was none other than that geek Ernest, and since history is required for all rookies, it seems they are finally classmates. Quite concerned, Ernest questioned Dane about his physical state after the accident, but Dane avoided the messy topic, because things are just too weird. Precisely when our hero intended revealing scandalous details regarding some hidden gold chart for his scatter-brained companion, several identical low-budget hooligans suddenly crashed their private conversation. Judging from how the poor lad practically peed himself, Dane realized they shared some nasty past beef. That leader, appearing remarkably like an elderly father of triplets, offered our friend a very sassy salutation. Our bespectacled buddy lacked any idea regarding a proper verbal comeback. From Dane's perspective, this child resembled some combat veteran possessing intense mental baggage. After the boy recovered his voice, we discovered the antagonist is named Braun, a man-child terrorizing youngsters, which surely tarnishes our majestic sovereign's reputation. The main jerk palmed the kid's skull similar to a sports ball, while ridiculing his visible quivering. Those generic background extras completely ignored our protagonist's presence for the current moment. Having found their favorite golfer again, they restarted that toxic servant dynamic when the leader barked for Hoji. Once the victim attempted declining, those goons chuckled wary as the boss provided a deathly stare. Eventually, that middle-aged dude pretending to be a pupil noticed our hero with supreme snobbery. Because the lad mentioned friendship, the bully guessed Dane represented another spineless lackey following some loser. Such behavior made the warrior recall absolute trash humans encountered during his previous military service. Prior to matters getting messier, some corridor warden spotted this gang, and shrieked like a banshee regarding immediate lesson attendance, acting like a professional menace. The jerk grinned while answering quite courteously. Before departing, he glared at the kid, while suggesting a private meeting later today. The nerdy youth flinched, his old psychological scars opening right back up. That antagonist, however, felt thrilled that his school days were becoming significantly more entertaining now. Despite the villain finally disappearing, the lad continued shivering with fright. Our hero pulled the scaredy cat up. Then the terrified kid expressed regret about involving his pal with such villains. The boy confessed his chaotic past interactions with that bully from their villa. He assumed this massive institution would prevent him from meeting that jerk during his remaining education. Our protagonist told the kid not to worry about it. Honestly, he hated watching his companion get bullied by such low-life garbage individuals. Thus he offered to escort the youth for the current time. He realized this goofy child would likely return to servitude, obeying every command the leader barks. Should that occur, the boy will simply stroll down memory lane to revisit old times. Witnessing his friend morph by the water feature meant he could quit stressing over physical well-being or similar rubbish. Despite possessing full knowledge regarding the sheer magnitude of the fighter's ridiculous power levels, Old Spectacles remains quite reluctant to drag his companion into his own chaotic pile of private drama. Immediately following the school day, our duo got jumped by a gaggle of generic goons who clearly shared the same bad haircut. While the youth attempted to muzzle that loudmouth, the obnoxious jerk only increased his annoying volume. Noticing that his pal lacked the cowardly instinct to retreat after hearing a couple of pathetic verbal threats, that jerk felt intimidated. Imitating every Klitsch aristocrat, he bragged about his Tsar heritage, insisting he was the top heir to that dominant Western household, though nobody actually cared. Reacting to the noise, the hero merely cleaned his ear canals and flashed a grin. Such a tiny, microscopic group of relatives had certainly never graced his radar before today. Braun's temper flared as those pathetic cronies began yapping, exactly mirroring a pack of untrained chihuahuas, projecting total alpha energy. The leader commanded his minions to perform the actual manual labor of pummeling the newcomer, appearing as if they lived for such commands. Those generic background extras displayed their menacing teeth. The group approached the pair, while wearing expressions of pure, unearned confidence like sheep Halloween masks. The nervous student attempted to fix the mess, suggesting they simply use their legs to flee very quickly. He cautioned his friend that the antagonist had been labeled some kind of blade, swinging prodigy from their Dieper days. That information only piqued the hero's curiosity regarding how fun it would be to humble the arrogant jerk. Pivoting toward his jittery companion, the boy suggested knocking out one loser, noting a solid jab to the mouth ensures instant slumber. Ernest simply cannot spend his existence trembling, so he really needs to throw some hands now. While that initial goon rushed forward, the protagonist showed very little actual interest. Detecting every obvious motion, the fighter absorbed the strike without blocking, merely rotating his cranium to flow with the hit. That chrome-domed ruffian appeared exceptionally proud of his limited physical achievements. Braun similarly experienced a rush of joy seeing his lackeys excel at their only talent, being jerks. The hair-challenged henchman tried another strike. However, for this round, the defender actually utilized defensive tactics. Honestly, he ate that opening blow solely to set the stage for his upcoming witty monologue. Regardless of any brutality, this mess counts as legal self-protection. The skull-exposed warrior ignored the warning and threw a hook. The Dane bobbed underneath like a pro. Our hero countered using a swift gut punch, delivering a spicy sensation of pure regret throughout the jerk's entire physical existence. To ensure peak embarrassment, the boy deleted the loser's balance via a sneaky floor-level kick. Considering that brutal skull-to-concrete impact, I genuinely pray this fellow maintains a premium medical coverage plan for his recovery. Disregarding that initial casualty, the protagonist began dismantling the next crony, who happened to have the defensive capabilities of a wet paper bag, making it simple to silence the jerk's yap with a stiff open-handed blow. Utilizing a forceful torso shove, he launched that henchman airborne to act as a human barricade for the final opponent. While keeping a safe distance, the hero conjured a glowing orb of energy within his grasp. The protagonist chucked that cobalt orb, connecting violently with the third minion's facial features. Within a fleeting moment, a trio of henchmen were dismantled with professional elegance. They collectively embraced the pavement and slipped into an immediate coma. The protagonist shattered the quietude by grumbling, having smacked that third lackey far too intensely since he hasn't fully tamed his prehistoric magic source. Ernest stood there with a hanging jaw while the bully and his remaining squad experienced total disbelief. The head bully insulted his underlings for being moronic and useless, even though they tried to explain that this dressed youngster was anything but a typical pushover. The leader commanded his squad to pipe down, as getting dismantled by a first-year student is already humiliating enough. Stoking the flames of conflict, Dean taunted the chunky antagonist to prove those aggressive claims he made previously. The single henchman possessing a working intellect attempted to suggest that retreating would be a very wise move, yet the imbecile ignored the advice, as he simply refused to humble himself for a mere toddler. Thus he energized his internal magic and tore open a shimmering gateway. The boy seemed remarkably bored by that pretentious display of light. Reaching through the rift, the bully pulled out a rather pathetic blade and swung it about as if he were some divine warrior. Because the location is completely deserted, he figured he could use that steel to create a messy tragedy with zero onlookers. The friends squealed in terror, but our hero didn't even bat an eyelid. They stood in a location where the mist becomes incredibly thick, potentially hiding a lifeless corpse from the local police, which motivated the one intelligent henchman to plead for mercy. The leader hollered for him to cease his chatter and just pummel Ernest. Consequently, the situation devolved into a classic 2-on-2 brawl. Dane confidently assured Ernest that if he were to face a particularly subpar ruffian in a fight, victory was entirely within his grasp. Consider the evidence. This youngster is absolutely obsessed with exploration, which means his lower body strength must be extraordinarily potent. His simple objective was to properly time the impact and effectively launch the opponent into the air. Ernest didn't believe he possessed that necessary fighting spirit, though Dane felt absolutely certain it was hiding inside him. Finally, the confrontation began. and Dane initiated the action with a well-timed leap. This quick maneuver was designed to separate BunRv from Ernest completely. BunRv was accustomed to magic, focused weaklings who always tried to keep a significant distance from swordsmen. Dane simply smiled at BunRv's inaccurate assumptions and continued leading the large, simple-minded brute on a chase. Meanwhile, Ernest began internalizing Dane's words, realizing he couldn't spend his entire life existing as a perpetual victim. The thug slowly walked out, wearing a mocking grin, absolutely certain the kid wouldn't actually swing. Despite Ernest's clenched fists, the ruffian continued to tease Ernest, cracking his knuckles and suggesting the bespectacled boy simply lie down and let himself get pummeled a few times. Overcoming years of deeply rooted trauma is exceptionally difficult to achieve in just a couple of brief moments. Ernest found himself pondering how Dane would approach the current situation. His thoughts returned to the evasive dodge his friend had used earlier, committing the movement to his permanent memory. Just as the thug launched his initial punch, Ernest attempted to replicate Dane's specific movements. He was slightly too slow, and got hit directly on the head, but he simultaneously delivered his first counter punch ever, scoring his shoulders. He quickly locked, loaded, and fired another precise strike straight toward the goon's face. The timid version of Ernest had completely vanished. The once terrified child was now a determined man. Completely caught off balance, the thug was instantly knocked unconscious, and collapsed onto the ground like a particularly clumsy earthworm. Observing the damage he inflicted, it seemed Ernest truly did possess that inner fighting resolve. As the initial rush of adrenaline began to subside, his knee started to buckle. He felt a profound, cathartic sense of relief, having finally managed to fight back for himself. In the meantime, Dane and BunRv had retreated a short distance away, and after sensing Ernest had finished his fight, Dane finally stopped running. BunRv looked over his shoulder, and cursed his henchman for being completely inept. Dane's gaze darted around, immediately spotting several broomsticks, laying discarded nearby. Dane concluded they would be quite enjoyable to use. He retrieved one of the sticks, and, with a quick snap, detached the sweeping end from the handle. BunRv was thoroughly insulted that this youth intended to challenge a proper sword with a mere piece of wood. To Dane, however, this improvised weapon would be more than sufficient. After all, what better tool for dealing with trash than a broom? BunRv has completely overextended himself. With no one left to assist him, he charged in, fueled by bad intentions, yet still arrogant enough to claim he'd only stop just short of murdering Dane. His goal was merely to leave a minor scratch on that pretty face using his blade. He imagined the scar would perpetually remind Dane of the terror BunRv instilled every time he checked his reflection, a delusion that made BunRv look ridiculous, truly embarrassing himself. Once within sword range, BunRv launched a flurry of confident slashes and thrusts. A smirk plastered across his face, as every single attack was batted aside by a mere stick. He slowly realized that Dane was merely playing around. Meanwhile, our protagonist was genuinely having fun casually deflecting BunRv's completely predictable attacks. The big guy, however, absolutely hates it when people disrespect his fighting skills, so he upped his aggression, reasoning that only someone on the level of Duke Thermion could criticize his technique. Although Dane was infusing mana into the stick, it wasn't designed to last long against proper steel. BunRv remained totally convinced that he held the advantage in this exchange. Just as BunRv prepared to unleash his most powerful strike, Dane calmly focused mana on the very tip of his stick. Then, in one breathtakingly smooth and continuous motion, he stabbed BunRv directly in the body with the pointed end. A shockwave of completely unfamiliar pain surged through the big guy. The sheer force transmitted through an ordinary wooden stick should have been physically impossible. Ernest watched the entire sequence unfold with a growing sense of panic. He already knew Dane was strong, but he never imagined this level of overwhelming power. While BunRv hacked up his guts on the floor, Dane sarcastically challenged him to get back up. Because BunRv drew a real weapon in the confrontation, he was bound by tradition to fight until the end, a rule his father strictly enforced for anything other than a formal duel. Finally, a single brain cell fired in BunRv's thick skull, prompting him to ask exactly who he was fighting. Dane Sogers simply introduced himself as the only son of Count Sogers, currently a first-year autonomous student. The information finally registered in BunRv's dense mind. This was the legendary golden boy everyone had been talking about, the youngest and most brilliant genius on the entire continent, a genuine prodigy. BunRv still couldn't fathom why someone like Dane would bother associating with an obvious dunce like Ernest. Dane remained severe. Since BunRv initiated the fight with a blade and lost, Dane would be within honorable bounds to terminate his life right then and there. From the perspective of a true duelist, he had every right to deliver the finishing blow. Looking directly into the kid's eyes filled BunRv with terror, as that cold, unflinching indifference made him truly believe Dane was about to kill him. He quickly swallowed his pride, got up from the floor, and dropped to his knees to offer a desperate, heartfelt apology. As BunRv rattled off a cascade of humble words, Dane simply stared at him with complete disgust, concluding the guy was truly beyond redemption. Even after Dane rearranged his face with a few punches, Braun's single working brain cell still couldn't process the fact that he was the one who needed to say sorry. The irony was palpable. He was apologizing to the wrong guy and should have been slobbering over Ernest's footwear instead. He rapidly shifted his focus, realizing his error. The cowardly thug clung desperately to Ernest, sputtering apologies through snot and tears, terrified that Dane might finish him off, and begging forgiveness for years of torment. Ernest finally looked Braun directly in the eye, a power move he'd never had the courage to attempt in their previous lives. The memories flooded back, reminding him of a life spent in constant dread. All the trauma and pain Braun had inflicted resurfaced. Braun was once the boogeyman of Ernest's existence. Now, that former menace was groveling on the floor, complete with snot running down his chin and begging for mercy. Dane turned to Ernest for the final decision. Ernest could either beat Braun to within an inch of his miserable life or simply accept the apology and walk away. Desperate to survive the ordeal, Braun actually implored his former victim to continue the assault until they could call themselves even. Ernest truly longed to take Braun up on the offer and unleash years of suppressed rage. However, given the present situation, a lopsided beating felt hollow. He preferred to face Braun on equal terms in the future, promising forgiveness only after a fair fight. Dane felt a surge of pride in his friend's choice. It required true character to make such a measured decision. The pair turned and walked away. Ernest expressed his gratitude to Dane for completely altering the course of his life. On their return to campus, they ran into a very concerned Leela waiting for them. The moment she noticed the fresh cut on Dane's cheek, Leela instantly realized he had been brawling again. She then turned her gaze to the pathetic thugs who had just lost the fight. A flicker of recognition crossed her face as she looked at them. Braun recognized Leela as well, which promptly reignited his fear. They were both in the swordsmanship department, so they'd likely crossed paths before, but Braun was so forgettable that Leela couldn't recall his name. Ignoring the pathetic figures on the ground, she asked Dane, "Who's this guy with the spectacles?" Dane formally introduced Ernest Dillon from the exploration department. Aware that Leela was a duke's daughter, he continued referring to her respectfully as Miss Leela. Leela insisted that Dane drop the formality, declaring, "Any friend of Dane's is a friend of mine, so lose the miss." Dane immediately began to boast about Ernest's family, famous for their exploration of hidden ruins and secret plains. Hearing this, Leela excitedly mentioned the map they had just recently acquired. Dane clarified that they had snatched a treasure map during one of the recent club activities. Ernest had heard rumors that a student had won exactly such a thing, but never imagined his friend would be that lucky person. The second the words treasure map were uttered, Ernest's timid personality vanished, replaced by a glint of absolute mania. Seeking a secluded spot to avoid prying eyes, the three companions unrolled the enigmatic map for careful examination. Even with Ernest's sharp intellect, the document initially made no sense. Though he did recognize that it pointed to a specific location inside the academy grounds, the parchment was also littered with strange, indecipherable markings, which strongly suggested some form of encoded language. Their best course of action was to figure out the original creator of the map, as analyzing the person's style might offer clues for cracking the cipher. The only definite clue they had was that the map depicted a place within the academy, proven by the unique architectural forms exclusive to the campus. The complication, however, lay in the architectural style being encoded in esoteric magic that only Saul Hankston was known to use. Saul Hankston, in case anyone forgot, was the legendary mage who had founded the entire academy. This meant they were dealing with ancient magic that hadn't been seen in eons, primarily because Saul had refused to pass his techniques on to anyone. While Leela knew that actually using the map would be challenging, she hadn't anticipated this level of difficulty. Their only remaining option was to perform extensive research into the creator's background, hoping to eventually start deciphering the complex code. Once they successfully decoded the ancient script, they could finally work together to locate the legendary prize. Ernest was always up for an adventure, and Leela had spent her entire life under the strict supervision of her family. Naturally, they both wanted to join the treasure hunt, and Ernest immediately volunteered to lead the research effort. This caused Dane some confusion when Ernest suddenly returned the map to him. Ernest reassured everyone that he had already completely committed the entire document to memory. The declaration left both Dane and Leela absolutely speechless. For whatever reason, complex codes and diagrams simply stuck in his brain effortlessly, which was incredibly useful during exam time. This was the first time Ernest had truly delved into a deep mystery alongside someone other than his father, making him genuinely grateful for Dane's company. To celebrate their new official partnership, Leela proposed that they all get something to eat. The decision was made instantly. After a long day of adventure, Dane eventually returned to his small dormitory room. He spent a little time tidying up and organizing his personal possessions. He made sure to keep anything from his family visible at all times, but the familiar egg was proving difficult to place because living creatures couldn't enter his subspace. As soon as he picked up the oversized egg, it suddenly began to violently wiggle. This was highly unusual. In the 7 years he had been consistently feeding it mana, nothing like this had ever happened before. While the mana surrounding the academy felt slightly off, it wasn't drastically different from the magical energy back home. The only significant change was the ancient magical energy he had recently absorbed while in the garden area. To test this new theory, Dane began channeling more mana into the object. The idea that his familiar might finally be hatching filled him with intense anticipation. After several minutes of focused magical feeding, Dane had been pouring magical energy into this endeavor for 7 solid years, yet it felt as futile as trying to fill a bucket with a hole in it. The sheer amount of mana he was radiating started to make the furniture in his dorm room vibrate dangerously. However, failing out now would mean completely squandering a potential once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He quickly wrapped up the mysterious egg, treating it like a fragile, ticking-time bomb, and rushed it to Claire's laboratory. While his sister was a certified summoning genius, even she was completely stumped by the bizarre way the egg was behaving. The strange, low-frequency vibrations continued long after he had stopped supplying it with mana. As they were trying to decipher the egg's peculiar mystery, Claire was simultaneously fretting that her brother would be late for the upcoming dorm roll call. With a sly grin, Dane assured her that the attendance situation had already been skillfully circumvented. Back in the hallways of Danter Hall, Albert, the notoriously strict member of the disciplinary committee, was on the prowl. He burst through the dorm entrance just in time to meticulously check the students' attendance records. The model students of Danter Hall stood in perfectly straight lines outside their rooms, waiting for inspection. This type of formal roll call was consistently enforced across all dormitories within the entire Imperial Academy. Arnold, a fellow student, started to visibly fret when he noticed both Priscilla and Dane were missing from the lineup. Albert bellowed that arriving late for a monthly roll call resulted in a 1-point penalty, while a no-show incurred 3 lates meant mandatory disciplinary action and volunteer dorm service, and 2 absences led to forced demotion. Albert demanded absolute stillness and silence, declaring that even Danter Hall was not exempt from the iron fist of school rules. To improve efficiency for the committee's work, magical surveillance cameras had recently been installed everywhere. The system proved its worth immediately as Priscilla, a student from this floor, had already been caught trying to make a hasty escape. It was confirmed that she had slipped out of the dormitory grounds precisely 5 minutes earlier. While bedroom checks were once rare for the committee, a zealot like Albert now insisted they become standard operating procedure. This new level of strictness meant a torrential storm of point deductions was heading for the students this semester. After thoroughly inspecting Priscilla's room for any further violations, she was appropriately penalized for failing to check in and leaving without explicit permission. The only other student conspicuously absent from the preliminary roll call was freshman Dane Sugris. A few of Dane's new buddies attempted to provide a flimsy cover story for him, but Albert's focus was relentless. When Albert and his team finally pushed open the door to Dane's room, they were greeted unexpectedly by the young man himself. Dane scratched his head with a look of feigned innocence, apologizing profusely for missing the lineup because he was so busy unpacking. Albert found it difficult to argue against the perfectly valid excuse of unpacking, so he let Dane off with just a simple warning. In reality, Dane was still safely in Claire's lab, having deployed an illusion generator cone created by Arabella. The convenient generator projected his form into a docking station in his room, allowing him to be 2 places at once, a talent most students only dreamed of. Since the device is operated remotely, the connection occasionally drops out, much like cheap Wi-Fi at a coffee shop. When the flow is interrupted, the disruption shows instantly, and Dane had great fun testing this feature several times, finding a hilarious use for it tonight. Claire generally doesn't approve of her little brother's mischievous antics, though she has to admit she's just a little bit impressed by his dedication to chaos. Returning to the main issue, all the signs point toward an extremely high probability that the magical egg would hatch sometime this evening. While she couldn't offer a 100% guarantee, the specific reactions they were observing indicated that things were progressing in exactly the right direction. In light of this development, Claire proposed they first place the egg into a magic stabilizer before they attempt to inject any further mana into it, as her lab was heavily reinforced with magic shields to protect confidential research materials. It also happened to be the perfect location for a potentially explosive egg hatching. After positioning the egg securely on top of the magical stabilizer, Claire carefully installed some new magic filters. Even though Dane's mana was already unnaturally pure, This marked the second time tonight that Dane dedicated himself completely to pouring every last bit of available magic he had directly into the fragile egg. Whatever was inside was consuming his magical energy at an alarming rate. Just what in the nine hells could be hiding within this thing? While anyone with even a modest amount of money can easily acquire a familiar egg, actually hatching one is a completely different challenge altogether, as nobody knows the precise conditions required for every single type of egg possible. The one absolute truth in the process is that the user's mana frequency and the unknown familiar's frequency must resonate perfectly for a successful bond. In other words, this entire process is essentially a magical gacha game where a positive outcome relies almost entirely on luck. Whatever happened next was completely dependent on Dane's fortune stat. Claire was aware her little brother possessed significant talent, but witnessing his power in action and feeling the intensity of his mana filled her with genuine trepidation. Finally, Dane's relentless efforts were rewarded with the distinct sound of cracking. Claire immediately started yelling at him to keep pushing and increase the flow until the creature finally emerged. As Dane reached the very edge of his magical reserves, his brilliant blue mana erupted and danced vigorously around the laboratory. In the end, the egg exploded completely, sending shattered pieces of shell flying in every direction. Claire and Dane were both caught squarely in the massive mana explosion. Once the blinding flash of light eventually subsided, a tiny creature covered in sticky primordial goo appeared right where the egg had previously sat. Claire quickly scrambled to her brother, who had been sent flying across the room like a rag doll. He tried to ignore the extreme dizziness from mana depletion and the sharp pain from slamming hard against the walls. The creature inside the egg finally showed itself, possessing a white scaly body, a set of tiny wings, small horns protruding from its forehead, and a pair of curious, inquisitive eyes. Claire immediately recognized several traits consistent with. Suddenly, the goofy little creature started breathing fire, as if trying to show off its new skill. Claire immediately nudged her little brother closer to his newly hatched familiar. There have been recorded cases where familiars immediately recognize the first person they see as their designated owner for life, and so, the pale, haired boy and the small white lizard stared intensely into each other's eyes. Dane offered his tiny new familiar a big smile and a very warm welcome. After a proper introduction, the pair instantly forged a powerful and unbreakable bond. Claire couldn't stop herself from squealing over how incredibly adorable the small creature was. She praised her brother for making the difficult hatching process appear ridiculously easy. Finally, she had a chance to carefully study a brand new, completely unknown life form up close. Following several minutes of meticulous observation and searching for clear indicators, she came to a conclusion. She became completely convinced that this little oddball must have been summoned from beyond the horizon. Only an exceptionally skilled minority of summoners could ever hope to access that far-off realm. Even Claire herself could currently only manage to call forth a few utterly insignificant spirits. Managing to summon an entire familiar from beyond the horizon was nothing short of a monumental achievement. Claire was highly confident in her knowledge of common human world summons, even their juvenile forms, but this creature defied all records. It looked somewhat like a wyvern, yet the finer details were distinctly different. For the time being, they couldn't be certain exactly what this small beast truly was. Claire vowed to conduct more research, though she seriously doubted the Academy possessed any literature that could help. A vital clue to identifying the familiar would be its relationship with ancient mana. Before leaving, Claire advised Dane to save the eggshells, noting that some species eat them for nutrients after hatching. For the daily upkeep, Dane was required to meticulously log every single detail about the little beast. This included its likes, dislikes, sleep patterns, levels of aggression, rate of growth, and everything in between. It seemed like a ridiculous amount of work, but Dane somehow knew it would be worth the trouble. He felt an undeniable instinct to protect and raise this tiny creature with all his heart. Claire suggested keeping the familiar hidden in the lab to avoid public incidents, but Dane refused to hide his little buddy forever. Besides, if anyone dared to cause trouble, he had two ridiculously overpowered older sisters ready to defend him. Furthermore, the small creature deserved to roam freely outside rather than being cooped up in a laboratory. Claire added that Dane should obtain an official summoning sign to mark his new status. Although he was still a rookie, his talent level was high enough to apply it immediately. Despite his busy schedule, the orientation for Professor Tamarik's span of summoning classes was tomorrow, and Claire promised Dane that if he demonstrated his talent, special recruitment would be automatic. There would be a faculty meeting, but Claire was absolutely certain he would receive special qualifications easily. Before finally leaving the lab, he began to ponder what name he should give the tiny oddball. When he returned to Danter Hall, one of his new buddies immediately scolded him for nearly missing roll call. According to Purple Four Eyes, his sisters were apparently infamous for pulling off the exact kind of high-risk shenanigans that he had just performed. Regardless, At least he managed to avoid facing punishment for the moment. The instant he managed to slip back into his private quarters, Dane's weary body promptly collapsed onto his waiting bed. Looking skyward, he observed the miniature dragon zipping around in ecstatic circles, clearly having a severe case of what one might call aerial zoomies. As it zoomed around the dorm, the little beast even coughed up sporadic bursts of fire, adding a certain fiery flair to the decor. Merely minutes earlier, Dane had attempted a surreptitious entry into his dorm, utilizing a secret passageway his sisters, those purveyors of dubious information, had shared. Sadly for him, the disciplinary committee, a notoriously joy-killing bunch, had gone to the extreme of enveloping the entire dormitory in a formidable magic barrier. To bypass this inconvenient magical impediment, Dane began meticulously analyzing the amount of flow of the barrier, hoping to pinpoint a susceptible weakness. Logic dictated that a magical barricade of such immense proportions must surely harbor a few overlooked exploits. Prior to him completing his detailed observation, the impatient, silly little fellow decided to take matters into his own claws, launching a fiery projectile at the magic barrier. To Dane's absolute astonishment, the formidable barrier's integrity crumbled with surprising ease, ultimately tearing wide open. From a strictly logical perspective, such an outcome was utterly impossible for a mere mundane fire. The sole plausible explanation he could concoct suggested that his familiar's unique flames somehow possessed the remarkable ability to disable mana itself. Based on that single, astonishing revelation, he immediately understood that he had unequivocally struck the magical jackpot. The following day, Dane excitedly rent his oust with Ernest to share every detail about his remarkable new companion. He had dubbed the little fellow Happy, a choice which left Ernest decidedly unhappy due to its perceived feebleness. Seeing as Four Eyes was so thoroughly displeased, Dane provocatively challenged him to conjure up a demonstrably superior appellation. Ernest, now deep in serious contemplation, began meticulously racking his formidable brain. The diminutive creature was undeniably adorable, but a name, he firmly believed, required substantial weight and profound meaning. Ultimately, Ernest suddenly blurted out a single, impactful word: Carnus. Dane rather enjoyed the powerful resonance of Carnus. It felt both mysterious and oddly perfect for the tiny, fire-breathing marvel. With immense satisfaction, he promptly jettisoned the moniker Happy. From this moment forward, the small companion would unequivocally be known as Carnus. Dane's next journey led him to the renowned Bermudians Hall, an impressive structure bearing the name of the celebrated scholar Bermudans. This esteemed location was, quite logically, where all classes pertaining to the intricate art of summoning took place. As students began to dutifully funnel into the lecture hall, there, amidst the bustling throngs, we catch sight of a rather familiar, albeit regrettable, visage, de Gruntaeren, the very same arrogant youth Dane had thoroughly thrashed years prior on his own birthday. De Grun, with a sickening lurch of dread, realized Dane was present in his identical academic session. He would never, for a single moment, forget the impudent youth who had audaciously stolen his summons. Due to that supremely mortifying incident, House Tyrant's social standing within noble society suffered a severe blow, leaving them barely clinging to their esteemed capital noble title. De Grun, to add insult to injury, wasn't even meant to be enrolled in this particular course. He had famously failed at the prior academic year, thus obligating a forced retake. Providentially, this particular brat seemed to have finally acquired a modicum of intelligence, recognizing the absolute necessity of avoiding Dane at all costs. As he privately agonized over his grim academic destiny, an elder student gently approached him. The senior in question calmly affirmed that there existed no inherent shame in the act of retaking a class. He rarely confessed this was his second class retake. At last, the educator entered the lecture hall, prompting every student to quickly find a place to sit. The conjuring expert Temeric Spiano explained that mastering theoretical summoning is the essential first step for every serious magical practitioner. Most pupils already knew the instructor was a joyless tyrant who treated smiles like crimes. Additionally, he mentioned a prestigious examination open to any brave souls who actually possess the required brain power and magical permits. He activated a glowing display to explain, essentially using a wizardly version of a slideshow. Earning a spot requires manifesting a high-tier entity without using any cheat codes or written contracts, which is quite a feat. Next, a hopeful must anchor that spirit for over 30 minutes without letting links dissolve. Groans erupted, because keeping a basic spirit stable is already a nightmare, so these elite standards felt like a cruel prank. The torment continued as the mentor noted that one must also survive his personal, incredibly biased visual inspection. Failing any single part leads to instant rejection, because apparently, being elite requires jumping through hoops while on fire, though those initial hurdles are brutal. Persuading some grumpy judge using purely vague criteria is definitely a final boss fight. Dane found the bureaucratic nonsense quite annoying, especially since the grader holds all the cards like a tyrannical casino owner. Adding salt to the wound, the man mentioned that candidates need 2 glowing reviews from high-ranking wizards who actually like them. Secretly, he felt a spark of joy watching those pupils squirm. Crushing the spirits of overconfident rookies was his favorite afternoon hobby. His gaze swept the area before locking onto Dane Sogris, the legendary overachiever who somehow conquered the independence study entrance test. Reports about the boy's antics during the trials had reached him via a very chatty colleague named Delphine, so it seemed impossible that a mere rookie had managed to tether a 4-tier Ederac without blowing up the entire testing facility. He intended to verify this prodigy personally, suspecting the lad just used his fancy Sogris family name to bribe his way inside. Regardless, average pupils should just be happy with a standard pass, as the written portion is usually manageable for non-idiots. The man essentially labeled repeaters like Digran as total airheads. The boy figured this course would be uniquely painful, given that their previous tests had already grilled them on facts and vibes. The academic inquired if any beginner could actually do some magic, or if he was teaching a room full of useless potatoes. A heavy stare bore into him, making it obvious that the professor had decided to make him the target of the day. Accepting the unspoken invitation, the youth rose from his seat to participate in this little game of magical chicken. The man demanded identification despite knowing exactly who the kid was, just for the sake of being a dramatic nuisance. Nonetheless, the boy formally announced himself as a member of that specialized independent branch. The teacher offered a compliment so dripping with mockery that it felt more like a verbal slap to the face. The instructor was caught off guard when the student remained calm, cleverly shifting the credit to the powerful officials who graded him. With no more delays, the lad was summoned to the front to demonstrate the skills that had supposedly impressed the big bosses. Oh, text. And our protagonist dislikes being scrutinized so openly, though this youth remains polite while hiding his annoyance. He added a cheeky condition, requesting Turmeric pen a glowing endorsement for elite trials should his magical worth be proven. That crusty educator nearly swallowed his tongue after hearing such an audacious and gutsy request. Every other scholar in that stuffy room shared the exact same sense of utter disbelief and shock. This task is simple. Just demonstrate that those skills are more legendary than a unicorn eating tacos. The lad confessed with total confidence that failing to succeed had never bothered his optimistic brain cells. Turmeric felt his blood boil since even Claire never displayed such a massive amount of unbridled smartness. Accepting the gauntlet thrown down by the youngster, the teacher gestured for him to begin the attempt. That mentor agreed to the paperwork deal, while noting his standards were higher than a mountain peak. Up for ensued his classmates debated if he was a top rookie, or simply the sibling of legendary Claire. Coincidentally, the grunty mentor possessed a fresh, empty parchment prepared for this specific kind of trial. Strolling forward to snatch the paper, Dane realized this detour could yield a bigger reward than originally planned. He poured magical energy inside the empty scrap. He murmured toward the enchanted sheet, pleading for it to follow instructions. An enormous cannon manifested through the mist as raw energy danced around like a disco ball. The creature touched down and glared at the audience as if they were tasty snacks on a platter. Smart kids recognized the high-tier predator, knowing it was harder to summon than a holiday plumber. Agran Tyran stared in horror, identifying his companion Janku, while wondering how his dog got stolen. Dane looked toward the stunned teacher, silently asking for a grade on his magic trick. The professor conceded the feat was impressive, but bet his lunch that stamina would fail within minutes. Wearing a thin veneer of formal behavior, the instructor offered praise, while cautioning about the next hurdle. Yet the hero suggested a faster demonstration. Lacking any formal consent beforehand, he grinned while watching that teacher's composure fall apart. The other pupils were glued to the performance like gum on a shoe. Since the final requirement demands something unique, he decided to let the old man judge his next move. Should the educator find the spectacle underwhelming, he is perfectly allowed to give a failing grade. With all these students watching, surely an adult would not be petty enough to lie, right? Finally, the youth beckoned the giant wolf and gave the massive fluffball some well-deserved head scratches. Standing tall, he delicately wove his internal power to surround the powerful creature with warm light. While the teacher observed, the realization of the student's true plan finally started to penetrate his stubborn skull. Dane mumbled what sounded suspiciously like an outdated karaoke track, yet raw magical energy flooded Port Genpu immediately. That canine's gaze became absolutely terrifying, and its already intimidating dental work got an unnecessary, sharp upgrade. Furthermore, Janpu's entire physical mass seemed to inflate dramatically, while he levitated effortlessly, buoyed by the mystical power. To top it off, the creature's wicked talons were sharpened, ensuring they achieved maximum possible damage output. Dane realized with profound satisfaction that his little ritual had gone off without a single hitch. He seriously doubted he could have pulled off such a feat prematurely, unless he had exploited that forbidden, dusty scroll magic. Eventually, the other students managed to process the spectacle they were witnessing. Dane was executing a high-level summoning boost, something only upperclassmen in Year 5 typically master. Genku announced his significant, increase in combat ability with an earth-shattering, throaty bellow. Dane smoothly faced his instructor and inquired if this spectacular display adequately demonstrated his exceptional individuality. Educator Turmeric was completely unable to avert his stunned gaze from the gigantic, augmented monster. Watching Dane execute such a flawless connection upgrade instantly solidified Turmeric's belief that those outlandish rumors concerning the young man were surprisingly accurate. Honestly, he had never once encountered a pupil displaying this level of raw, inherent aptitude throughout his long career. Following a remarkably lengthy period of sheer, shocked quietude, Turmeric nervously managed his sputter praise for Dane's theatrical demonstration. The professor assured the student they would formally address the issue of the academic endorsement paperwork shortly thereafter. Dane felt thoroughly pleased by the instructor's objective and highly positive evaluation. Conversely, Tigran felt like a startled Wooster, absolutely bewildered by the Sogre boy's utterly massive physical and magical development. He instantly recognized the magnitude of his own uninformed arrogance from all those distant years past. After the general pandemonium quieted down, the instructional session began again, proving Professor Turmeric was actually a surprisingly capable teacher. Dane sensed the teacher's scrutiny constantly fixated upon him during the entire lesson, deciding it was beneath him to acknowledge it. Turmeric could lecture on this subject matter while asleep, yet the morning's trauma left him slightly disoriented, and Dane relished seeing the mature adults squirming anxiously behind the podium. Word on the street is that Professor Turmeric maintains a reputation for being excessively rigid, and Claire would probably collapse in hysterics hearing how nervous he sounded presently. Internally, Turmeric debated whether he ought to summon Professor Delfinso for some backup, realizing he currently lacked the optimal mental state to finish his discourse. Despite his psychological discomfort, he bravely soldiered onward and successfully concluded the mandatory summoning theory segment before the afternoon ended. The moment the students were officially released from class attendance, Dane was attempting to casually exit the massive Bermuda's hall only to be intercepted by a person loudly shouting his entire legal designation. He instantly identified Tigran, the former legal custodian of Genpo. And Tigran felt somewhat melancholic that Dane only recalled him via that specific designation. Dane instantly tensed up, strongly suspecting that the obnoxious, auburn-haired jerk had come specifically seeking retribution. However, Tigran appeared uncharacteristically calm and respectful, explaining maturely that he had fully intended to pretend Dane did not exist until after graduation day. He now declared a sincere desire to offer a genuine apology regarding the unpleasantness that occurred between them long ago. He bowed deeply and relentlessly conveyed profound remorse for behaving like a complete idiot during their childhood years, accepting all responsibility instantly. The awkward student kept up his deep, respectful incline for what felt like an eternity, causing Dane to crack a slight grin. Observing Tigran's genuine earnestness, the hero magnanimously decided to flush their previous hostilities right down the memory drain. Tigran solemnly promised Dane that his days of being a chaotic nuisance were permanently over. That poor chap probably feared Dane would file the paperwork, leading to him being instantly booted from the academy, or worse, forced to do laundry. As the campus superstar graciously accepted his heartfelt mea culpa, Tigran visibly relaxed, instantly offering Dane a lifetime subscription to his personal assistants, free of charge, for any possible dilemma. Following the incredibly lengthy and unexpected moralizing session, Dane sensed something rather active stirring beneath his expensive jacket. Apparently, Karnas the tiny terror had just surfaced from slumber, and was already attempting to throw a miniature rebellion. The pathetic little fuzzball, having concluded his epic hibernation, was likely suffering from a catastrophic case of the munchies, since Tigran possessed intimate knowledge of the creature. Calling curriculum, his timely appearance was absolute serendipity for Dane, who desperately required certain provisions for his magical pets. Beaming, Tigran volunteered to personally guide him to use, and Boughton, his favorite hangout, a venerable supply emporium established by two former graduates 3 decades prior. Tigran enthusiastically rattled on about the current culinary fads plaguing magical creature diets, and since Dane detected zero simmering malice, he finally let down his emotional shield. Inside the blazer, Karnas was busy escalating his internal gymnastics routine to maximum level chaos. Tigran, acting like a highly paid personal assistant, politely guided Dane and conscientiously located every item required within the retail establishment. He generously offered to curate the entire supply list for Dane's current summoning syllabus, completely ignoring the fact that Dane literally only wanted Dragon Chow for Karnas. no grand schemes necessary. Daegrun loudly boasted that he was essentially a nutrition guru, having spent time interning in the division, which meant he knew specific feeding schedules better than his own reflection. Upon being pressed about the specific type of summoned beast currently residing in his care, Dane stuttered out the fact that he was the proud owner of a magnificent wyvern. Dane rationally assumed that since Karnas visually approximated a wyvern, it was highly probable the tiny beast shared similar gastronomic preferences. Daegrun was utterly stunned, since wyverns are notoriously high, level, rank 3 magical creatures, meaning absolutely zero first-year students ever managed to acquire such a ridiculously valuable animal. Given that Karnas was merely an oversized lizard baby, Dane pleaded with Daegrun to please lower the volume on the shocking revelation, and maintain absolute secrecy regarding the creature's existence for the time being. He received a stern threat. If the news somehow escaped containment, Dane assured him he would instantly identify the culprit and ensure appropriate, painful consequences followed, because they were now feeding a newborn dragon. The best strategy involved a purely liquid menu. Wyverns, even as toddlers, consume colossal amounts of nourishment and graduate to solid meat before they've completed 7 days on this earth. To Dane's genuine amazement, Daegrun truly understood the subject matter, leading to the baffling philosophical question of why this knowledgeable chap was forced to flunk an entire academic cycle. After a brief period of scrutinizing the inventory, Daegrun presented a special kibble composed of 7 highly potent essences, alongside a milky, leaf-fed supplement, explaining that this duo constituted the perfect introductory meal plan. Dane felt profound gratitude for possessing such an intelligent shopping companion, realizing he would have been utterly clueless without Daegrun's superior, guiding wisdom. He had successfully acquired all necessary provisions for the moment, but considering they were already inside the retail establishment, the sensible thing to do was perhaps casually browse for a while. Consequently, the pair engaged in some supplementary leisurely observation, inspecting the premises for any potentially beneficial artifacts. The metal racks were positively brimming with every variety of magical liquids, mysterious chemical solutions, and ancient, dusty relics. A specific, entirely separate portion of the establishment was dedicated exclusively to an intimidating array of mystical sticks designed for zapping things. Despite the multitude of glittering and strangely fascinating objects surrounding him, Dane's eye was irresistibly drawn to one particular, magnificent, lonely staff. Before they even managed to approach the alluring item, the shop's owner dramatically intervened, barking a severe warning for them to retreat, stating that this specific piece of potent weaponry was definitely off limits for inexperienced youngsters. Gritting his teeth, the shopkeeper grumbled about greenhorn students lunging for flashy gear they lacked the basic skills to even wiggle. Honestly, the Baobik belonging to use and Bowden displayed various labels, telling toddlers to scram before their magic batteries get drained. Daegrun mentioned top-tier tools are strictly for upperclassmen, though the gatekeeping and drama just made Dane want to poke things more. Because the grumpy staff forbid any fondling, the guy felt a sudden, irresistible urge to commit some light retail crimes. Prior to the supervisor unleashing a verbal assault, Dane had snatched up the magic stick with the speed of a thief. Daegrun offered zero resistance to the chaos, choosing instead to fight while staring at the fancy engravings on the wooden rod. Naturally, the artifact caught his magical vibe immediately, sparkling with a neon blue radiance that screamed for more energy. Honestly, the fellow sensed the hungry instrument had been fasting for centuries, desperate for a decent snack of high-quality spiritual juice. Given his bottomless tank of mystical gas, he figured he could treat the thirsty twig to an all-damn, he mount a buffet. The merchant froze like a statue, noticing how the erratic energy drain settled into a smooth, steady hum within the object. While some elites possess enough fuel, they usually wiggle like jelly. Yet this rookie managed the flow with absolute, terrifying ease. Daegrun realized a legend was present, even if his brain normally moves like cold molasses, driven by gossip. The shop owner barked for the mystery kid's full legal identification. Fearing a ban, Daegrun spilled the beans, mentioning the Sograf family name, and highlighting the boy's relation to Senior Claire. Suddenly, the man's attitude flipped, since everyone respected the star of the independent study track, making his earlier saltiness feel awkward. Dane was confused by the instant personality transplant, as the rudeness evaporated once his prestigious family ties were finally revealed. Asked if he wanted to purchase the glowing toothpick, the boy gave a short, blunt refusal that killed the celebratory mood. Both adults stood there baffled, wondering why a person with the rare talent to wield fancy relics would just walk away. His logic was basic, considering the tool was excessively chunky, and possessed the storage space of a floppy disk. Honestly, regardless of the salesman's height, the rudder was fine for mere mortals like 6th years, but for Dane, it was a tiny shot glass while he held the contents of a massive reservoir within his soul. The store owner pouted because the kid only purchased snacks, remembering how the boy shared the same stubborn vibes as Claire. While others craved magical rods, Claire avoided them, because lugging around heavy timber was unfashionable and totally killed her aesthetic vibe. To be fair, he could easily picture his sibling being that much of a high-maintenance drama queen during her academy years. Anyway, if he eventually decided to become a wand wielder, he now knew exactly which overpriced boutique to avoid in the future, before the salesman could push more overpriced junk on him. Dane insisted on paying for his stuff and leaving immediately. Sighing, the supervisor gave up trying to grasp the weird logic of annoying prodigies. Once the groceries were paid for, he stuffed Garnus until the tiny creature looked like a round balloon about to pop. His planner showed a boring core lecture starting shortly, leaving him just enough time to sprint past his room for supplies. Suddenly, a loud, chaotic noise hooked the student's interest. Angry shouting echoed out of the lonely, shadowy side street close by. A collection of crazy street rats were nearby, squawking about smashing a poor soul into a pancake. Honestly, the protagonist was reaching his limit with these fragile egomorons who acted like giants despite having the muscle mass of wet noodles. Initially, he considered just strolling past the typical playground harassment. Then he recognized a known vehicle chord vibrating amidst those obnoxious snarls. That specific victim happened to be his closest companion, a guy named Ernest. Rather than retreating into his shell like a frightened reptile, the bespectacled nerd was actually showing some backbone. Sadly, his newfound bravery failed to scare off the thugs, who had been lurking like creeps just to catch him solo. Those punks picked a ghost town section of campus specifically to ensure no snitches or heroes would ruin their fun. Despite his knees knocking together like maracas, Ernest balled up his hands, prepared for a scrap. He scored a few lucky punches previously, but his internal bravery meter was currently flashing red. Before things got even messier, the protagonist decided to crash the party. The moment those losers spotted him moseying over with zero cares in the world, their collective swagger vanished faster than a paycheck. The protagonist tossed a relaxed palm salute toward his comrade while commanding the idiot's total focus. The jerks freaked out, realizing their secret bullying nook had just become a death trap, courtesy of the campus powerhouse. The thugs remained motionless, resembling a collection of garden gnomes too petrified to even blink. Our hero realized the solitude of this owling meant he could hand out a beatdown without any pesky witnesses reporting him. Consequently, he let his internal energy erupt like a blonde anime warrior, eager to teach these clowns some basic manners. From the vacuum of space, he summoned a lethal collection of shimmering lances forged from raw mystical power. Aware of the Sogris clan's reputation for gutting people with poles, the thugs nearly soiled their pants, especially since our hero studied under the legendary Arabella, merely in an attempt to balance the scales of justice slightly. Our hero offered the idiots two paths. They could either flee like cowards or attempt a suicidal charge. Shortly thereafter, the fools revealed their intentions, which turned out to be a massive mistake. The narrow passage looked like it had been through a cheese grater thanks to those ethereal points. The concrete beneath them had been thoroughly pulverized into dust. Those antagonists were now human rugs decorating the pavement, each looking more pathetic than his comrade. Those punks wept and wheezed like broken accordions following the savage educational session just endured. Ernest expressed gratitude for the rescue, though his limbs were still vibrating like jackhammers, prompting our hero to suggest some shared martial arts sessions. The timid fellow had already voiced his desire to bulk up, challenge that oaf brawn, and finally secure a victory. Expectedly, the poor guy felt he was unworthy of practicing alongside the school superstar. Dane ignores the nonsense, because he solely desires to witness his companion reach greater heights, leaving those thugs behind. The pair headed toward class, while discussing school organizations, only for Ernest to discover that no adventure groups were currently listed. The closest option Ernest located was some boring academic society. Unfortunately, those tasks are already required for his classes, making them a separate matter from any official organization. In desperation, Ernest investigated a cartography group, which turned out to be a front for lazy students to procrastinate. Given the massive registry, it makes sense that some lazy people would manipulate the rules to avoid any real effort. Regarding Dane, curiosity struck him, because every older pupil he met was aggressively hunting for new members. Rumors suggested that once you enroll, you cannot transfer to a different squad for 2 whole years. This represents a serious obligation, since picking the wrong team means wasting a significant portion of your education, because current options provide no real benefit. Dane decided they should establish a unique group, where they enjoy absolute freedom. Members might perform exercises, raid ancient basements, or just eat snacks together when bored, creating an association that operates without any annoying regulations, which sounds like a fantastic plan. Ernest totally loves the idea. The main obstacle involves convincing the faculty leaders to authorize such a chaotic new project. Dane promised to handle the boring paperwork, mostly because he is exhausted from being chased by recruiters everywhere. Rejecting their offers nicely is simply too much work, so owning his own club should grant him some solitude. BunRv feels very excited to practice combat moves alongside a natural combat master. Perhaps the two will even uncover some hidden potential that currently lies dormant within him. Per the official handbook, they require a minimum of 3 individuals to submit a proposal for a new organization. Fortunately, Layla remains available for recruitment as well, since they feel motivated. The duo tracked down Layla to launch this project as quickly as possible. After finding her, convincing Layla to join was simple, and now they just need to file the application. Dane felt relieved that Layla abandoned the pastry tasting group to support his new mission. She had really looked forward to those weekly sugary food meetings. Dane suggested they could simply include those tasty hobbies in their own agenda anyway. After some light emotional pressure, Layla eventually decided to participate. As the trio entered the main headquarters to deliver their completed registration forms, they received some unfortunate information. Since over 3,000 groups currently exist, causing a massive administrative disaster that the school cannot control, therefore the whole process was revised with a much more difficult screening method this year. Under this revised bureaucratic nightmare, they required a signed recommendation from a tenured professor just to even enter the running for approval. Dane assumed this venture would be a quick and easy process, yet things became immediately messy before they even started. The 3 students assembled near the office entrance, speculating about which professor in their right mind would sign a recommendation letter for a group of brand new, unproven freshmen. They certainly couldn't just casually approach a complete stranger on the faculty and immediately spring their elaborate proposal upon them. Fortunately, Dane had already identified the perfect target, someone who could potentially assist them in this ridiculous quest. His 2 companions expressed concern that Dane's usual lack of tact might seriously offend a tenured member of the faculty. He quickly reassured them that success was absolutely guaranteed, leaving no room for doubt. Just a short time later, he was having coffee with Professor Keltis, the department's notoriously self-sufficient academic advisor, sitting face to face with the man known for actively avoiding all interaction with students. Dane couldn't figure out how to subtly introduce his plea. As long as he was already here, he figured he might as well just get straight to the point and mention the formation of his new club. To Dane's astonishment, Keltis, known for his laid-back approach, was actually quite enthusiastic about student clubs. Hoping to test Keltis, Dane described the club as focusing entirely on swordsmanship, exploration, and daring escapades, believing a fellow swordsman would support it, and just to be absolutely certain, Dane added a generous portion of lavish praise. This student mentioned he was currently searching for a genuinely magnificent professor to champion their cause. Professor Keltis, desperate to claim the lavish compliments, was now practically cornered and essentially locked into the role of official club backer. Dane tried to feign a little modesty, but now it was Professor Keltis who was enthusiastically demanding to give him the recommendation. Knowing the proud swordsman had completely fallen for the flattery, Dane quickly pulled out the prepared recommendation letter for Keltis to sign. Professor Keltis happily put his name on the line using his personal quill, delighted that his favorite and only student was initiating a club. Dane offered a courteous thanks to the easy mark, noting how much smoother this process had gone than he initially expected. After rejoining his group, even they were stunned by the incredible ease and speed with which Dane had successfully secured the signature from a full professor. Dane Sugar successfully secured a sponsor by fabricating a deep enthusiasm for swordsmanship, and everything proceeded smoothly afterward. Despite the questionable methods involved, everything succeeded in the end, allowing them to officially proceed with starting the club. Their final requirement was simply submitting the paperwork to the appropriate authorities. Now that the beginning of their new venture was tangible, all 3 of them felt incredibly energized about the upcoming adventures. Before officially submitting the final application, they realized one critical item was still missing: a name for their newly formed group. A fitting name was crucial for shaping public perception, and Layla insisted on avoiding anything childish or without substance to represent their serious intentions. They began furiously brainstorming to devise a suitable title, but finding the perfect name turned out to be incredibly challenging. Without warning, Dane felt something shifting underneath his coat. Realizing that the tiny creature must have finally woken up from its nap, Karnas began to squirm and wiggle around energetically, behaving like a particularly hyperactive toddler. Layla's concentration was instantly broken when she noticed the unusual wriggling motion, pulling her abruptly out of deep thought. Simultaneously frightened and intrigued, she questioned Dane about the growing lump on his midsection, speculating that he might be concealing a dangerous weapon. Revealing his hidden secret to Layla wasn't today's goal, Yet fate abruptly decided to ruin those stealthy intentions entirely. Gripped by intense wonder, Layla and Ernest stared even more aggressively at the suspicious protrusion stretching Dane's fabric. Eventually, that inner beast refused to stay caged, shattering the jacket's limits to show off a truly majestic, tiny monster. Relax, this isn't some spacey adult comic, since it is only young Karnas popping out to enjoy a bit of fresh oxygen. Now Dane is stuck inventing a plausible excuse for this chaotic development. Predictably, Layla scolded him for smuggling magical beasts inside his clothing, correctly deducing the creature emerged from the gift egg provided by Claire. Stammering through the details, Dane narrated the previous events, and formally introduced the little guy to a shocked Layla. That miniature winged reptile appeared quite enamored with her presence right away, too distracted to appreciate the dragon's charm. Layla fumed because Ernest knew the truth before she was ever told. Voting the conversation, Dane steered the group toward brainstorming a creative title and finishing the formal club registration. Upon finally reaching the registration desk, the secretary stared with absolute and utter bewilderment at the preposterous title they chose, which was the Magic Summon Exploration Spear Sword Club. While Layla and Ernest were drowning in shame, Dane beamed with pride regarding his allegedly brilliant and descriptive name choice. Once the paperwork received its final seal, Layla promised that this delusional youngster would lose all future naming rights forever. Dane was genuinely confused by her anger, considering he felt he had done a spectacular job with the branding. Hopefully, they can eventually update the club's name to something slightly more prestigious when the time is right. In a different wing of the school, a high-level meeting between a teacher and the department boss was commencing. Director Delfinezzo mentioned the recent surge of talented applicants, though her true interest remained fixed on one remarkably peculiar individual. Professor Tamarich quickly identified which student she was hinting at during their talk. Naturally, Delfinezzo discussed the classroom chaos, claiming she would not meddle despite her obvious, overwhelming thirst for more gossip. Tamarich shared details about the student's progress, which arguably seems even more fascinating than Claire's own achievements. This level of brilliance was anticipated from Dane Sugras, especially since Delfinezzo herself personally authorized his initial enrollment. She also learned about Tamarich's plan to write a recommendation, so she happily decided to provide the second required letter. Since Dane fits every possible requirement, she simply cannot stand by without taking a more active role. Despite her sugary tone, Tamarich realized this cunning serpent was maneuvering to hijack all the glory for the boy's success. He truly blundered by failing to keep the news of the boy's talent a closely guarded secret. Still, she remains the ultimate authority, so he must begrudgingly accept her overwhelming power. He remains quiet, fearing that he might accidentally provoke the volatile and influential department head. She insisted on reviewing his letter before submission, using the excuse of ensuring their messages were perfectly aligned. Professor Tamarich was forced to hide his annoyance and give in to her manipulative request. After the division chief, Delfinezzo, finally departed, that fellow simmered with intense resentment, suspecting a scam took place, though he certainly had no plans to remain passive. That slithering woman obviously wants to recruit the prodigy, as such immense potential would launch any professional life into orbit, so the old professor refuses to permit such brilliance to join the opposition. Little do those schemers realize, the boy gives absolutely zero hoots about their drum, as he is presently strolling toward his final lecture regarding how the empire originally glued itself together. Checking the clock, he thinks he has enough time for a tasty snack before the next lecture begins. During his detour for food, a random young lady suddenly jumped into his path to halt his progress. The academy courier arrived with a message, since Delfinezzo moved quickly, and she wanted to see him immediately. The kid felt genuinely baffled, because he anticipated a lecture from old Tamarich, not a direct invitation from the big boss running the whole division. The courier only mentioned that the whole ordeal involves some paperwork regarding the fancy fast track for elite student enrollment. Dane has a strong gut feeling that this entire scenario smells way more suspicious than a dumpster behind a seafood restaurant. Everyone understands the Imperial Academy acts as a fancy nursery for geniuses where nerdy obsession blooms, although the internal rivalry is more cutthroat than a discount sale at a weapon shop. This intensity hits hard when faculty members start bickering over politics, as their precious funding and shiny gear depend entirely on how much clout their specific division holds. At present, a dominant trio consisting of sword fighters, magic users, and creature tamers consumes nearly all the annual funding. Such hierarchy determines who gets the gold stars, and who gets ignored, eventually infecting every piece of research they try to publish with the stench of prestige. Within the private office belonging to the summoning department boss, Delfinezzo is currently frying her brain cells trying to escape her permanent status as the school's third best department. Her team has been lagging, yet she feels confident that recruiting the boy would let them blast past the spellcasters like they are standing still. blocking her path like a stubborn wall is Kelt's, the annoying teacher from the autonomous department. Thankfully, she can use his sister Claire as emotional bait to ensure the boy cannot just walk away, hoping that if she makes spirits look cool enough, he might actually bite the hook. Talk about perfect timing. The young prodigy finally showed his face, guided by the female courier. Once he sat down, the woman showered him with sugary compliments and boring chatter, which the boy deflected with the grace of a seasoned diplomat. The lady actually commended his humble vibe, basically simping for his talent, before asking if certain academic topics happened to pique his interest. The student shrugged, and said picking a favorite was difficult, which is logical since kids his age usually want to be the best at every single thing. However, the woman had a different plan, because after the chaos in Timurit's lecture, she felt she simply had to intervene as the boss of her division. Considering his immense ability, the boy is essentially locked for the premium entrance pathway, leading her to mention her goal of drafting a formal endorsement. Consequently, the young man offered his standard polite appreciation without any drama. The director made sure to emphasize that she rarely breaks her rule of only writing such powerful letters for students from other departments. After finishing the fluff, the lady finally shared the true reason for his presence. She wondered if he might enjoy dabbling in the art of calling beasts, and though he is already a pro, she suggested a private tutoring gig that smelled strongly of a desperate plea for attention. Next, she tried to steer the conversation toward extracurricular groups, but the boy immediately crushed that dream before she could finish the sentence. It turns out he already founded his own private organization, because despite the school making registration a nightmare, he somehow navigated the bureaucracy like a boss. The boy mentioned that Professor Keltz, his sleepy mentor, actually threw some weight behind the new hobby group. Delphin thinks Keltz is just a lazy bum dodging every staff meeting, but somehow that loafer charmed the prodigy way quicker than she managed. Her annoyance levels are spiking because every scheme she cooks up gets blocked constantly, though she keeps her cool regardless. Masking her irritation, she offered warm wishes for his group and told him to drop by her research facility whenever he felt like it. She claimed she had mountains of fascinating gizmos and experiments just waiting for his curious eyes to reel him in. She bragged about a rare, unhatched creature egg currently sitting in her personal workshop. She boasted that this specific shiny rock was allegedly valued at a higher price than a royal fortress. Unknown to Delphine, so Dane is busy raising his own tiny pet dragon. After spilling her pitch, she insisted that he should bug her specifically for any details regarding the upcoming testing procedures. Considering those terms, the pair proceeded to munch on the tasty baked treats that the boy had carried along. Delphine is daydreaming about using the kid's crazy skills to absolutely embarrass the incoming judges. By the following morning, Claire dropped into gossip with her sibling about that bossy department head. Delphine where does she use some serious leverage to force the big shot association to send testers right away, and her desperation to win him over was becoming hilariously obvious to the boy. Even his sister felt shock seeing that incredibly fussy director acting like a total sycophant for mere undergraduate. Since the big trial was looming, Claire described how she survived her own ordeal by manifesting a trio of beasts simultaneously while keeping their magical connection stable under pressure. Despite the boy's massive progress in magical calls, trying to juggle 3 entities at once seemed like a recipe for a massive headache. Still, nobody knows what those crazy proctors have planned, since they love keeping secrets, but having the director's endorsement is a solid way to shut up the doubters. However, she has a nasty habit of annoying the guild bosses, and because she always says no to them, anyone she likes usually ends up with a much tougher exam than anyone else. It is essentially a sure thing that those bitter officials will try to tilt the scales against him. Claire isn't exactly sweating bullets regarding her siblings' chances. She just hates that her brother is trapped in some petty grown-up feud, and she will definitely break those losers if they cause him any pain. The lad promised his sister that he would be fine, since he wasn't the kind of guy to get fooled by such cheap gimmicks anyway. 48 hours after her warning, the big day finally dawned, and the high and mighty inspectors from the guild marched onto the campus. Elgard Putin, the big cheese of the whole imperial organization, showed up himself to see if the Hyatt, a plunderkind, was the real deal. He mocked the director, saying she could have skipped all this drama by taking that job offer, but she snapped back that her research always comes before their boring bureaucracy. To be honest, she really just wishes to stay far away from those annoying political games. Those greedy fools nearly got her buried on several suicidal errands in the past, so she has zero intention of becoming their lapdog ever again. While acting polite, she silently led the inspectors through the academy halls. The mutual hatred was palpable, especially since Elgard had already read the report on the boy's feats, and his connection to the famous Claire Sogris. Honestly, the kid's insane talent has the whole guild buzzing, and while the family name is legendary, people doubt a little brother could outshine Claire. though some whisper he might actually rival the great Guldurin. The lady brushed off the praise with a smirk, secretly knowing the boy would probably wreck the place with his skills. Olgard made it crystal clear that this test would be brutally hard, sticking to his tradition of being the ultimate party pooper. While the squad shuffled toward the creepy department for talking to ghosts, a few kids lost their marbles. Those fancy pajamas signaled the Summoner Club's arrival, sparking gossip about Dane's trial that spread faster than a bad cold. A rookie getting this much hype was totally unheard of. Everyone knew he was a wizard with blades and sticks, but now they were discovering the overachieving brat could also pull monsters out of his hat. Now that the stage is set, and the dust has settled, let the Hunger Games of monster summoning begin. Inside the echoey room for magical monster training, Dane announced he was the baby of the Sugris clan, whose father is the big shot ruling over the entire southern territory. He flashed $1 million grin and bowed low, greeting the dusty old farts from the fancy monster club. Big Boss Elgard felt the kid's swagger and royal vibes, finally realizing why everyone was hyping this boy up like some legendary hero. The cranky boss gave his own name next, agreeing that the rumors concerning the boy's skills were actually legit. He then cautioned that this trial would be no picnic, while Dane realized this fossil was just playing nice despite clearly wanting to go home and nap. Skipping the boring small talk, the grumpy grandpa barked at his minions to start the show immediately. Delphiniso wondered what kind of curveball the old man would throw, knowing full well that Dane would crush it and leave everyone speechless. The suits stated one simple law: Elgard's decision is final. Cheating will get you booted, and any sketchy moves will lead to your license getting incinerated immediately. The kid gave a thumbs up to the fine print, itching to showcase his spooky skills. The elder offered a dry good luck, curious to see if this child was actually a legend or just hype. The moment the green light flashed for the carnage to start, the sidekicks scrambled into their spots, braiding their energy together like a bunch of glowing magical friendship bracelets. The lad scanned the room, recognizing the layout from a crusty manual. Once the magical pattern finished appearing and looked menacing, the boy and the teacher both looked shocked, realizing the heavy-duty shield meant things were about to go from zero to spicy in record time. With the safety bubble active, the old man flexed his own massive magical buns with a fancy casting. Dumping all his juice into the void, he dialed a long-distance number to the monster dimension. A massive unit of a creature stepped out, looking like a hairy mountain with a serious attitude and scary energy. The old fossil meant business, calling out a fuzzy nightmare that was way more aggressive and scary than any of the previous pets Dane had fought. This freakish bear cat thing glared at him, showing off biceps that were definitely not natural. Watching from the edge, the professor whispered that this oversized rug was actually a terrifying third-tier summon. That scary monster named Antares. Its mighty roar echoed. A thunderclap seemingly dropped right in their immediate vicinity. Honestly, had that magical containment field not been working overtime, the entire audience would have been rattled by that beastly, primal scream. It suddenly dawned on Dane why his elder sister Claire consistently fretted over his entanglement in the absurd, grown-up drama that adults inexplicably adored. Chairman Ulgar, ever subtle like a wrecking ball, made no secret of his utter contempt for Delphine's star pupil, confidently declaring that any true marvel ought to easily manage a creature of Antares' immense might. He then kindly instructed Dane to deploy any gadget or blunt object available in his inventory, urging him to pacify the colossal creature through any desperate method. The regulations, quite unlike their deceptively simple appearance, stated this special entry exam truly had zero connection to summoning, being merely a political ploy to publicly humiliate a gifted youth. Delphine's teeth practically staged a furious protest, grinding together in realization. It was painfully obvious this sneaky maneuver was designed to publicly chastise and utterly embarrass her. After casually twirling his monstrous, shadowy companion as if it were a lap dog, Ulgar Podin, with a sneer, magnanimously informed the young test-taker that quitting remained a viable option. The young man's sole response was a determined, unwavering glare, conveying a clear, absolutely not. Dane, clearly preferring action over idle chatter, simply activated the portal to his own personal pocket dimension. From the shimmering writ, he drew forth a weapon crafted to perfectly counter the colossal beast. Indeed, what better moment to finally showcase the formidable power of that short spear, a rather unique 7th birthday gift from his dad. Alright, Antares was undeniably a colossal, stubborn brute, incredibly resilient and overwhelmingly powerful, yet even the most formidable foe occasionally leaves a door ajar, so if Dane could strike swiftly and disengage reliably, he'd find himself in an advantageous spot. Predictably, given the lineage of the famed Sugr clan, Ulgar had already shrewdly anticipated that a spear, in some fashion, would inevitably join the fray. Up in the plush, elevated spectator box, Professor Tamarik had chosen that precise moment for his grand entrance, only to discover his prize pupil on the verge of serious death, up with a formidable third-ranked summoner. Realizing shit profoundly messed things up, Delphine so briefly entertained the notion that Timurik might champion Dane's cause, yet the exam's framework was already carved in stone, and Elgar, being Elgar, wouldn't budge an inch for changes. With a voice that could curdle milk and shatter glass, the old man bellowed a command for Antares to utterly obliterate the opponent standing directly before him. Much like a secret operative finally receiving the urgent activation codes from top brass, the beast suddenly erupted, surging with raw, untamed savagery. It rocketed forward like a super-charged bullet, each stride covering dozens of meters with alarming speed. Dane, holding firm like a particularly stubborn tree, locked his gaze onto the incoming, albeit rather fluffy, behemoth, his fingers tightly gripping his trusty short spear. He greeted the colossal beast's charge with a smirk, promptly preparing a devastating, effective counter-attack. Before anyone could even blink twice, the onlookers were treated to a dazzling display of super-sonic motion, a veritable flurry of impossible, sparking movement. Dane practically vanished, moving like a phantom as he danced around the enemy's enormous, ponderous frame. As he rematerialized, safely outside Antares' grasp, Dane had already managed to deal a truly impressive amount of damage. Absolutely no one seemed more utterly surprised and speechless than the chairman himself. Delphine, having nearly abandoned all hope at the battle's onset, remarkably regained her optimism mere seconds thereafter. Professor Timurik was gripping his seat, barely holding on, his heart practically staging a frantic, dramatic escape attempt. Amidst the buzzing throng, the Grand Tyrant observed the so-called Golden Boy executing his astonishing, gravity-defying maneuvers, since nearly every person in attendance was a magically focused geek from the summoning program. Nobody comprehended exactly what Dane had just done. Understanding that the battle was nowhere near finished, he quickly readjusted his stance to maintain perfect observation of his target. A small grin appeared on his face as he offered silent gratitude to his mother for putting him through intense assassin training, which was finally proving useful. Antares had definitely suffered some scrapes, yet it was nowhere near enough damage to put it down, let alone declare the match over. In retaliation, it swung its massive claw at the young man, but with ample time to react, Dane easily moved out of the way, leaving Antares to only strike the arena floor. The beast began to grow frustrated, pulling its claw back to continue its rampage with flimsy, straightforward attacks. The simple, predictable movements were easily anticipated and avoided by Dane. Even so, there was a very clear reason this thing was considered a third-rank beast. Its sheer speed and raw strength were completely unparalleled. To make matters worse, Antares finally activated its magical abilities, surrounding its body with blazing flames. With a single, explosive motion, the monster launched a massive fireball, behaving exactly like a protagonist from an action cartoon. To defend against the inferno that threatened to engulf the area, Dane raised his spear and took the full impact of the blast head on. Those supporting him felt their stomachs drop as they watched the fireball make a direct connection with his body. Chairman Elgard was pleased with his summoned creature's ferocious power, confidently concluding that no amount of Maya reinforcement could ever protect a person from Antares' magic. Just as he was internally declaring the exam finish, he heard the distinct sound of rapidly spinning metal dispelling the raging flames. Dane used his impressive mastery of the spear to completely neutralize the fiery attack. It had looked serious, but the strike hadn't actually presented any real threat to him. He utilized the momentum created by his spinning weapon to rapidly reduce the distance between himself and the beast. He decided it was time to put an end to this ridiculous display. With the flames extinguished, Dane channeled his magical energy to swirl around the shaft of his weapon, focusing the power directly to the tip. He dashed forward to get within striking range. Antares naturally attempted to resist and counter with the same clumsy, fire-infused attacks, demonstrating a complete lack of accuracy for a clean hit. Dane, in contrast, operated with the meticulous precision of a sniper, delivering every blow exactly where it needed to go. To end this carrot, he chose to perform a specific move that his father had once demonstrated, concentrating mana at the spear's tip. He drove it deep into the creature and detonated the condensed force like a small tactical explosion. 1-point explosion. Antares received the spear tip deep in its abdomen, completely defenseless. The bear, Lion hybrid roared in agony as the expanding mana tore through its internal organs with maximum efficiency. Dane forced his weapon even further inside. He was desperate to utterly destroy the creature. The intense compressed blast of the single-point explosion vaporized nearly half of the monster's stomach cavity. He battered the creature until it resembled a deflated superhero caricature, feeling smug about his craftsmanship. He nearly missed the fact that Antares still possessed a few farts of life even with a hole in his ribs. The entire audience stopped breathing, particularly those folks who bet their lunch money on the young lad not dying. Gradually, the onlookers woke up and understood they were witnessing a masterpiece better than any overpriced movie theater flick. Dane treated the elite beast as if it were a cuddly toy rather than a dangerous tear-summoned monster. And Tears appeared to be a crusty old sock puppet sporting a massive, oozing gap in his furry torso. Yet the creature stubbornly declined to just roll over and die. In this one-sided beatdown, the monster actually annoyed Dane when Terra used spacey fire to melt his favorite pointy metal stick. Beyond the arena, Keltis sprinted like a madman, since nobody bothered to tell the pitiful elderly fellow about this event. Adding insult to injury, those genius summoners chose a testing location so remote it required a map and a prayer. Upon swinging those heavy doors wide open, he faced the glowing magical dome that kept the carnage from leaking into the hallway. Judging by the weird spicy air, he knew for sure a truly nasty demon had been invited to the party. As his eyes landed on the fuzzy chimera screaming its lungs out upon the platform, Keltis nearly soiled his trousers, wondering who would throw a rookie into a blender with a top-tier predator. Apparently, the monster was busy stitching its own guts back together after Dane poked a giant hole in it. That strike should have ended the show, but Terry just yawned and used its cheat code levels of toughness. Dane miscalculated slightly, realizing a toothpick from his childhood was not the best tool for skinning a giant cat. He felt bad for breaking his dad's antique, but he needed his real gear to end this noisy headache. Reaching into his magic pocket, Dane grabbed a blade and checked if the handle still felt nice and snug. At long last, the real fun could begin without any more warm nonsense. Elgard's arrogant face looked shocked when he saw the boy handle a blade so well. A worried Delphi, Aso claimed that bringing a better butter knife was totally legal per the regulations. The terrifying part was Dane's swagger, as he stopped avoiding swings and acted like a grizzled war hero at a backyard grill. Out of all onlookers watching, Delta squinted the hardest to track the kid's slick dance moves and footwork. This marked the debut of the student's actual talent while his life was hanging by a very thin thread. Enters resumed the brawl by throwing another massive, sharp swipe at him. Dane expertly blocked the heavy slap using flawless, professional synchronization. He acted like a human crystal ball, predicting the next move before the opponent knew it, effortlessly parrying every single blow with flawless timing. Keltis only needed a moment to confirm that this student wasn't just good. He was genuinely outstanding, a once-in-a-generation talent. The kid's a sword prodigy, smoothly shifting between sheer power and blinding speed. However, the beast, Enteras, wasn't dumb, and started figuring out Dane's tricks. Then, the monster finally spotted its chance, seizing a perfectly timed opportunity to strike. It lunged forward, claws out, absolutely determined to rip through even the most impeccably crafted shield. Dane had to readjust his footing and grip repeatedly just to survive the sheer impact of the blows. Our golden boy was definitely struggling, and it wasn't pretty. The beast's arms ignited in brilliant, infernal flames, making it much harder for Dane's sword aura to slice through the defenses. As a result, he reluctantly abandoned any thoughts of counterattacking, dedicating his energy entirely to blocking and holding his ground. He could honestly vaporize this oversized furball with a single, ancient spell, but unfortunately, the audience was entirely too large right now. He absolutely couldn't risk revealing his secret weapon in public view. So, he had no choice but to rely on his sheer talent with a blade. Watching Dane get backed into a corner like he was about to fall off a cliff, Department Head Delphine finally voiced her concerns for the student's well-being, knowing that if a star pupil like Dane got injured, everyone running the exam would be held liable. She realized the chairman wouldn't lift a finger to help, regardless of her pleas, so Delphine started casting a forced reverse summoning spell on her own. Just as she began, Professor Keltis interrupted the agitated department head, advising her to settle down, relax, and enjoy the show. Keltis completely understood her worry, recognizing she was simply trying to protect herself from a potentially massive negligent scandal. Regardless, he could clearly sense that Dane had already devised a winning game plan, and was simply waiting for the perfect moment to execute it. Just as Keltis predicted, Dane's ogres instantly switched tactics and began quickly zipping around the arena the moment a gap appeared in the monster's defenses. Gripping his sword tightly, he pushed his focus to its absolute limit, drawing his mana inward. He channeled the energy directly into his retinas, effectively unlocking a completely new layer of sight in the process. The world shifted into slow motion, as he carefully examined the tiny, almost invisible gaps in the creature's armor, while his super-powered vision was busy analyzing. His body moved with perfect, calculated efficiency to exploit the weaknesses. Every single footstep, every jump, every swing of his blade was calculated, utterly precise, and perfectly executed. When he finally finished unleashing his breathtaking combo, the beast in tears was left frozen in place, like a very confused lawn ornament. In the blink of an eye, various deep gashes appeared across the monster's lower body, completely throwing off its balance. Dane had intentionally focused all his attacks on a single leg, specifically to disable the creature and neutralize its annoying speed advantage. The conclusion to the fight could only be accurately described as a public dismantling. The chairman was absolutely flummoxed, having never imagined a first-year student could combine magic and swordplay so flawlessly during combat. Keltis, meanwhile, smugly suggested the old man should have summoned a stronger opponent. Elgard had been entirely convinced that a low-level, third-rank summon would be more than sufficient to take out the Academy's rising star. He completely failed to consider that Dane Sugris was exactly the kind of person who makes shattering expectations his personal hobby. As a final, desperate move for one last shot at glory, Antares focused every ounce of energy into a single enormous fireball. You really have to admire the nerve of this particular bear, Leon hybrid. He was determined to fight until the very last drop. Dane, for his part, appreciated the beast for forcing him to take the situation seriously, so the young man gathered his mana to prepare for a truly appropriate, climactic ending. With a satisfied smirk, he activated the rank 2 chain spell he had been meticulously perfecting, the Spear of Manhwa. It was high time to close the curtains on this oversized, flame retardant furball. A raging blast of hellfire and several concentrated spears of magic crashed into each other with violent abandon. Antares tried to drag the young man down to hell with him, but the beast's fire flickered out before making contact. The magical spears were simply too quick and too resilient for the monstrous creature to withstand. The monster was instantly riddled with a multitude of gaping holes, thanks to the overwhelming barrage of magical blades. They tore through its fur, flesh, and bone. As the last shreds of life exited its body, the beast felt the pain of being completely disintegrated. A lightning-fast series of precise blows turned the supposedly insurmountable challenge into something resembling Swiss cheese. Antares was flung backward, as if it were nothing more than a sheet of flimsy paper. Dane remained exactly where he stood, having used only a tiny amount of mana to successfully conclude the performance and pass the test. Since the trial had now been completely wrapped up, Professor Delphiniso regained his nerve and turned to face the chairman, challenging the old man about the exam's blatant and excessive difficulty. Regardless of the outcome or Dane Sugris' incredible aptitude, any rational person would agree that asking a freshman to subdue a beast like Antares was fundamentally unreasonable. The old man, knowing he was in deep trouble for his vindictive and impulsive actions, tried to quickly sweep the entire incident under the rug. Since the examinee hadn't actually been harmed, Dane didn't merely succeed, he utterly dominated an impossible task, guaranteeing that this performance would become legendary throughout the history of the Empire. No freshman in history could possibly claim they defeated Antares by simultaneously employing spear techniques, swordsmanship, and magic. The combination of skills only amplified the scope of this monumental achievement. The kid tossed away his sword and slowly approached the now weakened piece. As soon as he closed to an effective range, his mana entered Antares to establish a forced connection using complex summoning magic. With this link established, the defeated Antares would no longer be able to harbor any hostility toward Dane. This served as a picture-perfect showcase of his immense talent and skills, methodologically and performatively. The display was absolutely flawless. Once word inevitably spread about today's events, there would undoubtedly be talk of an unreasonable exam designed specifically for failure. Chairman Elgard argued that he had actually arranged plenty of safety measures beforehand. Delphiniso refused to accept any of the chairman's excuses, swearing that as a professor at a prestigious academic institute, this entire matter would not be overlooked. Elgard, Poden's scheme was now completely falling apart. If news of his meddling reached someone higher up the chain, he would definitely be in serious hot water. Completely ignoring all the commotion surrounding this summoning drama, Professor Keltis was simply staring in awe at his student. He had always known Dane was a genius, but to achieve this level of ability at such a young age was simply unprecedented. Furthermore, watching the young man fight felt exactly like observing a seasoned, battle-hardened knight in the middle of a war zone. With those thoughts in mind, Keltis became completely fired up to take the young man on as his personal disciple. After the field had been thoroughly cleaned up, the official awards ceremony finally commenced. Despite nearly facing a firing squad, Old Man Elgard did his duty by promoting Dane Sugri to an official magic user while handing over a unique badge. That grumpy elder spat out a generic celebratory speech for our fresh recruit before delivering a shiny yellow token. That youth grabbed the gilded block and tossed a swift thank you to the boss. Such gilded emblems are reserved for survivors of elite trials, acting as trophies for truly exceptional feats of skill. Shoving magical energy into the token, he signaled the other realm to see who might answer. Consequently, the gateway tore through the clouds, while the magical grid finally verified his distinct spiritual frequency. Some mysterious silhouette plummeted from that celestial rift, zooming toward the dirt like a flaming rock with a death wish. Every faculty member and observer looked like they were catching flies with their gaping maws after witnessing what the boy conjured. The creature boasted fuzzy, snowy antennas standing straight up, paired with legs designed specifically for bouncing around like a pogo stick, plus a face so sweet it begged for cuddles. Dane performed like a legend and earned himself a fluffy harbinger of doom. Ultimart is a level 4 support creature capable of boosting its master's athletic prowess to superhuman heights, ignoring those judgmental glares. The boy simply fixated on how incredibly precious his long-eared new companion looked. That boy welcomed the tiny fur, ball using all the sincere affection such a majestic creature earned. Surveying the stadium, every single spectator remained completely paralyzed by total bewilderment. The crowd clearly anticipated a terrifying behemoth or dragon to represent the boy's skills rather than a tiny long-eared herbivore. Without a doubt, the gossip mill at the school is going to be working overtime discussing this hilarious incident for a long time. Predictably, walking through the academy became a chore since every student knew the Sugris lad was a terrifying prodigy destined to eclipse his brilliant siblings. That young lad typically loiters around with his buddies, Ernest and Leela. While Ernest still gets twitchy from the constant whispering and staring, Leela has accepted that her friend is just an irritatingly talented legend. That boy Ernest shared massive updates concerning a cryptic chart, allowing the Magic Summon Exploration Spear Sword Club to initiate their inaugural quest. Leela was vibrating with energy, and Ernest felt proud to finally be helpful. The lad remained fascinated by that rumored loot ever since he first grabbed the secret chart. After a brief stroll with his buddies, he had to ditch them, because Professor Keltis decided it was time for a mandatory secret meeting. Once they met, Keltis thought back to his clash with Antares, recalling an enemy commander whose entire battalion got slaughtered by only 2 monsters. Dane kept his mouth shut, but he had been right there during that bloodbath. Realizing he and his teacher were actually old war buddies, after getting celebrated for annihilating a powerful opponent, the youth blamed fortune, though the professor cautioned that excessive modesty acts like venom. According to the teacher's sharp perspective, the kid's previous blade maneuver was the actual reason the enemy fell. Only a real pro would have noticed that tiny detail, proving that Keltis isn't just some lazy teacher sleeping in the staff lounge. Again, Keltis pointed out that the kid's guts and talent revealed a mastery of the blade that most adults would kill to possess. Thinking about that potential, the old man asked if Dane wanted to stop playing around and actually learn some real sword tricks from him. Dane mulled over the request, sensing this strange drifter possessed secrets far beyond his ragged clothes and questionable smell. After the recent disasters, Dane rode home to be a good son. While summer heat matched his busy school life, he accepted Professor Keltis' fencing invitation and recently finished the long training without losing any vital body parts. All the theory finally made sense, proving that enrolling in this expensive school wasn't a total waste of time. He can now swing a sharp blade quite skillfully without accidentally stabbing his own toes. It was high time to trade his shiny coupon for a real weapon at the campus metal working shop. Meanwhile, Ernest finally cracked the code on that map they found through sheer luck and some heavy tripping. It was verified that the architect of this mess was that puzzle-loving weirdo, Saul Hankston. Far east of the campus, beneath the ruined hall, something amazing waited inside the holy, bone-filled basement. Dane was so pumped to message his folks that he nearly leaked enough secrets to cause a scandal. Thankfully, he regained his senses and scrubbed the dangerous parts, keeping his head firmly attached to his neck. They were, essentially, planning to trespass into a highly restricted and very spooky basement. Facing a massive swarm of cranky skeletons was the main hurdle, making his teammates wonder if some old jewelry was worth being eaten. Though he thought about quitting, the risks were outweighed by the chance of finding gold. Fortunately, he found a way to stay alive by finding a much smarter person to help. He recruited Priscilla, a top holy student, who was understandably annoyed about his insane plan to break into a prohibited cemetery. She gave them pointers on murdering the undead, explaining that you basically just have to smash their glowing hearts before they left. She even gave the trio a holy bath to ensure they didn't get eaten immediately. Priscilla eventually joined the raid, bossing the monsters around, while nuking any skeleton that dared to look at her funny. Her holy magic shredded those bone piles, and her blessings turned the team into a bunch of walking bug zappers for ghosts. Dane noticed Leela's sword skills were peaking, proving that hitting dry ribs is great for one's combat technique. Navigating the Forbidden Ruins was exhausting, requiring constant hacking and teamwork while Dane kept his cool. To be honest, a few dancing bone piles weren't going to ruin his mood or his hair. Having survived a gauntlet of endless, cranky skeletons, the team finally reached the entrance. They entered the vault without any major injuries, discovering the legendary loot hidden in the dark. This 300-year-old pile of loot was exactly what the former emperor wanted but couldn't open, likely due to a lack of funds. This first official mission for their tiny group proved to be a surprisingly massive success. Inside that smelly, dusty hole, the crew cheered for surviving their latest attempt at heroics. Their reward for the dangerous trek was a glowing red rock that looked incredibly expensive and magical. The group decided the star member should get first dibs, acknowledging his leadership, while they eyed the rest of the treasure. Their inaugural victory felt sweeter than a stolen cupcake, sparking pure unadulterated triumph. That minor tangent glued the quartet together, leaving the whole squad fighting hard. Insomnia hit them like bricks, due to Sogras and his roadie crew finding a bizarre relic. Every student and teacher went totally bananas. He figured becoming a social ghost for a bit was smarter than riding that wave of madness. Resuming mundane chores triggered a surprise once Sogras realized that Crystal functioned as prehistoric spa treatment. So after consuming every drop of mystical smoothie energy, his rank increased using a fresh extra ring, proving greed pays off. Realizing his folks would think he went crazy if he wrote that down, he kept the mail brief and saved the juicy gossip for his next visit. So for now, he'll just keep them in the dark like mushrooms. Sogras leans on an older sibling for support regarding anything related to those mystic arts. Right when the boy concealed that paper, loud screaming from behind the portal told him to hustle before their group missed the next job. The boy snatched his gear and sprinted toward the noise. Noting how Priscilla finally signed up following their initial journey, their roster currently boasts 4 brave souls. While his powers and friend list expanded, every other member unanimously agreed Sogras' talent regarding picking titles was purely garbage. They rebranded as the Romantic Club for coolness, despite the official documents listing a ridiculous mouthful of weapons and spells. So the vibe shifted from terribly boring to suspiciously charming in record time. Weeks vanished instantly until the dreaded trial period appeared to feast upon academic souls. The Magic Faculty hosts a legendary trial that borders on a war crime, lasting a literal solar cycle where naps or snacks are banned. So students must endure the academic suffering. Fortunately, every type of reference manual is permitted as long as no humans are hidden inside. Yet the exam still maintains its status as a total nightmare for everyone involved. This caused a certain teacher to get the chills once reports surfaced about the boy crushing the challenge without even sweating. Sogras decoded every hidden motive, proving he doesn't merely resolve riddles, but masters surrounding contexts. Since his environmental intuition seems downright spooky for such young talent, that mean instructor truly pitied those remaining gifted peers forced to rival such a piece. Since previously, the man never felt this starving to poach someone from different academic circles. The man previously tasked a separate pupil with poaching Sogras, so he now expects a detailed status update. Trembling before the person possessing total power over his career, that blonde noble felt too scared to talk, looking miserable. He explained that Sogras repeatedly spat on invitations for student leadership, and despite promising a high-ranking post plus authority to rewrite school laws like a mini-dictator, the youngster stayed completely unimpressed by their pathetic bribes. The professor assumed using a veteran student as bait for a rookie would work, yet he failed miserably. That kid is a total enigma, possessing insane skills across the board without the usual ego-making teenagers insufferable, meaning every clever trap failed miserably against such humility. But once the old man locks his gaze toward any victim, the man refuses to quit. Quitting wasn't an option for the professor, so he started brewing a fresh pot of manipulation to snag the school's brightest celebrity into his weave. But while creepy elders plotted to hijack his future, the protagonist was simply lounging inside Arabella's workspace while complaining about a certain council lackey, Arthur, who kept pestering him like some persistent mosquito. His sister saw red, remembering how that specific teacher had played these games since her own school days. Those villains attempted purchasing Arabella with a prestigious role governing the nerd community, yet she bypassed that snare, having understood his pattern regarding manipulating gifted offspring into performing manual labor, specifically targeting infants with tall, individuals from less influential families, or those whose career paths are still rather murky, tend to fall for these ploys easily, which explained why Arthur was constantly hovering around Professor de Neville like a fly circling spoiled food. Dane had been completely justified in trusting his instincts and repeatedly turning down the professor's invitations, even if the temptation lingered. Arabella had explicitly warned him about the perils of trusting such a shifty academic. De Neville might be a formidable mage, but he was also a master at roping people into his schemes, meaning Dane could easily end up as a puppet on a string for a manipulative boss. She strongly advised her little brother to keep refusing, no matter how shiny the offers became. Just as their discussion was abruptly interrupted, the laboratory door slammed wide open. Dane's clubmates burst in, eager to show their captain something truly incredible. Leela explained that Ernest had once again snuck into the off-limits section of the academy, and returned with an interesting discovery. Arabella was absolutely appalled to learn that these mischievous little troublemakers had dared to infiltrate the forbidden area, as if it were nothing more than a casual stroll. When questioned about their risky behavior, Ines and Priscilla could only manage awkward smiles, having seemingly forgotten in the excitement that Arabella was actually employed by the academy. Dane could only stare helplessly at Paul. He had specifically told these boneheaded friends to stay quiet for a while, but his clubmates apparently lacked the brainpower to follow simple instructions. He felt genuine alarm. He immediately confronted Ernest about undertaking such a dangerous and reckless venture, especially since security had been tightened and guards increased ever since their visit to Mars Hal. For Ernest, however, a true explorer, this was just another exciting challenge. Dane acknowledged that this level of hazard was exactly his friend's area of expertise, but he remained deeply concerned about his safety. The inherent urge for discovery pumping through Ernest's veins simply couldn't be ignored, making it impossible for him to sit still whenever he sensed an upcoming adventure. Following their first successful expedition, Dane had noticed that the once timid Ernest had become significantly more outgoing and courageous. This transformation made perfect sense. Any explorer would get excited about digging up artifacts left by Saul Hankston, the only person said to have reached the legendary Nine Circles after the Arcana Magic Kingdom's collapse. A location designed by such a genius would make any adventurer's heart pound. Arabella attempted to lecture the unruly youngsters, but inevitably found herself dragged into the investigation anyway. Examining the artifact closely, he inquired whether the mysterious object had been placed inside a Manhwa wave scanner or any similar device. Ernest revealed that he had stumbled upon the artifact last night. He couldn't sleep, so he went for a walk through the restricted grounds. He was perhaps too eager to find Saul Hankston's fabled laboratory, rumored to be hidden somewhere within that very place. As he explored, he began hearing odd noises from inside the old structure. It sounded like machine gears running and spinning, as if a factory were fully operational in the middle of the quiet night. Mixed in with the mechanical sounds were faint, hard to distinguish human voices. According to Dane, hearing people conversing near the restricted area shouldn't be strange given the increase in security measures, suggesting Ernest probably just heard some patrolling guards. But Ernest insisted that the voices he heard absolutely did not belong to regular security personnel. Furthermore, his Manhwa wave detector indicated an unusually high concentration of magical energy. After Saul Hankston's demise, every item in his lab had been transferred to the Memorial Hall, meaning there was nothing left in that building capable of emitting Manhwa waves. This strongly suggested that something unknown was taking place inside that supposedly abandoned research facility, and it involved ancient magical energy signatures. After a bit of poking and prodding, Arabella confirmed that the artifact was concealing something inside. Whatever it was far from ordinary. She diligently analyzed the data and ran all necessary tests. The final results were so astonishing that even someone with just a basic understanding of magic would be completely dumbfounded. Those wiggly lines on the charts looked suspiciously like a mythical unicorn of physics, though ignore the chaotic bits, since the main patterns are twins. Arabella felt certain that a massive secret was lurking in that dusty old structure, necessitating a much deeper look into the shadows. Having a wizarding expert admit things were getting weird sent a massive electric shock of excitement straight through the entire group. Arabella figured those vibes usually scream big shiny battery energy, though poor Ernest only managed to scrape up a tiny crumb. Thus some magical tinfoil hat is likely stopping the signals from escaping, keeping the whole mystery completely under wraps. Naturally, wondering if Saul Hankston or some other sneaky ghost is playing hide and seek with the data remains a mystery. Regardless of the truth, something buried in those crumbling remains is clearly worth all this effort to hush the magic. Currently, the guards are too chicken to enter Saul's lair even with extra backup. Yet even tiny Ernest sneaked through, and Arabella spent her bored weekends there too. It is quite a shocker to learn that the department's golden girl was actually a little troublemaker back in her school years. This confirms that no wizard suffering through their rebellious phase can turn down the juicy temptation of old Saul's mysterious heritage. If that secret stash has any link to the legendary wizard, it will be monumental, potentially holding his leftover magic or something even more bankable. This raises the puzzle of why such treasure sits in a vacant room, and we only know because Ernest has the nose of a bloodhound for loot. Dane felt a bit bummed, because this treasure probably isn't a tasty magical engine he can just swallow like a refreshing energy drink. He surely would have smelled a real power source during their first trespass, yet he still hopes whatever scrap Ernest found is actually worth the hassle. Layla admitted playing it cool was the logical choice, but this juicy new discovery is definitely worth investigating, and honestly, Ernest will just solo raid the place like a gremlin regardless of their help. Dane figured dodging the sleepy guards would be easy peasy, though they have zero clue what kind of monsters might jump out from that basement, with way too many random risks. He wondered where his pals found such unearned bravado, though staring at those three idiots, Dane knew he was trapped. Remarkably, even that legendary veteran named Priscilla was completely game for this wacky heist, because these brats ignored her warnings. Arabella handed over some special gear that might actually keep them from exploding during their little hike. She tossed 3 magical papers onto the wood, asking if they even knew which end was up, as these papers were their only hope. If things go sideways, they should rip those sheets apart to warp back to her room, which will feel like a hangover, but beats being dead. The girls felt super thankful for the expensive handouts, fully aware that these magical safety nets cost a small fortune in wizard money. Arabella gave them a scary look, noting that getting caught means a vacation from school, and 2 vacations mean getting kicked out forever. That harsh truth certainly threw some cold water on their mood, cooling their hide. Dane promised his big sister that things would be fine because he was coming along, and luckily she actually liked her little brother. Otherwise she would have squashed this nonsense, and now her only wish is for her sibling to return home in one piece. She wants the whole crew to return unharmed with some cool loot, just like any proper adventure should ideally end. The preparation had to be perfect, which was Ernest's specialty. He whipped out a complex diagram showing every door and hallway, noting every guard's blind spot they could use to sneak inside once the prep finished. The team scheduled the heist for 2 days later, packing their bags with gadgets, while memorizing the path because Ernest was born for this nonsense. The boy discovered methods for using stealth particles perfectly, assigning Dane's tiny sidekick, Garnet, a vital task of dissolving the heavy magical shield without a sound. Permitting the tiny fabled creature to participate in the heist felt fine to the guy. Priscilla proposed a secondary backup so they wouldn't burn through expensive warp charms at the first sign of trouble, defining protocols for every potential blunder. Acting as combat director, Dane organized their ranks flawlessly, planning to sense energy waves from the front, while Layla and Ernest guarded the back, plus Priscilla, who remains the prime target for surprise attacks, sandwiched safely in between. The leader encouraged the nerd to carry a compact bow rather than his wand. Having watched how much the glasses-wearing kid improved his aim, the kid actually functions quite well as an archer, dedicating himself to protecting the others. Remaining unseen is the main objective, because they are clueless about the local inhabitants, though Layla fears nothing except perhaps wandering spirits, ready to stir up a massive ruckus. The group of adventurers departed during the dark of night. The sentries guarding the Forbidden Zone were grumbling about their increased workload after the recent security breach. While the team hid within the thick bushes, the 2 friends finally witnessed the chaos caused by their previous prank, spotting an excessive number of rent pops. The boy is counting on the staff being drowsy, identifying the least protected path to sneak through just as the shift rotation began, and those lazy employees couldn't abandon their positions quite so rapidly because they were bored. While the 2 groups chatted, the squad dashed through the gateway quickly, though one sharp-eyed watchman noticed a strange feeling, but those unmotivated colleagues persuaded the guy, claiming the breeze was just acting up. So the swap finished and those sentinels scattered about the area to ensure not even a mouse could pass, failing because they suck at their jobs. Beating the squad's sneaky entry was a total victory, since the guards forgot to station anyone inside the facility. Roaming the corridors was a breeze, and shortly, the pack reached the subterranean entryway, navigating the path flawlessly owing to the directions of their resident bookworm. Dane immediately sensed the heavy spiritual field blocking the path, noting the repulsion intensifies as one nears the middle. Old Man Salt definitely worried about protecting his assets from thieves, but the boy realized the person who built this wall lacked the geezer's magical signature. That ancient warlock died centuries ago, yet this energy feels brand new, almost modern, suggesting that a different person reached this spot first and manually installed a fresh shield to conceal their activities, meaning a hazard might wait on the far side of the portal, which frightened the girl. She suggested they just quit and head home, but her friend hypothesized the school set up the traps, claiming that stopping now would be foolishly wasteful since they already arrived. The archer suspects a foreign trespasser rather than the faculty, thinking the staff would brag about finding a legendary relic instead of keeping it secret, which made the girl quite excited that competitors were hunting her potential prizes, though her friend noted they were adventurers, not thieves, wondering who visited earlier and intentionally erected a fence to conceal secrets. Crashing into them would surely spark a nasty brawl, provided they mean trouble. Expecting a few pupils to block a squad of career crooks is like bringing a spoon to a gunfight. Yet, they trust the collective energy of their mushy society, while Ernest and Layla remained genuinely devoted to his cause, willing to trail that guy to Earth's edge. Whereas Priscilla, conversely, preferred hiding her actual vibes, but decided to advance the agenda, since nobody voiced a complaint. Now we deploy the hidden asset and finish this whole circus once and for all, plus anxiety floating around. The gang advanced. That tiny undercover tool, Darkness, performed brilliantly by melting the energy wall using his spacey fireballs, even though that fence was sturdy. Although a legendary monster's heat proved simply overwhelming, once the group unlatched the portal and entered Weird Lands, the situation turned spicy real fast. A hallway packed with hazards went on forever, requiring teamwork to skip crumbling tiles. As Dane spearheaded the trek, ensuring no limbs were lost, though that anime reference is posts, beating many pranks. The squad eventually hit a massive basement chamber lacking any snares. Taking a peek, they noticed a mountain of snacks, and evidence of existence. Clear proof some human lived in this spot, judging by the condition of the gargantuan's base. Folks definitely spent some serious quality time in this hole. Doubtful that the school dispatched a crew so far for nerding out, because if a university probe happened, the institution would provide the tools. Yet these gadgets seemed scavenged from random bins, including some shady stuff. Plus, teachers love bragging about fines instead of being sneaky. That idea about trespassers sliding in feels increasingly legit, feeling totally spooted. Ernest swallowed hard, because nobody knows when the squatters of this tin might pop back. It's smarter to move quickly and scan the area, given the huge floor plan. Hence they dispersed to collect every scrap of data, while Leela poked through boxes, and Priscilla analyzed the bricks for hidden levers, while Dane examined the ground seeking footprints or potential hints. The moment his hand hit the tiles, he suddenly sensed a huge surge of magic rising from below. Meanwhile, Ernest discovered some concealed steps tucked behind the masonry, twisting into the depths. Linked straight to that power source, Dane fell through the dirt, and the path down was quite lengthy. Each footfall increases the anxiety and shivering vibes. Below the stairwell sat a cramped area holding a colossal energy rod, far larger than any they had witnessed, shackled in the center of a pedestal. Dane realized this total unit was leaking Saul Hankston's signature, pumping out crazy levels of power. Those glowing glyphs painted on the floor were unreadable, leaving everyone more confused than a cat in a dog park. Notions wobbled inside the protagonist's cranium, speculating about the initial explorers of this bit and their schemes while the rest sniffed glue. Peering at the boulder, the boy alerted the group that uninvited guests were shuffling toward their current location. Those proximity sensors scattered around began chirping, signaling that some sweaty strangers were loitering near the ancient structure. A collection of laundry-wearing weirdos huddled. Somehow, the group bypassed that ring of brainless sentries protecting the zone, guided via a leader with no fashion sense. They seemed desperate to invade the antique laboratory, obeying orders to extract magical fluids from Saul's spirit cage found inside, seizing that fame eventually, moving forward using some cautious excitement. This crew sprinted through every cellar passage to reach that hidden vault, trailing behind a sleepy boss. Every person gawked toward that gargantuan glowing pebble with amazement, relieved about entering without the accidental explosion, and now the solitary task remaining involved grabbing the loot. The chief commanded a duo of underlings to mop the floor and erase that path, insisting they tattle instantly if they saw anything bizarre. Having arrived fully equipped to siphon the energy, they assumed a brief siesta was earned, provided their math was not garbage. These folks must inhabit that cellar for 60 days or more, luckily having backed sufficient crackers to avoid becoming cannibals. While they were busy staring blankly at Saul's funky inventions like confused tourists, one laundry-wearing idiot committed a clumsy blunder by stepping on a tile that activated some hidden spy. Some literal waterfall of sharp cutlery descended out of that roof, terrifying those cosplayers. Before their head honcho reacted, the squad was previously face down, then the one heartbeat afterwards. That heavy slab blocking our prize room slammed shut, after which the chamber was hermetically sealed. A suspicious vapor started leaking down the steps like cheap stage effects, which was actually industrial strength nap time in gas form. This stuff was remarkably lethal, so the boss tried plugging his face. Nonetheless, the man realized resistance was futile given they previously stumbled inside a competitor's snare. Naturally, those other pranksters were just school kids under Dane's command, who stacked the unconscious intruders like firewood, while Ernest stole some descriptive papers, several gold coins, and a mountain of useless trash found in their pockets. The leader squeezed his gray matter attempting to identify those clowns before they woke up. Evidently they craved the legendary soul pebble, but he could not ignore the likely opportunity concerning undercover scholars belonging to their own school currently. The girl snatched a specific worry scrap, and shoved it under her boss's nose. This paper explained the haste, requiring a duo on machines plus a third at 60%. Unless the magic drawing shattered, then everything has to pause for repairs immediately, also including a fancy doodle of the ritual, which was predictable. Their blueprint for stealing soul juice seemed overly complicated, and likely to explode. Additionally, Ernest, ever the curious one, discovered a remarkably detailed continental map tucked into one of the unconscious guy's pockets. The Empire keeps a very tight leash on these maps, regulating them like they were state secrets. So a run-off-the-mill organization wouldn't have this level of detail, suggesting they might be part of some renegade faction. Dane attempted to assemble the puzzle pieces in his mind, but honestly, there were just too many weird details to make a coherent picture. Additionally, Dane noticed something odd tucked away inside the mouth of the captain leading the shady group. The Mana-stone's glow caught its surface, causing the object to glitter suspiciously from deep within the man's jaw. With surgical precision, he carefully extracted the glimmering item from the snoring individual's unsuspecting mouth. As he suspected, this glittering object turned out to be a classic take-a-pill, take-a-dive cyanide capsule. Dane had learned about this specific spycraft from his mother, a childhood lesson that now seems strangely practical. This brutal tactic, favored by assassin guilds and shadowy organizations, involved brainwashing recruits to self-terminate rather than risk leaking sensitive information if captured. It's truly next-level dedication, prompting everyone present to wonder what sort of group would implement such an extreme measure. As Priscilla skimmed further, she found a list of peculiar guidelines detailed on the page below. The document began with a somewhat grand declaration for a new world. This was followed by the shady group's sacred rules. First, security must be strict, demanding members place mission integrity above their own survival if capture is imminent. Second, members must prioritize altering the world before all other considerations. Next, Rule 3 forbade any member from digging into a comrade's identity, stating everyone was a collective unit, but still unique individuals. This increasingly unhinged list of rules just kept going, each item more nonsensical than the one before it. From the truly nonsensical directive, Priscilla extracted the one detail that struck her as particularly shady. She discovered a cryptic sequence of numbers that looked suspiciously like geographical coordinates pointing toward a spot close to the academy. The coordinates themselves were simply identified as 3,450. Ernest, who considered himself the club's master code breaker, worked to decipher the page's hidden meaning. If his calculations were accurate, the coordinates led straight to the supply passage located near the academy's back gate. He surmised that this was how the intruders managed to enter campus without setting off a single alarm. This level of infiltration strongly suggested they had an internal accomplice at the academy. In conclusion, a secretive group was clearly attempting to harvest the essence of the glowing Mana-stone. The reason they wanted to do this, however, was still a huge question mark. The romantic club, feeling quite overwhelmed, decided unanimously to beat a hasty retreat from the scene. Before making their getaway, they quickly bagged all the shady group's possessions, stashing them in a dimensional storage space for a thorough examination later, especially collecting all those dangerous suicide pills. After a quick vote, the group decided to anonymously alert the academy officials and security staff about the situation, but they couldn't help but feel that leaving without a souvenir would be a real pity. The remainder of the crew had finished packing their things and were waiting to leave. The group's leader, however, had his attention fixed entirely on the valuable prize. Dane suddenly felt strongly about bringing the enormous stone along with them. He worried that leaving the stone would just hand it over to the academy's hierarchy, rather than allowing some unknown administrator to exploit its power. Dane felt it best to take the powerful object for himself. Once Dane had finished performing his magical theft and secured the stone, the agents below began to regain awareness, completely ignorant of their loss. The truss, a henchman startled their captain awake with a frantic shout, drawing his attention to the supposed treasure they had risked everything for. The enormous magic rock now looked like a dull paperweight, completely drained of its powerful essence as if someone had sucked out its magical juice. It seemed pretty obvious that the individuals who had ambushed them with gas and then tied them up were also the ones who had pilfered the magical energy from the stone. As they wallowed in utter misery over their utterly bungled haste, the security detail from the surface finally stumbled into the subterranean chamber. The captain of the guard was absolutely livid that these low-life criminals had dared to violate the academy's hallowed ground. These hapless crooks had not only failed to secure their prize, but they were also about to be apprehended by a very grumpy security detail. They all attempted to chomp down on their hidden suicide capsules, only to discover their teeth were squeaky clean, completely devoid of the usual poison. In this desperate situation, the captain quickly concluded that their shadowy patrons had completely abandoned him and his crew. After dragging the entire pile of captured intruders back up to the surface floor, the head guard grumbled about the recent spike in criminal mischief throughout the academy, questioning why the restricted zone had suddenly become such a chaotic hotspot after decades of total peace. He quickly requested an update on the interrogation of the apprehended suspects. The tough interrogator reluctantly suggested that he might need to employ some slightly less gentle techniques to get information from them. None of his standard tricks were working. as the Shei captain, and his crew were clearly seasoned professionals, tough nuts that wouldn't easily crack. They needed to be relocated to the special questioning room as soon as the initial investigation finished, allowing them to proceed much rougher away from meddlesome busybodies. The head guard realized he was completely finished. This whole fiasco was a massive blunder, especially since 5 intruders had managed to slip through even with doubled security. Consequences were certainly guaranteed, and he worried he might even be demoted or perhaps completely lose his position. The arcane experts from the magic department had also gotten involved as soon as the name Saul Hangston was mentioned in connection with the crime. When even a famously lazy professor actually bothered to get out of his armchair and show up, the head guard knew his livelihood was in a truly precarious position. Nevertheless, he still needed to provide a detailed accounting of the night's events, which Professor DeNavo found to be highly suspicious. The professor's biggest issue was the claim that the formidable Saul Hangston magical barrier had actually been neutralized. If these perpetrators were competent enough for such sophisticated magic, he wondered why they were subsequently caught like amateurs. The head guard conceded that he too was completely stumped. Hoping to make some sense of the situation, he presented a piece of evidence found among the suspect's possessions. Specifically, it was a book. Professor DeNavo skimmed through the tome, his expression contorting in utter disbelief with every page he turned. The volume explained that the room was protected by magic that only authorized individuals should have been able to access, meaning brute force was essentially out of the question. DeNavo kept the book for further study, hoping to discover other spells or useful information within its pages. Headguard kept quiet, not daring to dispute anything, and then added that the criminals in custody were likely members of a shadowy secret society. When the words secret society were mentioned, Professor DeNavo's professional curiosity was immediately sparked. That massive glowing rock was a total shocker for the old prof, since he spent decades assuming the school basement was just for spiders. Security was scratching their heads too, because finding a boulder that big hidden in plain sight made them look like absolute blind idiots. DeNavo threw a fit, and insisted on visiting the crime scene just to witness the madness with his own cynical eyes. Gossip about the forbidden zone leaked faster than cheap coffee, and students felt a creepy vibe brewing amidst the recent string of disasters. The school was vibrating after yesterday's mess, making it the perfect time for the lovey-dovey club to zip their lips and vanish. Priscilla spent her entire afternoon hunting for juicy secrets and updates about the ongoing investigation into the magical rock. Word reached her that DeNavo and the spell-casting nerds were stuck in the center of the mess. Heck, the campus paper already slapped the story on their front page for everyone to see. The paper was mostly fluff with zero depth, featuring a sad quote from the chief guard apologizing for letting burglars in. DeNavo assumed that involving the magic experts would make everything go as smoothly as buttered toast. Those wizards will use every hex to drain secrets from the thugs the club rat, but DeNavo ensured their tracks were scrubbed clean. Priscilla claimed the school owed them a trophy for nabbed crooks, which is a weirdly logical way to spin their reckless behavior. DeNavo reminded everyone that they seriously needed to act like boring wallflowers and stop attracting so much negative attention. Ernest got stuck playing detective with the crook's smelly laundry, spending all day poking at their junk with a magnifying glass, while tracing their paths on the master map. Ernest thought they might trip over another pile of loot like that Hangston stuff. Just as the excitement started to fizzle out, the campus got flipped upside down by yet another massive wave of complete mayhem. This time, the Imperial detectives rolled up with a literal army, waving their fancy flags like they owned the entire damn place. Since the Royals almost never show their snobby faces at school, this unexpected visit was a massive, terrifyingly big deal. They staged a huge parade with heaps of buff soldiers flaunting those colorful banners just to show off their royal power. A stern man called Delphian led the group, acting like a very important knight. He was annoyed, because the Amar clues were non-existent, and those weirdos lurking in Hangston's basement weren't talking at all. DeNavo briefed the commander, while pretending to actually care about the poor man's massive headache. Imperial snoops arrived to begin their private search. Not even their top geniuses could locate any signs of foul play on that big magic shield. When some ghost-tier wizard's shield gets hacked without a trace, you know we are all in deep, smelly magical trouble. The grubby commander questioned their sparkly guest, hoping the third prince had at least one decent thought about the situation. That royal lad wore expensive clothes but acted like a total wimp, nearly sobbing when asked for his basic thoughts. DeNavo had absolutely no clue a royal was visiting, making this whole surprise reveal a total slap in his surprised face. Edward shuffled toward the force fields and somehow noticed a microscopic singed spot that every other professional detective completely overlooked. You could hardly see anything, but the texture felt quite strange to his royal touch. He determined that the magical ward had been cleanly dissolved and perfectly reinstated, leaving no trace of the incident. The prince clamped his jaw shut. deciding to keep his wild hypothesis to himself until he had gathered more proof. The individual who cracked this particular barrier must possess truly formidable abilities, given that Saul Hankston's devices were famous for their longevity, essentially being designed to last forever. As far as anyone knew, they had always been completely impenetrable before now. How could a perfectly secure installation be penetrated so cleanly, leaving absolutely no evidence behind? The person responsible for this sophisticated act posed a direct and significant threat to the entire empire. If they possessed the knowledge required to bypass Hankston's specific safeguards, every other Imperial defensive ward was now potentially vulnerable to a similar attack. As he walked away from the freshly mended ward, Prince Edward suddenly froze, clutching his hand as a spike of agonizing pain surged through him. He gritted his teeth and silently suffered through the unexpected physical eruption. He knew he simply couldn't afford to expose any vulnerability in front of his subjects. Commander Delphin quickly spotted the prince's discomfort and rushed immediately to His Highness's side. The seasoned warrior, brimming with genuine worry, urged His Highness to report even the smallest twinge of pain so they could instantly return. For Delphin, the investigation paled in comparison to the prince's physical security. Edward stubbornly claimed he felt perfectly fine, having come here by his own choice, and absolutely refused to be treated like a liability. He now quietly observed this exchange, noting the surprisingly close relationship between the prince and his knight commander. He decided he must proceed with extreme caution around these two figures, as they held significant influence within the larger structure of the empire. The commander, once more playing the role of overly concerned guardian, urged the third prince to retreat and rest, fearing his health might rapidly decline. He couldn't help but feel sorry for the young royal, labeled as the untalented prince and forced to endure constant, debilitating pain. Edward's story was quite genuinely tragic. If only he had been born in perfect physical health, his path in life might have looked completely different. Nobody felt more thoroughly exasperated by this bizarre ailment than the third prince himself, as the relentless suffering constantly prevented him from moving forward. Regardless of the potential for another agonizing attack, Edward felt an overwhelming, desperate urge to actually contribute something meaningful to the investigation. His overly protective guards tried to convince him to stay put, but he absolutely refused to remain idle, especially not at this critical moment. Commander Delphin, in discussion with Professor DeNavo, gathered the nuanced specifics of the situation, particulars that unfortunately only served to deepen the confusion surrounding the entire mystery. The whole situation was turning into a complete nightmare. To compound the existing chaos, the prince's personal attendant came sprinting in, loudly announcing that Prince Edward had completely disappeared. He must have stealthily slipped away during a brief lapse in attention from the surrounding guards. The knight commander let loose a string of curses at every supposedly capable soldier present. Furious at their failure to perform their duties, he ordered that all ongoing operations cease immediately, suspending the investigation entirely, and commanded every available soldier to focus on finding the third prince at once. The Empire's soldiers instantly sprang into action, responding to the orders, while their commander directed the search with palpable anxiety etched onto his features. The impulsive third prince simply chose a direction, any direction, and bolted away like a startled rabbit. He was so fixated on pushing the investigation forward that he neglected to consider the simple logistics of where he should actually be going. His entire motivation was simply to make his father, the Emperor, finally notice him. He was well aware of his lack of natural ability, so his only strategy was to succeed through brute force effort. He felt he had to choose between forcing himself past his boundaries or resigning himself to being a useless prince for eternity. Following a marathon sprint that lacked any turns, he eventually stumbled right into the thickets of Boa Forest. Tucked away in the greenery, the romantic club members are busy hitting each other, while Ernest fumbles with arrows, Leela swings steel, and Dane plays with sparks. It warmed Dane's heart to watch his noodle-armed pal embrace the grind, especially with Leela acting as a terrifyingly strict posture coach. Because those two were occupied, our main man could finally concentrate on not accidentally blowing himself up while mastering mana. He already bragged about having 2 sturdy mana dots, plus he managed to stack a quadruple layered spell script using some dusty old wizard tricks. Yet, whenever he buckles down on those complex hexes, his eyeballs transform into high-definition biological radars that expose the glowing energy guts of every person standing nearby. Talk about a weird ocular bonus. Eager to show off, Dane conjured up a gusty trick using the breeze. He birthed a squished air grenade, basically a pressurized pocket of pure magical hate. Ernest was basically worshipping his friend for having such massive spheres, while Leela looked like she just saw a ghost made of pure math. Attempting to avoid a total catastrophe, Dane tossed the breezy explosive with the gentleness of a grandma handling fine china. Despite his attempt at a soft launch, a literal magical landman tends to act like one regardless of the effort. The orb zipped past the trunks before making a sudden, violent acquaintance with the dirt. Everyone jumped when a pathetic shriek of agony perfectly harmonized with the loud boom. Apparently, some random unlucky guy just became the primary target. Judging by the way the local flora was turned into glorified wood chips by that airstrike, the person who tasted that blast is definitely having the worst Tuesday of their life. The squad trekked down the freshly mowed path of destruction, enjoying a perfectly clear view thanks to the new, accidental deforestation. Leela wondered aloud if she was hearing ghosts or if her brain was just playing tricks on her. Nonetheless, Dane was painfully aware that his little experiment probably just nuked a nearby civilian. Seconds before the bang, Prince Edward III quit his frantic sprinting once he realized he was utterly directionless. He surveyed the scenery, while feeling pretty salty toward the kids who get to do homework and giggle with their buddies. If fate hadn't saddled him with a crown, he might have actually been a normal student at this school. Merely dreaming of a better life makes his ticker go wild. He snapped out of his mental vacation, remembering he was supposed to be hunting down those pesky trespassers. As he poked around in the mud, a distinct noise suddenly perked his ears up. Chatter, definitely indicating some people were lurking close. Intrigued, the prince tailed the noise. Peering into a glade, he spotted the romantic club having their violent little playday, observing peers actually developing their talents and displaying impressive techniques. Edward's usual wave of green, a jealousy surged to the surface. The third prince spied a young woman requesting advice on polishing her sword form to smooth out her terribly clumsy movements. The self-assured young man in charge suggested she focus on her footwork, instructing her to take a half-step back following her swinging motion. Edward remained hidden behind the shrubbery, silently observing the entire training session like a bush-dwelling Cree. He caught the young woman dropping the name Dane, specifying Dane Sogress in particular. The prince knew full well about this first-year student who was currently causing quite a stir across the entire academy, and by extension, the whole continent. Even the royal family had taken notice of the blazing star. The boy had been admitted into the Autonomous Studies Department, based purely on his exceptional gifts across 4 entirely separate disciplines. This guy is a flawless genius with the Midas touch. While the prince himself struggles to get even one simple thing right, the fellow considered the peak prodigy still approaches his training with intense seriousness. Edward returned to imagining an alternate reality in which he actually managed to enroll in the prestigious academy. Perhaps he might have made friends exactly like Dane, and soaked up all sorts of fascinating knowledge. He was so lost in a life he wasn't living that he completely failed to notice or react to the incredibly slow-moving wind palm. By the time his gaze registered something flying directly toward him, the opportunity to react had long since passed. The wind bomb detonated, uprooting numerous trees along its flight path, and throughout its destructive blast zone. Edward was caught directly in the blast, the resulting force compelling him to perform a truly involuntary backflip. His high-pitched, rather pathetic scream became lost in the immediate aftermath of the wind bomb. The group quickly located the prince lying flat on the ground. Dane immediately offered a profuse apology for the mishap, explaining he genuinely assumed no one else was nearby. The third prince finally came back to his senses, and gradually managed to pull himself upright onto his feet. Ernest glanced at Edward's attire, and instantly mistook it for the standard Imperial investigator uniform. Layla went into full panic mode at the terrifying thought of having accidentally detonated a bomb near an Imperial investigator. Dane possessed better judgment. While the outfit did resemble the investigation team's uniform, that distinctively vibrant red hair served as an unmistakable symbol of the Imperial family. Injuring an investigator by mistake was problematic enough, but accidentally bombing a member of royalty was an entirely different magnitude of catastrophe. Layla looked like she was about to burst into tears, while Dane, on the inside, was furiously blaming his own terrible misfortune. Prince Edward possessed the sheer audacity to scold them for launching a wind bomb in his immediate vicinity. Dane immediately fell to one knee, and, with heartfelt apologies, presented himself as the son of Count Sogress. With absolute sincerity, he apologized profusely for committing such an unbelievably grave offense against the entire empire. Ernest followed suit immediately, identifying himself as Baron Dillon's eldest son and a first-year student in the Department of Exploration. Layla then dropped to one knee, introducing herself as Duke Thermion's eldest daughter, and all three anxiously pleaded with the prince for forgiveness. Once he recovered from the initial shock and mortification, Prince Edward assured them he was completely fine, and the blast had not hurt him in the slightest. It merely caught him off guard. Nothing more. More importantly, Edward declared himself thrilled to meet Dane Sogress specifically here, of all random locations, having heard so much about the boy wonder's exceptional reputation. Edward also expressed admiration for the Dillon family's famous contributions to exploration. As for the daughter of House Thermion, he offered congratulations on her recent victory in the Denture Cup. noting he had watched the finals and felt truly awed by her impressive display. Once all the tedious pleasantries were finally finished, the prince waved his hand, encouraging the three to relax and stop looking so stiff. Ernest, mustering his courage, inquired exactly how a prince managed to stumble upon the Bona forest outskirts. This place is incredibly secluded, a spot so isolated that even dedicated students steer clear, making it a truly perfect hideaway for intense practice. Edward admitted that while he intended to help with the investigation, he instead ended up wandering around completely lost like a hapless fool. He simply took it for granted that the trio knew about the mysterious happenings plaguing Saul Hangston's properties. The prince let slip a casual hint that he might have seen something off about the laboratory door, although he admitted he couldn't confirm it completely. Dane felt confident that no regular individual could possibly detect the tiny imperfection in his craftsmanship. Thankfully, the prince didn't seem truly certain about his suspicion. Ernest tried to subtly pry for additional details about the odd phenomenon, confirming that the prince had kept this knowledge to himself all along. For perhaps the very first time, a complete meltdown felt entirely justified. Dane carefully examined the seemingly frail noble standing before him. In contrast to his older brothers, the first and second princes, this youngest sibling was roughly the same age as Dane. Most folks simply brushed him off as just another ordinary guy without any unique abilities. Dane thought it bizarre that this guy located them despite his thorough application of anti-tracking powder throughout the vicinity. He also detected the tiny imperfection in the barrier's repair. This person wasn't ordinary in the slightest. It was highly likely that Prince Edward possessed some hidden, unique power he was keeping secret. Despite everything, the guy continued to chatter as if he were a complete idiot who stumbled into the woods purely by chance. He knew the search party was likely tearing through the whole academy to find him, but they would probably need time, since they weren't used to how huge this area really was. Since they were all gathered in one place, the prince requested a small favor, asking if they would share some anecdotes from their daily lives at the academy. It felt like a bizarre request, as if despite being royalty, he was fundamentally just a typical adolescent at his core. Dane figured this unfortunate individual likely lived his entire existence cooped up inside the palace walls, so naturally, he'd be intrigued by the details of a regular life. Ernest and Layla, predictably, were specialists in rambling enthusiastically about all things related to academy training and daily activities. Dane, however, found himself unable to dismiss the unsettling sense that this boy was off in some way. He seemed oddly rigid, almost as though something was purposely constraining him. Intrigued, Dane activated his forechains, subtly examining Edward's mana flow to gain a discreet advantage in observation. As the club members chatted casually with the prince, the Imperial Investigation Squad was completely freaking out. They had abandoned all pretense of professionalism, becoming entirely frantic in their desperate search for the missing heir. Observers simply watched them dart frantically across the campus like a flock of disoriented birds. The atmosphere felt heavy with tension, yet nobody understood what the actual problem was. The individual suffering the most from the prince's vanishing act was undoubtedly the Knight Commander himself. They still had absolutely no idea who was behind this whole incident, let alone what kind of powerful allies they might possess. If the prince ran into trouble while wandering on his own, Delphin knew he could never forgive himself. He would certainly be fired. His entire career would be ruined if Edward suffered even the slightest injury. Fortunately, one investigator managed to locate a witness who saw an individual in a distinct golden-trimmed robe heading directly toward the academy's outer forest. The commander immediately ordered that the witness be brought to him so he could verify the sighting. For the time being, he redeployed the search teams to thoroughly comb the academy's outer forest, emphasizing again that protecting the prince well-being was the absolute priority. It remained completely baffling why the sickly young man decided to venture deep into the forest. Perhaps he stumbled upon something directly related to the investigation. Having heard their amusing anecdotes, Prince Edward felt an intense desire for the kind of normal life that others found so easy. If he hadn't been born into royalty, he might have been just another guy, free from the constraints of his obligations. Maybe the divine simply held a grudge against him. Shaking off his dramatic mood, Dane politely asked if he could inquire about a potentially sensitive topic, and Edward gave him the green light. He inquired whether the prince's right hand was perhaps giving him constant trouble recently. Edward completely lost his cool, reacting instantly with utter terror and panic. Clearly, he wasn't exactly a master of subtle concealment. Ernest and Leela were completely bewildered about why Dane was so interested in discussing another man's specific appendage. Prince Edward instinctively tucked away his problematic hand while fiercely rejecting Dane's pointed suggestion. Dane wouldn't let up and continued to prod for information. Leela was forced to intervene before he managed to completely insult the royal. They locked gazes, staring intently at each other for a brief second, and Dane immediately seized his interrogation on the subject. If the prince wasn't keen on discussing his medical issues, Dane decided to drop it. He planned to erase all memory of this forced expedition from his mind anyway. Prince Edward racked his brain trying to figure out how this random young man had stumbled upon his odd ailment so suddenly. Leela attempted to perform damage control, apologizing for Dane's rude behavior. Yet Edward gave in and admitted that Dane had hit the nail on the head. It was the very first time in his entire life that he made the decision to reveal the truth concerning his physical state. He confessed that his right hand was essentially useless, just like a disabled person's limb. He promptly turned the interrogation back on Dane, demanding to know how he spotted the problem. Dane explained that he hadn't actually witnessed the exact state of Edward's hand, but he had observed the mana flowing towards the limb being stopped by an unnatural blockage. The idea that someone could precisely visualize the unseen currents of mana with their natural eyesight was pretty tough to swallow. Dane quickly spun a lie, claiming the ability came from a fortunate magical artifact that had bonded with his physical form. In reality, this was simply another perk of having ancient mana flowing through him. Since he couldn't exactly offer up that little detail to a prince, he invented a story instead. Fortunately, Edward swallowed the fib hook and sinker. He actually looked quite keen to investigate the origin of his physical problem further. Dane couldn't immediately pinpoint the root cause of the issue, but he could clearly observe why the discomfort was so persistent. The mana current that should naturally continue to the prince's hand was being entirely stopped at the wrist, causing it to rebound in the opposite direction. If mana fails to reach a hand, that limb will inevitably begin to perish slowly. Taking a chance on it overstepping his boundaries, Dane asked the third prince with a curious expression exactly what had caused his condition in the first place. After a moment of consideration, the prince opened up and revealed everything. His physical problem began when he was only an infant, barely 1 year old. He was born completely healthy, but somehow acquired the dreadful ailment at an unidentified moment during his early childhood. He couldn't even manage to grasp a fork or spoon to feed himself until he reached the age of 7. He finally learned how to hold a writing implement and form words when he was a decade old, developing skills like swordsmanship, magic, and even basic writing. All essential education for a royal was completely impossible. Consequently, he lagged significantly behind everyone else in practically every aspect of his life. He felt his existence had been a source of shame, tarnishing the royal family's otherwise pristine reputation. It suddenly became clear why Prince Edward was practically anonymous to the general public when compared to his siblings. Leela and Ernest were vibing poorly to this tragic tale, sensing the crown hated snitches blabbing about their dusty old skeletons. The prince merely rolled his joints, completely unbothered, trusting his life that this small group would never leak the tea. He was feeling pretty groovy today because every famous wizard and doctor failed him, whereas this boy actually managed to crack the medical case. He assumed us ogres wouldn't troll him about medicine, especially since scamming royalty usually ends in a very short haircut. The boy winced after hearing that spicy joke. Edward noted that his physical power was leaking out of his palm like a punctured juice box. Soon, it would be as useless as a screen door on a submarine, but the new theory gave him legitimate hope. After letting the idea simmer for a second, the boy offered his apologies. He didn't have a medical license or any real history of playing doctor with actual patients. The royal slumped, realizing that if the elite pros flopped, some random academy kid probably wouldn't save the day. Then, the boy actually volunteered to take a crack at it. That confident smirk revived the prince, who promised basically any treasure if the boy could stop the rot. To perform the task, he'd need to manually reroute the way the prince's inner energy was flowing. He mentioned that failing might actually result in a very extensive funeral. The stakes were incredibly spicy, because accidentally hurting a royal meant certain death for everyone involved, and his poor friends would likely be cancelled too. The boy had many decades of snacks left to eat, so making this stupid gamble felt a bit reckless. Therefore, he wanted a solid deal, asking what the crown would pay to fix his broken limb. Negotiating a fee might look tacky, but this guy wasn't about to risk his neck for zero profit. But if the payout was fat enough to catch his eye, he would happily gamble with his own life. The royal wasn't used to people being so incredibly blunt, as he usually only encountered pathetic suck-ups desperately craving attention. He promised the youth that the bill didn't matter, essentially offering a blank check from the imperial vault. His limb was going to stop working eventually anyway, so a mistake would only speed up the inevitable. Right now, he was basically an expensive paperweight to his royal family, so he vowed to leave a written pardon ensuring the boy would be well looked after. Nobody would have guessed a casual workout in the trees would turn into a high-stakes medical drama. The youth accepted the deal, knowing this was likely the most intense moment of his entire life so far. Provided he pulls it off, the reward will be absolutely legendary. Should he fail, he is toast, making this a wild gamble where losing is not an option. Right then, he instructed the royal guest to find a comfy posture, The boy had been obsessively training his energy control since he was a tiny toddler. He felt totally ready, mostly because his ancient inner power made him the only person on the map capable of this done. Willie. Next. End. Focusing harder than a student during finals, he gripped the royal busted limb with both palms. He ignored the noise and focused on the weird magic flow in Edward. Once he was vied, checking perfectly, Dane kicked off the magical repair job. He gently shoved some of his high-quality sparkling juice into the prince's system. With the accuracy of a pro gamer, he nudged the energy back into a smooth rhythm. While the boys were having a moment, the search party struggled through Bona Forest and hit a giant wall of rock that ended their hiking trip. To make things even more annoying, a bunch of different paths appeared, and their small squad did not have enough bodies to check every single hole. Stuck in a real pickle, the head knight felt a weird tingle in the air that smelled like magic. He hissed at his men to stop walking and act like invisible ghosts immediately. Delphian unsheathed his sharp steel. His team imitated him, and he commanded everyone to tiptoe forward silently. With the boss man leading, the Imperial cops ghosted through the trees without snapping a single twig. Delphian targeted the spooky energy, sweating bullets over his precious royal employer. Meanwhile, Dane stayed as still as a frozen statue while putting every ounce of brain power into fixing Prince Edward's problematic hand. Finally, Delphian and his buff squad hit the clearing, and like a paranoid bodyguard, he assumed the students were doing something very illegal to the prince. He lunged ahead while screaming for the teenagers to back away from the royal boy. Looking at his vein-popping face, it was pretty obvious that this guy was not in the mood for a logical conversation. The armored knights quickly circled the area, trapping all the club members. Dane had to admit that they looked super sketchy, like they were caught doing something they would need a lawyer for. Hoping to not get flattened, he started charging up a defensive shield with his magic. Delphian showed off his high-level skills by zooming across the field in a blink, making it look like the kids were about to be crushed. Thankfully, the prince woke up from his trance just in time to jump in front of Dane like a human shield. That stunt made the scary leader stop walking immediately. He would never hurt the little guy, especially with the prince looking so incredibly annoyed. So Delphian calmed his nerves, tucked his sword away, and asked if Edward was hurt. The commander questioned how the royalty ended up stranded with this trio, so Edward gave a fast summary of his trip, then vowed to finish the tale during the walk home. For the first time ever, Prince Edward felt a strange tingle in his messed-up hand, which was a massive upgrade from the usual pain. The royal boy faced Dane and showered him with appreciative praise. Dane acted cool and collected, saying it was a massive privilege to help out a royal buddy. Once things were chill on the hike back to school, Edward told the commander that Dane, the son of Count Sugarai, was the one who saved his skin. He didn't give away all the secrets, but he made sure everyone knew the guy had done him a massive favor. Currently, he's pondering the perfect thank-you present for these three noble kids, even though they just met, and Delphian still can't grasp why the prince is acting like a total fanboy. His Royal Highness decided that boring presents are total trash, so he prepared a reward that actually costs a kidney. At long last, his royal brains barked a genius idea. He muttered his secret bribery plans for the little Sugras kid. The general stood there looking like he swallowed a whole lemon, and, though the boss thought the price was insane, Edward insisted that nothing else beats this shiny bribe. Since Dane basically saved his future, but this tiny trinket is cheap, so tell the staff to start packing now. Despite being completely clueless, Delphine just nodded and did whatever the royal brat demanded. Walking back to school, Prince Edward was humming like a happy bird who just found a worm. On second thought, the military guy realized that this fancy arrangement might actually be a pretty sweet deal. Those tiny humans come from mega-rich families like the Sugras and Thermians, so giving them expensive loot is just smart politics. These kiddos will eventually become the prince's personal army of very useful and wealthy friends. 7 days passed before the trio got dragged to the fancy castle and dumped into a gold-plated waiting room. Edward praised Dane for fixing his crusty hand, especially since no weird tentacles grew out of it afterward. Dane felt quite happy knowing his sketchy medical stunt didn't actually kill the royal kid. Being a straight shooter, Prince Edward whipped out the shiny thanks for saving the life gift he promised for his better future. The group stared like confused owls as the servants slowly cracked open 3 mysterious treasure chests. Resting inside those fancy boxes were some very official-looking royal medallions. Using them is easy, because flashing these badges at people makes problems disappear like magic, basically acting as a real-world hack. Ernest felt like a total fraud taking such a pricey gold coin since he mostly just stood there. Unlike his friend, Dane snatched the loot immediately and said thanks. Then Edward told everyone to stop acting stiff and party. Once the giant mountain of delicious snacks arrived, everyone finally stopped acting like they had sticks up their butts. Leela began shoveling garment cookies into her face. crying actual tears of joy over the sugar. Ernest started devouring a sandwich so heavenly it made his previous meals look like literal garbage. Dane pondered his insane luck in meeting a prince by accident. Even though those masked weirdos are still running loose somewhere, that weird kidnapping plot was destined to just gather dust and be totally forgotten. Eventually, those soul-crushing midterm exams finish, allowing the frantic school schedule to finally give everyone a break. The lovey-dovey club met to gossip, where Leela posted that her big tests were actually a total walk in the park. Priscilla was super grumpy and wanted to watch the universe explode because she memorized entire bubbles but still flopped her tests. Dane kept his grades a secret, since the most important part was that they were finally escaped from academic prison. With a handful of vacation days ahead, every single person probably already has a list of lazy things to do. Ernest decided to sign up for a fitness club specializing in serious muscle building, as the little guy really wants to get swole. Priscilla readily agreed with his plan, noting that Ernest kept failing every combat simulation, and clearly needed an upgrade from wet noodle status. Meanwhile, Leela was planning a trip back home to visit her family, as her mother couldn't wait to see her daughter, probably to ensure she hadn't turned into a grumpy old knight yet. As for Dane, the predictable bookworm, was intending to spend his break studying at the library, despite exams recently finishing, proving he really needed a hobby beyond textbooks. Suddenly, he recalled the valuable Thermian Forge emblem given to him by the Duke on his 7th birthday. He needed a new weapon crafted, so accompanying Leela home seemed like a remarkably efficient use of his newfound free time. Dane declared he would join her, but Leela pouted, miffed that he only wanted to visit her family's main forge rather than her personal, secret workshop. When Ernest heard about this field trip, he immediately wanted in on the action. On the carriage ride, Ernest felt increasingly anxious about visiting the estate, while Leela assured him everything would be fine as long as he kept his hands completely to himself. It would have been great if Priscilla could tag along, but unfortunately, high-achieving students from the Holy Department never received time off. She had already been summoned for her duties at the temple. The Thermian estate was only a short carriage ride away, while Ernest's family lived a month-long horseback journey out in the boonies. Dane had zero issues with travel, thanks to his aunt installing a magical teleportation gate connected directly to their house, allowing him and his sisters to simply zip home to visit. Layla couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy that Dane's sisters actually helped him manage his academic responsibilities. It made her reflect on her own brothers, realizing upon reflection that she had never really discussed her siblings with anyone. Dane decided to remedy this oversight, and asked for details about her brothers. In a sentimental mood during the trip, Leela explained that her eldest brother was very kind, always playing with her before heading off to manage the eastern region. Her second brother, however, was a total trickster, who constantly got on her last nerve, though despite the antics, it was clear her big brothers adored her. When asked if the second brother currently resided at the estate, she claimed he was far too free-spirited to be contained within a single mansion. He suddenly vanished one day without notice, and no one knew his whereabouts to this very moment, claiming to be training. But Leela found that excuse highly suspicious, since gaining his knighthood, he had mysteriously chosen to live away from home, with no clear explanation provided to the family. Becoming a knight early in life was standard practice for the Thermian family, though Leela's older brother was the diligent, predictable type, while the younger one was a complete wild card. Although sibling rivalries were standard operating procedure in most noble families, the Thermian household seemed oddly exempt from such drama, which made everyone wonder if there was more to the second brother's mysterious departure. At last, the group arrived at the grand entrance gates of the Thermian estate. Surismore, an older knight devoted to the Duke, personally came to greet them, practically sprinting to the entrance when he heard Leela was finally home. Once inside, Duke Thermian enveloped his little girl in a tight hug, noting how much more grown-up she looked than when they last met. Leela proudly boasted that her recent grades were so spectacular, her father would likely need a moment to process the brilliance on her report card. Following the emotional reunion with his daughter, the Duke directed his attention toward the young men she had brought along. Dane offered a respectful bow, and exchanged a few pleasantries with the Duke, who noted how much more substantial Dane had grown over the past few years. Ernest Dillon, completely intimidated by the Duke's sheer presence, nervously stuttered through his introduction. That girl Leela kept blabbing about Ernest and her mail, and since Duke Thermian hoards old junk found by the Dillons, he realizes this lad is basically a rising superstar. Leela feels like a total winner, because of the awesome crew she managed to recruit during her wild travels. Once everyone stopped shaking hands, the big boss led them inside, where he apparently threw a tiny party that was actually a massive feast for his kid. Dane dreamed about those legendary pastries for ages, so luckily his bestie Leela ordered a literal mountain of sugar just for him, proving she is a top Dear friend. That modest snack time the Duke promised was actually a giant rave, packed with fancy rich people wandering around fancy rooms while loud tunes filled the air. It is totally obvious why Leela was itching to return to her crib, given that the snacks were top tier and the general energy was absolutely flawless. They made a pact to kidnap older Priscilla for the next trip, mostly so she could stop working and finally chill out for once. Just as they were chilling, Dane felt a bunch of creepy dudes staring at him from across the room like he was a piece of steak. He asked Leela about the stalkers, and she explained they are just local soldiers who only showed up because they heard the famous Dane was in the building. The moment those words dropped, Dane felt a heavy wave of regret and a sudden urge to hide. Eventually, the armored fan club marched over, and a guy named Candace Daggerwold introduced himself with more confidence than a used car salesman. They were super nice, so Dane played along with equal charm. Candace gushed over how Dane was a child prodigy, then begged to hang out with the cool kids for a few minutes. Leela bragged that their local army is basically the best in the land, ignoring the king's guards, and told everyone that every rookie wants their job. Candace threw some respect toward the Sograis squad, and Dane thanked him politely, noting his dad made sure their boys are basically gods with pointy sticks. It all started when his dad taught soldiers how to poke people effectively during wars. Soon, it became a legit squad, standing as the only spear-focused group in the entire empire. Candace guessed that Dane was a spear wizard, but Leela interrupted to shout that the boy is basically a god every single thing he does. She claimed that if every single soldier in the castle attacked him together, they would all get absolutely wrecked. Dane literally only wanted to stuff his face with fruit snacks, yet Leela refused to shut her loud mouth for even 1 second. Exactly as he suspected, the whole group of warriors politely asked if they could get beaten up by him in a formal duel. His intuition for annoying chores is always spot on, and since Leela made him sound like a superhero, he actually has to perform now. Realizing these stubborn fighters were not going to leave him alone, Dane finally gave in and agreed to their little combat party. They left the party and walked over to the training arena. The local boys grabbed wooden swords, while Dane picked up a dull stick for a lopsided fight against a whole group of them. When things kicked off, those knights attacked with a surprising amount of aggressive energy. Dane shut down their first move easily, looking totally bored with the whole thing. Swatting away professional soldiers was a total breeze for a guy who was basically born with cheat codes for fighting. Twirling that wooden pole felt totally natural, and he moved with surgical precision, stopping their hits and counterattacking the moment they messed up. Dane could have probably destroyed these guys even with a blindfold on. Duke Thermian felt like snooping on the kid's growth, so he strolled over to watch the supposedly polite beatdown. The show totally smashed his already astronomical hopes for the lad, leaving him genuinely impressed. Dane Sograis fought like a demon with that polearm, looking exactly like a carbon copy of his old man. He manipulated every inch of that stick to wreck his foes from directions that shouldn't even physically exist. Once the dust settled, every single arrogant warrior nearby had been rudely relieved of their pointy toys. Candace figured a mob could handle one wild animal, but he was proved hilariously incorrect in record time. Having snatched their gear away, Dane figured there was no point in bullying the poor losers any further. He looked down on those jokers while remaining as cool as a cucumber, not even dampening his shirt. The Duke loudly declared Dane the winner, showering the youngster with praise for putting on such a violent masterpiece. Later, Duke Thermian gifted Dane dusty old Tums and a dead Tom, likely because Leela previously gossiped about his obsession with ancient manuscripts. This suited him perfectly since the school library acts like a gatekeeper for ancient scrolls, and these books deserve a fan rather than gathering dust. Meanwhile, Ernest got backstage pass to the treasure room with the butler, making Dane feel quite salty and left out. Worried, Leela begged him to chill out because tests are finished and they are finally free from that academic prison. Life is good, especially since the Duke beamed with fatherly pride after witnessing those insane poking skills with the stick. During their chat, Dane mentioned Leela's middle sibling, causing the old man to suddenly stiffen like a piece of wood. Leela also felt annoyed by that wild man's antics, finding his behavior totally exhausting. The oldest sibling occasionally mails updates from eastern lands, but the second-born has remained entirely unreachable for years. With zero calls or texts, it is obvious why the Thermian clan treats his name like a bad smell. While Dane and Leela were wandering the grounds, just chilling together, they noticed some rustling in the bushes, suggesting a sneaky intruder had climbed the walls to crash their little party. To keep things safe, Dane whipped up a glowing magic projectile to use for personal protection. He yelled at the hidden creep to come out before he decided to turn the scenery into a crater. Noticing the magical bomb and the scary tone, the hidden person yelled for mercy and promised to behave themselves. Leela paused for a moment to think, eventually identifying that annoying and high-pitched squealing voice from her past. The trespasser stumbled out of the leaves looking like a total door, appearing quite relaxed about the whole thing. He insisted he was merely spying on his sister as she hung out with some totally unknown dude. Lo and behold, the creeper was actually Delward Thermian, the Duke's legendary second-born son and professional hide-and-seek player. He looked older now, but Leela spotted that little brat right away despite the passage of time. She immediately rushed over to smack him silly for ghosting the family and making everyone think he was dead. She poured all her anger and worry into her knuckles, finally venting years of stress onto this absolute moron. The man simply absorbed those punches like a professional, marveling at his sibling's terrifyingly powerful grip. She obviously spent ages hitting training dummies, which should prove useful before sunset. The girl fully plans on treating her brother like a stress ball, evading another aggressive swing. The elder sibling trapped the girl in a giant, fuzzy embrace. He expressed deep regret regarding the massive headache he caused, swearing his kin never left his thoughts, even while he played the role of a mysterious wanderer. That fellow harbored unique justifications concerning his solo mission. He begged for absolute forgiveness regarding abandoning the young girl for such a long duration. The man vowed to disclose every single detail if she would only stop being so livid. The young woman finally let the waterworks explode, feeling massive relief that her elder relative was actually breathing rather than rotting. The other youth lurked silently nearby. Once the hugging finished, the sister demanded an explanation regarding his past activities, his travel history, and his current business. Initially, the man requested some solitude so the siblings could chat without any witnesses. The girl gripped her companion like a permanent anchor and declared he was staying, since the boy is basically a vault for classified information. The quiet boy had zero desire to meddle in this domestic drama, yet the girl practically glued him to the spot for the conversation. Despite his nomadic lifestyle, the man recognized the Sogre's reputation instantly. Having heard endless rumors about this shockingly impressive and talented youngster, he felt pleased his sister befriended this gifted, silver, and overachiever. Those two noble lineages are basically joined at the hip. The elder brother relented and decided to include the boy in the loop, though he warned that these family skeletons should probably remain locked away. The boy swore to remain tight-lipped regarding these household secrets. The brother suggested they relocate to a secluded spot, nestled within the overgrown shrubbery of the Thermian grounds. The trio gathered close as the rebellious runaway admitted he spent years surviving inside the hostile Dranic Empire. The girl instantly roasted him for visiting such a death trap. The man only braved that scary territory because he was hunting for a magical remedy for their mother's chronic condition. Their parent had been stuck under the covers indefinitely without showing improvement, so the son spent his entire youth acting like a frantic detective searching for medical breakthroughs. Ultimately, his private inquiries pointed toward the Dranic borders. Infiltrating a rival country is basically a fancy way of volunteering for a death sentence, which is a pretty huge deal. The sister angrily pointed out that teamwork makes the dream work, while his solo quest was both incredibly stupid and a giant waste of energy. The man confessed he felt forced to handle the mission alone after a lucky break allowed him to slip past the border. Plus he hated risking his kin, and since he returned intact, no real damage was done. The girl nearly rearranged his facial features on the spot out of sheer frustration, while wondering exactly why the family wanderer decided to show his face now. The runaway finally identified the specific items required to fix their mom's crumbling health. Those vital components were completely absent from that enemy land, which forced the traveler to pack his bags and return to the nest. Currently, he merely possesses vague breadcrumbs, though sniffing them out individually appears quite manageable within the Alshan borders. Additionally, a rather pivotal realization smacked him across the face during his little Dranic vacation. That nasty ailment bothering their sweet mama is actually no regular flu. It is a sneaky hass. Upon absorbing this massive bombshell, Layla and Dane performed a synchronized involuntary retreat. The eldest brother cataloged the various indicators, noting her energy was gradually leaking away, limbs shaking like leaves in a gale, head spinning like a top, and hacking up hemoglobin. Those eggplants, colored blotches splattered across her spine are the real kicker, fitting the profile of a classic dark enchantment perfectly. The supposedly incurable plague haunting the Thermian household was actually just magical mischief in disguise. Even the eldest brother struggled to swallow that bitter pill initially. Dark magic does not just grow on trees, implying some jerk intentionally jinxed their dear old mother. Identifying the specific hater is tricky, yet their clan has certainly collected a fan club of bitter rivals throughout history. He begged his sibling to keep her eyes on the prize, noting that catching the villain comes after fixing their cursed parents. Fortunately, he has already sniffed out a way to fix the mess. He possesses the recipe and the spooky instructions for the magical exorcism ritual. Scavenging the ingredients seems mostly doable. though their wallets will definitely scream in agony from the high price tags. The single major headache, which also happens to be vile, is a gem called Roxana's Tear. This mythical rock reportedly scrubs away any hex, supposedly hiding within the Havarok peaks sitting right between those two giant kingdoms. Local gossip suggests it is chilling in a dusty temple protected by some prehistoric grumpy monster. Mentioning prehistoric temples immediately caused Dane's internal alarm for suspicious activities to explode. Delward swore an oath to fetch that shiny pebble despite the peril, because other options were currently non-existent. For the second time, he aims to handle this weight solo without informing his dad or the Thermian warriors, feeling quite cocky about his 4, or maybe 5, internal batteries, considering that a squad of knights marching toward a border would inevitably spark a massive diplomatic tantrum or a full-scale war. Layla put her foot down and demanded he stop being a loner. Delward promised he was not just running in like a headless chicken, since he had a backup plan for every potential catastrophe. However, venturing into old dusty basements without the world's biggest nerd for crumbling rocks would be a massive strategic blunder. It appears that Tough Guy actually needs to hire the romantic club to bail him out of this mess. Once the topic of prehistoric monsters and crumbling structures came up, the resident map geek practically started drooling with joy. Ernest truly does not care about getting eaten, as he is way too hyped for finding loot, and would have left yesterday. Delward noticed the group's enthusiasm, yet reminded them this was not a playground. An actual death was on the menu. Dane countered that the lethality was exactly why solo travel was dumb, insisting that having more bodies to throw at problems is better. Layla reminded her kin that the Dillons are professional wanderers, warning that if he dies solo in a hole, nobody shall even notice. Delward realized their annoying bickering actually held some water. Unfortunately, however, those pesky toddler-level birth certificates really clouded his vision. Dane noticed the guy was basically a walking tragedy, having trekked the Drenic Empire solo just searching for magic medicine for his dear mother. Since he swiped all that data without getting a single scratch, it's obvious he isn't some bargain thin soldier or average grunt. Eventually, Delward bit the bullet and agreed, provided everyone kept their traps shut tighter than a pickle jar during the whole excursion. Because Layla's mom was feeling under the weather, the team planned to go full beast mode on this mission. Once the roster was finally finalized, Delward presented his sibling with a fancy, shiny box that definitely wasn't empty. Layla sensed the scoundrel was bribing her with shiny trinkets, but she wasn't ready to let him off the hook quite yet. Luckily, she quit using her brother as a punching bag, since her earlier rage was honestly nightmare fuel. If that present turned out to be trash, his ribs were definitely going back on the menu. However, the moment she peeked inside and heard those sweet tunes, her burning fury evaporated like water on a hot sidewalk. The brother's offering was a musical device depicting a tiny Layla and their mother grooving together in perfect, rhythmic bliss. Observing those little spinning dolls triggered a deep yearning for that golden era when her mama wasn't feeling like a wilted flower. Back then, their household was super stoked, so Delward recruited a Drenic artisan to assemble this nostalgic contraption. A quick nudge about their actual motivation was exactly the kick in the pants Layla required. Those off notes instantly teleported the girl's mind toward her history of being a carefree, happy brat. Layla started leaking from her eyes, honestly believing this was the coolest swag she had ever owned. This elegant trinket energized her for the mission, especially since her older sibling totally understood her nostalgic vibes perfectly. Dane and Ernest hung back, quietly enjoying the unusually mushy scene unfolding right in front of them. Assuming things done go south, their mother might finally stop acting like a zombie and feel human again. Layla praised her sibling's clever souvenir, vowing to protect the trinket forever until her final day on this earth. The siblings shared a massive hug while all sorts of gooey feelings started flying around. Delward expressed his gratitude to his sis for not letting the house burn down while he was playing Explorer. Ernest even started sobbing like a baby, while the group upstairs continued their dramatic, jerking reunion. Meanwhile, that fancy Lord Thermian paced the party room, scratching his scalp while pondering the whereabouts of his missing Vips. Sadly, Delward had to say it out quickly since he wasn't mentally prepared to face the old man, though he vowed to properly greet the Duke later. The fellow provided a mystical signaling frequency so Layla might buzz him whenever. Noting he planned on scavenging resources across the territory to ensure a rapid return, he promised this wouldn't be another long-distance ghosting session, swearing on his life to return before they missed him. Additionally, Delward dropped off a sack of mysterious drugs designed to make his mama feel slightly less like a corpse. The guy made Layla swear she would administer those meds, while ensuring the entire plan remained top secret from their grumpy father. Hating to say goodbye to her sibling, she gave a distracted nod of agreement. He urged the fellas to guard his kin for now, promising a miserable journey across the summits if he manages to come back. He hopped over the manor fence and did a disappearing act in the darkness. Leela felt like a human blender of feelings, having barely hugged her brother before he decided to ditch her again. That fellow swore his buddy was invincible, arguing that since he outmaneuvered the Trinate Empire, no threat can stop him. Dane felt pretty twitchy about the situation, so he pawned Leela off on Ernest, and sprinted away like he left the stove on. He claimed to have forgotten some jam, but we all know he is full of it, because that man ran like a cheetah. The pair remained alone while that massive glowing space rock lit up their worried faces. Dilward walked into town with extra sass, despite being tailgated by some incredibly annoying creeps who apparently followed him all the way home for the workout. Luckily, the creeps haven't realized he is a local boy from the Thermian Duchy, though they clearly sniffed around, while he hid inside, making that secret hole in the wall a lifesaver. Just moments prior to ditching that garbage Trinate kingdom, letting the hunters discover his home in the Altian Empire was probably the dumbest mistake in his long career of bad choices. The hero must resolve his matron's unlucky spell, though certain nasty organizations are ensuring the job stays difficult. Finally, the man took a left when he should have gone right, hitting a brick wall. The stalkers blocked every single path and boxed him in like a delivery package. He left such a massive scent that finding him was easier than stealing candy from babies. The villains claimed the high tiles and the dark passages down below. He is basically a mouse in a bucket, meaning the Thermian family name ends here in this alley. Tossing his gear to the dirt, the fighter braced himself to go down swinging. Scanning the area, he spotted 10 ghoulish cosplayers in hoods closing in. Every one of them was a professional ender, a group of silent freaks who put the fun in funeral for their victims. Given some insane luck, the man might smack a pair of villains before they carve his jugular. He whispered a silent sorry to Leela, knowing he probably would not be returning to keep his word to her. The moment the ninjas got the green light to start turning Dilward into human confetti, they lunged forward with swords out, radiating a vibe that screams they truly want to murder you. Despite his fancy talk and peacocking, the younger Thermian brother turned into a human popsicle from fear. If he knew death was this close, he might have actually told his old man he was sorry first. Right as the light faded, he saw something that looked like a fever dream. The nearest thug folded like a cheap chair, losing his knife, while glowing bolts of doom started drilling holes into the rest of the hooded squad. They were getting absolutely wrecked by high-voltage mana slugs flying from every single direction at once. Folks assumed Dilward was a lone wolf, yet this evening featured a sidekick who smashed their snares and delivered a spicy reverse spanking. Creeping like a ninja, Dane mocked the hitmen for their hilariously trashed performance. The moment that head executioner and his surviving cronies spawned toward the noise, they definitely didn't foresee a fresh-faced executioner sporting a dapper school outfit skulking within the gloom. They demanded his name. However, that information was totally useless for people about to expire. Chit-chatting with future ghosts is a waste. So after the carnage, Dane and Dilward piled the meat bags for cleaning. Then Dane sensed weirdness and shadowed the man out. Wise move, considering this 14-year-old wonderkind blindsided the thugs and neutralized hidden gizmos, which was the result of his mother's intense tutoring in the arts of sneaking and sabotage, making such tasks a total piece of cake. Dilward gave props for the assistance, realizing he totally owed his heartbeat to the teenager. Lacking that timely rescue, he would have croaked because those annoying mercenaries had been bullying him non-stop. Imagine escaping such a gory mess this way. As he explained, the goons were breathing down his neck the moment he hopped the border. He was baffled by their magical tracking powers, but typically these scenarios involve a secret device clinging to the victim like a bad rash. Validating his hunch, Dane inspected the fellow utilizing his fancy energy, sensing eyeballs. He swiftly identified the miniature troublemaker clinging desperately to the bottom of Dilward's boot. He straight up begged the traveler to examine the underside of his footwear immediately. Discovering a magical listening device was tucked inside his leather, Dilward nearly suffered a hilarious cardiovascular malfunction. He squinted at his shoes and pinpointed the microscopic pest that had been wagering his life for weeks. Hitmen adore this classic gimmick, involving a minuscule gadget that tracks better than a hungry bloodhound, which was likely slapped on before he even crossed the frontier. Dane didn't explain his eagle eyes, emphasizing instead that they should definitely crush that noisy signal sender into dust. Dilward breathed easier now that the paranoia could take a height, although he definitely needed to watch his step hereafter. While busy prying the magic bug from his heel, Dane asked why Dilward insisted on playing the solitary hero despite the obvious danger. Stopping by the Duke's place seemed wiser, or he could have updated their big bro and requested some backup. Dilward suspected his old man viewed him as a disappointment, especially since the Duke wanted an heir, while the boy decided to go rogue. Honesty wouldn't matter, as Duke Thermian would likely dismiss his wacky adventures as complete fabrications. Regarding the elder sibling, the fellow possessed even less motivation than a sloth on vacation. He opted to camp in the middle of nowhere killing beasts rather than chilling in a comfy palace. At the moment, rocking the single life is way more efficient and less stressful. He aims to collect medicinal bits to validate his family name, and though the kid's logic was totally warped, Dane couldn't help but respect the gritty hustle. Since the tracker was toasted, Delward felt ready to conquer his goals, vowing to eventually settle the massive debt he owed his savior. Dane tossed the wandering child his contact info just in case he stumbled into another disaster. Before partying, he begged the little troublemaker to avoid getting killed so he could actually collect on that favor. Dilward asked Dane to keep an eye on Layla once more, which felt a bit like asking if water is wet. Of course, he would protect her. They exchanged a subtle glance of mutual agreement and quickly went their separate ways. He realized they absolutely had to hide tonight's gory massacre from Layla. The poor girl already had enough stress on her plate. Should she learn of Dilward's current predicament, Layla would certainly try to hunt down her impulsive brother. Dane casually returned to the celebration, looking like he hadn't just single-handedly dispatched 10 expert killers on a nearby street. The following day, word spread rapidly throughout the entire duchy regarding the significant improvement in their mother's condition. She actually finished an entire plate of food, the first in months, which pleased Duke Thermion immensely. He played it cool, but was dying to know about Delward's sneaky little visit. Dane felt anxious that Leela might have accidentally blabbed and let their secret slip. Leela reassured Dane that she only mentioned Big Bro stopped by to drop off some healing medicine. Regardless of that minor issue, they had an extremely important task scheduled for later that day. The moment had arrived for Dane to receive a significant boost in power from the Thermion family's prestigious forge. The forge was completely different from what one would expect. Its immense size made it resemble an entire small village. Leela clarified that the surrounding area had gradually expanded into quite a large settlement, though very few chosen craftsmen actually worked inside the forge itself. A handful of true master smiths managed everything, and security was incredibly strict. Access was completely prohibited without a proper token. Even Leela, a direct member of the Thermion family, couldn't freely access the facility unless accompanied by her father. Consequently, Dane would have to enter the premises completely on his own. Leela had never ventured inside her cell, and Ernest was absolutely green with envy over Dane's amazing chance. Dane assured him he would be fast, leaving Ernest outside impatiently pacing. The moment he stepped inside, a busy settlement surrounded him, filled with the pungent scent of worked iron. Its scale truly defied belief. The constant clanging and shouting of working men echoed in every single corner of the forge. Every kind of weapon imaginable was neatly arranged on display racks, which made Dane incredibly eager to see exactly what kind of impressive gear he would soon acquire. His forward momentum ceased abruptly, as the very ground beneath his feet began to rumble and shake. He first assumed it was an earthquake, but then realized the tremors were actually being caused by heavy footsteps. A monstrously large man, carrying an equally colossal hammer, stared Dane down, scanning him carefully from top to bottom. The enormous blacksmith, Volbeck, recognized Dane immediately as the young man who held the forge's special token. Dane instinctively tried to gauge the giant's impressive height, roughly 3 times his own, then politely explained that Duke Thermion had given him the token ages ago. Volbeck had certainly heard many stories about this prodigy. After all, Thermion didn't just casually distribute tokens to random children. Dane couldn't help but observe the remarkably relaxed manner in which Volbeck spoke about the Duke. The giant gave an immediate warning that Dane's noble status meant absolutely nothing inside this forge. They only recognized blacksmiths or non-blacksmiths, treating royalty identically, with only Duke Thermion being the exception. Even the big boss, Sothspring, don't get a VIP pass here, as only the genuine elite can sneak a peek, because real talent laughs at royal blood since a master smith knows his worth is pure gold. Volbeck led his guest into the workshop's core, where a massive chamber expanded like a magic tent far exceeding its outer dimensions. This massive workspace was tailored for a fellow who was half dwarf and half human, creating a unique build. Though you better keep any rude comments about his looks to yourself, the youngster was wise enough not to aggravate the man. Once they hit the main station, the big guy questioned what kind of hardware the youngster was actually looking to acquire. He admitted he was still undecided, since picking a legendary tool is a rare shot at greatness, so he was playing it safer than a cat in a room full of rocking chairs. The blacksmith admired the hesitation, noting that being picky is a sign of intelligence. However, the middle master could read the boy's desires like a neon sign. He literally sniffed the metallic destiny on the boy, sensing exactly how a warrior's perfect blade should be hammered into existence. The lad reeked of high-quality spears and knives because he already owned them, so the giant preferred to cook up something fresh for the tiny human. The boy was shocked that the giant's nose was better than a bloodhound. Internally, the massive smithy looked surprisingly modest, and strictly business, ignoring the skill, except for every hammer and chair being sized for the literal titan. Because the kid was already packed with sharpsticks and pokey knives, the big man proposed crafting a classic blade. He argued that blades represent combat perfection and remain his ultimate specialty, but shouting that might cause Count Zagreus to flip out and fight for his precious spears instead. The boy worried about the grip, fearing he might sprout up like a weed and make a teenage blade look like a butter knife in a few years. The giant told him to chill out, promising a magical fit that scales as he grows, because a real expert doesn't make disposable junk. The argument for a blade was solid, especially since it was the same tool the lad leaned on most during his past life adventures. That sealed the deal, and he officially committed to the path of the blade. The smith already envisioned the blueprint the moment he saw the boy's frame, which meant they could skip the boring planning phase and get straight to the heat. Then, the task was picking out the perfect ingredients. The giant guided him into a side chamber so the youngster could choose his materials. This storage space was packed with every shiny ore and expensive rock imaginable, creating a view that would make a dragon blush with envy. He beamed with pride, basically claiming that every single pebble of value in the entire world was crammed into this one dusty room. The lad felt like a toddler in a sugary heaven, seeing as every chunk of metal on the racks was worth a small kingdom. Most of these exotic ores were totally new to him, looking way more interesting in their raw state than anything he had seen before. He approached a strange lump, pausing the giant to lecture him about the teragang. It is a featherweight but tough stone that bounces back hits, making it way better for shirts than for stabbing people. The lad edged toward another piece, nearly reaching out to stroke it. The giant shouted to stay away from these Indingo, which is basically concentrated death in rock form, requiring special safety mitts just to move it without dying instantly. Dane definitely wasn't in the market for a blade laced with lethal toxins, so Isendanio was quickly eliminated from consideration. After wandering through the exhibits for several minutes, his gaze was captured by a pitch black piece of ore, which seemed determined to be the goth at the rainbow party of colorful minerals. He made a beeline for the stand and cornered Volbak, demanding to know the story behind the oddly appealing black mineral. The massive blacksmith identified it as arcanium. Our main character recalled learning about this specific substance during his deep dive into very specialized, almost useless, research. He realized this had to be the fabled ore whispered about in connection with Arcana, the long, lost magical kingdom. Apparently, this specific piece had been unearthed from the royal castle ruins of the ancient civilization, making it exceptionally scarce because almost none of those magic kingdom ruins remain intact globally. Beyond confirming its basic metallic nature, no one had yet managed to figure out its actual purpose or chemical composition. Since existing technology and techniques can smelt or analyze it, determining arcanium's intended use is impossible. For now, it's basically just a high-status collector's item, because it's essentially just an expensive paperweight. Volbak recommended looking for materials that actually, were. Volbek started droning on about Artma, but different were found in Havrosk's mountains. But Dane's focus had completely drifted. Captivated entirely by the arcanium's powerful, magnetic pull, he felt as though the inanimate object was telepathically trying to get his attention. The ore was practically murmuring sweet nothings, attempting to convince him that it desperately wanted to go home with him. The instant Dane got close enough for a good look at the shiny ore, it decided to put on a show and started morphing right before his eyes. The stone pulsed with an intense glow, a color so brilliant it was almost exactly like solidified, pure magical energy. Volbek spun around to witness the young man extending his hand toward the now glowing mineral. Fearing for the kid's safety, the massive figure sprinted over to where he stood. After realizing Dane wasn't actually in danger, Volbek calmed down significantly, then became utterly fascinated by Arcanium's sudden, unexpected behavior. Dane insisted he hadn't actually done anything, only looked, but he recognized that this altered state meant the previously unworkable ore could potentially be forged after all. Volbak detected a distinct metallic odor that hadn't been there previously, suggesting that perhaps they could finally actually do something with the rock. Whatever caused the ore's transformation, Volbak was certain it involved the young man standing next to him. He was absolutely positive. He snatched the arcanium off the stand, officially accepting Dane's order for a sword made from this very special rock. It was imperative that they begin the forging process without delay, but the moment the giant tried to smelt it, the arcanium immediately reverted to its stubborn, unworkable form, refusing to yield no matter how many times they attempted to manipulate it. Just as they were getting truly frustrated, a small friend appeared to offer some assistance. Karnaz likely sensed Dane's anxiety and decided to lend a hand, or perhaps a wing. The brilliant, magical flames from the little dragon were exactly what they needed to successfully smelt the difficult arcanium. With the method now clear, Dane stepped away from the forge, leaving the master craftsman to work. They contained Carnest's fiery essence within the ore so Volba could proceed with the forging process, allowing him to work at a leisurely pace. Leela couldn't help but be amused that Carnest was, once again, forced to assist Dane in a crisis. Forging blades from Arcanium results in stunningly lethal steel, capturing that dreamy vibe from the vanished Arcana realm. Since the blacksmithing chores are finally wrapping up, we should probably sprint back toward school grounds, having some freedom remaining before curfew. The trio decides to devour a truly magnificent midday feast. 7 days later, the school displayed a spacey bulletin regarding a beast hunting day, where every major can apply, though only elite nerds make the cut. Rivalry is absolutely nuts, because of the fat loot, especially with the Royals throwing the party this time around. Campus gossip reached a fever pitch. The students craved that sweet gold and a chance to flirt with royal attention. Crushing it at a royal shindig basically serves as an express elevator toward fame. Furthermore, the 4th Division of Shiny Armor dudes will be supervising this entire creature cleanup project. It is that identical fellow who tagged along with the 3rd royal brat previously. Priscilla skipped the part where Sir Delphian attempted murder, and she also whiffed on Edward's fancy bride presents. A churchy student mentioned that the whole brawl is happening at some dusty remnants located close to the main city. Ernest got all sparkly, eyed at the mention of ancient bricks, specifically a dumped dig site where a scary beastie currently pays 0 rent. Every single healer must deploy to patch up the bruise, meaning Priscilla is forced into this field trip. Ernest signs up for the sake of exploring rubble, while Leela joins to actually stab something that breathes. Pure violence beats practicing on straw dummies any day, so the whole group registered for the event together. Basically, the entire group tossed their names into the metaphorical blender of destiny. This pest control gig sounds like a blast, though Dane cautioned that dying is bad, and passing the test is hard. Although Ernest fights like a wet noodle, his massive brain for old basements will likely carry him through. Leela is a prodigy with pointy objects, yet Dane scheduled extra sweaty practice hours just to be safe. Some summarizes later, the auditions for the Beast Clobbering crew finally commenced on the school lawn. This yearly quest stands as a massive deal for the local prestigious school. Nearly all scholars attempt to flex their muscles to impress those shiny tin guards plus wealthy snubs. Teachers use this moment to evaluate if their pupils actually learned anything or just doodled in notebooks. Big Boss Delphian told the royal heir that all logistical headaches were finally sorted. Royal sibling number 3, Edward, returned to school to manage the auditions and the upcoming party. Loud trumpets screeched to signal that the team auditions were legally and officially underway. Each scholar desperate to outshine their annoying classmates was totally vibing with excitement. Naturally, the tests were simple, just a classic brawl where kids beat the stuffing out of one another. Various majors flaunted their distinct talents, beginning with blade mastery, wizardry, managing pointy pokers, plus conjuring beasts, while rivals fought like feral cats. So merely the cream of the crop managed to wiggle their way into the final stages. Once the score settled, the bigwigs in the Imperial Annex faced a massive headache regarding Dane's Ogris placement. Since the blade nerds and the wand wavers were busy slapping each other over his soul, the monster tamers shouted their pitch, while the lance enthusiasts added their own flavor of noisy nonsense to the growing heap of drum. Eventually, Prince Edward stood up and told the whole bickering lot to put a sock in it. Scared of annoying the blue-blooded boss, everyone zipped their lips instantly. Everyone knew that Dane Sagris was a beast with a bright future. Commander Delphian acknowledged the truth, noting that while some overachievers tried 2 tests, nobody had ever swept all 4 with record-breaking numbers before. Edward fully anticipated his secret patron would perform at such an insane level. Forcing the boy into one group would just cause a never-ending salt mine, so the prince cooked up a sneaky workaround instead, truly maximizing the kid's terrifyingly vast skill set required a rather unconventional approach to management. The royal youngster suggested sticking Dane right into the elite Imperial squad to bypass the petty squabbles. After many gear checks, the monster-slaying crew finally headed out. The lucky qualifiers heard the plan, which involved camping at the dusty ruins for 48 hours of relentless beast bashing to test their endurance and basic survival instincts. Fingers were crossed for a zero-death run, especially since some paranoid parents forbid going after previous disasters, because being a prodigy is useless if you end up as monster snacks, lugging heavy bags. Everyone looked incredibly stressed. Many trainees were fresh to actual bloodshed, yet the lovey-dovey crew stayed relaxed, with Priscilla teasing everyone to avoid getting stabbed so she wouldn't have to work overtime. Besides, different squads would be splitting up, making it tough to hang out during the chaos, so staying alert was the only smart play. The fancy night order promised to play bodyguard for the school kids while the messy business unfolded. With the clock ticking toward 0, Ernest and Layla started vibrating with pure, unadulterated anxiety. Dane warned the pair against playing hero or wandering off, telling them to bolt like scared rabbits if things got spicy, since surviving is way cooler than dying. Having the local powerhouse on their side, the gang felt much more secure. At last, the armor-clad warriors stumped in and barked for silence, directing everyone to shuffle over to their specific units without tripping over their own feet. The most vital command was incredibly simple, which was to avoid becoming a corpse at all costs. Just as the big brains decided in the meeting, Dean joined the elite Imperial heavy hitters, standing alone as the only trainee in the varsity league. Layla Thermian was unsurprisingly dumped into the violent combat division, thanks to his knack for finding things. Ernest still on God Scout duty. Unsurprisingly, Priscilla and Ariel was shipped to the medical tent to help the wounded. Once the whole group was sorted into their little boxes, the monster-mashing army finally hit the road. Following a tedious hike away from school grounds, the group stumbled into the rather sketchy neighborhood of Rawasan. Leading the pack of travelers, Dane poked the armored fellow Helderon with a burning inquiry about their current path. Rumor had it they were supposed to hang a left at Rawasan rather than strolling right into the lion's den. Rumors suggested reaching camp by midday, but the team was wandering toward the morning sun instead of the evening shade. Commander Helderon noticed the kids' sharp wits, and since he knew the boys' secret mission, he shared a spicy secret that would definitely make the other kids wet their pants. The boss whispered that some angry critters were spotted on their old trail, with a massive mob of monsters rushing the ancient rubble. Local scouts claimed at least 300 to the jerks were hogging the road, making traffic a real nightmare for everyone. Those stats are extremely frightening. Our hero noted that beasts are usually antisocial loners, so seeing them throw a block party and move in sync is super weird. Based on the old knight's gray hairs, those dusty old buildings must be acting like a giant magnet for the local wildlife. Mysterious forces are compelling the beasts to work together. This forced their scenic detour, though the big chief promised that any critters trying to fight their shiny soldiers would just end up as charcoal. Even so, Dane had a nagging gut feeling that some major trouble was brewing under the surface. Those old buildings act like bait, so unless the team acts fast, everyone is going to have a miserable time. Once their eastward trudge concluded, the wary travelers finally reached the spot where they could dump their heavy gear. Big Boss ordered everyone to pitch their tents and get tight, insisting that everything be ready before the big yellow orb vanished. As the daylight faded and evening arrived, every single task was completed successfully. Dane met his team on a ledge, and Ernest whined that the campsite chosen by those soldiers provided no safety whatsoever. Our lead agreed, noting that when you have a massive crowd, you lose the luxury of being picky about your sleeping quarters. Leela looked for a pep talk, but since the boy was clueless about the plan, he just advised watching their backs extra hard. The youth figured their little team should keep their eyeballs glued to the direction of the spooky Rawasan territory. Both boys felt a wave of the heebie-jeebies rolling in from the dark shadows of that deep mountain crack. Meanwhile, the little dragon was wiggling inside the boy's shirt, clearly sensing the same creepy vibes. Feeling cranky, the small beast escaped his hiding place to zoom around like a caffeinated squirrel. The miniature beast screeched at the western horizon, though his tiny squeaks failed to strike fear into anyone with ears. The dragon's freakout confirmed the big guy's fears, because out in the sticks, you never ignore a lizard's magic nose. The girl insisted they go tell the armored commander about the looming disaster before things got even more out of hand. Dane noticed the small lizard's frantic attempt to point out the sunset horizon. Our hero resolved to notify the second officer right away. Entering the leader's private quarters, the youth explained the coming disaster and begged for reinforced walls plus a stronger magical shield, demanding that every possible defense be deployed right away. That officer essentially chuckled regarding the proposal, blaming those youngsters' trembling knees on rookie nerves. Given the mem relies on the summit searchers while those documents noted zero trouble, so the boss refuses to spark massive chaos for some random pupil. Our protagonist cannot really admit a skilly companion recognized a strange vibration within the atmosphere, therefore he needs to invent a lie. The boy claimed his squad stumbled upon damp beast nuggets, massive paw prints, and tufts of hair near the sunset border, irritably digging into his hair. The boss felt zero concern about animal poop left by random beasts, mostly because predators have brains and would never strike a massive legion gathered in the sunlight. If disaster strikes, those walking trash cans are prepared for combat, so the man recommended our youngster find a mattress or chill. Our hero understood he was merely blowing precious air trying to enlighten this colossal bag of hammers. Regardless, the kid attempted a final plea for extra support by the slopes, until the angry boss exploded and commanded him to remain silent. The man ranted that regardless of skill, the boy remains a green beginner, a mere infant next to his elite warriors and the kingdom's greatest muscle. That boss previously burned sufficient minutes hearing a newcomer's panics, therefore the commander dismissed our friend like some filthy stray. After our leader returned among his comrades and explained the superior's arrogance, everyone understood the mission was cursed beneath such brainless management. Although he suspected this failure could represent a lucky break, a formal alert was previously delivered to those authorities, providing our squad a legal excuse for going rogue. So when the garbage hits the fan, the officer cannot escape blame for such massive ignorance. Essentially, our leader intends for that small organization to foil the approaching animal raid Seoul. Through these actions, our team snatches every ounce of glory. Human survival is currently at stake for both soldiers and campus learners, making the next period feel remarkably endless.